Okay. Yeah. Dear. I'm gonna have to... Yeah, the cast of characters, we all know. And then they're gonna end up getting into some freaking conspicuous characters. Dear Lord Almighty. Look at all these. Yeah, I'm just not even... You guys can stop it, pause it, and look at it. But I'm not. It's too small. Okay, prologue. Once the Archduke Conference was over, the nobles and the Geeves in the castle were all informed of the decisions that had been made. One of the more important outcomes was that two brides from Ehrenbach were being wedded to the duchy. They permitted Ferdinand's marriage? Who the heck is Ferdinand? The exclamation came from Viscount Sidonius Wiltord, who had just heard from the Archduke that his eldest son... Okay. Ferdinand was being permitted to marry. Considering that the marriage had already been refused once before, this was marvelous news. So marvelous that his voice cracked as he spoke it aloud, and the letter shook in his trembling hands. He knew exactly who to thank for this gift. I must inform Lord Grossum at once, he said, to nobody in particular, and Ordnance soon began its journey from Wiltord to Gerlach. Oh no. Both provinces were in the south of Ehrenfest, and their Geeves were considered the very center of the former Veronica faction. The white bird shot through the wall of Gerlach's summer estate just as he was eating dinner with his family, attracting the attention of all those gathered. Gerlach's youngest son, Matthias, was the first to react. He turned at once, his dark purple hair swaying as he dropped his fork, and immediately ready to stab. It was a response that now came to him naturally as a Mennonite due to enter his fourth year at the Royal Academy. His blue eyes carefully followed the ordnance. Only under the most urgent circumstances would one send such correspondence after 6 bell. The white bird circled the dining room leisurely before settling down on Viscount Gerlach's arm. Lord Grosham, this is Sidonius, it said. Ehrenfest has sent word to me. It seems that, due to a discussion with Ehrenbach during the Archduke Conference, my son Ferdinand has been permitted to marry Lady Bettina. I shall tell you the details myself the next time we meet in person. Matthias continued to stare at the ordnance. He knew there was no reason to doubt what he was hearing. It was an update from Guy Wiltord, a man who was very much not their enemy, but he struggled to believe his ears even as the Burg spoke its message at their time. Lord Ferdinand and Lady Bettina's marriage was rejected years ago, Matthias muttered. To think he would be permitted now when the Ob knows that reversing his decision will cause unrest in the duchy. Is this truly happening? The mana shortage was being felt all across Jurgensmith, and Matthias knew from his intelligence gathering in the Royal Academy that Ehrenbach was especially devastated. It made no sense that its Ob would willingly relinquish a med noble to another duchy. Sending an archnoble or a member of the archducal family had the potential to secure a stronger relationship with the duchy that could support them in turn, but med noble marriages offered nowhere near as much influence. Grossum scoffed at his son's confusion. Did you not hear the message, he said. This was decided during the Archduke Conference. I am wondering why Ehrenbach would take such an interest in a med-noble marriage. I cannot imagine they would push for something so minor without some ulterior motive. Ob Ehrenbach must truly care for these two young people. A betrothal dissolved by the decision of an Ob brings no happiness to anyone. You should understand that better than most, Grossum replied, his gray eyes boring into his son. It was an evasive answer, and Matthias quickly concluded that no amount of prodding would get him to the information that he wanted. Greater duchies certainly are magnanimous, Matthias said, withdrawing from the topic of conversation. Grossum returned a satisfied nod, while Matthias's mother gave a pleased smile of agreement. This marriage would have been doomed if not for Ehrenbach's support, she said. Today is a blessed day. I don't like when he does anything. I get a bad feeling, obviously, because, he was working with Daldorf and the others. I assume he still is. And I don't get it. The only reason that they would have to send those two over from Ehrenbach to Ehrenfest would be to use them as spies, because they can't afford to send any people because of the mana shortage. So, I don't know. Father, shall we go to Wiltord to celebrate? Matthias's older brother, John Rick asked. I would like to hear more about this whole situation. Indeed, if we are fortunate enough, they might assist with your marriage as well, Grossom replied. Matthias's mother nodded in her agreement. Let us go as a family. Now, what gift shall we bring for Fruden? There was nothing unusual about such a spontaneous trip. The approval of a once-rejected marriage was cause for celebration, and Gerlach was on good terms with Wiltord. But Matthias felt a profound sense of unease nonetheless. Thank you! Somebody who doesn't like the idea of this. Besides, our Rosemine and the others, obviously. He found it strange to see everyone celebrating Ehrenbach seemingly unconcerned like it had supported an attack on the Ehrenfest archducal family. Or never mind, it had supported an attack on the Ehrenfest archducal family. Perhaps this blind support stemmed from Ehrenbach's status as a greater duchy, and the misplaced assumption that all greater duchies were deserving of such worship. Either way, it was much too different from how things were in the Royal Academy, where the Ehrenfest students all worked together to spread trends and boost the duchy's ranking. Gerlach borders Ehrenbach, so supporting them has thus far proven beneficial to us, but I cannot see this continuing to be the case. I have to agree with Matthias on this one. This is not a good thing. Wilfrid and Rosemine's engagement had just been announced at the feast to celebrate spring. Ehrenfest would surely begin to centralize around them and continue to grow and develop while spreading Rosemine's trends and inventions to other duchies. The future was clear to Matthias, and yet for some reason his family was proactively attempting to maintain diplomacy with Ehrenbach. Why? No matter how I look at this, supporting Ehrenbach is a losing bet. Thank you! Somebody in that family is seeing reason on this one. Matthias's mind raced with all that he had learned at the Royal Academy. One needed only look at Bindenwald and Ehrenbach province bordering the duchy barrier to see that Ehrenbach was still devastated from the mana shortage. There also seemed to be a dispute of sorts over who would become the next Ob, the Archduke's youngest daughter, Detlinde, or his granddaughter, Letizia, I think that's how you pronounce it, I was saying it wrong before, whom he had adopted. I'm assuming they're going with Letizia, since that's the whole point of her being adopted in the first place, was to have her be the Ob. Matthias had heard that Detlinde was at an advantage, both due to her age and because Ehrenfest, where her mother Georgine was from, was rising through the ranks. He was largely unsure about the details, though. Father must assume Lady Detlinde is going to be their next Ob. That was the only way Matthias could understand continuing to support Ehrenbach as Ehrenfest rose through the ranks. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought, shaking his head as he mulled things over. Does Father plan to become a bridge between Ehrenfest and Ehrenbach? No, I can't imagine him doing anything like that. Despite how much Matthias dwelled on the situation, he had not reached a satisfying conclusion even by the time they were due to leave for their impromptu visit. Wiltord and Gerlach would at times perform night training exercises together, and this trip was being used as an excuse to do just that. As an apprentice knight, Matthias was required to participate. Hey Matthias, been a while. Upon his arrival at the Wiltord summer mansion, Matthias was first approached by Lorenz, the Gieb's second son. He was also an apprentice knight, so Matthias had spent more time with him than he had with other noble children. Lorenz, congratulations on your brother's marriage. Yep, the whole family's excited about it. Matthias and Lorenz celebrated their reunion while the Giebs exchanged greetings. They were genuinely happy to see one another since meeting with friends was a rare occurrence while spending time in one's home duchy. How about you two hurry on to training? It really is shameful how far you are trailing behind Lord Cornelius and Lady Angelica, Grossom said, making his displeasure more than apparent. He had attended the Interduchy tournament with his wife for John Rick's graduation, so he had watched the dinner games and seen this skill gap firsthand. All this because he's proud we Gerlachs have arch-noble level mana. Long ago, when Gabrielle of Ehrenbach first married into Ehrenfest, the Gieb Gerlach of the time married one of her retainers. It was for this reason that Matthias's house had a great enough mana capacity to rival some archnobles despite them only being med-nobles. They would rank up to archnoble status if the eldest son of the house displayed such an impressive mana capacity for 3 consecutive generations, which was why Grossom was especially sensitive about any perceivable gaps between them and the archnobles. That will be due to the excellence of Lady Rosemine's mana compression method, Matthias replied. It is not just Lord Cornelius and Lady Angelica either. The other guard knights of the archducal family are increasing their mana capacity equally as fast. That method was devised by a lowly commoner. And while she was serving as an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden of all things, we need only discover it for ourselves. Yeah, right. You ain't getting it, dude, because that freaking contract keeps you from spreading it to other people like that. So, you ain't getting it. So he said, but if the method truly was that easy to figure out, the Archduke would not have started charging money for lessons or controlling who could attend them. Matthias had no way of learning the Rosemite compression method solely because he belonged to a different faction. Just how many children in the Royal Academy were bemoaning being in a similar situation? A lot. He could remember the agonized cries of the other students of the former Veronica faction all too well. You belittle her as a mere former commoner, Father, but do you know a compression method more effective than hers? Of course not. No matter how hard I work, the chasm between our mana capacities will guarantee my defeat every time. Defiance toward his father blossomed within Matthias as the frustration he had swallowed down in the Royal Academy was suddenly unleashed. If you are so dismissive of a lowly commoner's method, you must have a better one of your own. No, he said, you wouldn't insult it while lacking one yourself, surely. Ha ha ha, think you were finally speaking up, dude. Grosson fell into thought for a moment. I will need permission, since this is not something that I devised myself, but I will ask Our Lady whether I may teach you, he replied. It was an answer that caught Matthias entirely off guard. And who was this lady he was referring to? Georgine! Who do you think he's talking about? As Matthias blinked in confusion, Viscount Wiltord voiced disagreement. That would be wise. You have been working quite hard for her sake. Lord Grossom, have you not? I see more muscle on you now, even. I need a fit body so that I might respond to any of Our Lady's needs or demands without hesitation, Grossom replied. Father certainly does put his all into whatever he sets his mind on. Matthias thought as he glanced down at his father's abs and saw that he was indeed more muscular than he used to be. In any case, Matthias, you need to participate in this training. There's no point in knowing the compression method if you aren't training to match it, Grossom said. Wiltord nodded. Lorenz, join him, he said. We don't want you shaming yourself at the Interduchy tournament. And so both Matthias and Lorenz were shooed out of the parlor. Matthias glanced over at Lorenz as they made their way to the training ground. Lorenz looked so much more like a knight than he did, being taller and fitter, despite being 1 year younger. Matthias clenched his fists and tried tensing his arms, but even then his muscles paled in comparison. He didn't seem to get any more buff no matter how hard he trained, and it frustrated him that he looked more like a spindly scholar than anything. I mean, that's your body type, dude. It's not going to be that big a deal. As long as you have the means to back up, that even despite that, you're still good, it doesn't matter. Hey, Lorenz suddenly pulled Matthias from his sad musings, his orange eyes shining with excitement. Do you really think Lord Grossom is going to teach us that compression method he spoke about? Matthias wasn't the only one agonizing over the mana disparity that was resulting from Rosemine's mana compression method. Lorenz and all the other students of the former Veronica faction felt the same way. I understand your excitement, Lorenz, but who do you think their lady is? Probably Lady Georgine, not that I have any proof. Matthias likewise wanted to avoid jumping to conclusions. After all, their fathers had never actually referred to this person by name, and they always sent their letters to nobles in old work stock of Ehrenbach, who may not have even been connected to Georgine. She was Matthias and Lorenz's first guest because their families had rejoiced over Our Lady arriving back when she had visited with her retainer 3 years ago. They threatened 3 years ago, but they lacked the evidence to prove anything. It must be Lady Georgine, right? Yes, it is. Who else could they be referring to? Matthias thought back to the woman he had seen so many years ago, but the memory was fuzzy at best. He had been younger then, and she had visited only to attend a tea party that his father had not allowed him to attend. He recalled the deep red of her lips visible behind a thin veil, her elegant attitude fit for a queen as she received greetings, and the off-putting servile ingratiation in which his parents had treated her. He had reconciled to his parents' behavior only after hearing that they had served Georgine before she was married into Ehrenbach. Georgine had to be quite skilled to have become first wife of a greater duchy after being married off as a mere third wife. It was possible that she had taught Matthias' parents the compression method before then. Rosamund had taught her retainers. That said, would she teach Ehrenfest nobles her method now that she's the first wife of Ehrenbach? The mana shortage in Ehrenbach truly was critical. Surely it was a much wiser decision for her to teach her method to her own duchy's nobles, rather than Ehrenfest nobles like Matthias and Lorenz. Not a single reasonable explanation came to mind, and that was the main reason why Matthias was not entirely convinced that they were referring to Georgine. I suppose there's no point in dwelling on it forever, Matthias said. I'm more curious about why they're giving more training to knights when we're already so busy with the sudden starbinding? Lorenz clapped his hands together in apparent realization. Oh yeah, Father was talking about doing more joint training with Gerlach too. Upon hearing those words, Matthias felt a sudden wave of uneasiness. Why were the Giebs having their knights attend more joint training sessions now of all times? This feels just like when Father was summoned after the attack on the Archducal family. Matthias doubted that his father would ever attack the Archducal family. There were eyewitnesses who claimed to have seen him in the Grand Hall, but his suspicions somehow still remained. The queasy feeling from back then resurfaced. Lorenz, do you know the details of the ceremony? Nope, just the basics. It's going to be held at the border gate instead of the castle. Sounds like the Archducal family of both duchies will be showing up. You mean Ehrenbach's Archducal family is going too? Yeah, since Ob Ehrenbach's niece is marrying Lord Lamprecht at the same time. This was the first Matthias was hearing of that. He had wondered why a greater duchy would involve themselves in the marriage of a mere men noble, but now it all made perfect sense. It had been to strengthen their push for one of their own to marry Lamprecht, who served Ehrenfest's Archducal family and was the son of its knight commander. Ehrenbach was sticking its claws deep into Ehrenfest as it could. This isn't good, Matthias murmured. Should we warn the Ob? You can try, but we're kids. I doubt he'll take us seriously. Plus, think about what that might happen to us after. I can't imagine our fathers would ever forgive us, Lorenz replied. He sounded deflated, but Matthias struggled to tell whether his warning was truly out of concern for their safety. I know how you feel, but if we follow after our parents without understanding their intentions, we'll end up walking down the same road as Roderick, Matthias cautioned, remembering the boy who had suffered the consequences of mindlessly obeying his father. He may not have been able to change his own faction by will, but he could at least express his intent through actions. He wanted to choose whose stake to work for, to decide for himself who he saw as his lord or lady. Just as John Rick said, Lady Rosamund isn't being established as the next Ob, despite being best suited for the position, Matthias continued. This engagement has locked her into being the first wife. Still, I think she'll remain at the absolute center of Ehrenfest, though the duchy will continue to revolve around her. And with that in mind, I can't overlook our fathers working against the Archducal family. You know, maybe Lady Rosamund will believe us. If we can get a meeting with her, that is. Sounds like even Lionsgang nobles are having a hard time there, Lorenz replied. Matthias had never considered that her guard would be so tight that not even nobles of the same faction could meet with her. If this were the Royal Academy, we could at least contact her indirectly through her retainers, but Matthias trailed off. There were few enough opportunities for apprentice knights to speak with guard knights during training sessions, and now that they had returned to Ehrenfest, there were practically none at all. You sure are a worrywart, Matthias. We can't say for sure if something's going to happen. Besides, what are the chances that they try to attack a place with two Obs? Lorenz said, ever the optimist. Not like stressing about it now will change anything. Matthias glared at Lorenz, his arms crossed. If our fathers really are planning something, then we need to act. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Thank you! We got freaking people speaking a reason here! Is that Lorenz? Why does that look like a girl? I'm sorry. Why does Lorenz have look like... Is that a girl? I don't know. Wait. I don't know anymore. Let me know. I could be wrong. I don't know. Matthias was certain that his father had at least some involvement in the Ivory Tower incident. The man had exchanged countless letters with Ehrenbach around that time, and seemed aware of what had happened even before winter socializing. That was why Matthias could not discard the possibility that his father had likewise been involved with the attack that put Rosamund to sleep for 2 years. It's important to expect and prepare for the absolute worst, Matthias said. Do you disagree? Matthias, you really are like Lord Grossum. Lorenz chuckled. You think ahead and form all sorts of plots just like he does, like father, like son, huh? Matthias responded only with a frown. At least on that particular day, it was a comparison he did not welcome. Okay, we got some rebellion possibly leaking out between the former Veronica faction people. Okay. And in a good way, too. Apprentices in the temple. Thank goodness that's over. You complained way too much, Sylvester. The objection-filled private discussion about the Archduke Conference and the upcoming Starblind ceremony had finally come to a close. I returned to my room and immediately began reading the letter that Hannelore had sent me. She mentioned that the Ehrenfest book had been light, easy to hold, and, since it was written in modern vernacular, had an exceedingly smooth read. Her heart had apparently throbbed when she read the knight's love stories and saw the illustrations. She even asked me to lend her any other romance stories I might have. You can count on me. I'll ask Mother to pump out even more. Ferdinand had rejected my romance novel, so my intention was to encourage Elvira and the fiction-loving women in her faction to continue their passionate endeavors. Next, Handler can borrow Royal Academy stories. It has a lot of romance in it. After reading the letter, I looked at the book Handler was letting me borrow. It was covered with rich decorations and so extremely thick that I struggled even just lifting the cover. There was no way I was going to be able to hold it, so I found myself wishing I had a slanted book stand like the ones in the temple bookroom. Inside the book were ancient tales from Dunkelfelger written in archaic, hard-to-decipher text. The first few were written in a more narrative fashion, like stories based on the Bible. But as I continued turning the pages, it began feeling more like a history textbook. If this was factually accurate, then the duchy had existed since what was pretty much the birth of the country. They might have rewritten events to prop themselves up, though. I'll need to cross-reference with a bunch of works from other duchies to be sure. Dunkelfelder was a duchy founded on the principles of the warrior spirit, so many of its stories were about knights who persevered no matter how many times they lost. They fought and fought and fought until they eventually won in the end. It was exciting to read tales that reflected the cultures of the duchies they came from. The book was packed with things I didn't know, which meant there was plenty for me to transcribe. Feline Hartman, I imagine you are going to be busier in the coming season as you travel between the temple and the castle, but please do assist with transcribing this book, I said. Does this mean the Ob is allowing apprentices to accompany you to the temple? Hartman asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, after discussing it with Sylvester, it has been decided that your permissions in the noble quarter shall now extend to the temple. That said, the only rooms in the temple for noble retainers are the 2 rooms for guard knights, and only adult guard knights may stay in them. The rest will need to commute. Understood, Hartman replied, agreeing at once. There was an unmistakable sparkle in his orange eyes. I turned to look at my female retainers, concerned that they might be uneasy about the idea. Having permission to enter the temple and actually going there are separate matters, I said. If your family is opposed to you entering the temple, or you feel uncomfortable with going there, you may continue staying behind. No, that's okay. I want to try the temple food Angelica was talking about, Judith replied, actually sounding excited. She didn't seem too opposed to the temple, which is somewhat a surprise considering how poorly it was seen by noble society. Perhaps it was because, like Bridget, she hadn't been raised in the nobles' quarter? Feline asked whether she would be able to see her little brother Conrad in the orphanage. I would need to contact Wilma beforehand, but it seemed safe enough. Meanwhile, Lenore was agonizing over the situation. As an archnoble, Cornelius recommended that she try visiting the temple before making a decision, so she settled on doing that. I certainly thought it was a better idea than refusing to go based on prejudice alone. It seems that all my apprentice scholars and apprentice guard knights will be accompanying me on this first trip, but what of my apprentice attendants, I asked. Laisletta exchanged a glance with Brunhilde. I would like to prioritize the embroidery, she said. Once the note outfits are made, I would appreciate the chance to see the house. To see the home in which you were raised, Lady Rosamund, but fear not, Laisletta, the temple is not going anywhere. You may prioritize Schwartz and Weiss's outfits, I replied. Ferdinand was being very picky about the quality of the clothes anyway, so I greatly appreciated a young noblewoman with deft hands taking care of the embroidery for me. She gave a refined chuckle as she reached for the sewing kit. In that case, I will remain in the castle and embroider as well. I assume we are not needed there since you have your temple attendants, Brunhilde said. She then went on to point out that her and Laisletta's presence would only deprive my temple attendants of work, a valid point that I admittedly hadn't considered. I will focus on my castle work, but please do call me for any meetings on dyeing or the like. Incidentally, I received word from my father the other day. Groschel has finished preparing to import the printing industry. He said that he will soon be contacting Lady Elvira. I inhaled sharply. This is much sooner than I expected. I had assumed they would need more time, since much preparation required dealing with commoners. Maybe the other provinces will finish just as quickly? Brunhilde responded with a polite giggle just as I began considering whether I should rethink my printing plans. Our houses share blood with Lady Elvira and received much advice from Gabe Haldensale, which enabled us to finish so quickly. I see. In that case, once Wilfried has performed the final checks, we can go to Groschel with the Gutenbergs. I am excited to see what kind of place it is. Please take me with you, Brunhilde said. I nodded my approval. We want a guide anyway. Once I had finished directing my retainers in the castle, an ordonnance arrived from Ferdinand stating that we would be returning to the temple tomorrow after breakfast. I brought my retainers to him when the time came, which earned me a strange look. This is quite the crowd, Ferdinand remarked. You truly need so many people. Think of this as a guided tour for the apprentices, I replied. I plan to show them the temple and explain their respective workloads. When there are no meetings, the scholars can work in shifts, and only 2 guard knights need to accompany us. But in any case, will you not be glad to have extra helpers? Naturally, I intended to bring them all with me when it came time to help Ferdinand with his work. He nodded with a quiet interjection and gazed across my apprentice guard knights, his lips then curved into a slight grin of amusement. What's so funny? I returned to the temple via high beast with Hugo and Rosina. It was strange to be surrounded by my retainers' high beasts as well. Fran and Monica watched with widened eyes as we all landed by the temple. I also saw several stiff expressions among my retainers at the sight of the Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens who were here to welcome us. Fran, Monica, these are my retainers, I said. They are henceforth going to be visiting the temple on a more regular basis. Everyone, this is Fran, my head attendant within the temple, and this is Monica. They are not of the castle, but please consider them your equals as those who serve me. Thanks to Fran, I can focus on guard duty in the temple. The Grey Priest Lord Ferdinand trained her really good, Angelica noted, puffing out her chest as she praised Fran for letting her escape the tedium of paperwork. Some chuckles leaked out, and the tension in the air quickly faded. Now then, I shall go to my chambers to get changed. Daniel, Angelica, use that time to take everyone to the rooms for the guard knights. Understood. I entrusted the 2 of them with guiding my retainers before following Monica and Fran to the High Bishop's chambers, where I then explained the circumstances to Zom. My apologies, I said to him. I imagine you might find it quite nerve-wracking to have nobles walking around the temple. Well, you need not worry about us, Lady Rosamund, he replied. As you are the Archduke's adopted daughter, we have known for quite some time that this day will come. After a brief rest, at third bell we will be leaving to help the High Priest. I intend for my retainers to experience life in the temple for themselves. Daniel and Eckert can manage, so I am sure the others can as well. Fran gave a bemused smile, no doubt thinking about how my retainers were being thrown into work so soon after arriving. Will Lady Angelica be guarding the door as always, he asked. Yes. It is important for them to see how things will usually be. Zom and Fran left for the kitchen to prepare tea, while Monica stayed behind to help me get changed. Monica, if any of the visiting nobles say anything nasty to you, or you feel that you are even the slightest bit danger, please do tell me right away, I said. I do not want any of you to be hurt while I'm unaware. As you wish. I'll report even the smallest detail, she replied with a relieved smile. As expected, she had been nervous about so many unfamiliar nobles visiting the temple. Once I was changed, I called everyone over. Refreshments had already been prepared, so I took a demonstrative bite of Nicholas' sweets and sipped the tea that Fran had poured for me. It's been too long since I had temple sweets. I don't even get to eat these at home, Cornelius noted, as he happily reached for some. He was of a higher status than any of my other retainers, so it was only after he had started eating that everyone else followed suit. Wow, these are so tasty, Juniper murmured. Have Angelica and Daniel been eating sweets this good the whole time? Lady Rosamund, I went to do as much guard duty here at the temple as possible. Just for the sweets. You may take up guard duty here, but only on days when you do not have apprentice training, I replied. She was practically tearing up with disappointment, but Daniel and Angelica more than sufficed. I was more than much happier having the apprentice prioritize their training with Bonifacius. Or Bonifacius, however you pronounce it. After tea, Daniel explained what guard duty in the temple entailed. I asked Monica to show the 2 apprentice scholars how my work desk was arranged and what not, then looked over the letters and boards that had piled up in my absence. I suppose we should send immediate responses to these letters from the Guildmaster and the Plantain and Gilberta companies, I observed. The Guildmaster's letter contained questions about the wash-in and the dyeing competition. The Plantain companies said that Johann had finished the safety pin, and that they wanted to know the Gutenberg's next destination as soon as it was decided upon, and the Gilberta company reported that my summer hairpin and the hairpin for Ella were now both finished. Fran, I will meet with the Guildmaster, the Plantain company, and the Gilberta company 3 days from now. Please send out letters of invitation. As you wish. Come third bell, I brought my temple attendants and noble retainers to the high priest's room. Angelica took her usual position at the door the very instant we arrived, as if worried that someone might attempt to steal her spot. They ain't going to. My apprentice guard knights gasped at the state of the room, being forced staring in shock at Eckert and Daniel, who were casually doing paperwork. For as long as I am in the temple, I assist the high priest with his work every single day, I explained to my noble retainers. I am delighted to have you all working with me. Seeing as you have this many lackeys to handle the busy work, Rosamund, I suppose I can teach you new jobs to do. Ferdinand said, and with that, I evolved from a mere calculator that obeyed instructions to the head of the temple budget. I truly was working my way up in the world. Lady Rosamund, do you really do this every single day, Judith asked? I do. Now, come on, your hands have stopped. I see, guard duty in the temple isn't easy at all, she muttered, but her sad whispers were drowned out as fourth bell started to chime. My retainers took turns eating lunch, as per usual. Feline and Judith were both moved by the deliciousness of temple food, and while Cornelius was already used to eating delicious meals at home, he was enjoying the opportunity to try new things. Lenore, however, was looking somewhat down. Lenore, did the food not suit your taste? I asked. You seem to be frowning. Oh, it was quite delicious. I was simply thinking that we might have a hard time welcoming you or Lady Alvaro to our homes when you have grown accustomed to eating such amazing meals every day. After lunch, I gave Zom several work-related instructions and then started leading my retainers to the orphanage. Feline was walking with an extremely anxious look on her face. Don't worry, Conrad's fine. Daniel tried to reassure Feline since he always accompanied me to the orphanage, but she responded only with a weak smile. I needed to make sure she saw her little brother as soon as possible. Fran and Monica opened the door to the orphanage to reveal the Grey Shrine Maidens and pre-baptism children kneeling in wait. You may all return to work, I said. Conrad, do come over. The Grey Shrine Maidens stood up and returned to their work, clearly conscious of all my noble retainers. Conrad cried, Sister! And started running toward Feline, having been urged forward by Dirk, but quickly slowed down to a walk after noticing all the eyes fixed on him. Conrad, I'm so glad to see you safe. How's life in the temple? Feline asked with an overjoyed smile as she pulled her younger brother into a hug. I'm fine. Everyone's nice. The food's good, and Dirk's here too. Lady Rosemont told me you were living in the castle now. Do you feel lonely? He asked. I'm fine too, since I have friends who work with me. I do miss you, though, Conrad. I wish we could see each other more often. I gave a relieved sigh, pleased to see that Feline and Conrad were on good terms. I assumed they would want some time alone, so I decided to show everyone else the game corner of the dining hall. There were copies of all the books the Planting Company had printed thus far, the cards and playing cards, and several toys for babies. The orphanage has this many books and toys, Cornelius exclaimed with wide eyes. Indeed, Ab Ehrenfest was similarly stunned when he visited, I said. Of course, Sylvester had been disguised as a blue priest at the time. We used the orphanage to test toys, and then start selling whichever ones are best received. The fact that all the children here can read and do math is something that I am very proud of. They are learning all the skills expected of an attendant before they even turn 10. I had heard about this, but seeing it with my own eyes is something else, Hartman said, no less surprised than Cornelius was. Lenore looked around the dining hall and nodded to herself, noting that it was cleaner than she had expected after hearing all the rumors. I gave a proud chortle. The entire temple is clean because everyone works to keep it that way, and the children are all respectful thanks to their polite upbringing. All that we have now is thanks to Lady Rosemind's blessings, Wilma said with an angelic smile. We are all endlessly grateful for all that she has done, she said. Her glowing words of praise prompted an immediate response from Hartmut, who eagerly leaned forward. You there, I would like to hear more about what Lady Rosemond has done here, he said, his intensity causing Wilma to take a step back. Oh, careful. Careful, Hartmut, you need to tell him that. She was deathly afraid of men, so I stepped between them to protect her. Hartmut, I will not allow you to do anything. He's not going to! He just wants to talk. Do you really think he's going to do anything? Do you really think that little of him? Anything untoward to Wilma, I declared, defensively holding out both my arms. Untoward? Hartman repeated, his expression deflating in an instant. Oh boy. I think this is around the time that he had gotten that proposal from Clarissa, so I don't think you'd have to worry. I don't even know if he's told her yet. The sight of our exchange made Wilma giggle. Lord Hartman, if I were to elaborate on Lady Rosemind's splendor, we would most certainly be here for the rest of the day. There is no time for such talk now, but perhaps we can speak later. Thank you. I would love to hear about Lady Rosemind's saintly deeds in the orphanage. Wilma, why would you even suggest that? I cried. The very thought of her talking about my saintly legends took me by surprise, as the idea that Hartman would be making frequent and eager trips to the orphanage. It was as though she shared his fervor on some deep level. How could this happen? I thought I was protecting her. What changed? There were a few lingering concerns, but it seemed that my retainers all came away with good impressions of the temple. That was good. A discussion with the lower city. My meeting with the Guildmaster and the Plantain and Gilberta companies was scheduled for the afternoon 3 days after my retainer's first arrival at the temple. I was a bit tense about having scholars attend a meeting with people from the lower city, but Hartman seemed excited as we made our way to the orphanage director's chambers. Lady Rosemond, what will you be discussing with the lower city merchants? He asked. My main interest is how the lower city has been faring since the Entwicklum. Whatever. I replied. Aside from that, I intend to discuss accommodations for the merchants coming from other duchies with the guildmaster, explain where the Gutenbergs will be going next to the planting company, and receive my ordered products from the Gilberta company. Hartman noted all this down while Feline watched and copied him. It wasn't long before we arrived at my chambers, which were already prepared for our guests thanks to Monica and Nicola. Angelica was standing outside the door, while Daniel and Cornelius were guarding the inside. Lenore and Judith were absent since they had training today. Hartman, Feline, and Cornelius looked around curiously when we reached the second floor. I do not believe this furniture suits someone of your status, Hartman noted, with a small wrinkle of his nose. I noted his observation was accurate. The previous orphanage director had apparently been of men-noble birth, which meant this furniture was suitable for a men-noble. At no point had it ever been appropriate for my status. Back when I was a commoner, it was much too expensive, and now that I was the Archduke's adopted daughter, it was much too cheap. It's still not good enough. This room and its furniture comes from a time when I did not know my father's status, and yes, it certainly does not suit my status now that I have been adopted by the Archduke, I explained. However, it only sees use when I meet with commoners, so there's surely no need to expend resources on replacing it. I believe it will be an effective way to further establish how superior you are to them, Hartman replied, but it wasn't about to waste precious resources on furniture I use so rarely. There was no way he could make me care about this. Hartmut, the commoners we are due to meet are all aware of my status. And just as nobles view the richest merchants as no different from the poorest farmers, commoners see the richest archnobles and the poorest lay nobles as nobles all the same. Changing the furniture will not change their perception in the least, assuming they notice it at all. If we had the money to replace barely used furniture, I would rather spend it on something more important. Something more important? Such as? Hartman asked, seemingly so fixated on providing me with chambers befitting my status that no examples came to mind. Books, naturally, or perhaps creating new printing presses, developing new bookcases, or saving for the eventual creation of my own personal library. There are endless productive uses for money, are there not? New furniture is very low on the priority list. Lady Rosamine, as nobles, it is crucial that we prepare environments appropriate to our status, Cornelius said, backing up Hartman with a bemused smile. In other words, create an environment fit for myself. Understood. I shall save money to the best of my ability and strive to purchase book after book so that I may one day create a library suitable for the adopted daughter of an Archduke. We're not talking about libraries. Oh, but we were talking about productive uses of money, were we not? No matter how desperately Cornelius tried to explain his viewpoint to me, I could not imagine a bigger waste of money than replacing the furniture. Still, considering that my noble retainers had already found something to take issue with, I was starting to get a little nervous about whether this meeting would go well. Just as I quashed all the remaining complaints about my furniture situation, Fran came upstairs with some tea. Your guests should be arriving soon, he informed me, and hardly a moment later, Angelica announced that they had indeed arrived. She opened the door, and Gil brought them all upstairs, having waited for them at the front gate. I could see Gustav, Frida, and their attendants, as well as Benno, Mark Lutz, Otto, Tuli, and Theo. Blessed be the waves of Flutrain, the goddess of water, who guided us toward this serendipitous meeting. Gustav gave the appropriate greeting as the representative of the group, speaking even more politely than usual due to the number of nobles they were meeting with for the very first time. My retainers responded in turn, and then I gestured for the produced seats. Of the commoners, only Gustav, Benno, and Otto sat down as the representatives of their respective stores. Klassenberg and the Sovereignty were selected as our business partners during the Archduke Conference as planned, I said. We have verification paper for the Merchants Guild to use in identifying the merchants arriving from these specific areas. I signaled to Hartman, who handed over the other halves of the verification seats we had given to Klassenberg and the Sovereignty. The paper for Klassenberg was red, and the paper for the Sovereignty was black, making it clear which was which. This was all thanks to the colored ink that Heidi had developed. This paper has a quality wherein smaller pieces are attracted to larger pieces, as seen here, I explained, showing the merchants how to cut the edges of the verification paper and use it for its intended purpose. Please remember to check that the pieces of paper the visiting merchants bring are drawn to your own pieces. We instructed that they give each merchant a sheet larger than this board so that the sheet can be broken into no more than 8 pieces, which should hopefully control the number of visitors we receive. If you are approached by anyone whose paper is too small, then you may refuse to do business with them. We will handle the matter if necessary. So the paper is a magical device that even commoners can use. This would be most helpful, Gustav said, carefully accepting the sheets before passing them to one of his attendants. How is the lower city? Does it remain clean enough that we may hold our heads high when merchants of other cities arrive, I asked. We had beautified the city with the Entwickeln and the wide range washroom, but if the commoners who lived there weren't careful, it would all end up filthy again in no time. Gustav nodded with a smile. I was watching from the top window of the Merchants Guild on that fateful day, and the sight was truly shocking, enough to deprive me of speech. Light suddenly shone in the sky, and an instant later, torrents of water crashed against my doors and windows. I reflexively stepped back, but the next thing I knew, the water had already vanished. And the lower city's roads and buildings were as white as those in the nobles' quarter. I had already been given some idea of what was going to happen, but goodness, the Archduke's power was truly something to behold. Uh-oh. Is he talking about the washing that Ferdinand used, not the Entwickeln that Sylvester poured Zal into? It seemed that the Entwickeln, I cannot say this word, had gone largely unnoticed, since it mostly changed underground stuff, while the wives of the washing had been what left a big impression on the commoners. Oh well, it's not like the details of how the city ended up so clean really matters here. The soldiers and we of the Merchants Guild spread the news all throughout the city, so none remained outside at the time of. I had not been informed of any injuries or disappearances following the magic. Whew, so nobody was caught up in the Entwickeln, drowned in the washing, or ended up having a heart attack. Yeah. There were some buildings in the southern part of the lower city that had water slip through the cracks of their doors and windows, which resulted in their interior becoming as clean as the streets outside, Benno said. He then shot lots of meaningful glances as I inquired as to what had happened. I'm told that my family home was one such building. My mother bemoaned that if she had known what would happen, she would have kept the windows open from the start, Lutz explained, while awkwardly averting his gaze. The mental image of Carla boldly waiting for the water with the windows thrown open made me laugh. She probably would have been able to stay standing even after getting blasted. She probably would have. She looks like a woman who could hold her own like that. Unfortunately, that wide-range magic is quite costly and cannot be performed so frequently, I said. In any case, is the city being kept clean? Tully, who was standing behind Otto, gave a proud smile. But of course, my father and all the soldiers are patrolling the city with sharp eyes, warning all those who would dirty them. The city is a sight to behold from the very north to the southernmost point, she said. It seemed that speaking to Dad and the soldiers and Haas had been the right choice after all. I couldn't help but smile as I imagined him and his soldiers working hard for my sake. That is relieving to hear, but I have one more concern, I said. There will soon be a surge of merchants coming to Airfest from other duchies. Will there be enough inns and eateries to support them? There will not be enough high-quality inns, given the lack of need for them up until this point, and the fact they cannot be built so easily, Gustav replied. This year we plan to have the major store owners house them, and to that end we have sent word instructing them to prepare their homes. Thanks to the Archduke limiting the amount of visitors, we should have enough space if we merchants and the inns work together. He went on to explain how they had planned to use the Italian restaurant to host a celebratory dinner, welcoming the merchants. This seemed like a good move to me, since we had just spread awareness of our unique cuisine at the Archduke conference. As I was nodding along in agreement, Frida raised her hand. She was involved with the operations of the Italian restaurant. Lady Rosemine, if time permits, please do visit the Italian restaurant, she said briskly. It would certainly ease our worries if you could check the operations as one of our investors to ensure everything is suitable for outside merchants. She wanted me to check the new menu and save a few words to the big store owners who were going to be involved, since they would apparently have an impact on how much support they offered. Hartmut suddenly interjected, his tone harsh. You speak above your place. Do you think you have the right to give such direct demands to Lady Rosemine, the Archduke's adopted daughter? Not even a noble would dare speak as you have. Oh, good lord, dude. You should have told him. Tensions immediately rose as everyone feared they had just earned the ire of a powerful noble. I shot Hartmut a fierce glare. Nobles were going to be attending meetings about the printing industry from now on. But those meetings would prove useless unless they learned to stop being so stuck up. It would also be harder for me to protect those in the lower city. I hold these meetings precisely to hear the direct requests of our lower city citizens. A scholar who fails to understand this and interferes will not be permitted to attend, regardless of whether they are an archnoble or my retainer. My apologies, Hartmut replied. I failed to understand your intent, Lady Rosemine. Yes, you did. I returned my attention to Frida. This summer I will need the support of the merchants, not just for housing merchants of other duchies, but for interduchy marriages and the dyeing competition. I do not mind speaking to them. I will acquire permission from the high priest when possible and personally stop by the Italian restaurant. You have our thanks. Please look forward to the new menu, Frida said with a smile. Fran, when will my schedule permit such a meeting? From now until the spring coming-of-age ceremony, or between the summer baptism and the starbind ceremony, assuming it needs to be held before the merchants come. I would suggest acquiring permission from the high priest right away. Since this was going to be an opportunity to both visit the Italian restaurant and check up on the lower city, it was possible that Sylvester would want to accompany me just for the fun of it. Of course he would. That made me realize something. Frida, might I ask you to train some new chefs, I said. The Archduke wishes to have more court chefs who can follow my recipes ready by next winter, and there is a chance he will take workers from the Italian restaurant. For that reason, I ask that you train their successors or some new candidates. Sylvester had mentioned not having enough chefs for the Archduke conference, and I could guess that his first instinct will be to poach some from the Italian restaurant. He will. You know he will. You know how he is. Understood. I will start on that at once, Frida replied, stiffening up a little and immediately opening her diptych to write down some notes. That was the Italian restaurant matter settled, so that I turned my attention to the planting company. Hartman and Feline must have done the same from where they were standing behind me, as Benno, Lutz, and Mark all straightened their backs at once. For the planting company, I have an update on the printing industry. Groschel has finished their preparations, I said. Printing in Groschel? I certainly did not expect them to prepare for the printing industry before building paper-making workshops, Benno said, widening his eyes a little, but his mild surprise was quickly replaced with understanding when I explained that Groschel and Haldensdale were working together. Groschel, unlike Haldensdale, is planning to have paper-making workshops too. This means they will need both a plant paper guild and a printing guild, I reported. Mark and Lutz were busy noting this down in their diptychs as I turned my attention to Gil, who was standing to my right, to give them more time. Gil, please decide who from the Rosemine workshop we are going to use and prepare for their departure. I divided them into teams according to your instructions, Lady Rosemine. They should be ready to go whenever you need them, he replied. Oh my, I would expect nothing less from one of my attendants, I said with an elegant giggle. Gil gave a small but proud smile upon receiving my praise. He normally would have made this satisfaction more apparent, but that was hard to do with so many nobles present. From here, the Archducal family and art scholars will perform the final checks, I explained. Assuming there are no issues, the Gutenbergs will then be mobilized, send word, and ensure they are ready to leave when the summons are sent. I should also note, same as last time, that we are planning to mobilize them until the Aesir's Harvest Festival. Understood. How will we be traveling this year, Benno asked. Considering how much he had complained about the hardships of traveling by carriage, I could tell this was his way of asking to use my high beast again. I personally saw no issue with that. Brunhilde was going to be heading to Groschel, so I was going there as well. Plus, as the person who wanted to spread the printing industry in the first place, I would do whatever I could to help them. We will travel via my high beast, I said. Plan with that in mind. We thank you. That information will prove exceptionally helpful. Benno then turned around. Lutz, the experimental pin. Lutz took out a small pin out from a box he had been carrying and politely held it out to me. Lady Rosemine, this is the so-called safety pin you ordered. Johann's disciple Danilo made it. If you are satisfied with the product, they said they can produce many more. I examined the safety pin from top to bottom, looking at it from every angle before experimentally putting it on and taking it off again. It was made exactly to my specifications. It seemed that Danilo was Johann's disciple for a reason. Oh boy. It is exceptionally well made. Have Danilo make a good many more, I said. I then lowered my voice to a low murmur. Perhaps I should grant him the title of Gutenberg as well. Lutz shook his head. Johann said that he still has a long way to go. He needs to learn to make metal letter types before anything else. As expected of the first Gutenberg, he is strict with his standards. Tell Danilo that I wait the day he earns Johann's approval, I said with a smile. Lutz nodded, his jade eyes crinkling into a smile in turn. As you wish. I will pass your words on to him. Now regarding the formatted paper being produced in the Rosemine workshop. May we begin using it first in the lower city, he asked. The formatted paper had been made to avoid any confusion with paperwork when the merchants from other duchies arrived. Gil had informed me that the planting company had already been trying it out, since its workers and those from the Merchants Guild needed to be familiar with the forms before they were put to use. Certainly, I will purchase a sample and ask the Archduke whether they may be used in the castle as well. Mark, how did the paper feel when the planting company experimented with it? Does it make work easier? It does. Having standardized forms make everything much easier, Mark said, deepening his smile as Lutz nodded along beside him. If it made work easier for the planting company, then I would surmise that the Merchants Guild would adopt it readily. On this occasion, we made forms for the merchants of other duchies, but if you find them so useful, we could perhaps think of making forms for other purposes as well. If using standardized forms is your intention, I believe we will need to lower the price of paper so that smaller merchants can purchase them as well. More paper-making workshops will be productive to this end, Benno said, his eyes gleaming. Most merchants relied heavily on wooden boards, and he wanted us to lower the price of paper as much as possible so that he could steal their business. Benno often said that I was too hasty in my actions, but when it came to earning money, he seemed just as bad. You both are like that. It has been decided that more paper-making workshops will be established to aid the spread of the printing industry, but the exact number will depend on how many craftsmen can be assigned to work on them, I explained. Securing more people is not an easy process, I assume. Lady Rosamund is correct, Master Benno. Properly learning the paper-making process takes quite some time, Lud said, having personally taught those in Ilgner and Haldensale. Benno muttered a few words of reluctant understanding in response and sighed. I giggled, then turned my eyes to Otto, Thule, and Theo, the trio representing the Gilberta Company. Thule smiled in response and raised the box in her hand ever so slightly, a silent appeal that the hairpins were inside. I gave a slight nod to indicate my understanding. I received word that the summer hairpins have been completed, I said. Thule, would you show them to me? Here is yours. May it please you, Thule said, as she delicately removed the lid of the box. I could feel Feline lean forward slightly behind me, curious to see inside. Inside the box was a hairpin decorated with 2 large, beautiful flowers. The center of the petals were blue, the divine color of summer, but gradually turned white as one approached the edges. It was an impressive feat, especially considering how hard it was to make flowers that matched the dark blue of my hair. Surrounding the petals were various leaves, including some yellow-green ones that would dangle about while I was wearing the hairpin. It was clear to see how much thought and effort Thule had put into making it. How do you like it, if I may ask, Lady Rosamund? Thule asked. Given the proud look on her face, however, she might as well have said, I worked pretty hard, huh? I turned my head to the side so that my cheek was facing her. Could you help me put it on? As you wish. Hartman and Feline took a few steps back, making way for Thule as she stepped forward with the hairpin, looking especially tense. She removed my current hairpin before slipping the new one into place. I could feel the faint sensation of the hanging leaves brushing against my ear. How does it look, Feline? I asked. I would normally purchase my hairpins based on my personal thoughts alone, but this time I wanted a second opinion, and since I didn't have any other female attendants with me, I was relying entirely on her evaluation. Feline started examining the hairpin, viewing it from every angle while Thule anxiously clasped her hands together. After a long moment, she peered up again. It's very beautiful, Lady Rosamund. Thule inhaled, exhaled with relief, her shoulders loosened, and a smile returned to her face. I put the hairpin that I had previously been wearing back on, and affectionately stroked the new one while looking between her and Otto. In that case, I shall buy this summer hairpin, I said. You have our thanks, Otto replied. We also have here an outfit made to match the hairpin. Thule designed it, and Karina provided a few minor adjustments. What do you think? It was probably easiest to describe the outfit as a fancier version of the one I had worn during my Lower City baptism. We had gotten a positive response from the alterations we had made over the winter, pinching up the sleeves and adding volume to the skirt. So she had gone all the way and designed an off-the-shoulder dress. The chest tuck was decorated with lace and incorporated a flower similar to the one on my hair ornament, albeit of a smaller size. Seeing the familiar outfit instantly filled me with nostalgia. I will soon be inviting the Gilberta Company to the castle, and I asked that cloth suited for this design be brought for inspection, I said. I am extremely fond of what you have produced, but before I can order it formally, I must hear the thoughts of my mothers in attendance. The simple fact that Thule had designed the dress made me want to order one on the spot, but having more power didn't always mean having more freedom. It was extremely likely that whatever I wore would have some kind of an impact on fashion trends, so I needed permission from Florencia and Elvira first. It was also important that I consult Ariarda and Brunhilde since they were already putting so much thought into my clothes. Thank you again. We shall await your summons, Otto said with a smile. Thule was still looking especially proud, and it made me happy to know she was working hard on not just hair ornaments, but learning to make outfits as well. Good luck, Thule. I believe in you. We also have with us 2 hairpins that we designed for Ella. I believe either would suit her, but I have not seen what she plans to wear. Have you, Lady Rosamund? Thule asked. She had 2 hairpins in her hand, one white and one yellow. Both were decorated with plenty of small petals and different colored leaves. I hadn't even seen Ella wearing fancy clothes, but she was born in the spring, so I knew that whatever she wore would need to contain the divine color of green. It was clear that Thule had taken this into account when making the hairpins, since she had chosen a variety of colors that would match any kind of green outfit. I decided to go with a yellow one since I thought it would best suit Ella's hair. I shall take this one, I announced, taking out my card and tapping it against Otto's to pay. I will be purchasing my own hairpin and outfit later, since I still needed Ferdinand to give me the money for them. How was the dyeing? Did the craftspeople work hard? Oh, to say they worked hard is an understatement. Every single workshop finished its normal workload far earlier than usual in the hope of securing more time to do research. Things have been quite lively indeed, Otto said, having visited each workshop himself. Tully nodded repeatedly in agreement. Those connected to the dyeing industry were getting quite spirited, and it seemed that the young people in particular were striving to master these new techniques. Lady Rosemine, may I have a moment to ask something? Gustav interjected before glancing over at Otto. The Gilberta Company sent a request to the Dyeing Guild. It seems that, at your suggestion, they intend to hold a large-scale dyeing competition. That is correct. Did you yourself not say that it would be wise for me to acquire more exclusive relationships? I would like to see dyed cloth from all the workshops so that I might decide who to give my exclusive business to. I didn't have very many exclusive relationships with workshops, plus I had been advised to search outside of my usual group of Gutenbergs. It seemed reasonable enough to me, especially if competition would motivate the craftspeople. I had admittedly decided on this dyeing competition on something of a whim, but then since Elvira, Florencia, Brunhilde, and a number of others were already excited for it, there was no way of me stopping it now. Gustav narrowed his eyes ever so slightly after I repeated his old words back to him. I was also told that you were reviving old techniques, Lady Rosemine. Do you have any particular thoughts on this matter? Yes, I would like for some forgotten technologies to be revived if possible. The existence of dyeing methods that allow for more than just a single color cloth would do the world much good. Variety is the spice of life, after all. Variety, the Guildmaster repeated to himself while stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Frida was looking at me with equal parts amusement and perplexity. I understand your desires, Lady Rosemine, but reviving old technologies is no simple matter, she said. There is simply not enough time before the end of summer. Of course, I do not expect any of these technologies to be revived in less than half a year, and I am not demanding that anyone revive them either. I simply want a winter outfit made from wax-resisted dye fabric. Or dye cloth. The dyeing workshops and craftspeople can decide how to use the technologies that the Gilberta Company informed them of through the Dyeing Guild, I said. We had given them a hint, and what they did with that information was up to them. I would appreciate it if the Dyeing Guild were to write down any dyeing methods used this time to preserve them for future generations. Preserving technologies? That is quite an interesting idea, Frida said, blinking in surprise. Gustav exhaled slowly. In that case, am I right to assume this competition is being held at the end of summer no matter what? He asked. I could guess that he viewed the whole situation as a massive pain in the neck, especially considering that Ehrenfest was going to be in a state of unprecedented chaos when the merchants of other duchies flooded in, but there was no helping it now. My initial aim was for this to be a private event, but upon reporting the idea to my guardians, my adoptive mother, the Archduchess, and several archnobles all expressed their interest. It is no longer something that I can stop with my own power, I said. Everyone stared at me in shock, their eyes so wide that I worried they might pop out of their skulls. Benno in particular was wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You never told me about this!" The Archduchess and several archnobles, Gustav asked, it seemed this event is going to be on a larger scale than I anticipated. I appreciate that, but considering that I began this competition for the sake of creating my winter outfit, it cannot be delayed until next year. Making clothes takes time. At most, we can delay things until the start of autumn. Any longer, and the seamstresses will struggle. Gustav exhaled again, his expression making it clear he wanted to hold his head in agony, while Benno had a distant look in his eyes, as though he were recalling his struggles from back when Elvira had made so many unreasonable demands. Haha, you get to deal with that too! That said, if one looks at this from another angle, this is also an opportunity for dyers to prove their skills to and gain the attention of nobles other than me. I assume this will serve to motivate the dyers even more, since they are more likely to come across clients who will appreciate their particular talents. To each their own, as they say. If we introduced a voting system like we had done during the pound cake taste testing event, there would be more dyers in the limelight, and there were thus more dyers winning exclusive business relationships. I imagine this is going to be a struggle for you as the guildmaster, since you must keep track of so many guilds at once. But please entrust this matter to the Dyeing Guild and focus on accommodating the merchants from other duchies, I said. I will speak to the interest nobles about holding the competition at the start of autumn rather than the end of summer, and once the details are settled, we will inform the Merchants Guild and the Dyeing Guild of the Gilberta Company. And with that, the meeting was over. I returned to my High Bishop's chambers after seeing everyone off and asked Fran to prepare some ink and paper. There was still some time before dinner at 6 bell, and I wanted to spend it transcribing the book Hannelore had lent me. All those participating in that meeting had diptychs, Hartman noted. Was that your doing, Lady Rosemine? Diptychs are quite convenient for commoners, as paper is too expensive for them to use comfortably. I believe my attendants in the Gutenbergs have spread them throughout the lower city, although their reach is limited since so many are illiterate. So did you not give the diptychs to them as gifts? I gave them only to my temple attendants and a selection of the Gutenbergs. They spread from there on their own, I said, which prompted Hartman to give me an exceptionally envious look. If you would like one of your own, I could always introduce you to the planting company. No, I would have liked for you to give me one yourself. If you gave them only to your temple attendants and the Gutenbergs, can they not be seen as a symbol of your faith, Hartman asked, which made me realize I hadn't given any particular gifts to my noble retainers. He wants one! He wants one, Rosemine, give it to him. Given that not many of my noble retainers would be particularly happy with receiving a diptych, it might be best for me to think of something else. I will consult Ferdinand and come up with something, I said. Hartman smiled. My saint legend had driven him somewhat off the deep end, and it was troublesome to say the least. But he was a skilled scholar, and it was a fact that he was of great help to me. I needed to praise my noble retainers just as I had praised Gil when he did his work. But this was a little more complicated. For commoners, I could simply give them whatever they needed and express my praise through words, but I wasn't too sure how to work with nobles. I turned to my other retainers gathered in my chambers. What will be considered an appropriate reward for a noble, I asked. Not again, not again, Angelica. No! We already did this once and you ended up with Stenlook. No more! I want your mana, Lady Rosemine, Angelica cried out before anyone else could speak. No! Lord Ferdinand forbade it, Daniel and Cornelius shouted in unison, recalling the incident that had resulted in Stenlook. I know! I still found that. I can't wait for that to be animated. Oh my god. That's gonna be freaking funny. I imagine they're gonna have Ferdinand recording or the guy doing Ferdinand recording lines to have Stenlook talking in the background with Angelica in the scene and stuff. Indeed, the problem here was that I needed to avoid carelessly giving people what they wanted, even when it was well within my means. I will decide after asking Ferdinand what level of accomplishment is deserving of a reward, and what that reward should be, I stated. Drawing a conclusion on my own will only lead to me getting scolded. Yeah. Cornelius laughed. Right. Lord Ferdinand gives rather long lectures. I'll be happy with whatever you chose to give me, Lady Rosemine, Feline said. It was such an adorable response that I wanted to give her absolutely everything. I really do need to ask Ferdinand first, though. He'll get mad for sure if I start giving out whatever I want. True. As we spoke, the preparations for the transcribing were finished, meaning Feline and I could start working through Hartler's book. Feline was copying the text exactly while I was rewriting it in modern vernacular. It certainly is a hard book to read, what with all these old terms and phrases. How can you understand it so effortlessly, Feline asked me. I'm simply used to it. The first book I ever read was the Bible, and so many of the other books in the temple are written in older languages. Transcribing this will serve as a valuable experience for you. I'll do my best. As Feline and I transcribed together, I noticed that Hartman was also writing something down. What are you writing there, Hartman? I asked him. I'm working on my own research. I have discovered many new things today. Wait, is he referring to his research on me? Please, no, stop. Hartman noticed that I was trying to stop him and set down his pen. He was wearing such a surprising, serious expression that I unconsciously froze in place with my hand outstretched toward him. Still, I never thought you were speaking with commoners on such equal terms, he said. Most conversations between nobles and commoners consisted of no more than the nobles giving orders, so to Hartman, who had worked with other scholars in the castle as an apprentice, commoners were little more than beings who arrived in audience chambers and silently listened to the commands they were given. In the castle, they do not speak their opinions or give reports like that, not even to lay nobles, and that is something I find troubling. I would rather nobles pay more heed to those beneath them, I said. Feline looked rather pleased with my statement, but Hartman seemed unconvinced, presumably because he was an archnoble and was thus used to others paying attention to him. I pondered the situation for a moment, wondering what I could say to make him understand. Although nobles are the ones who establish trends, commoners are the ones who actually create the trendy products. If one wishes to spread the trends they work so hard to establish to other duchies, cooperation with commoners is essential. Ehrenfest has no doubt remained a bottom tier of duchy for this long precisely because it failed to understand this. You believe so? If we view this as nobles thinking up trendy goods and commoners making them, then nobles are the thinking mind while commoners are their hands and feet, no? Overloading commoners with unreasonable demands is no better than crippling one's own arms and legs. Hartman did not respond. Instead, he puttered my words in quiet consideration. The Gutenbergs and all those who attended today's meeting are like my arms and legs. Without them, I would not have been able to make plant paper, nor would pound cake, carta, or playing cards have even come into existence. Commoners are also responsible for making our food and sweets. I merely come up with ideas, they are the ones who make them a reality. Thus, other nobles crushing the Gutenbergs is like them crushing my arms and legs. And that's precisely why I won't allow anyone to meddle with them. I smiled, making my thoughts clear in my face. Understood, Hartman said, seeming to have grasped my intentions well. I will take care such that your arms and legs are not crushed by other art scholars. I hope that you understand what we mean here. I hope that scholars one day understand how much they rely on commoners to make any significant progress, but parting from the way of thinking one has always known is never simple, I said with a sigh. Hartman nodded in agreement, his brow drawn into a deep frown. I want to keep going, but at the same time, I don't want to make it too long. Okay, this will be it here, and I'll see y'all next time. Okay. Going to the Italian restaurant, part 2. The next day, I asked Fran to report to Ferdinand while I spent my time leisurely in the temple. It was my usual routine, but my day was far from ordinary. I called Ella over after breakfast to give her the specially made hairpin, saying it was a gift to celebrate her marriage, and she was so moved that she actually cried. Then, when I was practicing the Hartspiel with Rosina, Feline was watching me with such overwhelming awe that it was almost distracting. I started working on my dedication whirl shortly after, during which Hartman asked why no blessings were being granted. Because she's not trying to, you idiot! Why would she try and grant blessings? Who would she bless? After third bell, I made my way to the high priest room with my gardeners and apprentice scholars. Sorry. Ferdinand delegated work to all of my retainers except Angelica, who was guarding the door with her life, as per usual, and then called me over. Rosamund, I received a report from Fran. Is it true that you plan to return to the castle to finish your clothing? It is a summer outfit, after all. If we do not hurry, the season will have come and gone. Not to mention, I must discuss the dyeing competition with my mothers. I suppose. Very well, then. I was also told that you were going to be visiting the Italian restaurant to speak with the lower city merchants. Know that I have decided to accompany you, both to forestall the danger inherent in leaving you without supervision, and to observe the condition of the lower city since the Entwicklung. I'm going to end up saying that weird. I don't know why. It's just the way I guess it's written. So you say, but you're actually hoping to try the new menu, are you not? Uh-huh. More than likely, that's part of the reason. The only recipes of mine that Ferdinand knew were the ones he had purchased through Todd. There was no doubt in my mind that he was interested in more than just the state of the lower city. He responded only with a casually raised eyebrow, but his silence was more than enough to confirm my suspicions. You got called out. My attendance is already set in stone, Ferdinand eventually said, but say nothing of this to Sylvester. If even a word of our plans reaches his ears, he will tag along for certain, and that is a mess we do not want to endure. Something tells me the merchants will be quite motivated if the Archduke himself arrives to speak to them. The trip is scheduled for before the spring coming of age ceremony, correct? At the moment, some strange fervor has possessed Sylvester to actually begin going through his immense backlog of work. It is best not to disturb him now. Yes, don't break that chain. Don't break that concentration. Ferdinand was evidently set on blocking Sylvester from joining us. I agreed with his assessment for the most part, since having the Archduke with us would only make things more complicated than they needed to be. Furthermore, regarding the interior of the orphanage director's chambers, Ferdinand continued, presumably having been informed of my retainer's criticism of my cheap furniture through the Fran. I was afraid he was going to push me to waste money, but my expectations were soon compounded in the best way possible. The orphanage director's chambers may remain as they are. Meetings with scholars from the castle will be held in the noble section of the temple, in rooms that are closer to the front gate. I have no intention of bringing nobles to the orphanage, nor do I know how they will respond to the Blue Priests. I intend to allow the scholars to go only where I can see them. If that means I don't need to buy new furniture, then I agree entirely. Indeed, I also intend to reuse the previous High Bishop's furniture for the more formal meeting room. Waste not, want not, as they say. I nodded eagerly as I voiced my agreement, which earned me an exasperated look from Ferdinand. However, the orphanage director's chambers are a unique case. Remember well that you will need furniture appropriate to your status as the Archduke's adopted daughter in every other situation. I continued to nod as Ferdinand explained that this will most likely be relevant when it was time for me to get married. That was still a long time from now, so I immediately stopped thinking about it. Ferdinand, if you would allow me to change the subject, what would make a suitable reward for my retainers? I gave clothes and diptychs to my temple attendants, and those who work especially hard in the orphanage get dessert, but I do not know what to give nobles. For the girls, I could presumably get by with custom-made hairpins and new rinsham, not to mention the new dyed cloth, but for the guys? Absolutely nothing came to mind. If they are working according to their pay grade, then nothing at all, Ferdinand said. Rewards are not necessary unless they have accomplished something quite remarkable indeed. As it turned out, being a retainer of the archducal family was considered enough of a reward in itself. The best thing I could do for them was to be a lady deserving of their service. I believe that will create a significant gap between them and my temple attendants, I said. If we were to assume they did accomplish some remarkable deed, what would make a suitable reward for them? Something with a crest engraved on it. But such things are not to be given out lightly, so I would sincerely recommend that you discuss the matter with others before taking any action. We continued working with Ferdinand until fourth bell, and after eating lunch, I wrote a letter to Frida of the Offmer Company. I explained that I had been permitted to meet with them in the Italian restaurant, but that my guardian, Ferdinand, was going to be accompanying me. I also noted that we would be bringing 2 guards and 1 attendant each before asking for details on who the other expected guests were. As for the date, I asked them to select something that was at least 5 days from now, but 3 days before the spring coming-of-age ceremony. This would give me enough breathing room in case I fell sick during my commute between the castle and the temple. Gil, deliver this to the Offmer Company. I handed over the letter before returning to the castle with my retainers. Upon my arrival, when I told Riarda that we were working with the Gilberta Company to produce a new outfit, she rejoiced to high heaven. My, this must be the first time you've ever shown interest in one of your new outfits, milady, she exclaimed, clearly excited that I was paying some mind to fashion. She was pretty much used to my leaving everything to my attendants and responding to her clothing-related questions with blatant disinterest. Let us involve ladies Florencia and Elvira as well. I had turned 10 during my long sleep, which meant I needed to adjust the length of my skirts, even though I hadn't grown at all. As it stood, I didn't have any appropriate clothes. We ended up summoning Florencia's and Elvira's personal seamstresses, as well as the Gilberta Company in order to complete the preparations for all my summer clothes at once. 2 days after summoning the seamstresses, the ordering began. It seemed that I would be picking my outfits with Florencia, Elvira, and Charlotte. Sticking my grubby little hands into the dyeing industry when nobody was looking had apparently taught them to keep a close eye on me to prevent any other trends from spreading out of thin air. I need to, quote-unquote, be more thorough with my report to those they concerned. Sorry, I just sprang into action right after thinking it up. I didn't mean anything bad by it. On the day of, Karina arrived with her seamstresses in tow. Tuli wasn't with them, it seemed, that while she was doing her best to learn etiquette, she wasn't quite ready to visit the castle yet. It was a shame, but I pointed out to the design that she had made for me, in which Karina had spread out on the table, and sought permission from Florencia and the others to use it. I rationalized my choice by saying how well received my bubble skirt had proven during this winter, which prompted Florencia, Elvira, and Charlotte to peer over the design document together and start listing out minor adjustments. I believe this part could use a bit more decoration, Florencia suggested. It feels somewhat empty as is. Furthermore, the flower ornament on the chest here will do, but perhaps the flower ornament on the skirt should be made larger. What color is best, Elvira asked. There are summer clothes, so some shade of blue is the obvious choice. I would recommend a light blue to better suit her hair color, Charlotte replied. Furthermore, let us use even more white lace. Doing this will make the outfit appear cooler and refreshing. The dress was altered to incorporate more lace and cloth as was appropriate for nobles, but its core design had passed inspection. It came as a massive relief, especially when I had worried that it might be rejected wholesale. Once we had finished ordering the light blue outfit, our attendants began selecting the other designs. Brunhilde was working especially hard, teaming up with Riarda to carefully analyze each design before accepting or rejecting it. Lazetta, however, was just walking around serving tea. I see you do not have much to say about the designs, Lazetta. Are you uninterested in fashion? I asked. I'm going to be taking care of your winter dresses. My intention is to have them visually harmonize with Schwartz and Weiss's outfit. It is a job I will not give to any other, Lazetta said with a smile full of anticipation. Wearing the same clothes as the shoe mills wasn't an option, but she was burning with ambition to at least make them feel similar. Well, she seems to be having fun, so okay. Speaking of which, we have scheduled the dyeing competition for the start of autumn, but where are we going to hold it, I asked, looking at Florencia and Elvira as I sipped my tea. Had I been the only one evaluating the submitted cloth, we could have just summoned the craftspeople to the temple, but Florencia and Elvira had elected to participate as well. Hosting the competition in the castle was the safest option, but actually getting craftspeople inside would prove difficult. Given how many nobles are invited, it must be the castle, Florencia said. We intend to bring craftspeople into the castle, I asked, blinking in surprise. Elvira looked at me with wide eyes as though she never expected to hear such a thing. Of course not. What are you saying? We would never allow craftspeople into the castle. Commoners are hard on the eyes. We do not need them walking around while we are attempting to judge which cloth will be the most popular. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Not even Tully is allowed to visit the castle yet. Completely untrained craftspeople would never survive. I had thought that it might be an opportunity for me to see Mom, but reality was not so kind. After brainstorming for a while longer, we decided to have the dyeing workshops entrust the Gilberta Company with their cloth, which we would then display in the castle. Each piece would have a metal plate beneath it displaying the name of the workshop that had dyed it, and we would make a vote on our preferred cloth over a tea party before selecting our preferred workshop and craftspeople. Once I was finished with my business in the castle, I returned to the temple. God dang, I'm tired. The apprentices had training today, so only Daniel and Angelica were accompanying me as guards. Feline looked pale, since scholars of the Archducal family would start training with the Knights Order 3 days from now. A single shout from Bonifacius was apparently enough to wipe her mind and root her to the spot. Oh no. In the event of an actual attack, loud voices are going to be the least of your concerns, I said. Freezing in place will put your life at risk. Please do train to be able to escape from danger. As we talked, I started writing a letter detailing the various decisions we had made in the castle. Hartmut read it and then gave me a curious look. You give commoners more details than I would expect, Lady Rosamond. Of course, but by conveying the desires of the nobility in simple terms, we made it easier for the commoners to understand them. They will answer our demands more promptly the more information they have. I gave Hartmut the finished letter and asked him to create 2 more copies. We needed one for the Guildmaster, one for the Gilberta Company, and one for the Dyeing Guild. As he started copying them out, and while Feline returned to transcribing the book from Dunkelfelger, I looked over Frida's response letter. Her writing was well composed, indicating that she had experience writing for a noble audience, and the elegance with which each word was written made it more than apparent she had undergone a lot of calligraphy training. It was a fairly thick letter listing each guest, their store, and the products they dealt in. There was even more detailed information regarding who had introduced the most of the customers, who visited the restaurant most often, and what their recent profits were. Frida had scheduled the day of our visit for 3 days from now, and she concluded the letter by saying whether there were any foods that Ferdinand and I especially liked or disliked. Freya and Sam, do you know of any foods the High Priest would rather not eat? Also, if you know of any foods he particularly enjoys, please do tell. I do not believe there is anything he dislikes enough to outright refuse. He will eat anything served to him, Fran replied. I believe he liked the soup served in the Italian restaurant the most, Sam added. Yeah, he did. You can tell because the way he just freaking described it. Oh my god. He has said that his own personal chefs are as yet incapable of providing the flavor he desires, that Hugo so masterfully accomplished. I noted down everything they had learned through their attendance information network and fell into thought, wondering whether to include a recipe in my response to Frida. I answered the question she had asked, wrote an explanation on how to make panna cotta, and then included some of the gelatin we had made when creating our hide glue. If she leaps on the recipe, I'll sell her the production method for gelatin and have the Offmer Company start making it from now on. Zom, instruct Gale to deliver this to the Offmer Company. Once that is done, inform the High Priest of the date of our visit. Understood. After sending Zom off, I needed to discuss preparations for the excursion with Fran. Since I'm going to the Italian restaurant, is it settled that Daniel and Angelica will serve as my guard knights, I asked. What about my attendants? I hesitate to bring those from the castle with me to the lower city. Your temple attendants will accompany you, myself included. We have been there before, and therefore know what we need to bring. I nodded in response. It seemed that I was safe, leaving everything to him. The day of our visit eventually came. Frida had sent 2 carriages to the temple, such that we could arrive at the store around the 4th bell. One was noticeably old, while the other was the newest model available. My great priest attendants climbed into the old carriage with dishes and various other implements they would need when serving us. Rosina was accompanying them since she was going to be playing for us. Only after they had departed did I climb into the shiny new carriage with Angelica, Ferdinand, and Justice. Daniel and Eckert were going to be guarding us outside the carriage. Why is Justice here? I asked. Did you not say we are using our temple attendants as our servants? I am here as a guard, Lady Rosamund. Really? Did you take all the freaking courses too, dude? Seriously? Even after returning to noble society, Ferdinand apparently hadn't really taken on any new personnel. There were no guard knights who wanted to go to the lower city, so Justice was accompanying us this time just to round out the head count. Justice, the fact that you did not contact the guard knights because you wanted to come yourself is a separate issue from whether they would have wanted to visit the lower city, Ferdinand said. I was simply being considerate since I already knew what their response would be. I need to make good use of this rare opportunity to visit a store in the lower city aimed at the wealthy and locked behind an introductory system. It seemed that not even Justice could find an easy way to enter the restaurant. As an archnoble, he could not visit the lower city without an excuse, and although he could circumvent this with a disguise, he would then lack the authority to request an invitation from a rich merchant. You know, for the introductions-only system to have shut even Justice out so thoroughly, it must be a lot more impressive than I assumed. Dang. My thoughts were interrupted as the carriage started to move. Ferdinand furrowed his brow slightly as he examined the interior. Am I mistaken, or is the carriage bouncing much less than last time, he asked. Oh yes, I had Zach of the Gutenbergs design a new carriage based on the technology I described to him. He truly is incredible, I boasted, and it seems the Guildmaster wasted no time in implementing them. Ferdinand gave an exceptionally conflicted frown. I had thought the Gutenbergs were concerned only with printing. Do you mean to tell me they are now designing carriages too? Well, Zach is a smith. His work encompasses more than just the printing industry. He is also the one who makes the pumps. You were there when we attached to the temple wall, were you not? Ah, that smith was Zach, Ferdinand murmured. I had thought the Gutenbergs were busy expanding the printing industry. But if they have the time to produce designs such as this, they truly must be waiting for work. No, they're not, I protested. But unless they take on work that involves the lower city, their other patrons will abandon them. I see commoner craftsmen have troubles of their own. Upon passing through the temple gate, we would usually be hit with the vile stench of the lower city, but the Entwickeln and the Washington had changed everything. The roads in the lower floors of the city's buildings were as white and sparkly as those in the nobles' quarter. The wooden upper levels were still there, but the Washington had pretty much transformed the city. Amazing, isn't it? I said. We certainly need not fear the reproach of outsider merchants now, Ferdinand remarked, looking around the lower city with a satisfied expression. I had worried that the commoners would undo all of our efforts in no time at all. But it seemed they were doing a fine job of keeping things clean. This must be because of how hard Dad and the others have been working. That said, the lower city felt so different from what I remembered that I struggled to relax. I found myself glancing all around, taking in all the new sights until we eventually arrived at the Italian restaurant. A store employee opened the door for us to reveal 20-plus large store owners kneeling side by side in the entrance hall. Gustav spoke the lengthy greetings used for nobles, then we were taken to the dining hall. Several square tables were lined up in preparation for a large group to eat together. Ferdinand and I were due to be seated in the chairs furthest from the door. Fred and the others were standing nearby, having arrived earlier than us, and Rosina was already playing the harpspiel. This way, Lady Rosamund. Frida guarded Ferdinand and me to our seats as the soft music continued to play. Daniel and Justice guarded the doors, while Eckert and Angelica followed behind Ferdinand and me respectfully. I was able to identify my seat at a glance since it had one of the cushions I often used in the temple on it. Fran graciously helped me up. Empty plates were already laid out on the table. Ferdinand and I were next to each other at the narrow end of the long rectangle, and sitting nearby was Gustav, Benno, and Otto, and several other familiar faces. Also at the table were the store owners who often gave the Italian restaurant their patronage, and the store owners who regularly worked with Benno and the others. The less familiar I was with them, the further away they were seated. Thank goodness. I'd much rather be seated near people I know than people I don't. I glanced over at Benno and Otto with a smile before looking across all those gathered. I thank you ever so much for coming here today. Frida, the manager, has told me how frequently you all patronize this restaurant. I started naming and thanking the store owners who visited often to indicate that I was similarly interested in the investment, or similarly invested in the restaurant. They widened their eyes in surprise, having never expected to be thanked so personally, and then they gave proud smiles. Being recognized by the Archduke's adopted daughter meant they could tell others they were a step closer to earning my favor. I have asked you all to gather today because I have a request for the major store owners who collectively represent Airfest, I continued. It was hard to see those seated further away from me, but I could tell that their attention was directed at me. Our duchy is facing a time of great change. I went on to explain that Airfest trends were spreading in the Royal Academy, and that while the number of merchants visiting from other duchies was limited now, there would soon be a great deal more coming to the lower city. Airfest hopes to use this opportunity to strengthen our influence with other duchies, I said. To that end, we need your assistance without fail. I explained that the citywide magic had been used in preparation of welcoming the outsider merchants, and that it was up to the commoners to maintain the cleanliness of the lower city. I glanced over at Ferdinand, and he gave a small nod, signaling for me to continue. However, preserving this beauty is not enough. The city of Ehrenfest has never welcomed so many merchants into its walls at once, so there will surely be chaos when they arrive. Gustav has already identified that there will not be enough accommodations of a high enough standard. Everyone nodded in response. There may be 1 or 2 more inns established by next year, but they will not be ready in time for the merchants' arrival, one store owner said. That is why we are asking for your help. We need you to learn as much as you can about the cities of the duchy so that you may better accommodate our guests. If you require the assistance of nobles, I will do what I can to help. I will also use any information in the Merchants Guild receives to make more informed decisions. There were quite a few store owners blinking at me in surprise, since nobles generally made no attempt to cooperate with commoners. I needed to ensure that they were motivated, else our business with other duchies will suffer. And if our business suffers, everyone would suffer. The Archduke, the nobles, and the commoners. Furthermore, it has been decided that 2 brides from Arensbach will be joining us at the end of summer. I imagine much work will need to be done to accommodate them as well. They would require new furniture, we would need more food to hold a welcoming feast, and there will be more people purchasing new clothes and ornaments. The marriages of nobles have always affected the economy, but the impact was going to be especially large this time around, what with everyone being so busy. There are plans for a competitive event to be held at the start of autumn, I continued. It is being overseen by the Gilberta Company and the Dying Guild, but many nobles are also involved, including the Archduchess and various archnobles. I intend to give one participant my exclusive business and award them with a new title related to fashion, in a similar vein to the Gutenbergs. I asked the assistance of any store owners who do business in fashion. The atmosphere of the room changed in an instant. A new title, some asked in slightly raised voices. Autumn contrasts remained perfectly calm. Having sensed that my speech was over, Frida approached me and asked whether I would like to begin the meal. Ferdinand nodded in response, so a number of employees came in and started serving drinks. Ferdinand poured me a cup of somewhat sweet-smelling juice. My plate was decorated with appetizers, a faux Capri salad made with pomade, cheese, and herbs, and a cooked vegetable dish made with what looked like to be broccoli and cauliflower. According to Frida, the vegetables had been cooked in consomme before being thoroughly grilled, so they were pleasantly infused with the thick flavor of the soup. Once everyone had their food and drinks, Ferdinand stood up. O mighty King and Queen of the endless skies, who doth grace us with thousands upon thousands of lives to consume, O mighty eternal Five, who rule the mortal realm, I offer thanks and prayers to thee, and do take part in the meal so graciously provided. Okay, let's see. How long have I been recording? 21 minutes. Evolved cooking. I decided to start with the caprese. I was pretty certain I had taught Hugo to cut the pomade and cheese into slices for this dish, but here the pomades had instead been cut into halves, hollowed out, and then stuffed with creamy cheese seasoned with herbs. This is kind of hard to eat. It all falls apart the moment I cut into it with my knife. I sliced into the caprese, then taking extra care not to make a complete mess, and then tried a large mouthful. The slightly salty cheese brought out the sweetness of the pomade, complemented by the gentle taste of the herbs. Wow, it's so good. It's just that if you could change the way it's prepared a little bit, like presentation-wise, it'd be a little better. My eyes widened. The mouthful was considerably better than that of a caprese made with slices. I could practically feel the chef's cooking spirit, driving them to make improvement after improvement in hopes of creating the tastiest meal possible. Ferdinand narrowed his eyes in slight curiosity as he tried his own caprese. This seems to taste better than what is served in the temple, he commented. An improvement here born from how dedicated the chefs are in bettering their dishes, no doubt. The same ingredients can taste quite different when the mouthfeel and such are given such careful consideration. It seems that cooking progressed steadily while I was asleep. We certainly won't need to fear judgment from the merchants of the duchies. I tried the broccoli and cauliflower next. It was scorched and crunchy on the outside, but the inside was soft and well cooked. The sensation of biting into something cooked and having the taste of soup spread through my mouth was to die for. I wonder whether Ferdinand likes it too. He is quite fond of consomme. Ooh! I glanced at Ferdinand. He was largely expressionless, but I could see that his eyes were lowered and a very subtle smile was playing on his lips. He was enjoying the taste to its fullest. This cooking style could be used on other vegetables as well, I said. It feels entirely like eating soup the shape of vegetables. It was my house chef who devised this dish, Gustav noted. I immediately recalled who burned with the desire to improve her recipes and considered Hugo her rival. Is Lace experimenting with the food served in the Italian restaurant, I asked. I'm surprised that this is better than it was 2 years ago. She has been doubling her efforts ever since losing to your personal chef, Lady Rosemine. I had her work the kitchen for this special occasion. She was extremely eager for you to try her new dishes. Oh, she lost to Hugo! Nice! So at least he got a win. Gustav glanced toward the kitchen. Lace was apparently working hard for my sake. Even when I wasn't handing out recipes, she, Hugo, Ella, and Nicola were coming up with one new dish after another through trial and error. Nothing could make me happier since I wanted to spread as many tasty foods as possible. Lace always makes new recipes her own. I am quite fond of her experimental spirit, I said. I have been told that you gifted us a new ingredient in a recipe several days ago. Lace was unfortunately unable to master them in time for today's dessert. The texture is quite unique, and although it tastes excellent, she was not completely satisfied with her work, Gustav said. Lace had apparently experimented with the panna cotta, but she hadn't been able to make anything of a good enough standard for her to feel comfortable serving today. Lady Rosemine, what was that a new ingredient? Gustav asked. Lace mentioned she would like more, but she could not identify what it was. It was gelatin made by cutting away the clearest parts during the glue-making process, simmering them like consomme, removing any scum and scrape, and then straining the resulting mixture. It was sure to expand the range of sweets and meals one could make. I intend to sell the production method to Frida at a later date, I replied, which made all the store owners look up at once. Gustav was completely taken aback, while Benno, who was sitting beside him, shot me a sharp look. His dark red eyes narrowed slightly as he leaned forward to speak. You intend to sell the production method to Frida, he repeated, as if to make sure he had heard me correctly. Oh, he don't like that. Well, dude, you can't have everything. You can't have all the production methods and everything. You gotta let that spread around. You're doing printing, not food. Wait, what am I saying? He's doing this with the Italian restaurant, but still. Frida protected the Italian restaurant during the 2 years I was asleep, and she has facilitated the advancement of cooking in the meantime, as we can see. I will teach her the production method as a reward, after she pays me an appropriate fee, of course. Besides, there's no point in me selling anything cooking related to you, Benno, is there? The planting company already had their hands full with their own work. They were so busy, in fact, that they were having to go on frequent trips to other provinces to spread the printing and papermaking industries. I had heard they had so little manpower to spare for the Italian restaurant that they had entrusted everything to Frida. I was a co-investor in the Italian restaurant, and since my name alone served as marketing to draw in customers, I received a reasonable portion of its profits. That said, I hadn't done anything since offering the initial investment and providing some recipes. It seemed more efficient for me to just give any new recipes to Frida. Not to mention, the Offmer Company prepared a lot of pound cakes for the introductory tournament, which must have been pretty rough on them. This has to be okay. The Planting Company has nothing to fear. I understand that it is unwise to offer production methods at a lower price, so the fee I request will be more than reasonable, I said, puffing out my chest. Benno's lips curved into a slight frown to show how little he was amused. I could only assume there was something else bothering him, aside from his worries that I might charge too low an amount. But as I tilted my head in confusion, Ferdinand softly called my name. Rosemine, rewarding those who protected the Italian restaurant and aided in the development of cooking techniques is an understandable, if not entirely normal, response. It is also understandable to reward the Gilberta Company for successfully completing an order for royalty. And have you also rewarded the Planting Company for dedicating themselves to spreading the printing industry? No. Dude, you gotta get on that! They were working hard to accelerate the process simply because I wanted things done faster, but when it came to rewards, the Gilberta Company had received nothing more than my new dyeing techniques. There wasn't something they could earn much of a profit from since I was selling them at a rather low price, but hosting the dyeing competition would secure the Gilberta Company some important noble exposure while also increasing its influence. However, although I had praised them for their efforts, I hadn't given the Planting Company or the Gutenbergs any rewards of particular note. Ooh, you gotta get on that, girl. I suppose I do have other product ideas I could sell to them if they were willing to suffer the consequences. I looked over at Benno and Mark with a hand on my cheek. There are various kinds of stationery that I am interested in having made, and if the Planting Company so wishes, I wouldn't particularly mind selling the rights to them and their production methods. I must warn you, though, doing this will require the Planting Company and the Gutenbergs to take on even more than they have already. Are you sure this is what you want? Benno faltered for a moment, and Mark averted his eyes, but an instant later, Benno responded with a nod, now wearing the calculating smile of a merchant. We will gratefully accept any product ideas you have, he said. I could tell from the look on his face and his dark-eyed eyes that he wanted the rights to anything printing or paper-related, no matter how how busy he became as a result. That was fine by me, but the trip to Grosho came first. Then we may speak of this another time, I said, once things have settled down a bit. Your consideration honors us, Benno replied. Just as I thought everything was settled, Ferdinand shot me a deliberate look, the corners of his lips curving up into a grin. So now you have rewarded all those who devoted themselves to labor during the 2 years you were asleep. The Planting Company, the Gilberta Company, and the Offmer Company. So, in other words, give me something too. Sure, I got you. She can read him like a book now. Literally. She knows how hard he worked during the whole time she was asleep those 2 years. How much he did for her. She knows he needs a reward. Ferdinand hadn't just helped me while I was asleep either. He was taking good care of me, even now that I was awake again. I was more than happy to reward him with something so long as he was direct about it, but his normal bored expression made it impossible to tell whether he cared about this at all. As you have also greatly assisted me, Lord Ferdinand, I am more than willing to give you what you desire. Is there something that I have that you want, I ask? Ooh, the recipes! The recipes made by your chefs. Even more have accumulated over time, correct? It was hard to imagine that a few recipes were enough of a reward, especially considering how much he had done for me by helping me gather potion ingredients and make Schwartz and Weiss's outfits. But I wasn't about to question what he wanted. If recipes were enough for him, then recipes he would receive. Maybe he'll tell you something later, not in front of everybody else what he wants as well, because, recipes don't seem like enough. Very well, I shall offer you Hugo's recipes. I plan to compile and sell them as a recipe book, however, so please do keep them a secret, naturally. More soup was brought over for Ferdinand, who was pleased at having acquired what he wanted. Frida had even come over with a sheet of paper to explain the dish to him and me. She sure has grown up. She had always been seated too far away or standing beside Thule, who had very good proportions, so the realization hadn't completely passed me by. Now that I could see her up close, however, I could tell that she had grown up a bit. The devouring meant she had been fairly small when I first met her, but now she was as big as any other girl her age. Hopefully I'll grow up too soon. I let out a sigh, comparing my hand to Frida's as she began to explain the menu. Today's soup is a double consomme. It seemed that Ferdinand was somewhat dissatisfied with the consomme served in the temple, since although the temple chefs were good, they were not quite as good as Hugo, Fran, and Zom had passed that information on to me, which I had then passed on to Frida, so she had prepared one of his favorite dishes, double consomme. I am told that you enjoyed Hugo's consomme, Lord Ferdinand. Our chef was so eagerly wished to outshine Hugo, so she had made the most carefully prepared consomme of our time. Please do enjoy. Lace had apparently put her all into making the amber soup before us, determined not to be beaten by Hugo. The taste practically carried on the steam that wafted into the air, such that the aroma alone was enough to make one's stomach grumble. It was pure enough that the bottom of the bowl was clearly visible through the liquid, and the thick color showed it had been made with the utmost care. Oh, dear Lord, again with this? Why did you have to ask him that? I'm sorry. I kind of read ahead slightly. I brought a spoonful of consomme to my lips. The concentrated flavors of various vegetables and meat flowed through my mouth like a river of ambrosia. Why did she have to ask him this? Is the soup beautiful? Fuck. Why would you describe something like that? Lord Ferdinand, I asked. No, dude. Yes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder and all that, but do you really think soup is beautiful? Oh my god. Yes, it is a picture of beauty, Ferdinand replied. He was wearing a soft smile that seemed to come from the heart, an especially rare sight indeed. The flavors are more complex than those of the consomme I recognize, but they are simultaneously more unified. The creation process is similar to brewing in that one changes not only the quality of the ingredients, but the brewing process itself. Not just the ingredients have changed, but also something fundamental about the recipe itself. I didn't understand a word of what you just said, Ferdinand. Wow. Ferdinand's weird. What am I saying? They're all weird. They're all weird in their own ways. He was being more verbose than usual, expounding how challenging it was to rethink a process from the ground up, and how beautiful of a success their efforts had produced. I couldn't follow in the least. Oh well, he seems to like it, so whatever. Ferdinand enjoying the beauty of the consomme was good enough for me, but Frida was looking at him in surprise as though she hadn't at all expected such a response. I am surprised. You are entirely correct, Lord Ferdinand. Egg whites diminished the flavor somewhat, so our chef poured much time and effort into developing an alternative way to strain the scum. I personally did not notice how this changed the taste, but I suppose those who understand. The chef will surely be delighted to hear this. It's impressive that Ferdinand can notice such a minor difference. But it's even more impressive that Lace achieved something like this in the first place. A sigh of admiration escaped me, but then I realized if Ferdinand had such a sensitive tongue, how in the world did he manage to make potions that taste so ungodly awful? Surely a single drop of that stuff would kill him. I don't know! Dude, that's kind of weird. Anybody have any input on that? Hang on, let me make sure this is still recording. Okay, good. Because I thought I hit a button on my stupid keyboard. This is the carbonara. The consomme was followed up with carbonara. The rich sauce had been made with egg yolks and thick cream and was decorated with crispy bacon. I twirled some of the spaghetti around my fork and watched excess sauce begin to flow down. Upon taking my first bite, taking care not to drip any sauce, the first thing I noticed was the strong taste and sticky texture of the cheese. This is better than Hugo's too. Lace had probably used some consomme as well. It wasn't what would be considered carbonara back home, but it was a solid step better than the recipe I had taught them. Rosamund, this is quite unlike what you taught my chefs, is it not? Ferdinand asked, fixing me with a stern glance after trying some himself. He could glare all he wanted, but I wasn't getting to eat this stuff either. This is the result of the chefs striving for greater heights in the 2 years I was asleep, I said. It is clear that great strides have been made since I had shared the recipes. Not even I was expecting this much progress. Oh, I found myself wanting the chef, Ferdinand muttered. The look in his light golden eyes were so serious that I recoiled despite myself. Frida and the Gustav did the same before glancing at me fearfully, afraid that Lace might be taken from them. Their silent pleas for me to intervene came through loud and clear. Ferdinand, you ain't getting Lace. Your cries have been heard, citizens. I shall save the day and stop Ferdinand. Somehow. I responded with a reassuring nod. Meanwhile, I could feel Benno and Otto looking on in amusement like they were watching an entertaining show of some kind. They had no intention of helping whatsoever. I mean, if he wants the food to be that good, why doesn't he have Lace come and have his chefs come from the temple and have Lace train them on how to make that? Like that. Maybe. Because I don't think she would want to go to the temple. So why not have your chefs go and cook with them? Ferdinand, I trust that you would not use your wealth and authority to steal away their chef, I said. Lace is essential for the continued success of the Italian restaurant. I am aware, but the thought that commoners are the ones who get to enjoy these dishes is deeply concerning, Ferdinand replied. These enhanced recipes were the fruits of Lace's labor, but he would naturally feel conflicted about commoners having such easy access to better food than nobles. This is also buco, Ferreira said, as a new dish was brought out. It was made by thoroughly cooking the thighs of a calf on the bone in palme sauce, and Dunkelfugger made wine. Or made whatever. The glistening brown veal was covered in palme sauce, which also glistened thanks to the juices of the meat. This dish apparently used a type of wine made in Dunkelfugger that only rarely made its way to Ehrenfest. I had taught Hugo recipes using locally produced wine, but it seemed that Lace had used Gustav's connections to search out the absolute best product for the job. The Offma Company is also pretty impressive spending this much money on Lace's experiments. It was because they knew the experimentation would pay for itself with increased sales, but even so, the cost must have been exorbitant. I concluded that it was best for Lace to keep cooking as she liked under Gustav's patronage. Besides, if they were willing to let Lace go, I'd smash her up before Ferdinand even had the chance. Ferdinand, if she was able to get her, Rosamund would snatch her up in an instant. And Ferdinand, you'd be pissed at it. I paused my thoughts till cut into the ossobuco. My knife sliced right through, and the veal practically fell off the bone. It was rare to see such tender, well-cooked meat here. Ooh! With hope swelling in my heart, I cut up a large chunk of veal, thoroughly soaked it in palme sauce, and then brought it to my mouth. This particular palme sauce seemed to have been made with a variety of chopped-up vegetables, as it tasted sweeter and more complex than what I was used to. I wiggled in place, reveling in the sensation of the tender meat melting on my tongue, only to notice that Ferdinand was now looking at the food with calculating rather than admiring eyes. It seemed that he was starting to quite seriously plot how to take Lace away. No, you are not getting Lace, Ferdinand. Ferdinand, my chefs may not be as dedicated to improving their art as Lace, but they have likewise spent the last 2 years devising new recipes of their own. Your own chefs have not produced any such new recipes, have they? Now that you mention it, I suppose no new dishes of note have been served, Ferdinand replied, raising an eyebrow as if to ask what I was getting at. I shrugged and took another bite of the meat of the ossobuco. That would be your fault, Ferdinand. Explain. Chefs are motivated to improve when you give feedback on their changes, telling them which meal was better, which flavors you preferred, what ingredients you wish for them to use, and so on. Impressions and requests make all the difference. It is due to your apparent lack of interest, your tendency to order the same thing over and over again, that your own chefs have not been able to grow. Ferdinand ordered his favorite consommé on a heavy rotation and carefully checked to make sure it tasted the same each time. As a result, his chefs had no time to focus on improving their skills. Instead, they atrophied from following the exact same recipe of practice perfection. See, it seems that I need to train not only blue priests, but chefs as well. Your own personal chefs should specialize in catering to your preferred tastes. Even if you were to take Lace to the temple, it's hard to say whether she would maintain the passion for experimenting she has now, I said to Ferdinand, taking another bite of ossobuco, while desperately apologizing to his chefs on the inside. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, he's probably going to work you to the bone now. Yeah, he probably would. You know, how Ferdinand is and how he trains people, oh, he will. As Ferdinand made the decision to train his own chefs rather than stealing away one that someone else had spent so much time and money on, it came time for dessert. Today we were having Brotherhood shortcake. It seemed that Lace basically never overcooked or burned sponge cake anymore. Dang it. Wait, I accidentally hit the button. It was soft and tender, covered in pure white cream, topped with thin layers of Brotherhood that had been soaked in wine and arranged in the shape of a flower. I may want to make various piping tips for the pastry bags. The fruit decoration was rather fancy, but the cakes were still somewhat plain compared to the ones I was used to back on Earth. For me, they could have done something more extravagant with the cream. The thought made me realize I had seen round tips being used to pipe ingredients and such, but not once had I seen any that were fancier shapes. Perhaps I should ask Hugo, and if they don't already exist, I could ask Johann, I muttered to myself as I took a bite of the cream-colored cake. Of course, Benno overheard me with his bionic hearing and shot me a wary look. Dude, you can hear. Lady Rosamund, do you have immediate plans to make something, he asked. Johann is presently quite occupied making pumps to attach to as many wells as possible before the merchants from other duchies arrive. He was chastising me for thinking about loading more work onto them during such a busy time, and understandably so. Pumps are more important than piping tips for pastry bags. It doesn't have to be Johann, Zach or Danilo can make it instead. I will send the schematics at a later date. Now that you mention it, however, we certainly are lacking in available smiths, aren't we? It may be wise to recruit a few more into the Gutenbergs. The other store owners all pricked their ears up at once, directing their focus my way. Upon seeing this, Benno slowly shook his head. I believe it would be best to save such a matter until after the event with the Dying Guild, he said. Are you not quite busy at the moment, Lady Rosamund? Despite his polite words, his furiously blazing eyes made his true message clear. Stop rampaging around! I considered my schedule and nodded. I certainly didn't have the time to spare on this kind of endeavor. I suppose we lack the time to leisurely select a new smith. I shall trust the Gutenbergs to produce a steady stream of apprentices, I said. And with that, the meetings at the Italian restaurant came to an end. Here are the chefs who provided today's meals, Frida said as we were leaving. There was a row of chefs lined up at the entrance hall, and among them was Lace, wearing the smile of a job well done. Our eyes met, and I returned the smile. Thank you for the meal, I said. Lord Ferdinand and I were both quite satisfied. We have no qualms about trusting this establishment to serve the merchants who will be visiting the city. I commend the advances you have made during my 2-year absence. Lace shut her eyes tightly for a moment. She clenched a trembling fist, exhaled slowly, and then gave a proud smile. Thank you. We await your future patronage. Oh, boy. That's going to have to wait, and I will see you all in the next one. Oh, shoot. Wrong one. Okay. Visiting Groschel and the Starbinding ceremony. Oh, boy. The lunch meeting in the Italian restaurant ended with great success, and to reward Frida and the planting company for working so hard over the past 2 years, I taught them the production method for gelatin and ring binders respectfully. So this helps organize large quantities of paper? It seems quite useful, Benno said, having already shifted to using plant paper for everything he could. He seemed especially interested in the binders and said that he would start producing them as soon as he could, although he would want to get one of his own first. And we of the Optima Company will need to prepare workshops to make gelatin, I suppose. The smell is quite intense, I warned, so I would advise that you build it near a farming town with many pigs. I thank you ever so much. We shall consider it. Finishing the gelatin would really broaden the scope of what kinds of products they can make. I purchased laces, improved recipes, and things ended without the exchange of much more money. Rosemine, the final checks are done. We can head to Groschel. Wilfrid contacted me by ordinance right after the spring coming of age ceremony was over. He spoke with the exuberance of a job well done, and not long after, Elvira sent me an ordinance as the person in charge of the printing industry. Since the final checks had now been done, I will be heading to Groschel once the summer baptism was over. I told my plans to the planting company right away and asked them to contact the Gutenbergs. At the same time, I had the Gilberta company prepare clothes for the Grey Priests. I also contacted the workshops to Gil and updated Ferdinand on the situation. After contacting my castle attendants via ordinances, I formally decided on bringing Brunhilde along with me since we were going to her family home. I would also need 2 apprentice scholars and 2 guard knights, and so, 2 days after the summer baptism ceremony, we departed for Groschel. We met up with the Gutenbergs at the front gate of the temple just as we had done when heading to Hollensdale. Since there were so many of them and they had so much luggage, I was using Leslie in his coach bus form. Wow, the heck is this thing? It's so cool, Heidi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She practically dived into Leslie before anyone else, leaving all the luggage to her husband, Joseph, and squealed with delight as he hopelessly shouted for her to come back out and help him. So soft, so fluffy, so nice to touch. What in the world is this made of? She asked while patting the inside of my panda bus all over. Ingo looked at Leslie with mild repulsion, and at Heidi too, but for that matter. But upon seeing Benno, Damien, and Lutz casually checking and loading their luggage alongside Zack and Johann, he clenched his fist to pump himself up and joined them. Lady Rosemine, Gil said. He had just arrived at the front gate with the Grey Priests and the workshop luggage. The Grey Priests were wearing second-hand clothing of a quality similar to what Planting Company apprentices would wear, since they were going to be doing work outside the temple and cooperating with scholars. Upon returning from Haas's monastery, I noticed them sometimes checking their necks and pulling on their sleeves. They find formal clothing a bit uncomfortable since they've only ever worn work clothes and Grey Priest robes. They may need a little time to adjust, Gil explained with a half-smile. He had gone on enough trips with the Planting Company that, unlike the other Grey Priests, he was completely used to wearing outdoor clothing. There is something nostalgic about this. It feels like such a long time since I last went on a lengthy trip with you, Lady Rosemine. I suppose the last time was when we went to Ilgner, I replied. He hadn't come to Holdensdale for their spring prayer. So it really had been a long time since we last went somewhere together. The realization made me look forward to the journey ahead just a bit more. After everything was loaded into Leslie, Angelica climbed to the passenger seat and the Gutenbergs onto the back seat. The first time riders wore stiff, anxious expressions, while those who had ridden before swiftly put on their seatbelts and relaxed. Heidi was an exception to both groups. She was curious and wiggling around more than anyone. Farewell, remember to prop Wilfrid up during even the smallest of conversations and avoid causing any problems. Ensure this does not become another one of your rampages, Ferdinand said. I know, I have sent Hugo to your kitchen, so you should be able to enjoy a few new recipes in my absence. Ferdinand and Fran saw us off as I took Leslie up into the air. We met up with Elvira and the others at the castle before heading to Groschel under the protection of the Knight's Order. Wilfrid and Charlotte were sitting this one out, so we were having some lay scholars come with us instead. I could see Daniel's older brother Heinrich flying among them. Nice. Groschel was some distance beyond the river west of Ehrenfest. It had once been part of the central district, but when the Archduke candidate previously set to become the next Archduke had married Gabriel of Ehrenbach, thereby taking himself out of the running, he had given some of the Archduke's land to become a Geeb. Had Gabriel never married into Ehrenfest, that Archduke candidate would have become the next Archduke, and Brunhilde might have been an Archduke candidate right about now. Probably. In short, Groschel was the home province of both Veronica and the late High Bishop Besenwast. Its Geeb's current wife was of direct Lyesgang lineage, and he had refused to accept Besenwast's belongings following his death. Welcome, Lady Rosemine, and Brunhilde, it's good to see you well, Geeb Groschel said. We exchanged our long formal greetings, and then while Elvira was speaking to the Geeb, Brunhilde went to prepare my room. She apparently wanted to console her family by showing that she was serving me as a more than competent attendant. After watching Brunhilde go, I introduced the Gutenbergs to the scholars Guy Grosso had chosen to be in charge of his province's printing industry. Setting things up in Ilgner and Haldensdale had both required lengthy stays, so the Gutenbergs were going to be staying in the side building used during spring prayer and the harvest festival. Once the introductions were over, everyone but Benno and Damien carried their luggage to the side building and started preparing their rooms. "What about the workshop luggage?" Benno asked. Should we set it down for now? "If possible, I would like it brought to the workshop by the end of the day," I replied. "Unloading it from my high beast only to put it back in tomorrow would be a waste of time. Now I would ask that someone guide me to the workshop." You'll be visiting the lower city, Lady Rosemine?" one of the lay scholars asked, balking at the very idea. That attitude wouldn't do. Benno, Damien, and the more experienced scholars were already discussing our next steps. "But of course," I replied, "I inspected the state of Ilgner's and Haldensdale's printing workshops myself. Plus, Wilfred has already been here in Grosso and checked the workshop personally. Is there anything strange about me following in his footsteps?" "I suppose not, but we lay scholars so often serve as liaisons between commoners and the nobility that I never thought archnobles and archduke would carry out such tasks themselves." "So?" "It's important to make sure everything is in order, and you all are going to be accompanying us," I said, giving an order to the scholars. Feline and Hartmut obeyed at once, so the lay scholars naturally followed suit. "The Gutenbergs have work first thing tomorrow, correct? How long will signing contracts with the planting company take?" "I do not think that is a matter you need to worry about, Lady Rosemine. I cannot return to Ehrenfest until the job is done. I will not leave my precious Gutenbergs alone without any security." As land that had once been part of the central district, Grosso was quite different from Ilgner and Haldensdale, provinces where the nobles practically lived among the commoners. Here the castle came off almost like a second noble's quarter, and the inside was strictly delineated from the lower city. Perhaps it was unwise for us to approach this province in the same way we had the others. Sensing that, I put on my most pressuring smile, indirectly telling the scholars to consider the Gutenbergs my archducal property. "Lady Rosemine, I do not believe you will need to attend this meeting," Brunhilde said, expressing resistance to the thought of me sitting about the same table as commoners. "Oh, shut it. However, if the nobles here in Grosso wanted to join the printing industry, they would first need to understand how everything worked. As the scholars here are unused to this work, I will need to observe this as a figure of authority. You accompanied us here to see Grosso's new industry begin with your own eyes, and under the influence of your own guidance, did you not?" "I shall accompany you." Although Guy Grosso, Brunhilde, and the lay scholars raised in the nobles' quarter were all surprised, I climbed into Leslie with the Gutenbergs and went to the printing workshop in the commoners' district. My panda bus seemed to have deeply unsettled the commoners, and the older guy who seemed to be the foreman welcomed us with his mouth agape. "Of course, you see that coming very often." "Actually, at all. These are the Gutenbergs who shall henceforth be directing you," I said. "They will only be staying here in Grosso until the harvest festival. Use this time to master their techniques so that you may run the printing and workshop yourself once they are gone." After the introductions were finished, the parts of the printing press were carried in and set down. Then, once that was done, it was time to visit the paper-making workshop. It had been constructed right beside a small river, and after we brought in some tools, I introduced Gil and the other Grey Priests. The next day, discussions over the planting company's contract began under my supervision. It took several days to iron out all the details, and I used that time to bring my retainers and the lay scholars, Heinrich included, to the workshops where I demonstrated my willingness to interact with commoners. Brunhilde was initially taken aback by the prospect of entering the lower city, but when I said that the printing industry was going to be our next trend, she bit her lip and forced herself to come along. "I see your passion for trends is well and true, Brunhilde. I am moved." "My, were you testing me, Lady Rosemine?" Brunhilde asked, narrowing her amber eyes. I looked at her head on and gave a firm nod. "Indeed, I wanted to see just how much I could rely on you, and it seems I can trust you with practically all matters relating to trends. That is relieving to know." Brunhilde gave me a conflicted smile, half glad to have been recognized and half uncertain about being praised for essentially conceding to accompany me to a workshop. Meanwhile, Damien was smiling sympathetically at Heinrich and the others, who were blinking in shock at how differently I handled things than all the other archnobles they had worked with. Lady Rosemine is something of an iconoclast, whatever that is. Daniel said, "Even when you think you have grown used to her revolutionary ways, you will soon find yourself surprised yet again, brother." "I know that now. It seems that adjusting will prove quite difficult," Heinrich said with a bemused smile, but he had been selected specifically because he was a young scholar who was fairly used to dealing with commoners. We went to the workshop several times over the next few days, where I would arbitrate between the Gutenbergs and the craftspeople. Hartmut would consult the Gutenbergs, and Valine would ask the craftspeople questions. It wasn't long before Heinrich was talking and asking questions in the same way. Looks like he's just as adaptable as Daniel. They really are brothers. I've had the scholars for this job selected based on their ability to heed the advice of commoners, I said. You shall be treasured for your role here. Heinrich, as you are capable of speaking to commoners without lording your status over them, I am glad to have you working in the printing and papermaking industries. After hearing me praise Heinrich, the other scholars got used to things fairly quickly. If they continued growing as they were, we would soon have an entire group of scholars who could actually speak with commoners. On my last day in Groschel, Gabe Groschel, with whom I had only spoken during meals, looked me in the eyes and said, I see. Now I understand why Brunhilde and Navarra said you think in fundamentally different ways from us. That was probably his way of saying that I was completely unlike a proper noble, but I didn't care, since I was getting the results I wanted. The time soon came for Benno and me to return to Ehrenfest. We departed in my panda bus, leaving the other Gutenbergs in Groschel to continue their work. Good luck to them, is all I can say. Word came in that papermaking workshops had been successfully established in many parts of the duchy. The days passed steadily as I continued sending planting company workers and grey priests to various provinces and coordinated with the papermaking instructors in Ilgner via ordinances. Hugo and Ella have their starbinding tomorrow now, don't they? I asked. There is a ceremony in the nobles' quarter as well, so we must plan accordingly, Fran said with a light sigh. Since 2 of my personal chefs were getting married, Nicola will be alone in the kitchen tomorrow. Monica would go to help her, but then we would need a female attendant to take care of me. Don't worry about it, Hugo said, having been called over by Fran. He was grinning from ear to ear, not even trying to hide how thrilled he was. We already did all the prep work needed for Nicola to handle things on her own tomorrow. Still, it didn't change the fact that Nicola was going to have her hands full tomorrow, especially since she would need to judge when the ceremony was close to finishing and prepare lunch for me. Tomorrow was no doubt going to be a struggle for her, but she was smiling happily in celebration of the wedding. She said that she would do her best for you, too. Hugo, show some spirit as well and protect Ella from the Taos. It was a customary part of the Lower City's Star Festival to throw towels at newlyweds once the ceremony in the temple was over. The grooms would need to protect their brides from the fruit and run to their new homes, but that was easier said than done when there was so many jealous bachelors and bachelorettes among the crowd. Hugo knew this all too well, considering he had been among them during the previous year's ceremonies, throwing towels as hard as he could. You can count on me. I'll laugh off all those sad single men who can't even secure themselves a bride. I'm the star of the show now, Hugo said with a grin. It was good to see him so motivated. Ella had much to do in preparation for her big day, so she had today off work, but I was hopeful that I would get to see her in her bridal get-up tomorrow at the temple. I noticed that Daniel was glaring daggers at Hugo, having not taken too kindly to his words as one of the aforementioned sad single men, but I boldly elected not to draw attention to it. I had already hired Elvira's expert services for him. There was nothing more I could do. All you gotta do is wait for Elvira to do something. The day of the Starbind ceremony arrived, and I started my preparations early in the morning. Lady Rosamund, I'm leaving for the orphanage. Take care of the children, Fritz. Gil was still in Groschel, so Fritz graciously offered to take the orphans to the forest to gather towels. He was used to it now, since he had previously taken them during my trips to Ilgner and Haldensdale. Now then, Lady Rosamund, let us head to the chapel, Fran said. I took extra care not to step on the hem of my skirt as I went with him, and along the way Daniel leaned over and whispered to me. Lady Rosamund, will Lady Elvira be introducing me to someone tonight? I suppose only Mother knows the answer to that. You could have asked her ahead of time. I mean, she could have, but it would have been better not to, because if Daniel was in the same room as that ordinance when it flew in and said no, that would have... Poor guy. The poor guy needs love. Come on, guys. Elvira was extremely busy running her estate, expanding her faction, working on the printing industry, and preparing to welcome Lampert's bride. I could only guess she hadn't forgotten about only pray that she hadn't forgotten about Daniel. The High Bishop shall now enter, Ferdinand said from inside the chapel, signaling the Grey Priest standing outside to open the doors for me. That was the end of my chat with Daniel, and I entered the chapel with Fran carrying the Bible for me. I walked straight forward as the bells chimed, passing by the new couples and the Blue Priest before climbing up onto the stage. Ferdinand then started reading from the Bible, his voice resonating throughout the chapel. It was a passage describing the god of darkness marrying his queen, the goddess of light. And while various problems occurred after their marriage, they overcame them by uniting their strength. It was the perfect story for the Starbind ceremony. As I listened to Ferdinand from the podium, I gazed down across the line of couples. The Starlight Ceremony was always fun since everyone wore the divine colors of their birth season, which turned the crowd into a veritable rainbow of colors. I could see Ella and Hugo in the frontmost line. Ella was looking up at the podium and wearing an emerald green dress, since she was born in spring. Her brown, almost red hair was adorned with the hairpin that I had commissioned for her from Thule. It wasn't so fancy that it made her stand out among the other brides, but it was just fancy enough to draw attention. I normally only ever saw her in work clothes, so seeing her all dressed up made her look especially cute, and especially prim and proper compared to the other brides, no doubt due to being influenced by Nicola's proper manners at the temple. Ella seems fine, but what about Hugo? Unlike Ella, who gave a calm smile when our eyes met, Hugo was standing in his dark green clothes with a rigid expression that exuded anxiousness. Oh, poor guy, he's nervous. His proud grin from yesterday was nowhere to be seen. A sharp pang of concern suddenly struck my chest, but then I saw him look down at his soon-to-be wife and receive a teasing smile. It was so heartwarming that I immediately stopped worrying. No need for me to worry about him when he has a cute wife doing all the worrying already. Hope you two keep flirting forever. Those were the thoughts that ran through my mind as I started reciting a prayer to bless the gathered couples. Almighty King and Queen of the endless skies, O God of darkness and Goddess of light, hear my prayers. May you grant your blessings to the birth of new unions. May they who offer their prayers and gratitude to thee be blessed and with thine divine protection. I cannot talk right, apparently. I hate that. When I finished speaking the prayer of the married supreme gods, black and gold lights flew out of my ring and rained down on the married couples. I could see Hugo's and Isla's eyes open wide. This is their first time seeing one of my blessings. Your future will no doubt be bright now that you have obtained the blessings of the king and queen gods, Ferdinand declared, at which point Grey Priest pushed open the creaking doors leading outside. The bright summer rays reflected off the pure white stone of the chapel, brightening the room up to in an instant. The silencing magic tools lost their power at the same time, and the newlyweds began chattering excitedly. All right, a real blessing. We get a blessing from the High Bishop. Now we just gotta escape the Taos. We're gonna win no matter what. I can feel it. The grooms pumped themselves up before leaving the temple, ready for the upcoming festivals. Hugo excitedly turned around to look at me, while Ella looked up at him. High Bishop, thank you for the wonderful blessing, Hugo shouted, his voice echoing throughout the chapel. His abrupt yell made the other married couple stop and call out their own words of appreciation. This is far from my first blessing here in the temple, and people always shouted with surprise, but never before had they faced me head-on and actually thanked me directly. I couldn't help but smile. May you all have happy lives, I said. Hugo and the other couples cheered at my response, making the atmosphere even livelier than before. All right, let's go, Hugo said to his new wife. Today I'm going to protect you no matter what. Not just today, though, right? You'll protect me forever, won't you? Of course. Oh, boy, here we go. Hugo picked Ella up and ran out of the chapel. With any luck, he would make it all the way to their new home just like that. Here's hoping. Oh boy, here we go with this. Now the summer stuff starts up. Here's hoping that we don't have to worry about anything happening during the ceremony. Here's hoping, because I'd rather not have anything happen. My brother Lampert's wedding. The starbind ceremony in the noble's quarter ended without any particular incident. Eckert no longer had to go to the spot where unmarried people gathered, since he was now engaged to Angelica. And the two of them seemed to be in notably good moods as they dedicated themselves to their guard duty. There was the fact that Daniel had once again failed to find a cute girlfriend, but that didn't really matter too much. Aw, don't be mean! Poor Daniel needs love! I mean, Elvira was busy, so she probably wasn't able to. She probably didn't have time. She probably barely had time to think. The day after the starbind ceremony, I received a request for a meeting from Lampret. He wanted to discuss his bride. Riarda let out a sigh after bringing me the letter. I know you are busy, but if you have the time to meet with them, I would recommend that you do so, she said. At the moment, we were all on edge simply because she is from Ahrensbach. We can only pray that she is not the second coming of Lady Gabriel. Oh, God, no. Hope not. Gabriel was the Archduke candidate who had married into Ehrenfest by force and caused all sorts of chaos back in the day. Riarda had initially been serving Archnoble family members as an apprentice attendant, but the Archducal couple at the time had requested that she start serving Gabriel instead. Lady Gabriel was an unfortunate woman. She was treated well as a first wife due to her status and the fact that she was from a greater duchy, but her husband truly loved his original wife, who was forcibly demoted to second wife, so the relationship ended up highly businesslike. Okay, so this was one without love. Alright. Gabriel had convinced her father that Ehrenfest would welcome her with open arms since she was an Archduke candidate from a greater duchy, but her new husband did not welcome her at all. She moved to form her own faction by spreading new trends and garnering attention, and prompted the retainer she had brought from Arensbach to marry Ehrenfest nobles, but finding partners for them was not so easy. Ehrenfest archnobles were all related by blood and by extension connected to the Lies gangs. Riarda was no exception, though her blood connection was far from strong. It was by approaching men nobles with high quantities of mana who were more rebellious toward the Lies gangs that Gabriel built up her forces. Her daughter Veronica had then inherited the faction to become the Archduke's first wife. They eventually boasted enough strength to suppress the archnobles, including the Lies gangs, Riarda continued. Those of the former Veronica faction will no doubt approach Lord Lampert's bride in hopes of regaining the power they once had. She may feel a certain connection with them upon learning they have Arensbach blood. One certainly cannot help but feel nostalgic for a home they have left far behind, I mused. Customs, climates, and culture varied a great deal even within Ehrenfest, so it was easy to imagine why someone from another duchy would feel so homesick. For these reasons, milady, please make sure to discuss the situation with Lord Lampert and the rest of your family. The very future of Ehrenfest will be shaped by whether or not this new bride joins hands with the Florencia faction. Here's hoping, because I really don't want to see Lampert end up the same way, or essentially end up, I don't want anything bad happening. I was engaged to Wilfrid, who had my brother Lampert as his retainer, so how this new bride acted was very much significant to me. First of all, I will ask Lampert what manner of person his bride is, I said. I sent an ordinance to Lampert stating that Mother no doubt had her own thoughts about all this as well, and from there it was decided that our discussion about his bride would take place as a family meeting. We were subsequently told to gather at Karstad's estate. It was going to be my first time returning home since being adopted, and given the personal nature of our coming together, I would not be accompanied by any attendants or scholars. Eckert and, of course, Lampert were going to be there with me, so I was confident that I needed only Cornelius as my guard knight. But Angelica was already gathering her things to join us. I'm engaged to Lord Eckert, so I can attend these family meetings too, she said. He told me to guard you, Lady Rosamine. Eckert nodded. It's best for you to have a female knight with you, Rosamine, and Angelica's perfect for the role. Upon hearing this, Angelica placed a hand softly on her cheek and gave a reserved, peaceful smile. The last thing I want is to interfere with your family's discussion, she said. Just tell me what you think is best, Lady Rosamond. I'll do whatever you order me to. Hard to believe you're grandfather's disciple, Angelica Lampert said. I'm surprised you're able to survive his insane training regimen with such a docile personality. He was being completely deceived, which was actually rather understandable since he barely knew Angelica. In truth, she just wanted to avoid having to think about factions and politics and all that. She was pretty much asking me to just tell her the results of the meeting outright. Eckert and Cornelius both knew Angelica's true form, so they merely exchanged glances when shrugged. Let's go then, Lampert said. I climbed into my high beast and followed after him. I was used to traveling from the temple, but I hadn't returned to my family home a single time since moving to the castle. Truth be told, I couldn't even remember where it was. I only ever traveled by carriage back when I first visited the estate, and from above, the noble's quarter just looks like rows of identical ivory buildings. It's impossible for me to tell which house is which. It wasn't long before we landed at Karstad's estate. I didn't feel anything special about being back, since I had initially only been here until my baptism, but when Elvira and all the attendants who had taken care of me at the time welcomed me, home with those smiles, I strangely felt a bit moved. Welcome home, Lady Rosamine, and so I have returned. We were going to be holding our family meeting right after dinner, so I made sure to take my bath beforehand. That way I could participate in the discussion until I got tired and then go to sleep as soon as I returned to my room. Once I arrived at the dining hall, dinner began. I had been looking forward to it ever since the attendants mentioned that the head chef was pulling out all the stops. It seemed that they had been making improvements to Hugo's recipes as well, as we were served rare mixes of ingredients and a type of dressing that I had never tried before. This is quite good, I commented. I could tell the chef worked hard. I'll pass your words on to the head chef, Elvira said. They have been putting their all into into creating new recipes. Rosamond, do you have any new recipes? Karstad asked, looking at me with hopeful eyes. I smiled in response and said that he would just need to look forward to my upcoming recipe book. Nicola had worked hard to put it together, so I would appreciate him chipping in to help make it successful. Karstad cackled and promised to buy a copy when it became available. I see you're as good at making sales as ever, Rosamond, he said. We peacefully enjoyed the rest of our meal before clearing the room to begin our family meeting. It was then that I realized that neither Karstad's second wife nor my half-brother Nicholas were in attendance. Well, this kind of doesn't really apply to them because it has nothing to do with their business, essentially. I understood they lived in the side building, and I had never seen them at any dinners or family meetings before, but this was important. Surely they needed to be here. Will Trudelaide and Nicholas not be attending, I asked, looking around and tilting my head. Trudelaide is a member of the former Veronica faction. She cannot be trusted here, Elvira replied. Trudelaide had mostly been forced onto Cardstead by Veronica, which explained why I had never spoken to her and why Cornelius had warned us to be on guard after Nicholas's baptism ceremony. Faction politics intrude even on households, huh? Nobles sure like making things difficult. Now then, Lampret, let us hear your case, Elvira said with a calm smile. What manner of woman are we bringing into our house? Naturally, I have acquired some information myself, but I wish to hear it from you. I mean, he knows the girl best. After sitting up straight, Lampret began. His bride was called Aurelia. She was the daughter of Ob Arensbach's little brother, but her mother was a third wife. As a result, despite Aurelia being the Ob's niece, she had spent little time with him and was treated poorly among her father's other children. Even her younger sister fared better, for she was smart, friendly, and loved by all. Finally, Lampert informed us that Aurelia's mother was an archnoble from Frenbeltag, which meant her position had suffered following the Civil War. Where did you meet, and what was it that sparked your connection, Elvira asked, holding a pen over the several sheets of plant paper she had set down on the table. She looked deadly serious, but I was pretty sure she was just hungry for material for her next romance story. Oh, yep, that's probably it. She pried into every little detail, from the first time they met to how they felt about having to separate, and then gave a satisfied nod. As expected, there is much one can only know from asking those involved. Some of what you said differ from what I understood. I am unaware of what you heard, Mother, but Aurelia simply has naturally sharp, narrow eyes that make her resting expression look deceptively evil. She's not a bad girl. In truth, I swear it. Lampert said, hurriedly explaining that people often misunderstood Aurelia due to her features. Please do everything in your powers to get her into the Florencia faction. Yeah, there are people out there who do have naturally mean-looking faces, and that sucks, because they could be the nicest people ever. And it just sucks that people would judge them based on how they look. She will soon be part of our family regardless. No matter the situation, I will welcome her and invite her to join our tea parties. What happens next, however, depends on Lady Aurelia. The former Veronica faction will approach Aurelia without fail. How would she judge them, and what place would she take at Ehrenfest? Lampert seemed to deliberate in what he said to her, or needed to be deliberate in what he said to her in order to guide her into the Florencia faction. Setting Lady Aurelia up to have a comfortable life here is not my job, Lampert, but yours as her husband, Elvira said. Mother! The strength of our factions may have changed, but she is a bride you selected and petitioned to marry, no? Should you not be demonstrating that you were determined to protect your wife under any circumstances? How can you work as a knight if you cannot even do that? Lampert swallowed hard. I could see Cardstead averting his gaze out of the corner of my eye, no doubt having realized since taking me as his daughter how much of a burden he had put on Elvira during the conflict between his second and third wives. It is necessary to teach Lady Aurelia the politics of Ehrenfest as soon as possible, Elvira continued. She needs to know what Lady Gabrielle and Lady Veronica did, the vengeance of the Lies gangs, what happened to Rosamond, that her marriage may split apart the factions that we are finally starting to unify, and so on. These are all matters of the past that Lady Aurelia has no involvement in, but the knowledge of them will determine her future. Even if Aurelia wasn't personally to blame for such events, local feeling toward Arensbach was simply too conflicted. What will you reveal, and what will you keep hidden? Who will you introduce her to, and who will you keep from her? How will you protect your wife from another duchy? I shall be watching to see how you handle all these things, Lampret, Elvira said, her dark eyes gleaming as she eyed him carefully. Cornelius and Angelica gulped at the intensity of her words, and she wasn't even speaking to them. If Lady Aurelia were to display the skills necessary to organize the former Veronica faction, and guide them into joining our faction, I would throw up my hands and welcome her with open arms. Lady Aurelia, you have one heck of a job ahead of you. Oh, she does. I kind of hope she is able to actually do that, because that would be amazing. That would be great. Though I am sure that once that happens, people in the former Veronica faction who are not okay with this will split off and form their own faction. That's most likely what's going to happen. I was sure that Aurelia wasn't expecting to be faced with such a Herculean task. Lampert wasn't really much like Elvira after all. Moving on, Avara said, I'll prepare your living space in a side building. It is best that you remain within the estate so that we may observe the movements of... Remain within the estate so that we may observe the movements of nobility. You may find this a little stifling, but you will survive. Mother, what of our furniture? We have some to spare that you may use. Lady Aurelia likely has her own taste, so it would be best to wait until she arrives to purchase some of your own, Avara replied. In truth, it seemed like somewhat of a negligent suggestion. Perhaps it was because this matter only involved family, but it was rare for Avara to be slack like this when she was usually so on top of things. I wonder if she's tired. That's a possibility. Lampert, you are preparing for your wedding as well, no? I asked. Rather than leaving it all to Mother, I would suggest finding out what you will need to purchase for yourself. I suppose, but is this not a task best suited for a woman? Not in the least. You know Lady Aurelia's tastes better than any of us, do you not? Mother has never met her before, so there's no way she can know what is needed. Unless, dear brother, you mean to tell me you do not know your own bride's preferences? I went on to ask Lampert a few questions about Aurelia's tastes, and the answers he gave were actually pretty good. It seemed that he really was keeping a close eye on her. The situation was somewhat unfortunate, but he was lucky enough to be marrying someone he actually loved, so I hoped their marriage was going to be a happy one. I hope so, too. Lampert, what manner of jewelry does Lady Aurelia like? Avara asked. What face stone did you prepare for her? Choosing furniture will prove considerably easier if we go with a common theme that is to her preference. Avara continued probing further and noted down each response. She was clearly having fun with this, since it was all served as new material for her stories. I had to respect her ability to keep enjoying her hobbies, no matter how exhausted she was from work. Eventually, Avara set down her pen with a satisfied smile. I hope that she is as sweet of a girl as you claim, she said to Lampert before looking over at me. Rosamund, avoid contact with Lady Aurelia until her place is certain. You have more secrets that must be kept hidden than anyone in Ironfest, and yet you speak with the least restraint. Yeah, you need to work on that. And I solemnly, unable to argue against her sound reasoning, and promised not to meet with Aurelia and before I received permission from my guardians. Cornelius, Angelica, keep a close eye on Rosamund as her guard knights, Avara said. You may trust us, Lady Avara. I won't let her see Lady Aurelia until you say so. Angelica replied, a heroic glint in her eyes as she accepted the job. Avara gave a pleased nod, then looked between Angelica and Eckert with a quizzical expression. Speaking of which, when will you and Eckert marry? She asked. The matter is not particularly pressing and can wait until next year, unlike Lampert's marriage, but it will be best to start soon. Would you not feel uneasy if things were not settled soon? Apparently, Eckert was still living in the separate estate he had shared with his late first wife. Ooh, that's going to be awkward. For Angelica to move in, he would need to clean up the place and exchange old goods for new ones. Oh, he doesn't want to do that. Because that still reminds him of his first wife, and he don't want to forget about her. Oh my god. Eckert grimaced slightly at Avara's words, but Angelica shook her head with a smile. I'm letting Lord Eckert decide when that happens. And since I still have a long way to go when it comes to my combat skills, I want to prioritize earning Master's approval. I'm not in any rush. I can even wait until Lady Rosamund comes of age, she declared, puffing out her chest proudly. Eckert gave a half-hearted smile, knowing that was much too long of a wait, while Avara cratered her head. Until Rosamund comes of age, she asked? I could never put your parents through that. I cannot believe there is a woman even less interested in marriage than Eckert. Wow! Mother, you won't find a shred of romance anywhere in Angelica's head. The sooner you accept her for what she is, the better. We settled on Angelica marrying before she turned 20 so that she wouldn't be considered socially out of date. And that marked the end of the day's formal meeting. Our family meeting. Now then, Rosamund, off you go to bed, Avara said, having called the meeting to a close. I only caught a few glimpses of her expression on my way out, but she looked quite tired. Mother, you must be quite busy unifying factions and preparing for the brides on top of all your scholar work, no? I may not be very useful, but I could at least offer a blessing of healing. Would you like one? Of healing? I have not heard or anything of the sort. It might do something to ease your spirit, Mother. May you have Helshmer, the goddess of healing's blessing. I prayed to my ring, and a green light slowly floated out. My hope was that it would heal Avara's heart, even if only a little. She gave a kind smile as if my feelings had been conveyed. I thank you ever so much, Rosamund. I feel as if my exhaustion has faded. Let us have a family tea party together tomorrow. It has been far too long. Our head chef can make various sweets of their own now. Certainly, I am looking forward to it. On the way back to my room, Cornelius slumped his shoulders. I'm exhausted, he said. I know interduchy marriage caused a lot of problems, but I didn't think they were this much of a pain in the neck. I know. Agreed, I replied. I already know that love isn't enough to justify a noble marriage, but this surprised me as well. Are you this apprehensive because you have your heart set on someone from another duchy? No, she's from... Cornelius started responding as per the natural flow of conversation before suddenly clapping a hand over his mouth. He stared down at me, looking absolutely horrified. He forced a neutral expression a split second later, but it was already too late. Uh-oh. I cackled. My! So you wish to escort a girl with an errand vest, then? Have you asked her already? If you wait too long, some handsome man may come and sweep her off her feet. It's like I got two mothers now. Here, we're at your room. It's time for you to sleep. You're tired, right? You gotta be tired. You should rest now that you can sleep with Schlaftraum's blessing. That Cornelius speedily pushed me into my room without answering a single one of my questions. Oh, boy. But yeah, he does need to hurry up and do that, or else he will lose his chance. Our tea party the next day was also about Lampert's marriage. Since the ceremony was going to be held at the duchy's border, we were planning to eat lunch at Count Lysgang's manor before heading to the border gate. Will you be spending the night at Count Lysgang's estate, I asked. I would imagine so, Elvira replied. It has not been set in stone, but there are many members of the Veronica faction in that area, and few other places suitable to house the archducal family, especially now that Lady Veronica has been punished. I recalled that I had been attacked even at Count Lysgang's mansion during a past spring prayer while I was in the side building for priests. I had been asleep, so I was unsure of the details, but I hoped the same thing wouldn't happen again. You do not need to fear any attacks, Elvira said with an elegant giggle, no doubt having read my expression. We shall be bringing the Knight's Order with us. Oh, good. We'll need help with that. We went on to discuss the dinner-time feast that was going to be held on the day of the ceremony and the debut that would take place to welcome Aurelia. As our conversation went on, I suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, were you unable to find a partner for Daniel, Mother? Was it too much even for your talents, I asked. The timing was simply unfortunate. There is not much that can be done until the faction politics begin to settle down. Elvira said with a troubled sigh. Finding a wife for Daniel was apparently going to be exceptionally difficult indeed. First of all, Elvira was unable to pair him with another lay noble, although they were of the same status. They would have incompatible mana levels. Pairing him with a men noble seemed like the natural solution, but just as Bridget had shown resistance, it would take a lot of resolve for a med noble to lower themselves into status to wed into the family of a lay knight with no estate to inherit. Yeah, that's the whole situation all over again. On top of all that, anyone who married the retainer of the Archduke's adopted daughter would essentially be locking in their faction alignment in place. Few men nobles wanted such a thing, as their general strategy was to stick with whoever appeared to be winning. And now that Arensbach brides were being wedded to the duchy, lay nobles and men nobles alike were all watching with bated breath to see how the power structure would shift. Of course. Of course, there was also the fact that, despite him now being my retainer, Daniel had originally been made to serve in the temple as punishment. I valued him a great deal, but outsiders had no way of knowing that. To them, it looked as though I might cut him off at any moment. The majority thought it was only a matter of time before I swapped him out, much like Bonifacius had recommended, which complicated matters further. Upon returning to the temple, I informed Daniel of what Elvira had told me. In short, it seems that it will prove difficult to find you a wife in the near future, I said. Or in other words, I'll never get married here. Daniel said, hanging his head. I was feeling too sorry for him to outright agree, so I tried to come up with a better way to phrase my response. It will simply take some time. You need only wait until politics have calmed down and my mothers have complete control over Ehrenfest, or when younger lay nobles with my compression method grow up enough to match your mana. You may as well have said it's never going to happen, Daniel murmured sadly, but there was no helping the situation. I didn't have any appropriate connections among the nobility, plus it wasn't even my place to help him. As Daniel slouched over dejected, I started preparing to hold a starbind ceremony at the border gate, which lacked a chapel, and selected which prayer priests were going to accompany me. I spent the following days under Ferdinand's tutelage, learning to make armor from face stones and protect the Grey Priests. I was taught a spell that used bands of light to ensnare an opponent, a spell that produced a net to capture many foes at once, a spell to make a simple goddess shield, and several others, all to ward against ambushes. Better safe than sorry. Yep. Especially with how the track record has been so far. According to my retainers who travel between the castle and the temple... Dang it. A discussion had taken place in the castle regarding our guards from the Knights Our guards from the Knights Order, the lodging arrangements, and the preparations for the feast. Everyone had now been given their duties. A letter from Gilson arrived, informing that the merchants from the other duchies had started to appear, and when I visited the orphanage and the workshop, I could just feel how much busier the lower city was. The summer proved much livelier than any summer the lower city had ever seen before. And when it eventually came to an end, we prepared to depart for the duchy border. The wedding on the border. Here we go. For today, I had made my panda bus especially large. I was transporting Fran, Monica, and Nicola as my temple attendants, 2 of Ferdinand's temple attendants, Hugo as my personal chef, and 4 castle chefs, as well as the offerings and divine instruments needed for the starbind ceremony. As for my noble retainers, there was Aurelia and Brunhilde as my attendants, Hartman as my scholar, and Angelica and Lenore as my guard knights. I had prioritized bringing Lenore, our Liasgang-related nobles, since we were going to be staying in the Liasgang summer mansion, and Angelica was coming because she was engaged to Eckert. Everyone else was staying behind. Cornelius was coming along not as my guard knight, but as the groom's younger brother. Likewise, Karstead was coming as the groom's father rather than the commander of the Knight's Order. So Sylvester's guards were being organized around the vice commander. Since the ceremony called for the participation of both archducal families, Wilfrid and Charlotte were coming with the archducal couple. Bonifacius might have been expected to come with us in that sense, but he was already retired. So it was perfectly acceptable for him to stay behind. He was going to be guarding the castle, which was now less protected than usual, considering that we were bringing so many retainers with us. Yeah, someone's going to need to protect the castle. We had with us temple workers for the ceremony, our attendants, the archducal family, and their retainers. The knights ordered to serve as guards, and to top it all off, Fruden and his family. I couldn't hide my surprise after being told just how many people were going to be participating. That certainly is a lot, I said. If not for diplomatic tensions and the fact that the bride is the niece of the current Ob Ahrensbach, we would not have needed to come out in so much force, Ferdinand noted. It seemed that when a normal noble was being wedded to another duchy, their families would receive permission from the Ob before going to the border gate to see them off. The involved families would greet each other, then the bride or groom would take their partner home. They would not be married to that point, and would simply wait for the summer starbind ceremony to be officially wed. What would an abnormal noble be? One who requires permission from the king. Marriages involving royalty and archducal family members required not just the permission of the relevant Obs, but also the permission of the king himself. Such weddings were held at the Archduke Conference, with the sovereign high bishop coming from the sovereignty's temple to perform the rites. The starbind ceremony would then be held in the chapel deep within the Royal Academy, where we had gone to get our divine wills, and following that, those women would be debuted in their duchy. The wedding certainly wasn't held at a border gate with the archducal families gathered like this. The question is, why has this particular marriage ended up such a large scale? Perhaps Ob Ahrensbach is worried about his niece marrying into a family with rich Liasgang blood and is putting pressure on us to ensure she's not neglected as Lady Gabriel once was, I said, stating my theory with a proud expression. Ferdinand shook his head. Your thinking is shallow. If Lampert is to be believed, his bride is the daughter of a third wife from Frembeltag. She would not be worth this much of a fuss. I would imagine Ob Ahrensbach's primary objective is to intimidate us into obedience, given our attempts to move away from Ahrensbach by settling on trade with Klassenburg and the sovereignty. His duchy is presumably in quite a panic right now, he said with a sigh. For decades, Ehrenfest was under the control of the Veronica faction, which had deep connections to Ahrensbach due to her being the daughter of Gabriel. It was expected that these connections would be maintained once Sylvester, as Veronica's son, became the Ob, but instead, Sylvester chose to save your life and punish his mother and uncle, even at the cost of cutting off his own power base entirely. Only then did I finally understand the situation that Sylvester had been in. Back then, my understanding of noble politics had been practically non-existent. I had wondered why a blatant criminal like Besenwast had been allowed to act as he pleased. Now I realized that punishing him would have cost Sylvester the support of all the nobles backing him. Sylvester had essentially turned his back on the very faction that had given him the power to become the Archduke in the first place. It must have been terrifying. Sylvester's situation was comparable to me executing or distancing the archducal couple, my siblings, Karstedt, Ivar, and almost all of my retainers at once. My new power base would become formed of allies who no longer trusted me, nobles who weren't at all close to me, and nobles of the opposite faction who had previously been working against me. I would need to live and lead the duchy with barely anyone I could trust on my side. You do not need to look so down, Ferdinand said. Sylvester made the decision he did because he believed it was necessary. And indeed, it was necessary for the future of Ehrenfest. That aside, I imagine Ehrensbach hopes to use this opportunity to observe you, which they failed to do at the Royal Academy. Let me stop you there, Ferdinand. I already know what you're getting at. I won't do anything without your explicit permission, and I need to keep the power of my blessings to a bare minimum. Is that what you're about to say? Ultimately, the plan was for me to follow behind Ferdinand like a duckling, to make it seem like I was little more than a powerless puppet being controlled and propped up by my guardians. It was early in the morning when we actually departed, and we arrived in Liesgang at noon. Compared to when we traveled all over for spring prayer, it was a rather quick journey. And a rather simple one, considering we had just needed to move in a straight line. It helped that we could go faster in our high beast than normal, since everyone in our group was a men-noble or greater. Welcome, welcome. Upon our arrival, we were greeted by Count Liesgang and his entourage. The archducal couple, Wilfried, Charlotte, and the others were guided into the mansion, accompanied by their retainers and the Knight's Order. These are our chefs, one of the mansion attendants said. They are ready to provide their service. Hugo and the court chefs from the council were here to help prepare tonight's feast. They were also going to be demonstrating how to make the recipes in the book my great-grandfather had purchased to compensate the Liesgangs for allowing us to stay in their mansion. Although we had now arrived at our destination, Ferdinand and I could not go inside immediately. We needed to ensure my high beast would stay formed without me and give instructions to Fran and the others. Our noble retainers stood by while we directed our temple attendants. After lunch, we will go to the side building to change us and ensure our rooms are ready by then. Just like during spring prayer and the harvest festival, priests and shrine maidens couldn't go into the count's mansion, so Ferdinand and I had to change in our ceremonial robes in the side building instead. This was apparently the norm, and in retrospect, Ilgner was pretty slack for having allowed the Grey Priest to walk freely in their mansion in service of me during the harvest festival. We shall depart for the border gate first to prepare the shrine, Ferdinand added. We do not have much time. I understood. After receiving our orders, the Grey Priest got to work. They needed to ensure the side building was clean, move everything we needed to get changed into our rooms, and find an opportunity to eat the lunches that Ella had prepared for them. All in all, they were going to be pretty busy. Once we had confirmed that the Grey Priest had started carrying out their initial instructions, Ferdinand and I entered the mansion with our retainers. We were going to have lunch, change into our ceremonial robes, and then prepare to leave for the shrine. It was temple business, but we were going to be bringing our noble retainers with us nonetheless. Ceremonies weren't usually held at the border gate, so there was no shrine there for us to use. We were having to make one ourselves. At the same time, as a precaution in case of any ambushes, Ferdinand was going to be performing several modifications to the gate waiting rooms and the room where the ceremony was being held. Good idea. Monica and Nicola helped me change clothes, then we all climbed into Leslie. Angelica was in the passenger seat, and after making sure all the Grey Priests were in the back seat, we set off, traveling through the air to a point further south than Liesgang. What? Back when I performed spring prayer as the Blue Shrine Maiden, the border between Ehrenfest and Ehrensbach had been blurred by a great forest. Now, however, it was clear as day. As the vast expanse of trees abruptly became a flat, grassy plain. I had only been handling spring prayer and the harvest festival at the Central District for quite some time now, never having reason to come this far south. So I had been unaware just how dramatically the border had changed. I glanced over at Ferdinand, who was observing the scene with a tight frown. As expected, this had implications. I wanted to ask him a few questions, but the wind roared in our ears, and I could tell that he would chastise me for being unladylike for trying to shout over the noise when there was no emergency. For that reason, I decided to wait until we landed at the gate. It seemed that this protective barrier along with the border allowed the Archduke to know when nobles crossed the border, which meant he would be able to tell the instant nobles from other duchies attempted to launch an invasion, although the barrier did not detect those who had too little mana to be considered a noble. The border gate had therefore been established to allow nobles to visit other duchies without being suspected of plotting an attack. So that's the border gate, A towering white gate sat in the middle of the sprawling forest. It was significantly larger and wider than the castle gate, since it had been made explicitly for nobles to travel through, but there was no wall stretching out on either end. As the barrier was invisible from where we were, it looked to be a randomly placed gate, and because everything except the city roads for carriages were green, it stuck out like a sore thumb. I really like that it stands out, Angelica said. It makes it harder to mistake it for anything else. She was exactly right. Not particularly insightful, but exactly right. We were greeted by the knights guarding the gate when we landed. Lady Rosemine, Lord Ferdinand. We were informed of your arrival, one said. I could see there was Arensbach knights here as well. I imagine it will be a challenge with the archducal family of both duchies arriving for the ceremony, but I trust that you will serve well. I said. Ferdinand instructed me to greet the representatives of both duchies and gave me pouches to hand to them, so I did just that. Inside the pouches was money for the knights stuck at the backwater gate to buy celebratory wine with later. We couldn't give them the alcohol outright, as doing so might lead to suspicion that we were attempting to poison them or tempt them with drink while still on the job. Formally handling the representatives' money in front of the others was also a good move because it prevented them from being able to hide it away from their own purposes. Our gratitude is yours. The knights smiled a little, since the amount we had given them was very much appropriate for the size of the event. First impressions were important after all, and with that the knights took us to the room where the ceremony was going to be held. Priests, construct the shrine, Ferdinand instructed. Rosemine, go to the waiting room. Fran and the others unloaded all the luggage from my high beast, after which I put away Leslie and moved to the waiting room. Audley and Brunhilde were the only ones with me, while the others were busy with preparations. They swiftly prepared tea for me and set down the cookies Ella had made before my departure. As I munched my way through my snacks, Ferdinand came into the waiting room with his retainers, having luckily finished putting the divine instruments and such into place. Justice poured him some tea right away. I didn't recognize several of the other retainers, and it was somewhat odd not seeing Eckert among them. Ferdinand and I discussed the day's ceremony and who would be handling which portions. Once that was done, I was finally granted the opportunity to pose the question that had been playing on my mind. The environment here certainly has changed. Unless my memory deceives me, is this not the place where we were ambushed in the past? I asked. It seems that my deliberately vague use of "in the past" had gotten my message across loud and clear. Ferdinand nodded and said with furrowed brows that this was at least close to the same place. I had already known that it wasn't exactly the same area, since I hadn't seen the extremely memorable gate back then, but it was nearby in the sense of being close to Ehrenbach's border. Ferdinand took out the sound-blocking magic tool from a leather pouch, hanging from his belt, and held one out to me. There are Arensbach knights here, he explained with a defeated sigh, informing me that I had blundered once again. Sorry. No matter, I expect that the Arensbach province on the other side of this border was under the jurisdiction of Count Bindewald, whose fate you know well. It is clear to see that they are suffering quite a severe mana shortage. The question is whether this is because his replacement lacks enough mana, no replacements were sent as punishment, or Arensbach as a whole is lacking in mana compared to the past. I pursed my lips. What are they thinking sending over 2 brides when they're suffering this much already? The Archduke's niece is surely an archnoble, and she has more mana than Lampret did before he learned my compression method, does she not? I would have assumed she was quite valuable to them. They would be demanding something of greater value than the 2 brides, obviously. We simply do not yet know what that something is. We know too little and lack far too much information, Ferdinand said before sipping his tea. By the time the shrine was in order, the Ironfest party had arrived. The Arensbach party showed up a short while later, and the 2 archdukes exchanged quite lengthy greetings. I listened in a daze while observing those from our neighboring duchy. The brides were standing in the back, their faces covered with embroidered veils, so I was mainly watching Ob Arensbach and his family. So this is Ob Arensbach, then, who is presumably no younger than 55, old enough to be called a grandfather without hesitation. Georgine genuinely looked like his daughter standing next to him. And with Detlinde there, it was like seeing 3 different generations all at once. There was a girl even younger than Detlinde, perhaps my age, hiding behind Ob Ehrenbach. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and gosh, was she cute. Is she the other Archduke candidate? Her being an Archduke candidate meant she was the Archduke's child for sure, but she couldn't have been Georgine's child. I had heard that Detlinde was her youngest daughter, not to mention they looked entirely different, and she was standing too far apart from the others. Either the Archduke has another wife, or he adopted her just like Sylvester adopted me. And the latter is the option here. Because that was mentioned in the Ob's side story back in the last volume. No, it was the epilogue, I'm sorry. The epilogue. The archducal greetings ended as I observed the Arensbach archducal family. Georgine was standing a half step behind the foreign Ob, a peaceful smile on her face. She came across as more restrained here, and very different from how she had seemed in Ehrenfest. Detlinde approached Wilfried, looking especially friendly. I heard you are now engaged to Rosemine, she said. It does not seem to me that your relationship has changed much. Well, I mean, why would it? Considering there's still 10 And they still got 5 years before that ceremony is supposed to happen, so at least. So, yeah. We were a family to begin with, Wilfried replied. It was only natural that our relationship would not change. I watched Linda go on to exchange formal first greetings with Charlotte before turning to look at Aurelia, who was standing with her family. The veil covering her face meant I couldn't see her facial features very clearly, but her fancy clothes were certainly appropriate for the niece of an archduke. She was quite tall for a woman, which made her a good match for a muscular knight like Lampret. They would no doubt look great standing together. Aurelia's father seemed just as old as Ob Ehrensbach. His first grandchild was surely coming of age right about now. Aurelia's mother was his third wife, and presumably his latest. She seemed about as old as Elvira, and she was standing beside a girl whose identity was easy enough to guess. Is that the smart, friendly, and beloved little sister? She looks a little bit like Tuli, I think. Her long braid, bright smile, and lively aura all made me think of my own sister. She looked to be about the same age as well, but Tuli was more well-developed than most, so I could assume this girl was actually about as old as Detlinde. She was already in the Royal Academy for sure, even if they weren't in the same grade. Behind Aurelia's family, I could see Frudin's family greeting the Ehrensbach men noble family from which his bride descended. Now then, let us begin the starbind ceremony. Ferdinand signaled for the starbind ceremony to commence, prompting the involved families to move to the room with the makeshift shrine. He and my retainer stayed in the waiting room along with the brides and grooms. Are you perhaps Lampert's little sister, the High Bishop, who will be performing the ceremony? Aurelia suddenly asked. I am told you are known as the Saint of Ehrenfest, but will you be okay performing at such a young age? I've been doing it for a year, so yeah. I have been told not to speak to anyone, but I couldn't ignore someone who had already approached me. I turned around on reflex just as Angelica and my retainer surrounded me, the former having taken up a defensive position. The knights from Ehrensbach did the same around Aurelia, as if acting in response. Stand down, there's no place for violence on this day of celebration, I said to my retainers, before turning my attention back to Aurelia. I understand that someone not from Ehrenfest might find it unsettling to see someone as young as me being entrusted with such an important event, but I performed many ceremonies as a High Bishop before. You may rest assured that your wedding will be a blessed one. I didn't know! Lady Rosamund, it is forbidden to speak directly to the bride, Lenore said. I didn't know! I raised my chin and turned my head away from her dismissively, prepared for whatever scolding my guardians would give me later. I'm not speaking to the bride, I said. I am merely thinking aloud. My, your voice was quite loud, though, Aurelia said, but I was determined to stand my ground. That was when a thin, shaky voice came from amid the Ehrensbach knights. It was presumably Aurelia, but there was so many people now between us that I couldn't quite tell. This is me thinking aloud, too, but will you truly be blessing us? I blinked in surprise as Aurelia sounded. Ehrenfest was rupturing internally, since the former Veronica's faction was feeding information to Ehrensbach, at least from what I knew. From our perspective, these brides were being forced onto us, but perhaps they were being forced into this by higher authorities. If so, they must have been more worried and anxious than anyone, since they were traveling to new homes amid what was nothing short of political turmoil. I am still thinking aloud, but it is only natural that new couples will be blessed. That is why I am here. Of course, I imagine everyone is ill at ease, given the complex political relationships at play. But the brides and grooms will need to build their own lives in Ehrenfest by communicating and supporting one another. I pray that these lives will be filled with joy. As Aurelia and I continued our conversation, under the weak guise of thinking aloud, our guard knights faced each other, sighed, and then ultimately backed down. The atmosphere in the room seemed to relax soon after. The High Bishop shall now enter, came Fran's voice on the other side of the door. I smiled at the two brides before heading for the open door with the Bible in my arms. I entered the room in which the ceremony was being held and made my way over to Ferdinand, naturally taking great care not to step on the hem of my robes and fall flat on my face during this important ritual. Before eventually taking my place beside him, I could feel the intense gazes I was receiving from Ehrensbach's side of the room. I had Ferdinand put the Bible on its podium as per usual, and then stepped onto the stand that had been placed for me behind it. Ferdinand began speaking when I was ready. Now begins the starbind ceremony. All brides and grooms stepped forward. Grey Priest opened the door, and the two new couples stepped inside. It was a tense moment for both the Ehrenfest and the Ehrensbach's Knight Order, who was busy staring each other down, but the involved families clapped and gave words of celebration, which was a relief to see. Ferdinand read from the Bible before confirming the couple's intent to marry as both archdukes stood by. Since the brides were marrying into Ehrenfest, we were the ones who had to prepare the wedding documents Sylvester took out 2 contracts from which went up in golden flames after the brides and grooms signed them with magic pens. Once they had vanished completely, the wedding was complete. The high bishops had now blessed the newly formed couples. It was my time to shine. Ferdinand handed me a face stone he had preemptively filled with the proper amount of mana, such that my blessing would not end up being too great. It was effectively Plan A in his Rose Mine chaos prevention scheme. He gave me a sharp look that seemed to stress just how important it was that I not mess this up. And I returned a brisk nod to show my understanding before taking a deep breath. O mighty King and Queen of the endless skies, O God of darkness and Goddess of light, hear my prayers. May you grant your blessings to the birth of new unions. May those who offer their prayers and gratitude to thee be blessed with thine divine protection. I am not getting this right. As I prayed to the supreme gods, black and golden lights swirled in my ring like usual, then shot up in the ceiling. The colors overlapped, mixing together, and then burst apart into specks of light dust, which rained down upon the newlyweds. I had been told not to make a spectacle, and since there were only 2 couples, the blessing ended up being fairly small. Its distribution was usually affected, but to at least some degree, by my feelings, but this time it went out equally to Lampret, Froden, and their new wives. As a sign of relief, I heard awed mutters and whispers from the Ahrensbach side of the room. O Saint of Ehrenfest, that was a magnificent blessing. I am honored. Abba Ahrensbach wore a smile as he praised my efforts, but his eyes were not on me, they were on Ferdinand. Oh, great! No, leave Ferdinand alone. Leave him alone. Okay, I'm gonna have to end this here, and I'll see everybody next time. Okay, this is gonna be part 4. Pre-meeting for the dyeing competition. The starbinding ceremony ended without incident, and as expected, I ended up bedridden immediately after. When I eventually woke up, the first thing Ferdinand told me was that a planned ambush had been foiled thanks to the efforts of some children from the former Veronica faction. The would-be ambushers must have thought that we of the temple would be traveling by carriage, he said. The Knight's Order reported that they detected a great number of people lurking among the trees close to the roads. Traveling by carriage? For what purpose? I muttered in confusion. Having high beasts means we can fly straight to our destination without having to worry about roads and the like. What were the ambushers even thinking? Ferdinand narrowed his eyes with a glare. No doubt they did not expect you to travel with all the Grey Priests in your high beast. Only select nobles are aware that you can freely change its size, and a normal noble would never expect the adopted daughter of an archduke to allow such people to ride with her. In other words, my free-thinking spirit saved the day. Yay! It would be more accurate to say that your incomprehensible abnormality was responsible. The ambushers had apparently lost sight of us due to how unpredictable my actions had been from a noble's perspective. It was amusing to imagine them waiting in the forest for a carriage to pass by, completely unaware that we had already flown over them. They must have felt dumb, to say the least. Yay! Unfortunately, the ambushers possessed so little mana that the Knight's Order had struggled when searching for them. They had also scattered as soon as they realized their plan had been compromised, such that any traces of the mana being used to track them was vanished in an instant. The Knights ultimately lost sight of them in the forest and decided to strengthen the security around the border gate instead. The ambush may have been doomed from the start, but we must acknowledge that children of the former Veronica faction did all they could to warn us about it, Ferdinand continued. It was because of the letter we received from Roderick and those who informed him that we were able to learn of those hiding in the forest. According to Riarda, their hearts were moved by your efforts to bring everyone together in the Royal Academy, no matter their faction. That was unexpected. I had pushed for everyone to work together purely because I didn't like how hostile things seemed in the dorm. My assumption had been that this cooperation would end as soon as we returned to Ehrenfest, and parents got involved, but apparently not. Good. Although my plan had been to absorb the other children into my faction once they came of age and could choose their allegiances for themselves, it seemed that those of the former Veronica faction were already a lot more proactive. So Roderick and the others worked up the courage to warn us, thereby displaying their loyalty to the Archduke, I said. Ferdinand, please join me in asking Sylvester to allow them into our faction. He must know all too well what an ordeal it can be to oppose one's parents. In noble society, resolving to oppose one's parents before coming of age was the same as throwing away one's entire support base, and given that even apprentice work was normally done under the observation of one's parents, these children's futures would be indescribably bleak if new guardians did not come to assist them. You are the one they were trying to contact, Ferdinand noted. Should you not be the one to absorb them? Is that an option? There are some I would even like to take as my retainers, but it would not be very commendable for me to lay claim to them first, would it? It seemed to me that it was best for Sylvester or Wilfrid to take them, since their foundations were still weak. That said, if me taking them with the last gangs on my back was better for quashing the former Veronica faction, I would do so without hesitation. Hold on. Oh, that's the trash, okay. You intend to take them on as retainers, not simply reward or praise them for their efforts. You are as hasty as ever. It would be dangerous to make such an abrupt move over this one incident. This isn't an abrupt move. I have seen their work in the Royal Academy. Hartman and Brunhilde were far more abrupt, considering that they were selected without me having even met them before. I knew that it didn't seem abrupt from my guardian's perspective, since they had chosen my retainer candidates after much time spent combing through all the options, but I had been prompted to choose retainers I had never met, and knew pretty much nothing about. In contrast, I had observed these children's behavior for a full season at the Royal Academy. At first, the students of the former Veronica faction had been hesitant about working with those of other factions, but once I divided everyone into teams, and we started on our studies, they worked flawlessly as a group. In no time at all, we were sharing resources and teaching each other. Even when it came to earning money through the gathering of intelligence, they had proved to be valuable allies by offering up information on Ahrensbach that only they could get access to, and aided us in preparation for the Interduchy tournament in their own way. No matter how much nobles tried to put on masks, I found it easy to learn more about them after spending so much time living with them. Putting aside the fact that I may not have been a good eye for people, of course. I see. I suppose this would not be abrupt from your perspective, but that does not change the fact that it would be for everyone else, Ferdinand said. Any children from the former Veronica faction would need time and more time and more accomplishments to their names before you can take them out as retainers. I would still advise that you reward them and encourage this behavior, though. In that regard, what would you like to do? It was a hard question. I had already said that I wanted to take them on as my retainers. Was there some other reward that could actually make it easier for the children to enter our faction while changing the minds of adults as much as possible? If taking them on as retainers is not an option, I suggested it before, but how about adjusting the conditions of the magic contract and teaching them my mana compression method? Your mana compression method, Ferdinand mused. I mean, if it's written in the contract that they're not allowed to go against you once they have it, when they sign it and everything, then that would be a good way to do it, because then they wouldn't be able to go against you. Hello? That would probably be a smart idea right there. At that moment, we were only teaching nobles who were already locked into the Florencia faction, but if we demonstrated that we were also willing to teach those from other factions who worked for our sake, it would potentially encourage even more cooperation going forward. The children of the former Veronica faction bemoaned that they could not choose their faction for themselves, and they stressed that a large gap would form between them and the others if they had to wait until they came of age to learn my compression method. As they should, the compression method still will dramatically impact one's mana growth. One need only compare Lampret and Daniel, or Angelica and Cornelius to the others in their respective generations to see what the difference is obvious. Was your original intention not to spread the compression method to resolve Ehrenfest's mana shortage, I asked? Signing contracts for the mana compression with children who will one day be our allies will allow them to develop more mana over their growth period. Ferdinand listened carefully, his brows knitted in a tight frown. The fact that he hadn't refused the idea outright meant there was still hope. I cannot say whether the others will agree to this, but absorbing the children into our faction is an immediate priority, Ferdinand eventually replied. The time will come when we must make a decision, absorb the children, and then absorb their parents through them, or save only the children to avoid their talents being wasted, and cut off the parents entirely. I think that depends on the people, because Gerlach and them, Matthias's parents are not going to probably choose to support them because they're so far with Georgine. However, there might be some others who might have parents that would be willing to become part of the Florencia faction, but it just depends. And I believe that time will be coming soon, whether we like it or not. I agree. At this rate, the conflict between parents who wish to lean on Ahrensbach and the children who desire to pick their own faction will only intensify, and any underage children we absorb alone will need guardians, I said. It was beyond me to look after all the children of the former Veronica faction myself. That was the job of Sylvester, the top dog of Ehrenfest. I wanted him, the Archduke, to reward their efforts and resolve. I understand your position and shall convey it to the others. After making a full recovery, I returned to my normal daily life. A letter requesting meetings came from the lower city, and once Feline and Hartmut were back to visiting the temple regularly for work. It had been sent by the Gilberta Company, who were going to be managing the dyeing competition, and after settling on a date, I sent an ordinance to Brunhilde. Brunhilde, we will soon be meeting with the Gilberta Company in the temple to discuss the upcoming dyeing competition. What will you be doing? I believe we will find it much more agreeable than Groshel's lower city. Her reply came swiftly. Feline and Hartmut are already visiting the temple after all. Worry not for my sake. I'll be coming along too. It seemed that Brunhilde took no issue with visiting the temple. Her resistance toward it had faded considerably compared to the lower city, since she regularly spoke with her fellow retainers who visited the temple almost daily. Hartmut, what have you said about the temple? I asked. That it is as clean and orderly as the castle, simply with priests in place of nobles, and that even the common grey priests are well trained enough that spending time with them is not unpleasant in the least. That's good. I've been telling Brunhilde about my work here too, Feline added with a smile. Lady Rosemine, Hartmut said. If the next meeting with the Gilberta Company is going to be a preliminary discussion on the dyeing competition, I would suggest contacting not just Brunhilde, but Lady Elvira as well. That'd probably be a good idea. Because they're participating in it too. I followed his advice, and it was subsequently decided that Brunhilde and Elvira would attend my meeting with the Gilberta Company alongside a number of guard knights and scholars. Since we had Elvira and Brunhilde joining us, rather than using the orphanage director's chambers as per usual, we were going to be using a newly renovated parlor that was as close to the temple's front gate as possible. We are on our way, Elvira informed me via ordonnance. I asked Nicola to make tea and sweets, then headed to the front entrance with Fran, Monica, Daniel, and Angelica. I watched the sky and soon spotted several high beasts flying toward us in formation, coming from the direction of the castle. There was more than I expected. As well as Elvira and Brunhilde, there were 2 apprentice scholars and 3 apprentice guard knights. So this is the temple, Brunhilde muttered, but as she looked around curiously, taking in the sights she had never seen before, Elvira walked inside without the slightest hesitation, having visited my high beast's chambers before. It was a sight that made Brunhilde widen her amber eyes in disbelief. Yeah, you can't really hesitate now. Nobody else hesitated either, and Brunhilde soon found herself swept up in their march into the temple. She was trying to maintain a blank facade, but I could see her eyes wavering a bit. This is the parlor where we shall meet for meetings between noble scholars and the lower city merchants, I said. We were using the furniture that had once belonged to Besenwast and had otherwise been gathering dust in the temple storeroom, since his family didn't want it, and the Blue Priest had sensed that politics were going to be changing. Ferdinand had instructed that we use the furniture for the sake of efficiency. Besenwast had already ensured that it was appropriate for his family's status, and after reupholstering the chairs and polishing the wood, it was perfectly suited for a parlor being visited by archnobles. Brunhilde twirled around once she looked the room over, then nodded with satisfaction. Feline, however, seemed frozen to the spot. Perhaps the furniture was too fancy for lay nobles, as she was hesitant about using it. Today's sweets are falal tarts. They are quite new, I said, recommending the seasonal treats that Ella and Nicola had made. Fran poured the tea in the meantime, and it seemed that Brunhilde rather liked his brew. She took one sip and closed her eyes as if to savor the taste. The tea is quite good, she remarked. Fran was trained by Ferdinand himself and received notably high marks. Goodness. We enjoyed our tea and sweets for a while longer, until soon enough Fritz arrived with our visitors from the Gilberta Company. I saw Otto swallow hard when he saw how many nobles were packed into our new meeting room. He then looked my way and put on a broad smile, probably to hide how unsettled he was. Can't say I blame him. There are 10 nobles here. After the long greetings, I directed Otto to his seat and prompted him to have some tea. How is the lower city? I asked him, while sipping tea and eating tarts. The merchants from other duchies are flooding in now, correct? A trip to the workshops and orphanages shows a bustle much busier than previous years. I needed to show the nobles that information from the lower city was still useful. The amount of activity there is unprecedented, he replied. The Merchants Guild and the large stores all have their hands full with business, and while there is much room for improvement heading into next year, things are currently going smoothly. Yay! More people meant more business opportunities, and it seemed that the large store owners who had come to my meeting at the Italian restaurant were already working to prepare for next year. Rinsham and hairpins are selling well in the Gilberta Company, and the Italian restaurant is developing a certain high-class prestige due to the introduction of the system limiting visitors, Otto continued. Even the sovereign merchants were stunned when they tried the food for themselves. Ehrenfest is still lacking in many areas, but what we do have excels far beyond that found in other duchies, so we can do business with our heads held high. The image of Otto and Benno cockily doing business with sovereign and Klassenberg noble merchants easily came to mind, and was endlessly amusing. I am glad to know there have been no major problems, I said. And is the cleanliness of the city being maintained also? But of course, the soldiers are continuing their patrols. But they have to warn people much less regularly now. You may rest assured everyone has grown used to their new way of life. Yay! It seemed that passages and roofs were being built such that people could properly dispose of garbage and waste even when enduring the deep snow of winter. Construction workshops and lumber yards were apparently quite busy as well. Moving on, let's discuss the dyeing competition. How are the dyeing workshops? I asked. They're exceedingly invested in the competition, since it is an opportunity to earn a title from the archducal family and secure exclusive business from the nobility. The young craftspeople are burning with passion to acquire a title equal in prestige to that of the Gutenbergs, and seasoned craftspeople are frantically working together in an attempt to remember what the foremen of their youth and of the techniques, or said of the techniques. The dyeing techniques may have been abandoned, but they were still old records and pieces of cloth in the Gilberto Company and scraps of documents in the storerooms of the Dyeing Guild, which were being used to revive them. Things were apparently quite lively. This is the list of the dyeing workshops and craftspeople due to participate, Otto said, holding out a sheet of paper. I scanned the names, and one in particular immediately caught my eye, Effa. The very moment I confirmed that her workshop's name was there too, my enthusiasm shot through the roof. Ah, Mom's participating! I'm going to choose her to be my personal craftspeople person for sure. Don't be so sure on that. A stroke of victory posed on the inside, while otherwise maintaining a cool exterior, and Anna took this opportunity to turn to Elvira. Lady Elvira, might I ask when the competition is planned to take place? He asked. The craftspeople must be given a set date. He and Elvira proceeded to iron out details, such as when the goods would need to be delivered on the day, when the tea party would start, how large the party would be, how many people would be brought to the castle, and so on, with the occasional interjection from Brunhilde. I pretty much just nodded along as other people made the decisions, wondering what title I should give those working in the field of dyes and fashion. Otto had said that it was important to them, but a perfect name just wasn't coming to mind. The whole Gutenberg thing was pretty much a slip of the tongue, since I was so moved by Johann's mental letter types. Plus, I don't even care that much about dyeing. Printing is one thing, but fashion? Meh. I knew a lot of names that cropped up in connection to libraries and the printing industry, but my only experience with dyeing in my Arano days had been when my mom invited me out to try it. I certainly couldn't remember any relevant, important people. The number of books I had read was of little consequence when I struggled to remember what they said. To be clear, I only ever even thought about spreading dyeing techniques in response to Justice's intelligence gathering. At one point had I expected that it would spawn an entire competition, or that a new title would be involved. I can't come up with the names of any people, but maybe I can use the name of a dye? Yuzen? Was the first thing that came to mind back then, but I'm pretty sure the people here struggle to pronounce Japanese words. Not to mention, the names given by nobles tended to be longer in this world. The craftspeople would almost certainly give me strange looks if they were rewarded with their hard work with a short title. Oh boy, maybe I should just, use a word that means the revival of technology or something? There was a word like that, right? I've forgotten so much by this point, but I'm pretty sure one existed. The revival of an entire era of technologies. The revival of a culture so rich it will be difficult to categorize. Oh right, Renaissance! I shot my head up, beaming with satisfaction, only to realize that everyone was looking at me in utter bemusement. Oh, my apologies, I stammered. That would be, I was just thinking of the title to give to the skilled participants of the competition. I attempted to cover up my sudden outburst with a chuckle, but the strange looks I was receiving remained unchanged. Only after a lengthy moment of silence did Otto force a smile and glance around the room. Ah, Renaissance. Is that what you intend to call the dyeing craftspeople, Lady Rosemine? You were making such a difficult expression that I feared I had made some blunder, but I see now that you were dedicating your formidable mental prowess to devising the perfect title. Holy cow! Otto was working so hard to fix the awkward silence, I can't just tell him I was talking to myself like an idiot. What should I do? Brunhilde nodded. I'm glad you have found a title that you like, Lady Rosemine, she said. Renaissance, I muttered, trying to figure out how to fix the situation. But the next thing I knew, everyone had settled on Renaissance being the dyeing-related title. Hartman and Feline were already noting it down, and I could see Otto's assistant Theo adding it to his diptych as well. Oh, no. It doesn't even have anything to do with dyeing. At this point, Mom is going to be called a Renaissance. That doesn't even make sense, and it sounds terrible. Well, if you end up coming up with anything that involves, accessories, like purses, jackets, expensive stuff like that, you could call it Gucci. Or Louis Vuitton or something like that. Dear Lord Almighty. The meeting came to a close shortly after, and our visitors from the Gilberto Company filtered out. Elvira then ordered the lay scholars to exit. You all may leave now, she said. Create records of today's meeting and deliver them to Lady Florencia and Lady Charlotte. I have more to discuss with Lady Rosemine and Lord Ferdinand. Elvira and Ferdinand had apparently agreed to talk after our meeting with the merchants. The lay scholars departed, and as Monica went to summon Ferdinand, Fran poured me a freshly prepared cup of tea. What is there to talk about, I asked. I don't recall being told about anything like this. It is about what Aurelia has told us of Aaron's box internal affairs, Elvira replied. Lord Ferdinand may not think it is necessary for you to hear this, but I believe you are better off knowing than not. I looked at my retainers. Brunhilde and Hartmut both seemed to agree, their relief at our previous meeting finishing having already vanished from their faces. Mother, what kind of person is Lady Aurelia? I asked. You will generally be meeting her as the Archduke's adopted daughter, so address her only as Aurelia. In any case, she has spoken with Lamprey, and since she has only met with a careful selection of people, it seems that the former Veronica faction has yet to make contact with her. Good. Since Lamprey and Aurelia were living in a side building on Karstad's estate, Elvira and the others were able to monitor who went to see them. It seems that the other bride, Bettina, is already closely associated with the former Veronica faction, Elvira continued. That much was to be expected, of course. Oh, yeah. Ferdinand was apparently a men noble in the former Veronica faction. Socializing with his family meant directly socializing with the former Veronica faction, so there was no avoiding this. One thing of particular note is that Aurelia appears to wear her veil at all times, Elvira said. I have yet to clearly see her face. Yes, I seem to recall Lamprey saying that she wishes to avoid being misunderstood because of her sharp features. I am sure that her continuing to wear an Arnsbach veil will invite more misunderstandings than anything, Elvira said with a sigh. However, she had lived her whole life up to this point, being subject to constant misunderstandings. It only made sense that she would want to avoid any further misunderstandings in this tense situation. Mother, shall we invite Aurelia to the dyeing competition? I am not allowed to contact her at the moment, but we cannot just leave her out, can we? I asked. Not inviting Aurelia to a competition being hosted by Florencia, Elvira, and me, the mother of her husband's lord, her mother-in-law, and her sister-in-law, respectfully, would give off the impression that she was being deliberately ostracized. Indeed, we must invite her. I will strive to remain with you at all times, but have Brunhilde with you as well. You must take care with all that you say. As I was heeding Elvira's various warnings, Ferdinand arrived. Elvira, speak what you know, he said. Elvira prefaced her response with a, now, this is second-hand knowledge from Lamprey, before going on to explain the reason why Arnsbach had lost almost all its Archduke candidates. It seemed that Ob Arnsbach's first wife was from Drwanko, and his second wife from Workstock. His third wife is Lady Georgina, as we know. Workstock? That explains that, Ferdinand said. He had evidently inferred something crucial from Elvira's answer, but I was still absolutely clueless. The most I knew was that Workstock was a greater duchy that had been lost following the Civil War. His first wife had 3 daughters, and no boys, while his second wife had 2 boys, Elvira continued. Since both the Archduke's first and second wives were from greater duchies, it had been expected that one of his second wife's sons would succeed him. Some of his first wife's daughters had married into other duchies as a result, while one married an archnoble inside the duchy. However, the Civil War had then occurred, and the first and second wives became politically divided. Ob Arnsbach had supported the faction of his first wife's family in Drwanko, which had ultimately put him on the winning side. As you know, there was a large-scale purge following the Civil War, Elvira went on. She was referring to the purge of nobles that had been carried out by the new king in Klassenburg, through which the defeated Greater Duchy was severely punished. Ob Arnsbach's second wife was executed for being the little sister of Ob Workstock. Her sons were going to be executed along with her, but due to the desperate pleas of Ob Arnsbach, their lives were spared on the condition that they would be reduced in status to archnobles. Thus, despite Arnsbach being on the winning side, it quickly fell into a succession crisis. This was only made worse by the fact that they had been given a portion of Workstock's land to manage, thereby enlarging their duchy. By the time the second wife's sons had been reduced to being archnobles, the first wife's daughters had already been married away, meaning they were no longer of Arnsbach's archducal family. It seemed that Ob Arnsbach is attempting to increase his duchy's number of archduke candidates by adopting his daughter's children, that is, his grandchildren. Unfortunately, every duchy was suffering from a shortage of nobles, so he had only been able to adopt one of them. His plan was to raise this child as the next Ob. Incidentally, when his first wife died, Georgine had taken her place. Lady Georgine's oldest daughter had similarly wed an archnoble and is no longer an archduke candidate. That leaves only Lady Detlinde and Lady Letizia, the previously mentioned adopted granddaughter. The Archduke's younger brother is a member of the archducal family, is he not? Ferdinand asked. If he has an abundance of children, could the Ob not relinquish his seat early and prioritize regrowing the archducal family? Elvira slowly shook her head. It seems to be tradition in Arnsbach for all other members of the archducal family to lose their status. Aurelia's family was given land and became an archnoble, she said, making it clear that Arnsbach truly was out of options. And that is all I have heard from Lampret. I still have many questions, but given that Aurelia is the daughter of a third wife from Frambeltag, it is possible that she knows no more than that, Ferdinand said. His brows were pulled into a frown, and he began to contemplate the situation with a look of thorough displeasure on his face. Here we go, the dyeing competition. Since Lampret's and Fruden's starbindings had taken place at the end of summer, the summer coming of age and the autumn baptism ceremonies came right after. I carried out my roles for them before moving to the castle for the dyeing competition. I would be staying there for a brief period until the harvest festival. Just a bit longer, Lady Rosemine, Lysetta said when we arrived. She was spreading out colored cloth, adorned with intricate magic circles, and decorations to hide these magic circles, with an overjoyed smile on her face. The embroidering for Schwartz and Weiss's outfits was almost done, thanks to her, Charlotte, and the others. They look wonderful, Lysetta exclaimed. There's still a bit more that needs to be done. Let me help too, Angelica said, her blue eyes flashing intently as she picked up a needle. She was determined to learn the magic circles. Judith quickly grasped the thread, not wanting to be beaten out by... Wow, everyone has so much girl power. I can only bow to their overwhelming femininity as I elected to do something else entirely. Daniel, Cornelius, I will entrust you with guard duty. Hartman, Feline, there is transcribing to be done. We do not have much time, so let us hurry, I said. My aim was to finish transcribing Dunkelfelger's book and translating it into modern vernacular before my return to the Royal Academy. I left the tea party preparations to Brunhilde, Elvira, and Florencia while focusing on my translation, and soon enough the day of the dyeing competition arrived. The tea party was being held in the afternoon, but the Gilberta Company was due to start bringing the cloth at third bell. A messenger soon announced their arrival, so I moved to the location of the event to meet them. I was the first one there, but Florencia and Elvira came moments later. Otto paused, giving instructions to his workers when he saw us and came over. We exchanged lengthy noble greetings, then Elvira appeared around the room. Otto, where are these wooden frames? She asked, nodding toward the objects that the Gilberta Company staff were setting up along the walls. I immediately recognized the frames as hangers used to hold cloth. They were around 2 meters tall and somewhat similar in appearance to a torii, the gate built at the entrance to Shinto shrines. In fact, they were better compared to the stands used to display kimonos in Japan. Florencia and Elvira were used to merchants spreading the cloth out for them rather than hanging it up for all to see, so they didn't quite understand. Elvira was watching the workers with her brow furrowed. Otto responded with a subtly troubled smile. Although this is the debut of the new dyeing method, it is also a tea party. We thought this would allow guests to view the cloth from a distance, he said. Normally, when nobles decided on cloth, the various options were lined up in front of them. They would feel each piece and select their favorites, while the merchants would then spread out for them. But given the nature of this event, there wasn't enough manpower, cloth, or time for each noble in attendance to be tended to individually. Otto had apparently agonized quite a bit over how to solve this predicament. The craftswoman who makes Lady Rosemine's hairpins suggested this design, he said. She believed the colorful cloth will stand out well against the pure white walls of the castle. By using these hangers, it should be easier to decide on one's preferences. This event is not just being held to view new cloth, I added, doing my best to support Otto and prevent any disagreements. We also intended to display a new dyeing method and decide whom to reward with our exclusive business. For that reason, all cloth must be shown equally, regardless of individual preferences. It will be no doubt be too much of a struggle for the Gilberta Company to host all of our guests at once on their own, but by displaying everything at once, everyone can easily identify their favorites. There should not be any issues as long as the proper steps are taken when we decide on our workshops and select our cloth. Elvira's expression softened a little. It is true that we lack the time for each piece of cloth to be displayed directly presented to each person. The displayed cloth was intended to be used for winter clothing, so each piece was the divine color of winter. Rather than there being only red, however, the wall ended up being decorated with a variety of colors from pink to orange. Some pieces even incorporated gradients, seamlessly blending several colors from their spectrum into one another. Nice! Most of the cloth was decorated with floral patterns, perhaps because it had been made at my suggestion. Of course, Brunhilde wasted no time in voicing her thoughts to the Gilberta Company. You there, place those frames further apart, she said. The design on the cloth is hardly visible. As you wish. This cloth should be positioned such that this flower is easier to see. Of course, my lady. She continued to give precise instructions on how each piece needed to be displayed. I sympathized with the staff members who were having to meet her meticulous demands, but there was no denying it. Brunhilde had impressively sharp eyes. The minor alterations she asked for truly did make the cloth look better on display. Lady Rosemine, Otto whispered quietly. He was hoping that I would intervene since his ravaged employees were shooting him desperate looks, but I wasn't going to stop Brunhilde. I hadn't seen her this lively in quite a while. I believe the tea party will run a lot smoother if we trust Brunhilde's sense for these things, I said. You may use this opportunity to learn the aesthetics of an arch noble. Soon enough, the castle's attendants were hurrying about, busily getting things ready for the tea party. The tables were set, and Florencia went to oversee preparations for the sweets and such. Meanwhile, Evara was watching the Gilberto Company staff as they put the cloth on display. All of a sudden, she looked up and summoned Otto as though she had noticed something. It occurs to me that although the cloth is all visible, we cannot tell which piece was made by whom. Will there be name tags, she asked. Otto shook his head. In order to maintain fairness, we have attached numbers to the cloth that only we of the Gilberto Company can decode. If a particular piece earns your favor enough for you to want to give that workshop your exclusive business, please state its number. We will inform you of the workshop's name and the craftspeople who made it. So we need only rely on our eyes, then. That sounds suitable for a new method such as this. Evara said with a nod, but I didn't approve in the least. It was possible that this anonymity would prevent me from selecting Mom to have my exclusive business. Otto had said this was to maintain fairness, but it was clearly to prevent my nepotism in particular. I pursed my lips. Come on, what's the problem with a little nepotism? Don't be mean, Otto. Having no other choice, I resolved to find Mom's cloth on my own. And I'll do it, too. The power of my love will see me through. After lunch, we checked over the preparations, then waited for fifth bell when the event was due to begin. Riarda had scolded me for having a light lunch so that I could gorge myself on sweets at the tea party. But Ella had started focusing on pies and tarts recently, so I needed all the room I could get. Lady Rosamine, if you do not mind, there is someone I wish to reintroduce you to, Evara said. She had returned home for lunch and now had Aurelia with her. Just as Evara had feared, Aurelia was hiding her face behind a thick veil decorated with elaborate embroidery. And indeed, at first glance, Aurelia seemed to be rejecting Ehrenfest's culture and expressing her allegiance to Ehrenbach's traditions. This is Aurelia, Lamprint's wife, Evara said. I understood that it was a little early for guests, but as she would not be comfortable entering the castle alone, I decided to bring her with me. Aurelia, this is Lady Rosamine. She is my daughter and Lamprint's younger sister, but she was adopted by the Archduke. I imagine you know her from the Starbind ceremony where she acted as the High Bishop. Yes, Aurelia replied. I was truly happy when she blessed us. I went out to exchange greetings with Aurelia, but as her face was still covered, it didn't really feel as though I was meeting her properly. There are going to be many other nobles gathering today, so would it not be wise to remove your veil, I asked her. See, Aurelia? Lady Rosamine thinks so too, Evara said. I'm sorry, Mother. I told you. I simply cannot, Aurelia replied, tightly gripping her veil as if obstinately securing it in place. I could tell that Evara had urged her to remove it countless times already, aware that not being able to see someone's face inevitably made them seem more hostile and foreign. But Aurelia's trembling hands made it equally clear that she was terrified even while hidden beneath it. Aurelia, I am concerned for you, I said. The act of stubbornly wearing an Ehrensbach veil makes it seem as though you are refusing to embrace Ehrenfest. That is not my intention whatsoever, Aurelia murmured, but her grip didn't appear to loosen in the slightest. I had no idea how many people had misjudged her based on her facial features before, but it had evidently been enough to traumatize her. If you insist on wearing a veil, perhaps you could wear one made with Ehrenfest cloth, I proposed. That would at least somewhat demonstrate that you consider our duchy to be your new home. Aurelia twitched at the suggestion. Evara shook her head warily, but she did concede that it would help her make at least a marginally better impression. Today we are going to be looking at cloth dyed with both old and new dyeing techniques, some of which I personally suggested, I said. Aurelia, perhaps you could select your favorite and use it to make a new veil? That alone would make a much more favorable impression. I thank you ever so much for the wondrous idea, Lady Rosamine. I would indeed like to make a new veil with Ehrenfest cloth, Aurelia replied, her relief palpable in her voice. Once that was decided, Evara began walking briskly around the room, carrying out final checks with the Florencia, who had similarly returned from lunch. Brunhilde was closely checking each piece of cloth with narrowed eyes, making sure they were displayed in the most effective manner. Meanwhile, I was trying to work out which one was Mom's. There were some pieces of cloth that varied in color from orange to purple, some that varied from dark to light red, some with an uneven tie-dye, and some with repeated patterns. Now, which one is Mom's? Among the various pieces on display, some had opted to use bright colors for the flower petals, while others had used green for the leaves. This stuck out the most since not too many people had experimented much beyond the divine color of winter. Wait, is Aurelia following me? Has she imprinted on me or something? Imprinted on you! That's funny. I guess maybe she's following whoever she wants to be able to get to know. I don't know. For some reason, Aurelia was walking around with me like a duckling following her mother. Both Florencia and Evara were busy, so maybe it was my role as a host to entertain her? What to talk about? Aurelia, can you stay in front of you while wearing that? I used a face-concealing veil in the past, but I could only see my feet and not the faces of those I was meeting with. I had worn a veil during the spring prayer I attended as a blue shrine maiden, and while I had proven effective at stopping people from seeing my face, I hadn't been able to see their faces either. Surely it was making it more difficult for Aurelia to socialize. This veil is inscribed with a magic circle, so Aurelia trailed off, her tone apologetic. It seemed that she could see her surroundings just fine. So you're able to see the people around you, even with your face covered? Yes, that's right. The embroidery does seem fairly complex. Are you skilled in embroidery, Aurelia? I am merely average. In other words, super good. I'm pretty sure Laisletta described herself the same way. You are skilled at everything, aren't you, Lady Rosemine? Lampert always boasts about being your older brother. I am told you are as compassionate as a saint, Aurelia said. Apparently Lampert had mentioned at some point or another that he was only where he was today because I had saved him. Lampert said that you would not despise me when we first met, as you show compassion even to orphans and those of other factions, but I could not bring myself to believe it, Aurelia continued. And yet, on the day of the Starbind ceremony, you graced me with kind words. I was truly happy. Even today, rather than having me remove my veil, you graciously suggested that I replace it with a new one. I can hardly express how thankful I am. I hadn't known this since I rarely had reason to meet with Lampert and thus rarely spoke to him, but he was apparently really grateful to me. It seemed that Aurelia was sticking to me so closely, in large part because she valued his words so highly. I wanted to praise Lampert in turn and boost her opinion of him further, but nothing really came to mind, so I elected to continue deepening my own bond with Aurelia instead. In that case, as your new little sister, I will give you a piece of cloth myself. Consider it a gift in celebration of your new marriage. Would you rather have something cute or pretty? Given my height, I do not believe cutesy cloth would compliment me very well, Aurelia replied. She shook her head dismissively, but I could tell from her tone that she liked cute things, even if she didn't think they suited her. As this is only a face covering, there's no need for you to fret about your height, I said. The most you should pay attention to is the color so that you may ensure it goes with the clothes you normally wear. Aurelia's face twitched nervously beneath her veil. It was as though her heart was speaking through her body, which was pretty amusing to see. I turned to Brunhilde, who was following behind me. She could provide better advice than anyone else here. Brunhilde, which design would better suit a veil similar to the one Aurelia is currently wearing? Might I suggest this one made using both tie-dyeing and resist-dyeing, Brunhilde responded. If you would prefer a more prominent design, this one is quite nice. If one's intention is to embroider a magic circle cloth with designs on the side, but none in the middle, might be easiest to use. Aurelia began looking at the pieces of cloth on display. I couldn't see her expression, but I could tell that she was examining them more seriously because she was actually stopping in front of them and staring at them for much longer than before. Brunhilde was observing this process, writing down the numbers that Aurelia considered for a particularly long time. As this went on, I returned to looking for Mom's cloth. Because of my time spent bonding with Aurelia, I was seated between her and Elvira when the tea party eventually began. I had received the secret order to bring up Ahrensbach and try to extract as much information from her as possible. It was a critically important mission. Ahrensbach topics, I sipped my tea and then turned to Aurelia. You know, Aurelia, there are a few questions I have about Ahrensbach. Could you assist me? Yes, of course. Assuming there are questions I can answer, Aurelia replied. She sounded defensively tense, but I needed to press on with my important mission. How many books are there in Ahrensbach's libraries? Books? Libraries? Aurelia repeated, her voice cracking in surprise. Meanwhile, Elvira and Florencia lowered their eyes as if showing their dissatisfaction with my choice of question. Get her to relax a little, and then get her the questions. Indeed, as a greater duchy, the castle must be filled with books, no? My apologies, but I do not know the precise number. I did not visit the castle very often. I do remember, however, that the Royal Academy's library has many more books. I recall that despite Aurelia being the Archduke's niece, she had been poorly treated as the daughter of a third wife. It makes sense that she wouldn't visit the castle on a regular basis. In that case, did you perhaps bring any Ahrensbach books with you when you moving here, I asked? Eagerly, I have a particular fondness for stories. Dunkelfelder has many tales about strong knights, but what of Ahrensbach? If you know of any, I would love to hear them. Aurelia tilted her head. If you're asking about famous knight stories, then tales about the slaying of sea fae beasts are quite popular. Oh my, there are such tales in Ahrensbach, Elvira interjected. I would very much like to hear one. This one is very widely known, but if you do not mind, Aurelia went on to tell us a story of a knight who slew a massive fae beast of the sea. It may have been a common tale in her home duchy, but it was tantalizingly unique here in Ehrenfest. Feline was desperately writing it down behind me. Aurelia mentioned various sea creatures in her story, so I was sure I could secure some dried seaweed or something of the like by getting on good terms with her. My excitement rose to the roof, despite her having been so thoroughly squashed before. Fish! Sea seafood! Yahoo! In my mind, as my mind swam with the thought of delicious new meals, the complex design on Aurelia's veil started to look increasingly like a school of appetizing fish. Oh my god. I learned during my geography lesson that Arensbach, unlike Ehrenfest, borders an ocean. What types of sea creatures can be caught there? Are they tasty? Are they delicious? I asked, squeezing my hands together and gazing up at Aurelia with hopeful eyes. She trembled slightly in fear. I think you kind of went on till it was too strong. I believe Ehrenfest food is more delicious, Aurelia replied, trembling slightly under the intensity of my stare. I do enjoy Arensbach food, as it is the food of my homeland, but here in Ehrenfest, eating fish is something of an unrealistic dream, I said, expressing my sadness that she didn't have any for me. Aurelia likewise slumped her shoulders. I do have some in a time-stopping magic tool that I brought with me from Arensbach, but they are not edible. Why not? Unfortunately, there is nothing in there that I am able to prepare. Aurelia had intended to bring prepared meals with her so that she could eat them whenever she grew homesick, but in the end she had only been given raw ingredients. A proper arch-noble lady did not cook for herself. Such work was delegated to her chefs, and so she was unable to do anything with them, no matter how fresh they were or how much she longed to eat them. For now she found Ehrenfest food, or rather the food served at Karlstadt's estate, delicious and intriguing enough that she had not needed to touch the contents of her magic tool. Wait, mine can do that? She can do that? Since the mana expenditure for running the time-stopping magic tool is so great, I am planning to dispose of the fish, Aurelia said. I will not be eating them either way. Wait a moment. I implore you to reconsider. If you are going to dispose of them regardless, I ask that you at least give them to me. Lady Rosemine, asking for things in that manner is simply shameless, Elvira chastised me, grimacing alongside Brunhilde, but disguising my desire here wasn't simply an option. If all that valuable fish was so wastefully thrown away, I would feel enough regret to kill me 1,000 times. Fish, seafood, must eat so much. I'll even take plain grilled fish. Just please, I need it. Aurelia, I shall have my personal chef cook the fish. The flavors will not be exactly as you remember since the seasoning will differ, but I can certainly create new dishes with it, I said. New dishes? Aurelia replied. Elvira's eyebrows twitched. If a married couple does not respect one another's culture, everything will fall apart, I said. It is unfair that one should endure while the other lives freely, Aurelia, and it is only natural that you would feel sentimental about your home duchy. One never forgets the meals one grew up with. However, if you have only the ingredients, why not try making them with Ehrenfest seasoning? This, too, is interduchy diplomacy. It wasn't as though I had married Aurelia myself, and I was aware that I was basically spewing nonsense in the hope that nobody paid too much attention to the actual words coming out of my mouth. But that wasn't important. What mattered was whether I could exploit her marriage to secure myself some seafood. If the food you are accustomed to grows popular in Ehrenfest, will your life not become more comfortable, I asked. It certainly will, if you will allow me. I believe it is necessary for Ehrenfest chefs to work with Arensbach ingredients and create something new entirely. By doing this, we will not just break the ice, but melt it completely, and the resulting flood of our new trend will wash all across the country, Aurelia. Let us join hands and work together for a brighter future. If you insist. Through sheer force alone, I was able to squeeze a promise out of Aurelia, thereby ensuring that she wouldn't throw away her fish under any circumstances. I had secured some new ingredients, but at a price. I was unable to identify which piece of cloth on the wall was Mom's. I only managed to narrow it down to 3 candidates before running out of time. In other words, I was unable to pick my personal renaissance. In the end, I allowed Brunhilde to pick the cloth for my winter outfit under the condition that we would use the design Thule had come up with. She selected a piece with a slight gradient going from dark red to bright crimson, covered with flowers of various thickness that could have been made by repeatedly dyeing the cloth over and over. I failed. The strength of my love simply wasn't enough. I wonder which one it was, though. Okay, 42 minutes. I gotta stop. I'm sorry. I want to make it longer, but I don't have time. Okay. Post-competition and the Harvest Festival. The next day I was due to be measured and order my new outfit. Otto soon arrived, this time accompanied by Karina and her seamstresses so that they could prepare the cloth we had chosen. It was sad that I hadn't been able to secure Mom as my personal dyer, but at the very least I wanted to use that style of dress that Thule had designed for me. Lady Rosemine, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, Karina said. The dyeing competition yesterday had apparently been a huge success. Noblewomen had started placing orders with workshops and craftspeople through their exclusive merchants, earning them high praise from not only the large stores who had feared the Gilberta Company monopolizing everything, but also from the dyeing guild, the dyeing workshops, and the craftspeople themselves. The cloth that the craftspeople had worked so hard to dye now had the approval of arch-nobles, meaning the new dyeing methods were cemented into Ehrenfest culture. The craftsmen who had earned the title of Renaissance from Florencia and at Charlotte were looked upon with envy, and many burned with the passion to secure the title for themselves next time. As you did not decide upon a Renaissance, Lady Rosemine, the craftspeople have shifted their focus to next season, Karina continued. I am told that there are young craftspeople who have begun to study art on the basis of the cloth you have selected. Prior to my new techniques, dyers had focused on learning how to dye cloth a perfectly even color, tolerating no blemishes whatsoever. Now that resist dyeing was becoming more widespread, however, people were needing to work on their artistic skills as well. There are some craftspeople who use their own art, but there are others who hired art workshops to draw the flowers and such for them. Those who had wanted seamstresses apparently relied on embroidery and such to create the designs. Indeed, the field of dyeing is changing dramatically as we speak, Karina concluded. It seemed that the craftspeople were all collectively challenging the new dyeing techniques. That was nice to hear, and I certainly appreciated their efforts, but do warn the dyeing guild that single-color cloth is still going to be necessary in Ehrenfest, I said. Remind them to be wary of repeating the mistakes of those who came before us by allowing currently existing techniques to be forgotten. I wouldn't want this new trend to make everyone forget the techniques they currently use. There was no point in repeating what had happened when Gabriel of Arensbach made color dyeing trendy. I will ensure they are warned, Karina said, nodding her understanding as she busily measured me. I made sure to listen carefully as she spoke to her aides, and it was then that I realized the members were a little greater than before. In a shocking twist, I was actually growing a bit. Heck yes! I'm growing a very tiny amount over the past year. I could feel my excitement bubbling up within me, but I made sure to keep it from showing on my face. Karina gave a meaningful smile while placing the cloth that Brunhilde had selected against me. You truly have sharp eyes, Lady Rosemine, she said. The piece of cloth you selected is the one that Effa dyed. Even when no names were provided, you were able to identify her work so easily, Otto could scarcely believe it. No, it wasn't me. It really wasn't. I had narrowed it down to a few select candidates, but Brunhilde was the one who had made the final choice. Brunhilde succeeded where the strength of my love failed. Brunhilde, I kneel before your greatness. Had I known this was Mom's cloth, I would have granted her the Renaissance title. I had already announced that I hadn't selected anyone, however, and it was too late to backpedal. I was disappointed that I hadn't managed to identify it on my own, but I was still genuinely glad to be using Mom's cloth for my winter outfit. I quite liked my summer outfit and would appreciate something similar for winter, I said. Karina nodded with a knowing smile. I had already told Elvira and Florencia that I wanted to establish bubble skirts as a trend, and Charlotte had called them cute and expressed interest in having her own made, so they were pretty much set in stone. Furthermore, do instruct Thule to create a hairpin to match this outfit, as you wish. Once the measuring was done and my outfit and the hairpin were ordered, I prepared to depart for the temple. The harvest festival was fast approaching. Upon my return, I reported to Ferdinand what had happened during the dyeing competition. I also mentioned that I had spoken to Aurelia and wanted to make new recipes with Arensbach ingredients, at which point he began to shake his head. It is simple for you to say that you wish to make new recipes, but the chefs will struggle a great deal with your request, he began. To summarize the list of points he bombarded me with, my personal chefs wouldn't know how to handle the bizarre ingredients from Arensbach, and this inexperience was considered dangerous. Unknown ingredients were pretty much treated as explosives. I suppose that's fair enough. I seem to recall there being quite a few ingredients that needed special treatment back in my lower city days. There was the faux garlic one had to crush ahead of time, mushrooms that one had to burn to stop them from dancing. Ferdinand was right that it was unwise for the chefs to try to use these new Arensbach ingredients without knowing how to deal with their quirks. In the past, southern nobles would at times offer Arensbach ingredients to the castle so court chefs and those serving nobles of the former Veronica faction might be familiar with them, Ferdinand said, but we cannot trust Aurelia enough to simply use ingredients she has brought with her. At this rate, his lack of trust in Aurelia was going to delay my chance of eating seafood. I needed to do something, and fast. Aurelia is by no means a bad person, I said. In fact, she was so timid that she could not even remove her veil. Fool, this is why you are called narrow-minded. Or narrow-sighted. Think not just of Aurelia, but also of those around her, Ferdinand shot back. I almost wanted to cry. The fish are within my reach. They're so close I can touch them. Unless I can eat them soon, I'm literally going to die. Ferdinand, we need to research these Arensbach ingredients, not just for the sake of adjusting Aurelia to Ehrenfest, but also in the intent of preparing new trends. Indeed, I really want to eat fish. I'm even willing to accept it plain, grilled with nothing but salt. The more complex flavoring can come with time. I need fish now. Perhaps I could squeeze some citrus juice over the cooked fish to add some seasonal flavors. Either way, I just wanted to eat some seafood. Anything would do. I mean, all you have to do is tell Ferdinand, I want to eat something that's similar to what was back home. That's all you would have to do, because he would know instantly what you're talking about. Because, hello, he's the only person who's actually seen where you came from before you became mine. He would know that that's something that you had back home that you want to experience again. Because he knows that fish is hard to come. That fish probably wasn't eaten very often in the lower cities. So, I mean, that's the only place you would have eaten it from. Ferdinand started rubbing his temples. You attempt to obfuscate your goals with lofty claims of wishing to help Aurelia and producing new trends, but you could not even finish your point before you revealed that you care only for satiating this apparent lust for food. Good grief. You truly never change. It seems as if educating you has been a complete waste of my time. Actually, your education has helped me change quite a bit. If not for your guidance, I would have barged into Aurelia's home with Hugo and Ella that very same day. We would not be having this conversation because my mouth would already be filled with fish. I was going through the appropriate procedure here. Some might have argued this was the absolute minimum expected of me, but as far as I was concerned, it showed just how far I had come. As I puffed out my chest and started bragging about my growth, however, Ferdinand scolded me and said that this was still much more for me to learn. Well, yeah, okay, that's fair. I will consult Sylvester to see whether any of the castle chefs are familiar with Ahrensbach ingredients, Ferdinand said. You remain in the temple. I feel as though you will wander out on your own if you are not placed under supervision. You would no doubt make convenient detours while traveling between the temple and castle, tempt gourmands for their political support, and Ferdinand went on to describe all the things he thought I might do, counting them off on his fingers one by one. I could now travel between the temple and castle without him, since I had no adult noble attendants retainers with me, and it was absolutely true that I was thinking about sneaking away during one of the journeys to further my fishy agenda. He had seen right through me. Yeah, you're kind of like Sylvester. You'll do what you want without thinking about what you put others through, essentially. You two are alike even though you're not related. That's funny. This isn't good. I'm like an open book to him. Can he read minds or something? I awkwardly glanced up at Ferdinand, who grimaced slightly in response. I simply listed the past actions of a certain archduke with escapist. I knew it! That's what he was thinking of with Sylvester. But I see that some rang a bell for you, he said. Curse you, Sylvester! Furthermore, your thoughts are written on your face. Are you not excessively lowering your guard due to the fact we are in the temple? He was right again. I always relaxed when I was in the temple. I rubbed my cheeks and tried putting on a more noble-like expression, only for Ferdinand to let out an exasperated sigh. You seem to have forgotten this because it inconveniences you, but you are forbidden from contacting Aurelia. You were allowed to meet during the dyeing competition under Elvira's supervision, but that was an exception, if you would recall. I had completely forgotten due to our friendly conversation at the tea party, but I had indeed been told not to contact her. I couldn't see why, though. That just didn't seem dangerous at all. And I really wanted some fish. I can't contact her without supervision, so I can contact her with supervision? Oh, she's gonna try and work around it. Oh my god. I slapped my cheek, straightened my back, and put on a noble smile. I would very much like to prepare offerings to Kukulkalra, the god of cooking, before all the lives of this land are blanketed in the harsh winter brought about by Abiglade, the god of life's frigid emotions. Let us satisfy Kukulkalra with offerings made by the joint wisdom of Ahrensbach and Ehrenfest. Lord Ferdinand, would you take the time to join us in this endeavor? If rumors spread that Aurelia is attempting to spread Ahrensbach cooking throughout Ehrenfest, the former Veronica faction will take it as an opportunity to leap to her side. Do not give Elvira even more work to deal with, Ferdinand said, dismissing my suggestion with a harsh glare. It seems that the fish will need to wait until the former Veronica faction settle down. And so my fish stream fades away. My fish. I spent the next few days trying again and again to convince Ferdinand, engaging in hopeless trial and error, approaching the situation from every possible angle, until an ordinance from Elvira finally interrupted my efforts. She informed me that a papermaking workshop has been established in Ruenwald, and that Wilfried had completed his final checks. Since we were only having the papermaking workshops produce the most basic form of paper, teaching them the process only took about a month. We could easily be back in time for the Harvest Festival. 4 Grey Priests from the Rosemine Workshop climbed into Leslie alongside those from the Planting Company, who needed to establish a plant paper guild. Then we headed to the province in question. The instructors were made of Grey Priests who, with experience staying in Ilbner, and Grey Priests who had socialized with the commoners in Haas. There were the Harls from the Planting Company as well, so I wouldn't need to worry. I simply needed to emphasize that the Grey Priests were not to be treated poorly or as though they were property. Aside from the trip to the papermaking workshop, I needed to select priests to swap out with those at Haas, organize winter preparations, and check over the printing industry. I was kept so busy that the Harvest Festival seemed to come around in the blink of an eye. There wasn't actually much ground for me to cover this year, since Wilfried and Charlotte were helping as well. Ferdinand said that we could just go to the same places we had gone for spring prayer, so our roles were settled without much discussion at all. On top of my Harvest Festival duties, I was also going to be visiting Groschel to fetch the Gutenbergs. Justice was not accompanying me as my tax official this year. Instead, another archnoble was taking his place. This arch scholar was Hartmut's uncle, who had also been his superior before Hartmut became my retainer. Lady Rosemine, will you be traveling by high beast? He asked. Oh, dear. It was normal for our carriages to be used when traveling with blue priests. The long nature of the journey and the necessity of bringing luggage meant they were essential even to nobles. The scholar seemingly wanted to confirm that high beasts were actually used in the temple. I explained that I would send my luggage and attendants ahead via carriage while we traveled by high beast. It was a system designed with my health in mind. I told the scholar that he was welcome to use a carriage, but he replied that he would rather use a high beast as well. I can't blame him. High beasts are faster and more comfortable than carriages. After a brief meeting, we were prepared to depart. Since the Harvest Festival was a religious ceremony and was being held outside of the castle, only Daniel and Angelica were accompanying me. The underage apprentices were having to stay behind. Upon being told this, Judith saw Daniel a vexed glare and grumbled about being stuck without work again. Come on, Judith, it isn't my fault this time, Daniel said, scratching his cheek. Angelica nodded in agreement. Right. Rather than envying Daniel, you should work hard so that you can serve Lady Rosemine properly when it's your turn to guard her. I should ask Master to train you while we're gone. Judith shook her head. I've already been told to improve my accuracy, so I'll focus on that instead. The last thing I needed was to delegate work to be done in my absence. The apprentice knights generally spent each day working on their coordination. This doubled as training for the hunting tournament for the castle's winter preparation, which took place during the Harvest Festival. Shined so brightly that even the adult knights paled in comparison, I said, Yes, my lady, your wish is my command. Hartmut, Feline, please continue transcribing our book from Dunkelfelder. As you wish. And as for my attendance, I ask that you complete the embroidery. Lord Ferdinand is going to be looking it over when he returns from the Harvest Festival. Understood. As I continued to delegate work, my eyes fell on Brunhilde. You suggested that all girls wear hairpins at the Royal Academy's advancement ceremony and fellowship gatherings, correct? I asked. Summon the Gilberta Company and have them prepare hairpins for this year's female students at the cost of a small silver each. 1 small silver, Brunhilde repeated, her brow furrowed. Such hairpins would only be suitable for lay nobles and men nobles. They are beneath you, Lady Rosemine. I intend to wear it double with my usual hairpin, and the archnobles may mimic this. I do not wear lay nobles to find themselves struggling for money because they have been forced to purchase something at my order. Brunhilde seemed to find my answer satisfactory. She began categorizing everyone's hair colors and choosing which hairpins to suit them will suit them best. So now my council retainers won't be lacking work while I'm at the Harvest Festival, right? Assigning suitable tasks to everyone is surprisingly difficult. During the Harvest Festival, I was going to be traveling by high beast with Fran and Angelica, while Monica, Hugo, Ella, and Rosina were going to be traveling by carriage. Those going to Haas's monastery were going to be guarded, as per usual, with Dad at the front. I gazed across all the gathered soldiers. I saw with my own eyes when visiting the Italian restaurant that the beauty and cleanliness of the lower city has been maintained, I said. During my meeting there, the large store owners of the Merchants Guild reported just how hard all of you soldiers have been working. You have my utmost gratitude, and the Archduke is extremely pleased with this result. I'm looking forward to hearing tales of your efforts over dinner tonight at the monastery. As you wish, it will be my pleasure, Gunter said. He rapped the left side of his chest twice with his fist, and the soldiers behind him mimicked the motion with proud grins. I returned the gesture and then watched as the carriages departed. It was afternoon when I arrived in Haas, and the Harvest Festival immediately began. The farmers welcomed me with jubilation, pleased that the year had given them yet another bountiful harvest. I performed the baptism, coming of age, and starbinding ceremonies while the arch scholar who had accompanied me discussed taxes and the dead with the mayor Richt. Once the ceremonies were over, it was time for the wharf tournament. The townspeople were as passionate about it as ever. I felt a little bad for the poor wharf getting kicked around, but nobody else seemed even the slightest bit bothered. Even though this was Haas's harvest festival, I decided to leave midway through so I would have done as I would have done anywhere else. The tax official was still at the Winter Mansion when I made my way to the monastery. Lady Rosemine. Upon my arrival, I was greeted not only by the Grey Priest, but by the soldiers as well, who were in such a fervor that one would think alcohol was being served. I changed from my ceremonial robes to my usual robes, and then headed to the dining hall. The monastery's fields were bountiful as well. It must be because the earth is still overflowing with their mana, Thor said, gleefully showing me the vegetables he had harvested. They looked tastier and much larger than the ones I was used to from my commoner days. Rick smiled with Thor and pointed at a box in the corner of the dining hall. We prepared the best vegetables to be sent to the temple for you to eat, he said. Greens go bad easily, so they're soaked in oil or heavily salted. But we plan to get the root crops first thing tomorrow morning. Please do share them throughout the temple orphanage. Perhaps because they had spent so long doing farm work, the monastery's Grey Priest looked healthier and more tan than the Grey Priest who had just arrived from the Ehrenfest orphanage. It must be hard for the Grey Priest to learn Haas's ways, considering they had arrived without any farming experience, I observed. It was, but the hard work allowed us to produce such delicious vegetables, one of the Grey Priests replied. Seeing the fruits of our labor lined up before us is infinitely more joyous than sitting and waiting to be given morsels. The loss of so many blue priests had meant that food shortages were once commonplace in the Ehrenfest orphanage. Only by providing for themselves had those been living managed to avoid going hungry. The Grey Priest smiled to himself, no doubt amused by how much they had once struggled to do something that now appeared so simple. He exuded the happiness of someone who had forged a new path for themselves, and that made me happy too. After praising the Grey Priest, I walked over to the soldiers. It was a rare opportunity for me to properly speak with commoners. I paid close attention to their thrilling tales of running around the city before the Entwicon, and they asked me about how things were faring with all the merchants from other duchies visiting. I've heard the thoughts of the planting company and the Guildmaster, but I would like to know your perspectives as well, I said. Has the peace of the city been at all affected? Or have any non-merchants attempted to exploit the situation for personal gain? How has the situation seemed to you, soldiers? From a merchant's perspective, there had been a whirlwind of activities following the arrival of the outsider merchants, but the huge spike in profits more than make up for it. There was much room for improvement, but with the lower city still clean, and the Italian restaurant's introduction system proving very effective, the consensus was that things had gone successfully overall. The soldiers went right to telling me their thoughts. Prices have gone up since there are so many people buying so many things, one said, but in return we have more work and we're getting paid more. It was a bit rough before that raise got approved. It was summer, so we were able to avoid starving by gathering in the forest, but we're bound to struggle a lot more if this happens every year. The eateries and taverns were completely packed for days on end. I'd never seen so many people in the city but once. I noticed that Fran was frantically trying to write down all the soldiers' responses in his diptych. I took out my own diptych and did the same. Considering that the merchants also brought servants with them, quite a flood of people had entered the city. There were even merchants who traveled the Craftsman's Alley in the southern part of the city to see what people were making. Few were actually allowed into workshops, however, since nobody recognized them. The craftspeople said those wandering merchants were acting suspiciously. Furthermore, everyone was so busy trying to complete their orders that they weren't particularly welcoming of outsiders wanting to chat. The main street from the east gate to the west gate was constantly packed with people and more lively than it's ever been. Unfortunately, fights at eateries and taverns became a lot more common, and we were frequently called to deal with them, so the east gate in particular was very busy. Even so, overall impressions were positive. I was relieved to know that their reports weren't much different from those of the merchants. It's all thanks to your efforts that the lower city remains so clean and its residents have adjusted to their new lifestyle so well, I said. You even ensured that minor fights were the only problems of note despite so many outsider merchants flooding the city. I thank you ever so much and I look forward to your continued service. If not for your sage advice, Lady Rosemine, we would not have patrolled the city so thoroughly or put quite so much work into warning the others. Dad said it was very likely that the lower city would have ended up being demolished entirely. Our job as soldiers is to protect the city, so please do contact us if something like this happens again, he concluded, once again tapping his chest twice in a salute. Good. Sounds like I managed to keep everyone safe. Okay, 20 minutes have gone by. Alright. Grosho and the Harvest Festival. It was a relief to know that the lower city was fine after all, but from what I can tell, it had reached its limit accommodating the merchants this year. Its current capacity wasn't enough, or to manage trade with any additional duchies, and there was no way we could prepare enough high-class inns and workers in time for all the new merchants who would presumably be coming in a year's time. It might be time to consider selling how to make wrench jam and hairpins. The Great Priest woke up first thing in the morning and the next day to gather vegetables from the fields for us to bring back to the temple. I ate breakfast in the meantime. Today's menu was soup and salad made with the fresh vegetables from the monastery's own produce, paired with some bacon brought in from Ehrenfest. We also had some bread, slathered with jam made from honey and viorebs, the latter of which closely resembles the black currants found on Earth. The shrine maidens here had gathered the ingredients from Haas's forest, which had then been prepared especially for my visit. The sour vioreb contrasted nicely with the sweet, thick honey, making for a truly delicious bread. The soup and jam were both delicious, I said. I'm sure we can thank the fruit and vegetables you have all grown together. The area around this monastery is brimming with your mana, so there is much more to gather in the forest, Thor said. It seemed that the land around the monastery was even richer than the land surrounding Haas's river. I poured an extra amount of mana into the chapel face stone so that they could enjoy delicious fruits next year as well. After finishing my breakfast, I saw off the carriages heading back to Ehrenfest. Inside were the Grey Priests who had switched places with new priests, and were now going back to the orphanage. Being transported along with them were the vegetables that Thor and the others had farmed, the printed books from Haas, and the monastery's budgetary documents. Dad and the soldiers lined up before me, as they now had done several times before, waiting for me to pay them and see them off as well. I imagine that disposing of one's waste is going to be quite the ordeal once the snow begins, I said, and that is precisely why I ask that you help ensure the lower city does not regress by spring. Of course, they are currently making roofs so that waste can be disposed of even when the weather worsens. From there, everyone will simply need to work together. Rest assured, we will continue keeping an eye on things. We soldiers work no matter the weather. I nodded, remembering that Dad would work even through snow. It was safe to entrust the lower city to him and the others. The soldiers saluted me. I returned the gesture, and then the carriages started on their return journey. Once the carriages had disappeared into the distance, it was time for me to go too. I still needed to head to Haas's winter mansion and check things with the tax scholar. Monica and Rosina took care of preparing them for their departure, while the Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens cleaned up from breakfast. I moved to speak to Nora while watching Hugo and Ella deliver box lunches to Fran. Nora, has the monastery finished its winter preparations? Yes, we now work in cooperation with the people of Haas. We cannot continue to rely on the planting company forever, she replied. In the past, those of the monastery had gotten through winter only with the planting company's help. Now the monastery had formed a cooperative relationship with the city of Haas by providing both money and manpower. I would need to thank Rick later and encourage this collaboration to continue. Lady Rosemine, Fran said, everything is ready. I nodded. If you'll excuse us then, Nora, I entrust the rest to all of you. The monastery is changing slowly but surely, which will no doubt trouble the new priests we have brought here from Ehrenfest. Please help them adjust to life here, while at the same time reevaluating yourselves such that you do not depart too thoroughly from temple life. Too much change will cause chaos when it is time for you to visit the Ehrenfest orphanage. Understood. I headed for Haas's winter mansion with Fran and Angelica, walking my panda bus beside the carriages that were transporting Monica and the others. I reunited with the tax official's attendants at the winter mansion, then moved to his quarters. I will be double-checking his work while traveling by high beast. Monica, let us meet later. Yes, Lady Rosemine. After watching Monica and the others go, Rick guided me around the plaza. I watched the tax official teleporting harvested crops to the castle, as was his duty. The magic circle-adorned cloth that had been put on yesterday's stage was now spread out wide. A new set of tax goods was placed atop it. The tax official touched the circle, making it light up, and then the goods disappeared. A portion of said goods was going to me. Rick, I've told the people of Haas are assisting the monastery with their winter preparations, I said. The Grey Priests were raised in the temple and know little of the world, so you are doing them a great service by providing them the tools to survive. It is nothing. They are paying for our services and allowing us to gather near the monastery, Rick replied, returning a smile that seemed to say that everyone needed to stick together. The forest around the monastery was so rich with my mana that it produced rather large fruit, which in turn attracted various animals. It was even a perfect place for hunting. I very much hope this cooperation between Haas and the monastery continues, Rick said. Indeed, as do we, I replied. We smiled at each other, and it was about then that the tax official completed his work. Lady Rosemine, let us head to the next city, he said. We flew to the next winter mansion by high beast. I performed the necessary rituals, and then we departed the next morning once the tax official was done with his work. He and I mostly spoke about this year's harvest as Hartmut as we traveled. He said that Hartmut had once been an exceedingly uncaring child, but that he was now brimming with devotion to the saint of Ehrenfest. This change apparently came as both heartwarming and concerning to him. Honestly, I'm concerned too. It's scary because he's just that skilled at what he does. He even said that researching me is his life's work. Hartman will obey his lady's orders, so please do keep a tight rein on him, the tax official had said to me. I seem to recall Audley telling me the same thing. He is quite skilled, the tax official said, so I believe he will prove quite a useful retainer to keep at your side. His mind is quite open as well. He adjusted to temple work in the blink of an eye, I replied. This news made the tax official stare at me in surprise. Hartmut, the infamously stubborn boy who changes his mind for no one, appears open-minded to you, he asked. His desire to serve you well must be compelling him to hide his true feelings. It seemed that Hartman was far more devoted than I expected. The term religious fanatic popped into my mind for a second, but it carried such negative connotations that I quickly swallowed it back down. Maybe it's about time I reward him somehow? Hartman had been jealous of everyone's ticks, so maybe getting a matching set for my retainers was a wise idea. I continued pondering the issue and eventually finished my part in the Central District's Harvest Festival, having collapsed and ended up bedridden only a single time. Nice! Of course, I ended up bedridden again soon after my return to the temple. I was the last one to complete my duties due to my collapsing incident. Wilfred and Charlotte had narrowly made it back in time to participate in the hunting tournament. Ferdinand, I said, I'm going to Groschel next as I recall. Contact Elvira first. You are going there not just for the Harvest Festival, but also to retrieve the Gutenbergs and observe the efficacy of their fledgling printing industry, are you not? Ferdinand asked. I clapped my hands together in realization. I had been planning to visit Groschel as the High Bishop, stay in the side building for the ceremony, and then grab the Gutenbergs and go. But I was most likely going to have to meet with the Gieb as well. Brunhilde's father was a purebred noble, and it would be a genuine problem if nobody was there to speak with him. Elvira and Brunhilde were essential for filling that role. This is Rosemine. I'm thinking of going to Groschel now that the Central District Harvest Festival is complete, I said, contacting Elvira by ordinance. Her reply came an instant later. She needed to make various preparations and wanted to bring along some scholars, so we will be leaving 3 days from now. With the date decided, I asked Brunhilde whether she would like to come with us. She was underage, but that wasn't a problem since Groschel was her home province. Ferdinand, may I bring Hartman and Feline with me too, even though I am attending the Harvest Festival as the High Bishop, I asked. I brought them with me before so they could see the printing industry. My castle retainers didn't need to be present for religious ceremonies, but I was going to be operating as a noble and a member of the archducal family, so it was absolutely preferable to have them there. My unusual double life sure was a pain in the neck. Yes, it would be wise to bring them with you, just in case, Ferdinand replied. They may not be needed in the Central District, but we do not know what might be expected of you in Groschel. And so I decided to bring my castle retainers with me. Fran, Monica, and Hugo were also going to accompany me. The noble mansion already had chefs, but I would need my own one too, assuming I was staying in the side building as the High Bishop. As promised, preparations for the ceremony were completed 3 days later, and we promptly departed for Groschel. The province was like a second Ehrenfest. Out of consideration for Gabriel of Ehrensbach, it had been given the portion of the Central District with the highest population, and a perfect location alongside the primary trade route in and out of Ehrenfest. And since the city was built to her specifications, the tiny noble's quarter was strictly separated from the commoner's lower city. There was no winter mansion in sight, and unlike in Eogner, the Harvest Festival was held near the Archduke's estate where commoners did not gather. From the sky, it was hard to tell where the ceremony was even due to take place. I came here for spring prayer when I was an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden, but back then, I only handed over the chalice. Not to mention, since Ferdinand had swiftly finished like customary greetings at the mansion, I had barely been even involved. Do you know where the ceremony is being held? I asked the tax official. I do not. The taxes are taken at the Gieb's mansion, so I know nothing of the ceremony. In the provinces ruled by Giebs, priests would simply take the registered metals and teleport the selected goods, since the local Gieb would do their taxes themselves. Tax officials were therefore able to complete their job without even leaving the Gieb's mansion. Having no other choice, I decided to ask upon landing once the necessary introductions had taken place. Gieb Groschel, where is the ceremony going to take place? I would ask that you take me there. This is my first time visiting this province for the Harvest Festival, I said. Unfortunately, Count Groschel didn't know either. He rubbed his chin for a moment before gesturing over an attendant and whispering something in his ear. Not long after, someone who seemed to be a lay scholar rushed in and announced that he would guide us there. Thank God someone knows. I must attend the ceremony as the High Bishop, but you all may focus on the printing industry, I said to Elvira and the others. My attendants and scholars may likewise enter the mansion, so as you need not involve yourself with the ceremony. The scholars here for the printing industry nodded and went inside, but Hartman alone asked to accompany me to the ceremony, an unmistakable sparkle in his orange eyes. I am forbidden from entering the temple chapel, Lady Rosamund, so I seldom have the opportunity to see your blessings with my own eyes. Here in Groschel, however, there is no temple for me to be denied entry to. He was so invested in the idea that I couldn't even muster the energy to turn him down. I simply gave up and allowed him to accompany Fran, Angelica, and me to the ceremony. Most nobles would do everything in their power to avoid the lower city, but he seemed excited enough that I stopped giving it any thought. My chef Hugo must be allowed to begin work, I said to the lay nobles before heading to the side building. The Gutenbergs were supposed to be living here, but the interior was completely empty. The blood drained from my face as I looked around and realized that nobody had lived here for a very long time. Where are my Gutenbergs? I asked, shooting the lay noble a sharp glare. They're living in the lower city. They asked to move there, he answered nervously. He stammered so incessantly that I struggled to understand him. But the Gutenbergs had apparently asked for quarters close to the workshop, since having to walk there every day was a waste of precious time and energy. We did not force them to move, nor have we harmed them. Very well, take me to where the ceremony is being held. Hugo began preparing food. Monica prepared the chambers to be used. The Gutenbergs may have moved to the lower city, but Fran and Monica needed to sleep here as a priest and shrine maiden respectfully. They also needed time to cook and clean. I climbed into Leslie with Angelica, Fran, and Hartman, and followed after our guide's high beast as he took us to the ceremony. Daniel took up the position of rear guard. After a short journey, we arrived at Groshel's equivalent of a central plaza. There certainly aren't many people here, are there? The Harvest Festival was normally attended by all those who wished to participate in the baptism ceremony, the coming-of-age ceremony, and the starbind ceremony. Groshel had a larger population than the other areas we had visited, and yet only a few people were gathered. I could guess that only the participants and their families were here, which was a stark contrast to what I was used to from other places, where it seemed as though the entire city was in a festive mood. Still, thanks to there being so few people, I easily found the Gutenbergs among the crowd. They seemed to be doing okay, so all the anxiety inside of me vanished. If you would excuse me, the lay noble said. He left almost immediately after we arrived, as if he couldn't bear to remain in the lower city for a moment longer. The foul stench and general filth no doubt appalled him. Even I scratched up my face without thinking. It had been quite a while since I smelled the horrible stench of the lower city. There was no avoiding the odor, no matter how much one tried to get used to it. Hartmut, stand with Angelica, I said, and do not interfere with the ceremony. May I assist Fran? Hartman asked. He gestured to Fran, who had his hands full registering the medals of the baptized children and checking those here for the coming-of-age ceremony and the starbind ceremony. I would not dare trouble you with this, Lord Hartman replied. I am an apprentice scholar. I know how to use the medals. And as is natural for a retainer of Lady Rosemind, I spoke with Wilma and learned the processes for every ceremony, Hartman said. Now standing beside Fran. Wow, you actually talked to Wilma about all this? Okay, when did you do that? He began registering medals without the slightest hesitation, so I signaled with my eyes for Fran to let him have his fun. 2 people were faster than 1 after all. The registering and checking were progressing smoothly now that Fran was accepting Hartman's assistance, so I started reading a picture book Bible to the children. Once I finished telling the story of the gods, I offered a prayer. O Shitsaria, goddess of wind, please hear my prayer. We offer thee our thoughts, prayers, and gratitude so that thou might bless these newly born children and grant them thy divine protection. A light, the divine color of Shitsaria, shot out my ring before raining down on the children. Blessings had been a normal sight to those of the central district and me, but the same was not true for the people of Groshel. Oh, what the heck? What is this? Oh, something shining. Their reactions made me realize that this was in fact the first time I was giving a blessing in Groshel. The nearby families watched with their mouths agape as the yellow light slowly came down. Gale meanwhile stepped forward from the group of Gutenbergs and puffed out his chest. Told you, didn't I? I'm no liar. Lady Rosemary is a saint who gives real blessings, and I'm her attendant, he declared. His language was crude again. Perhaps because he had spent so much time in the province's lower city, I thought it was a heartwarming display, but Fran seemed to think otherwise. He grimaced, muttering his disbelief that Gil would identify himself as my attendant while speaking in such a manner. Rest in peace, Gil. You're going to get lectured when we get back. Either due to the awed cries of the children or Gil's loud bragging, a sizable peanut gallery began to form. By the time I had given the blessings for the coming-of-age ceremony and the starlight ceremony, quite a large crowd was watching. With this, the Saint of Ehrenfest's legend had spread further, Hartman said, in an almost drunken look of satisfaction on his face. It seemed that he was exceedingly overjoyed to be present for this moment. I simply did not understand it. I haven't done anything particularly special, I replied. The blessings used in ceremonies like this didn't require much mana. It wasn't too much different from lighting up a ring during noble greetings. Hartman, however, shook his head. It is quite something to use one's own mana to bless commoners who are incapable of blessing one back, he said. Once again, I was finding out just how wide of a gap there was between myself and other nobles. Although the event was called the Harvest Festival, Groshel was similar to Ehrenfest's lower city in that there was no actual harvest for everyone to celebrate. There were feasts held among neighbors after the ceremony, and so the excitement faded. People gradually dispersed in groups of 2 or 3 until everyone was gone. I gestured for the Gutenbergs to approach as the crowd continued to thin. Gale was the first one to run over. You called, Lady Rosamine? He exclaimed. It seemed that he had not entirely forgotten how to speak properly. I decided that I would put in a good word for Fran if Fran actually did try and scold him, although the thought alone made me chuckle. Please spend tonight in the side building. I would very much like to hear about your stay here, I said. We have carriages prepared since we knew you would be coming to the Harvest Festival, he replied. Let us go to them by high beast, then. I climbed back inside Leslie, ready to go to the places where the Gutenbergs were staying to fetch the others, but the Grey Priest refused to get inside of me. We must cleanse ourselves and change clothes so that we are presentable enough to be seen with you, Lady Rosamine. Riding inside your high beast would simply be... they probably think they're too dirty for that. The Grey Priest had been fine with living in the lower city, but now that I was here, they couldn't help but be self-conscious. There is not much time, I said. I will cleanse all of you at once. I had everyone gather into one spot after putting their things into Leslie. Lutz, Gil, Zach, Johannes, Joseph, and the others looked around nervously, not sure what was about to happen. Everyone, please hold your nose and close your eyes, I said, whipping out my staff and failing off mana. Lady Rosamine, please know your strength, Daniel hurriedly warned me before grabbing his nose, preparing to get wrapped up in the spell, even from where he was standing behind me. The Gutenbergs followed suit upon seeing how quickly he had moved. Washed in. This time everything seemed to go well. A wall of water appeared only around the Gutenbergs and then dispersed a few seconds later. A few began to splutter, having opened their eyes and mouths in surprise at being suddenly submerged in water, but everyone was now clean. As a bonus, the ground where the washing had touched was now spotless as well. There we go, that should do it, I said. Now we ride. The Gutenbergs climbed into Leslie with disconcerted face expressions. I heard Lutz mutter about that spell being what must have cleansed the lower city. Yep, astute as always, ever Lutz. Once we were back in the side building, the Gutenbergs changed their clothes and then began speaking about where they were going to sleep tonight and such. I had Monica change me out of my ceremonial robes and into my noble robes. I could just send an ordinance to Brunhilde once I was done talking to the Gutenbergs. How has life been here in Groschel, I asked. They replied that it was not much different from life in Ehrenfest's lower city. They had endured very little contact with nobles, and thanks to the threatening look I had given the craftspeople of Groschel during our initial arrival, business had progressed smoothly. There were no problems in particular, Gil said. Lutz nodded. The Grey Priests were just a bit overwhelmed. The craftspeople had been fine here since they were used to living in the filth that had once been everywhere in Ehrenfest's lower city. The Grey Priests, however, had been raised in the temple, so they had found it especially challenging to adjust to the foul smells and general uncleanliness. The smell in Ilgner was not particularly bad since there were few people and waste was used for agriculture, but here it has been quite something, one of the Grey Priests said, sounding somewhat unhappy. We have grown more used to it, though. I found it a lot easier to understand the Grey Priest's thoughts and feelings now, perhaps because they had spent so long in the lower city where one needed to be more direct for others to understand them. Just as those in Haldensdale struggled, the Smiths had failed to earn Johann's approval for their letter type, Sax said. But they were close, and we discussed them staying in our workshop over the winter, Johann added. Could you acquire the Geeve's approval for this, Lady Rosamine? I gave a curt nod. It seemed that Johann had successfully formed a relationship of trust with the Smiths. His experience in Haldensdale had prompted him to speak more often, and Zack had apparently arbitrated between them. I taught the carpentry workshop how to make a printing press. They'll need to work with the smithy going forward, but there shouldn't be any problems, Ingo said. The workshop had successfully built 2 new printing presses. They had smoothly established which kinds of wood to use, how to cut them, and how to put them together. What about the ink workshop, I asked. Me, I can answer that. Heidi shot her hand up, eager to speak, but when Joseph saw that I had Hartman with me, he immediately clamped a hand over her mouth. Heidi, I'm begging you. Shut up, Joseph muttered. He then turned to me and cleared his throat. Ahem. The ink workshop had no problems producing black ink, but the colored ink we knew requires materials that cannot be gathered in this area. Instead, they had begun to experiment with ingredients local to Groschel. Thank you, Joseph. It seemed that because of the black ink they had successfully produced, the printing industry was able to proceed without a hitch. Now they simply needed to figure out what other ingredients would make the colored ink they wanted. And the paper-making workshop, I asked? It didn't go very well, Lutz said, his shoulders slumped. Gil and the Grey Priest exchanged looks, and they sighed and took out a few sheets of the paper made in Groschel. It certainly appeared to be of a lower quality than I was used to. At first glance, it looked like straw paper. Why is that, I asked. The water here is filthy. It affected the paper. In Ehrenfest, the wide river to the west of the city was pretty filthy, but the streams running through the forest were naturally clean and produced water that was suitable for paper making. In Ilgner, the water was clean in general, probably because the province was located in the countryside. This was our first time encountering such a problem. They must either import clean water or clean their current sources, I said. Then again, I suppose this is not an issue that mere craftspeople can solve. I'll speak to Guy Groschel. And with that, our discussion came to an end. I was looking over Hartman's notes on the meeting when I noticed Les and Gil exchanging looks. They grinned at each other and then both started walking over to me. We would like to offer you this gift, Lady Rosemine. This is a book made here in Groshel to demonstrate the printing process. It does not contain much, and it will not sell to nobles, but we believe it will suit your tastes. They had used paper from Ehrenfest, so the quality wasn't bad. It was very similar to the books I was used to, albeit contained considerably thinner. I started thumbing through it, wondering why they had said it wouldn't sell, and the contents immediately took me by surprise. I gazed up at Lutz and Gale, speechless, and saw that they were both watching me with proud smiles. By collecting stories as we establish the printing industry, we can gather tales from a variety of provinces, Lutz said. Indeed, the book was filled with stories Gil and Lutz had gathered from the craftspeople of Groshel. They certainly weren't the kind of tales that would inspire a noble to loosen their purse strings, but to me, the mastermind who had attempted to execute Operation Grimm, this book was a precious gift and a pleasant surprise. You dream of a future where even commoners are able to read books freely, no? Lutz asked with a grin. Hartman was present, so he couldn't say it outright, but I could tell that he was referring to our old conversations. Gil was standing beside him, proudly having known that I would appreciate their work. Lutz, Gil, this truly is a wonderful gift, I exclaimed, unable to hide my excitement. They knew exactly how to raise my spirits, as they had proved time and time again. We will need to charge you a small fee for the stories, but we only ask for half of what it cost us to gather them, since the planting company will one day be printing the books, Lutz said. I nodded in response. Sure, you can have as much money as you need. Just bring me more stories. Okay, I'm going to have to end this here, and I'll see y'all next time. Okay, Part 6. Groshel nobles and the printing industry. That evening we had dinner at the Gibbs estate. The soup had a proper umami flavor, which was probably the result of Count Groshel's purchasing my recipe book and getting his chefs to master its dishes. I had to admit, though, Hugo's food remained overwhelmingly more delicious. I wish I was eating with everyone in the side building right now. Even if casually chatting with the Gutenbergs was no longer an option, I could at least enjoy the atmosphere of the lower city by sitting back and listening as Litz and the others talked. Here, the printing industry remained the topic of conversation even as we ate, and the abundance of noble euphemisms and constant probing from both sides was tiring to say the least. I wished they would at least give me some respite from thinking during meals so that I could enjoy the food. Once we finished our meal, it was time for the local scholars assigned by Count Groshel to report to me on the province's printing and papermaking industries. I sipped my tea as they began. The printing industry has been established without any problems of note, one scholar said. A book was printed to test the process, and we found it was no different from the ones sold in the castle. That means the craftspeople of Groshel are quite skilled indeed, Elvira remarked. She sounded rather impressed, and she knew that the smiths in Haldensdale had repeatedly failed to meet Johann's requirements. But this report seemed to contrast with what the Gutenbergs had told me. Didn't they say there were a lot of problems to work on? I couldn't help but blink in confusion, and it was then that Hartman, who was sitting beside me, looked down at his notes and gave a short sigh. That is not what the Gutenbergs noted in their report, he said. What is the meaning of this? Count Groshel said, his eyes narrowing as he looked between Hartman and the scholar. Using his own notes as reference, Hartman concisely listed the Gutenbergs' comments. Just as in Haldensdale, the smiths were unable to produce suitable letter types, he said. Materials we used for colored ink could not be gathered in this region, so research into an alternate recipe needs to be done. Furthermore, due to the low quality of the water here in Groshel, paper can be made, but its quality leaves much to be desired. Count Groshel grimaced. So our commoners are incompetent then? No. Your scholar is the incompetent one for giving such a false report. I wanted to shoot back at the Guy, but I settled on responding in my head. As the Archduke's adopted daughter, such a comment would end up being a veritable death sentence from the incompetent scholar. He would no longer have a future here. That was for sure. I needed to tread carefully. Okay, what can I say instead to properly bridge the gap between the commoners and the nobility? At this rate, the nobles are going to blame every single problem on the commoners and nothing will get fixed. Guy Groshel, the commoners of your province are no less competent than the commoners of any other province, I said. Everyone understood the significance of my position, so all eyes gathered on me at once. Some looked at me in astonishment, surprised to see that I was defending the commoners, while others seemed to plead with me not to throw the meeting into chaos. That was probably Elvira and Hartman and some of the others, too. Your commoners are on track to be successful. They simply need more time. My Gutenbergs have proposed bringing some of your smiths to Ehrenfest to train them over the winter. You would need to pay the cost of their stay, Guy Groshel, but if given the proper time and guidance, the smiths will return more than capable of doing their jobs. You would ask me to spend yet more money on commoners? Guy Groshel asked, his brow tightly knit. I knew better than anyone just how expensive it was to get the printing industry started in a new location. And while I understood his desire to avoid spending any more money, walking away now would mean wasting everything he had already invested. Letter types degrade much faster than you might imagine, I replied. If you do not have smiths capable of producing them, you will need to rely entirely on imports. In the long term, you are much better off paying for Groschel smiths to learn to make them, but the decision is ultimately yours to make, Guy Groschel. By giving him a choice of what to spend money on, I was steadily removing the option of simply placing all the blame on the craftspeople. As for the paper-making industry, I believe you will need to either bring water to the workshop on a regular basis or resolve the pollution issue here in Groschel. I must note, however, that neither solution can be done by commoners. Ferdinand maintains that putting a magic tool in place is necessary to purify water on such a large scale, and this can only be carried out by nobles. Guy Groschel was deep in thought. I speedily made it clear that the problems facing the paper-making industry were not the commoners' fault either, before he demanded unreasonable results from them as well. How your province approaches the future will depend on your thoughts, Guy Groschel, so I will say no more on the matter, I concluded, taking care not to be too pushy while nonetheless providing the commoners with my support. I still wasn't entirely sure which turn of phrase would crush another noble's pride. I wish I was, though. I'd say something like, Groschel, in your land is your land, so stop sitting around in your mansion blaming everything on the commoners. Get out there and actually fix things. Or maybe, how about you take lessons from Ilgner and Hollensdale and actually learn to communicate with your people? As I made my way back to my guest room, I instructed Hartmut to organize the reports we had received from the Gutenbergs. We needed Elvira to understand the situation so that she could properly manage things here without offending the local nobility. I wasn't known for my restraint, so it seemed much wiser to let her handle it. Understood, Hartmut said. Upon arriving at my room, I started on my usual preparations for bed. Brunhilde helped me bathe, then she dried and gingerly combed my hair while I sat in front of a mirror. She looked a little tense, as though she were psyching herself up for something, and then she finally seemed to steel her resolve. Lady Rosemine, she said, I understand that your temple upbringing has afforded you rather unique perspectives, but I must ask you, why do you protect commoners so? Is it not clear that the report of a noble scholar should be valued more than that of the Gutenbergs, a collection of commoners? They're my Gutenbergs, shut it. I could see her amber eyes through the mirror and the genuine confusion in her expression that made it clear she genuinely believed she was correct. There was much I had refrained from saying during dinner, and the few things I had said were doused in sunshine and glitter to avoid wounding the Geeve's pride. Even so, to a normal noble, my behavior had been bizarre and incomprehensible from the moment I started prioritizing the Gutenberg's report over that of the scholar. I dispatched the Gutenbergs here to make the printing industry a success, and the decisions I made during dinner were intended to aid that goal, I explained. The Gutenbergs worked in Groschel's lower city firsthand, while the scholar who spoke refused to go there at all. Is it not obvious which report will be more trustworthy? But the Gutenbergs are commoners, are they not? They are, but they are my arms and legs. They are the ones who spread the printing and paper-making industries in Ilgner and in Hollensdale. Ilgner was a peaceful country province where the commoners and nobles lived hand in hand, and this cooperation had aided them in inventing one new kind of paper after another. Gabe Hollensdale had similarly made its industry a success, or his industry a success, despite being an arch-noble. My assumption had been that we would always see progress in Geeb-related provinces, even if the nobles of the nobles' quarter didn't understand these things, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Screw it. My industries just don't suit the provincial culture here. If your attitude is standard in Groschel, Brunhilde, then it may be wise to forego attempting to establish printing and paper-making industries here entirely, I said. My mindset as one raised in the temple simply does not suit this place. Sure, they could probably manage for a while by giving up on the paper-making industry and buying the tools they needed for printing, rather than making everything themselves, but that would make their operation costs skyrocket compared to the province that hadn't taken the easy way out. Groschel will no doubt abandon printing entirely once more provinces adopted the industry and started contributing to the market, and the commoners will be lambasted as useless, or in the worst-case scenario, executed on false accusations of incompetence. I may need to think of a plan to minimize the punishment they receive. As I pondered the situation, considering the worst-case scenario, Brunhilde set down her comb with a clink and got onto her knees. Lady Rosemine, do you not see a bright future for printing here in Groschel? She asked. Why is that? How does my home differ from Ilgner or Hollensdale? I pray that you might share your thoughts. Thank you. I wish I could, but if speaking my mind were an option, I would have done it during my dinner discussion with Guy Groschel. All of my hard work smoothing things over at dinner would have been for nothing if I spoke bluntly now. It is very likely that my honest thoughts will wound and offend you, I said. As a Groschel noble, Brunhilde, you will surely not like to hear them. I do not wish for Groschel to be the first failed attempt in Ehrenfest. If we still have time to remedy things, please tell me how, Brunhilde said, staring at me intently. I could sense the desperation in her voice, as though she felt she needed to make the province's printing industry succeed no matter what. We had started this endeavor because Brunhilde was my retainer and Groschel was on good terms with Haldensdale, which gave them an advantage. For them to fail, despite all this, would wound their noble pride. Well, there are some things you can only learn with the help of other people. It was hard to notice the disparities between oneself and one's surroundings, and in that regard, some guidance from a third party was sometimes required. Putting aside whether the person in question would accept what they were being told, they couldn't begin to change unless they knew what needed to be changed. I happen to be an expert on this subject since I was so used to people telling me I didn't understand even the most basic things about the nobility. Compared to the nobles of other provinces, I feel that the nobles of Groschel do not care for their commoners, I said. That is not the case, Brunhilde protested. Father, Guy Groschel does not consider it his duty to protect his province's commoners. He does not consider them people to live alongside. Am I wrong? Well, they are commoners. It is only natural that we would not live alongside them, Brunhilde replied, speaking as though this was the most obvious thing in the world. I sighed. In both Ilgner and Haldensdale, the nobility celebrated spring prayer and the harvest festival together with the commoners. The Giebs rested their pride as landowning nobles on their ability to protect those who live in their domain. However, I feel no such sentiment from Guy Groschel. He seemed less like a Gieb protecting the land entrusted to him by the Ob, and more like the nobles of the nobles' quarter. But we are all nobles, Brunhilde muttered, sounding bewildered. She failed to understand the difference between Giebs ruling provinces and the nobles living in the nobles' quarter. I had been told the nobles who own land are different from the nobles in the nobles' quarter, I explained, and so I asked the scholars in charge of each branch of the printing industry to be from the province where it was established. Mother said to me that the scholars would take their duties more seriously to bring wealth to their province and guide their people. The expectation had been for the scholars to be selected based on their experience working with commoners and whether they would dedicate themselves to developing their province. And yet the scholars here in Groschel display none of those attributes, I continued. They do not have a solid grasp on the business, they do not go to the lower city to see matters for themselves, and when any problems arise, they push the blame onto the commoners. But commoners are unable to complain no matter how nobles treat them. They must endure no matter how unreasonable their workload is. They must stay silent even when they are accused of wrongs they did not commit. Nobles are not even aware they are being unreasonable to the commoners because this is simply the way of the world to them. Brunhilde nodded. She seemed a little relieved to hear that I understood the distinction between nobles and commoners, but the relief would not last very long. However, that attitude will prevent the printing and papermaking industries from ever succeeding here in Groschel. They will inevitably fail. Brunhilde looked at me with wide eyes, making her utter lack of understanding more than clear, and then blinked several times. After a pause, she spoke up in a quiet voice, her face a bit paler than before. Why is that? Do you truly not understand, Brunhilde? She offered no answer. Instead, she gave me a troubled look, pressing her lips tightly together. Who makes the paper, I asked. Who makes the ink, or the metal letter types, or the printing presses? Who prints the books? Who sells the books? The answer to all those questions is the same. Commoners. In this place where nobles make no attempt to observe or learn about the lower city and the printing industry, and where the commoners are blamed for any and all problems despite carrying out their roles with aplomb, the printing industry will never ever succeed. You are a purebred noble to your core, Brunhilde, so I do not blame you for failing to understand how commoners feel. However, it is simply reality that the industries will not succeed if nobles turn up their noses at the lower city and make no attempts to understand it. Brunhilde quivered each time I stated that the industry wasn't going to succeed. The fear, or terror even, on her face was something I remembered well. Ah, I get it. For a noble, the failure to adopt a new industry would serve as a stain on their reputation, and this failure would affect not just a single noble, but all of Groschel. With that in mind, Brunhilde's desperation made more sense, and on second thought, even when considering how desperate those from Ilgner had been to revitalize their province, it was impressive that they dared risk attempting to adopt the papermaking industry when they had not known how likely it was to succeed. During dinner, I offered Guy Groschel solutions to the problem that the printing and papermaking industries are facing. Whether he listens to my advice or continues down the same path is up to him. Brunhilde stood up, her fists clenched. Your perspective has been very helpful, she said. I thank you ever so much for speaking your thoughts. I climbed into bed, and even as Brunhilde made the final preparations for me to sleep, I could tell she was pondering all manner of things. I could see through her amber eyes that she was lost in the sea of thought. I can see that you are striving to protect your dignity as a noble and the pride of Groschel's nobles from the wound of a failed endeavor, I said. Your dedication is quite admirable and something I am fond of myself, but one day I would like for you to be dedicated to protecting not just the nobles of Groschel, but the land and the people who live there as well. Morning soon came. My schedule for the day was to check up on the tax official and, assuming there were no problems, bring the Gutenbergs back to Ehrenfest with me. Observing the tax official was part of my duties as the High Bishop, so I was only bringing Monica, Fran, and 2 guard knights. The Gutenbergs were giving their things together. The tax official was checking the goods already brought to Groshel's winter mansion as servants piled them onto the teleportation magic circle. I watched the goods be teleported away until Daniel, who had been observing our surroundings, spoke up. Lady Rosemine, Guy Groschel has arrived, he said. I turned to see Count Groschel and Brunhilde coming this way, accompanied by Elvira and Hartmut. Count Groschel wore a resolved expression, and when he reached me, he knelt down. Lady Rosemine, the Geeb said, I would be honored if you would train my province's smiths. We cannot afford for the printing industry to fail. Behind him I saw Brunhilde, Elvira, and Hartmut all drop their shoulders a little, as though the tension had immediately disappeared from their bodies. They had all no doubt fought to convince Guy Groschel. They had all no doubt fought to convince Count Groschel. I was unsure what decision he had made or how he intended to change things moving forward, but it was clear that he wanted the printing industry to succeed, in which case I was more than glad to provide any assistance I could. Certainly, I shall ensure that the smiths return to Groschel capable of creating metal letter types, I replied. I left the task of telling Johann about the Geeb's decision to Fran. Preparations would need to be made soon if we are going to bring the smiths back to Ehrenfest with the Gutenbergs. As I watched the tax official work, I began listening to Count Groschel what he would need to do to make the printing and papermaking industries a success. It may be wise to begin by cleaning the lower cities so that nobles are not repulsed by the very prospect of going there. You might even be able to develop Groschel into a commercial town, as more merchants from other duchies are now visiting and traveling along the principal trade route which passes through the provinces. It is possible that you can make Groschel richer than any other province, but it all depends on your skill as a Geeb. I had decided to add my last piece of advice free of charge, and Count Groschel blinked at me with evidently having not expected it. We did not have enough cities that could support merchants, and given that Brunhilde's family wanted to spread trends, I would certainly like for them to do their best cleaning up and developing their lower city. Now then, begin loading the luggage. After lunch, I brought out Leslie in front of the side building and told the Gutenbergs to start putting their things inside. They moved smoothly and without hesitation, showing how experienced they now were with the process. We brought them, Lady Rosemine, Johann called out. He had gone to the lower city smithies and returned with 2 smiths who were now walking behind him. Fine work, Johann, I replied. Everyone, climb inside my high beast. We may now return to Ehrenfest. Johann was used to riding in my panda bus now, so he grinned as he watched the 2 young smiths nervously climb inside. As we headed up into the air, I heard Zack chuckle at the role reversal in the back seat. Oh boy. Here's hoping they can figure out how to fix the water issue, because that was a big one right there. The library plan and completed outfits. Finally! Upon returning to the temple, my normal daily life resumed at once. I practiced music and dedication whirling, help Ferdinand, gave instructions for the temple and orphanage winter preparation, and maintained communication with the Planten and Gilberta companies. We hadn't entirely finished transcribing our book for Dunkelvogel either. You certainly are busier in the temple than in the castle, Lady Rosemine fully noted, sounding impressed. She was now coming to the temple pretty much every day to serve as an apprentice scholar and assist me. It is all for the sake of spreading the printing industry, I replied. Everything I have exists for the sake of creating more books. I thought back on all the progress we had made so far. My humble paper-making efforts with Lutz had turned into the Rosemine workshop, spread to Haas's monastery, blossomed into the multitude of paper-making workshops owned and run by Benno, earned the Archduke's support, and made its way to Ilgner when new kinds of paper were being made. By this point, it was on its way to spreading all throughout Ehrenfest. Similarly, the printing industry had gone from being localized entirely within the temple's workshop to being run wholly by the Archduke. If the printing industry caught on in Groschel like it had in Hollensdale, it would only be a matter of time before it spreads even further, since several other Geebs were expressing interest as well. The production rate of books in this world would no doubt grow exponentially in the coming years. Although I was still involved in the printing industry, there wasn't much more I could actually do myself. We had reached the point where I was not just leaving work to craftspeople, but leaving even the operation of workshops to others. Once the printing industry finds its footing in Groschel, it may be time to move on to the next phase of my plan, I muttered. Hartman must have overheard me because he immediately shot me a dubious look. Lady Rosemine, what do you mean by that? He asked, what next phase? There was no going back now that he had heard me, and as my retainer, Hartman was going to be involved with the printing industry for the rest of his life, either way. I saw no issue with sharing my dark plots with him. I plan to construct a library next, I declared, puffing out my chest. In a world soon to be filled with books, there was nothing one needed more. Lady Rosemine, if you'll forgive my rudeness, I cannot connect the Groschel printing industry to the need to construct a library, Hartman said. He looked confused, but also like he was eager to learn. The problem was, I wasn't sure what it was he didn't understand. Is it not simple, Hartman? The spread of the printing industry will result in more books. And if we will require a place to store them. No, the need for a library is more than clear. The bookroom in Ehrenfest's castle wasn't particularly large. It was able to house several hundred books, but it certainly didn't have enough room for a copy of every book about to be printed. The space available to me right now is simply too limited. Once I have learned creation magic from the Archduke Candidate course, I plan to construct a library much like how the High Priest constructed the monastery in Haas, I said. Creation magic would allow me to create a library of Rosemine, by Rosemine, and for Rosemine, the very thought of which sent my heart aflutter. The magic tools that existed in this world were entirely unlike anything on Earth, so I was sure I could create a library that was more impressive, more phenomenal, more perfect than any I had ever seen in my previous life. I saw no reason not to build the largest library in all of Jurgenschmidt. In the meantime, I intend to find out more about the libraries of other duchies so I can create the perfect library of my own, I said. But my words were met with a barrage of questions. You wish to research libraries? Are they not merely places for storing documents? Won't any room with bookshelves do? Hartman and Feline exchanged glances as they took turns interrogating me. I shook my head violently in response, firmly rejecting their heresy. Libraries are certainly not just rooms for storing documents. First of all, their noble objective is to collect as much written material as possible, organize it for easy access, keep it safe, and create an optimal experience for any visitors. I will thoroughly investigate how the libraries in other duchies, particularly in the sovereignty, are managed, and from there I will create one that is absolutely perfect. Ehrenfest shall be blessed to serve as the foundation upon which I build the Rosemine Library, a wonder of the modern world that will beat out whichever library in the sovereignty surely holds the most books. I know which one holds the most books! And she is not gonna, she's going to be very surprised by this. Feline nodded with a complete serious expression. Our first course of action should be to secure permission from Lord Ferdinand, then, she said. No, the first hurdle is already impossible to overcome. I'm beaten. My head cooled down in an instant. To achieve the impossible and secure permission from Ferdinand, I would need to learn everything there was to learn about the history and operation of the libraries of this world. I needed to come up with an argument so indisputable that not even he could refuse me. For now, I shall keep my ambition a secret. Let your plans be as dark and impenetrable as the night, and when you strike like a lightning bolt. And so I began happily plotting out how to obtain my library, brimming with motivation, and generally having the time of my life. I'll definitely want magic tools like Schwartz and Weiss. They can work at the counter, instantly detect anyone removing books without permission, protect me from danger, and if all that wasn't amazing enough already, they're super cute too. Yeah, you need to figure out how to make those of your own. Ferdinand and Herscher were both in the process of researching them, so I was sure they would be able to make similar magic tools soon. I grinned at the thought of shoemeals of all different colors hopping around and working at my library. Since magic exists and this is a fantasy world, I might as well make the library a magical wonderland. I could add some kind of native growing function that adds more floors as more books are added. Fancy, huh? This isn't exactly what Raghunathan, blessed be his name, meant with his teachings, but I think there's something deeply appealing about a library that develops alongside its collection. You'll never run out of space, and you can welcome all texts without having to be selective. Not to mention, I think magic tools can be used to add functions to books as well, like making them automatically return to their shelf according to their serial number, or activating a magic circle on their due date that makes them teleport back to the library. Ooh, maybe a light that activates when someone is searching for it? Gosh, this is so much fun that I can't stop thinking about it. You need to write all this stuff down, girl. Or else you're going to forget. It was just as I was wiggling with glee and coming up with my perfect library schematics that I experienced a shocking betrayal. Feline, Hartman, and Fran all informed Ferdinand of my plot the moment we went to help him with his work. No! Y'all are betrayers! I love this. Rosemine? You seem to be quite enthralled with forming this interesting plot of yours, he said, staring down at me with sharply narrowed eyes. But I have received no reports on it. Just what are you planning? I just started the planning, dude! Jeez. Nothing at all, really. I simply thought it would be nice to research libraries across the country so that I may one day build the most incredible library in Jurgenschmidt. That's all. I intend to give you a report once I had a proper plan in mind. Fran sighed and shook his head. Lady Rosemine, you need to discuss these matters with the High Priest before forming any plans. I can never do that, Fran. I need to do my research and construct the perfect pitch first. Ferdinand would eat me alive if I were to try convincing him without having made the proper preparations. Discussing matters can come after that. In other words, you intentionally kept this from me. Uh-oh. Oh boy, Ferdinand said. I could feel the temperature drop to match his frigid tone as though a sudden blizzard had swept across through the room. Well, it's not like she intentionally kept it from you. You can't just expect her to just pop out and say, I want to make the perfect library and not have any kind of idea of how to go about doing it, you know? Jeez. And Aurelia explained, hurriedly shaking my head, did you not teach me that preparations and forward thinking are necessary for success? I am simply doing my best to behave like a noble. I mean, without any preparations, what would there even be to report? I didn't want my dreams to be crushed here of all places, so I worked my brain at full capacity, trying to figure out how to calm Ferdinand and protect my future library. And to my surprise, either due to my clear desperation or his awareness that nothing he could say would make me budge on the matter, he did indeed calm down. Ferdinand tapped his finger on the desk. I would rather you behave like a noble, as a matter of course, rather than only when doing so further your book-related endeavors, but give me a simple explanation of what you wish to do. If you are talking about improving the bookroom's collection, it would not be unthinkable for me to provide my assistance depending on your goals and the circumstances. I think she's wanting to build an entire building in Airfest somewhere that would house all her books, so I don't think it'd be quite improving the bookroom, but it'd be a start. I can't believe it. Ferdinand is actively and willingly helping me. If he became my ally rather than my greatest obstacle, I would be unstoppable. I was so moved by the prospect that I decided to tell him all about my library. I explained how valuable libraries were on the whole, how I wanted mine to be, and even all the different kinds of magic tools I wanted set up inside. The words flowed out of me like water from a faucet, and that's the kind of library I want to make, I concluded. Ferdinand, who had been listening to my passionate speech while tapping his temples, let out a long sigh. You truly are a fool, he said. At least make your plans realistic. I'm assuming the magic tool thing would probably be unrealistic, because there might not be magic tools that exist like that. Maybe? Or maybe the thought that the building would change depending on how many books you got in there or something. That probably wouldn't be realistic. Ferdinand, what part of my plan wasn't realistic, I asked. We lived in a world where creation magic could remodel a city in less than a minute. So I was unsure what he meant, and my confusion only worsened when I saw that Philene and Hartman were just as taken aback. It seemed they agreed with Ferdinand. But why? As I sat there, perturbed by everyone's expression or reactions, Ferdinand started rubbing his temples. First of all, the size, he muttered in a weary voice. You do not need a library of that scale. Huh? I absolutely do. The future will bring with it an infinite number of books, so an infinitely growing library is going to be crucial. Creation magic can achieve this, no? No? To be completely honest, you could just add on to it. Like if the building needed to be big enough, she could add another story to it with creation magic, or add a side building to it or something. She could do that. I don't think you'd be able to magically change on its own. I don't think. You misunderstand creation magic. You would not be expanding the library, but reconstructing it, Ferdinand explained. And each reconstruction would require an immense amount of mana. In other words, I just need to ensure I have enough mana, I asked. For the sake of my future library, I was more than willing to chug even Ferdinand's ultra-nasty potion. My resolve was made of steel. There is far more to this than having enough mana. Just where do you think you will find the time and manpower required to remove all the documents and shelves from within the building each time you remodel it? Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. The Antwicklum we had performed in the lower city had only messed with the underground parts that weren't touching any buildings, so nobody had needed to take out any of their things, and none of the wooden stories had collapsed. On careful reconsideration, however, I remembered that Bonifatius had mentioned nobles having to put the furniture in the garden where the nobles' quarter was remodeled to include the toilet slimes. So is there a simpler way to add to the building after it's been made, I asked, using my hands to visualize stacking floors on top of one another? Despite all my hopes, Ferdinand promptly shut down the idea. Creating a growing library was too much of an ordeal even with creation magic. So, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying here. Hello? Very well, I shall settle on making new side buildings whenever my library needs more space, I conceded. If expanding vertically wasn't an option, I would simply need to take more a horizontal approach. As far as I was concerned, this idea would solve the problem of needing to take out all the books, but it was likewise rejected. It would require an exorbitant amount of mana to produce a library on that scale, Ferdinand said. It cannot be done. How? How can it not be done? Because, I mean, if she gets older, obviously, and her mana grows with her, especially with the mana compression method, wouldn't she have more than enough mana? I mean, because I'm assuming she'd probably have at least, probably almost as much mana as Ferdinand does, if not at the same amount by the time she comes of age. Correct? So, it's not like it wouldn't be that too much mana to be able to add a small side building to the side of the building, or expand outward or something like that. It shouldn't take that much money. It's not like you're altering an entire city. I can manage, I declared, my fist tightly clenched. I can simply chug more potions to make it happen. Ferdinand glared at me and then shook his head. It does not matter how hard you try. It requires mana to preserve structures made with creation magic, and it is impossible to say whether your descendants will have enough mana to maintain them. If they cannot, your library will crumble to dust. That will prevent it from actually accomplishing the goal of preservation, which you stated was essential for libraries. Come again? When using creation magic, the most important consideration is whether the constructions can be maintained moving forward. That is precisely why the Archduke cannot carelessly expand the city. Tell me, who in the world would be able to preserve a library that you were able to construct only through the extensive use of rejuvenation potions? My descendants will surely treasure the library. It's not the matter of treasuring the library, it's if they have enough mana to maintain it. Because if they can't keep that building up with their mana, then it's going to crumble. The children of a bookworm will themselves be bookworms. It's fate, and I'll raise them to love the library more than anything. Sadly, Ferdinand remained unmoved. Do you love what your predecessors left behind more than books, he asked, fixing me with an exceptionally cold stare. No. Naturally, do not expect from others that you would not have even done yourself. His logic was as airtight as it was obvious. I slumped my shoulders, defeated, at which point Ferdinand struck me with an even more cold, hard truths. You also mentioned that you desire shoemail-shaped librarians like the ones in the Royal Academy, but do you know how much mana they require to function? Ehrenfest does not have enough to spare that many nobles on preserving a library. That is what I mean when I describe your plan as unrealistic. If there's not enough mana, I'll just have to make more. That's still not going to be enough, dude. It would probably take, like, I don't know, at least a few Ferdinand-sized people with mana, that much mana, in order to be able to do this. And even still, that's not counting the generational stuff. I was teaching people my compression method specifically so that Ehrenfest would have more mana. We could use the new excess to preserve the library. Are we not in the middle of providing Ehrenfest with more available mana, I asked. That was our exact reasoning for teaching others my mana compression method. What I don't get is why they can't just build a regular library, not using creation magic. Why can't they just do that? Seriously. And just make, like, I don't know. I don't know what they would make with the creation magic, but whatever. At the very least, such mana is not to be wasted on operating such an utterly unrealistic library. That's just awful, Ferdinand. I was so shocked at his merciless rejection that my fragile heart could hardly take it, but he made no move to console me. Instead, he kept up his attack. The only awful thing here is your foolish plan. Rethink it from the ground up and make it possible to create this time. Aww. I couldn't believe it. The library of my dreams had been utterly rejected. I was so disappointed that I didn't feel like doing anything ever again. My library. My precious library. Why don't you just make it like all the other buildings in the dang place are? Make the foundation the creation magic. And then everything else from the ground up, like the buildings in the lower city. Surely you can get the best craftspeople around to make that stuff. Hello? Then you won't have to worry about that. Rosemine, now is not the time to mope. Our current bookrooms will suffice. There are far more important matters to consider first. You're right, I said, finally snapping back to reality. The castle's bookroom will do for now, so I was better off focusing my efforts elsewhere. Before I can construct a library, I need to overwhelm the castle's bookroom, which means making more and more books. To this end, I must not only secure and transcribe more books from other duchies, but also increase the number of authors and people capable of producing scripts. That said, given the limited size of the noble population, relying on nobles alone will not be enough. I suppose it is about time to focus on raising the literacy rate of commoners. But as I started thinking about starting lessons in the temple alongside Operation Grimm, Ferdinand rubbed his temples. Hold on, that is not what I meant, he said. Huh? Your focus should not be on this unworkable library of yours, but on the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy? But I've already started transcribing the books available there. Girl, you can't. Forget about libraries! Yeah, no, forget about libraries entirely. You are going to be a second-year course this winter, correct? You must prepare for that first. That wasn't something I had expected to hear. Was there anything in particular I needed to prepare for before my return to the Royal Academy? Nothing came to mind. How were the clothes for the magic tools? Ferdinand inquired. I have not yet been asked to inspect the magic circles. They are going to be seen by sovereign nobles and those of greater duchies alike, so our checks must be thorough. He then went on to list off everything else I would need to do before my return to student life. I was going to have to prepare potions to drink and discuss what trends we would be spreading this year alongside various other things. Ugh, I'd much rather be planning about my library. A sigh which spurred Ferdinand to pinch my cheek. Rose mine, are you taking this seriously? He asked. I always take everything seriously, I replied, at least everything that affects my dream of reading forevermore. After lunch, I prepared to send an ordinance to Laisletta. I needed to ask her for an update on Schwartz and Weiss's outfits. Laisletta, this is Rosemine. How much progress has been made with the embroidery? Ferdinand is wanting to inspect it. This is Laisletta came in almost immediate response, spoke in a bright and cheerful tone. The embroidery is already complete. I can bring it to the temple at your earliest convenience. I would like for Lord Ferdinand to perform his checks such that we may finish the outfits as soon as possible. I widened my eyes. Laisletta's demeanor was usually cold and utterly calm, so it was surprising to hear her being so upbeat. Angelica noticed my reaction, and as her older sister started to explain. Laisletta is always like this the outside of work. Right now she must feel more like she's engaging in a hobby than carrying out a duty. You also aren't there with her, which makes her feel even more at ease. She certainly knows how to manage her public and private demeanors, doesn't she? People said that about my sister and me all the time. They say Laisletta is a master of keeping her public and private life strictly separate, while I dedicate myself only to the things I care about. You were gazing heroically into the distance as you said that, but they're really not praising you. As I tried to figure out how to break the news to Angelica, Daniel gave me a helping hand and changed the subject. When you are away, Lady Rosemine, Laisletta speaks with Judith and Feline about all manner of things. They sometimes chastise me for not understanding the hearts of women in the least. These girls are just too much for me, he chuckled. I could hardly imagine Laisletta telling Daniel off. I glanced over at Hartman and Feline for confirmation. From what I can tell, she is teasing more than chastising him, Hartman said. Daniel is very easy to speak with and a great conversationalist. I believe they are all quite fond of him. It seemed that Hartman had also seen Laisletta happily chatting away. I never witnessed it myself, but perhaps that was just how things had to be, considering her position as my attendant. It still made me a little upset, though. Since Laisletta is going to be coming here, I think it would be best to assign her some guard nights, I said. How is the apprentice's schedule looking? I'll be concerned about her traveling alone. Lord Bonifacius normally trains the apprentice guard nights in the morning, Feline replied without missing a beat. I sent out an ordinance telling Laisletta to have some apprentice guard nights accompany her, and she followed my instructions faithfully. She and Brunhilde arrived with Cornelius, Judith, and Lenore, who carried the cloth with the finished embroidery. This is for Weiss's apron, and this is for Schwartz's vest, Laisletta explained proudly as she spread the embroidered cloth across a table in the High Bishop's chambers. The complex magic circles were decorated with extraneous lines and patterns of various colors to make them harder to identify. There were flowers, vine-like plants. Just looking at it all made my head spin. I could hardly believe they spent day after day doing such precise work. Brunhilde gave her a fine giggle upon seeing all in my expression. We have finished embroidering the most important parts and are now working on the outfits themselves, she said. Schwartz's shirts and pants are already complete. We also added some embroidery to Schwartz's pants. Our plan is to add the same design to Weiss's skirt, and we are in the process of doing that now, Laisletta added. She spoke in a calm voice, completely unlike the cheery one I had heard through the ordinance. But her dark green eyes were still gleaming with excitement. She must really love shoe mills, and making clothes for them, for that matter. Laisletta had gone through the trouble of embroidering such intricate designs, all out of passion. Surely a knight should just marry her at this point. In any case, I will be taking these embroidered pieces of cloth, I said. If they earn Lord Ferdinand's approval, you may proceed to make them into the apron and vest. Understood. I had Fran report that the embroidered pieces of cloth had arrived. Ferdinand seemed pretty invested in them after all. He returned with a message saying he to come to his workshop, so I stopped my transcribing and went there at once. Nobody else can enter your workshop, right? I asked. Not even Eckert was able to, from what I remembered. My retainers had tried to follow me, but they were only so far they would have been able to come. Meeting in your workshop would be unideal, Ferdinand said as he opened the door to his hidden room. I have something to give you. After taking the package from Fran, I followed Ferdinand to his workshop, which is as messy and cluttered as always. Ferdinand, is it not rather scandalous for an engaged woman to be in the hidden room of a man without her attendants? I asked. It is, but I have no choice. But your disappearing ink must be kept a secret. This would not have been necessary had you simply done your embroidery as you were asked, he retorted. Ferdinand apparently wanted to investigate the disappearing ink some more, and he thought my attendance would only get in the way. He cleared various devices from one side of his table and then unwrapped a piece of cloth. "Oh ho, this is quite good," Ferdinand muttered upon seeing the embroidery in full. He then narrowed his eyes and began tracing a finger along the thread, checking to ensure there were no problems with the magic circles. Once he had confirmed that the embroidery wasn't unfinished or incorrect anywhere, he had me touch where the magic ink was to make sure they were actually functioned. I had studied magic circles a little, so I recognized several of the patterns. On the cloth were a number of smaller magic circles related to wind, and some more complex, overlapping ones related to fire. I didn't really know what any of them did, though. Do they pass, I asked? Yes, the ink shines faintly when you touch the cloth, but the embroidery on top means it does not particularly stand out. Having 2 layers of magic circles may strengthen the output, but stronger magic is nothing to be concerned about here. That is a surprisingly half-baked answer, I muttered without really thinking. These are dangerous magics to research. You understand? The magic circles that had initially been woven into Schwartz and Weiss's outfits automatically reflected attacks back on the attacker. Ferdinand had tested it in the improved version by having Eckert actually attack them while he measured the results. Ferdinand raised an eyebrow. Even lighter attacks were consistently reflected, he said. Trying to determine just how much stronger the circle has become would be backbreaking. Does he mean that literally, perhaps? Probably. We need only to confirm that the circles did indeed return attacks with consistency, Ferdinand continued. As long as they are not weaker than before, they will suffice. Any fool who would attack these magic tools would be marked as a traitor to the king regardless. Indeed, they should be ready to die the moment they attack the library. I had no sympathy and mercy in my heart for any heretics who would dare attack the library or my shoe mills. Their death would mean nothing to me. You certainly become monstrous whenever the library or books are involved, Ferdinand noted. I am always prepared to hold a bloody carnival for the sake of protecting my library and my books, I replied. That said, I don't want to be called monstrous by the person who made these monstrous magic circles. I am rather used to that term, Ferdinand said unfazed. He had apparently been called cruel, monstrous, and even the Lord of Evil during his dinner days. That last one had come from him being as strong as one of the seasonal Phoebes lords, which was a truly frightening reveal. Furthermore, here, this is a protective charm with one such monstrous magic circle. As it turned out, Ferdinand had improved his own charms while thoroughly investigating Schwartz and Weiss's outfits. I thank you ever so much. Perhaps someone will activate it and make all of my effort worthwhile, Ferdinand muttered. It was a scary statement on its own, but what made it even scarier was the way he said it with a completely flat, emotionless expression. I inhaled sharply. No, thank you. Why would you wish for something so dangerous to happen? I do not wish for it to happen. I simply would not say its occurrence as an issue. I know there's nobody else here, but still! You're letting your true colors show too much, I exclaimed, but Ferdinand merely dismissed me with a scoff. It seemed he had no intention of changing anytime soon. I mean, I know the hidden room is the one place nobles are supposed to be able to show their true selves, but come on! I don't want to hear terrifying internal monologues like that. Incidentally, where are the magic circles you embroidered? Ferdinand asked. Here, the pocket parts. I started setting them down on the table and named who had made which ones. Charlotte here, Feline there. And the others? Ferdinand pressed his brow furrowed. There aren't any others. You told me to embroider one, so I did exactly that. One of my attendants is responsible for most of what you see there. Laisletta truly is amazing. As I boasted about Laisletta's hard work, however, Ferdinand jabbed a finger against my forehead. You cannot rest on the laurels of your attendants, he scolded. Forget not that you are already engaged. It is your duty as a bride to learn embroidery. What? But things are already shaping up. I don't need to do anything else. As I say, time spent on embroidery is time wasted. Transcribing books is much more important to me. It's not like embroidery is going to bring more books into the world. Of course, if you wanted to tell me to embroider sound-blocking magic circles into carpets for my library, I would start on that in a heartbeat. Good grief, you said I was over revealing my true colors. 3 short days after Ferdinand approved the embroidery, Laisletta completed Schwartz and Weiss's outfits to perfection. Okay, 42 minutes. Let's make this a little longer. The start of winter socializing, 2nd year. Days after Schwartz and Weiss's outfits were completed, a letter arrived from the Gilberta Company. They wanted to know whether they should deliver my winter hairpin and my armbands to the temple or the castle. I asked for them to be delivered to the temple alongside Johann's safety pins. I'll get to see Thule again. I informed Fran that I had a meeting with the Gilberta Company, and upon hearing the news, Feline gave me a curious look. Would it not be better for them to bring these items to the castle, she asked. It certainly was the least troublesome option, but it would prevent me from being able to see Thule. My hairpin craftsperson is not yet able to return to the castle. For that reason, I will accept my goods here as per usual and order my spring hairpin at the same time. I much prefer to order my hairpins myself. Feline nodded, accepting my answer. The truth was, because my retainers were now coming to the temple, I needed to keep my relationship with Tule even more of a secret than before. Ferdinand had instructed Gil and Wilma to make up a cover story to explain my relationship with Letts and Tule, which all the adult priests and shrine maidens needed to read. Wilma had included this cover story among the information she had compiled about me for Hartmut. She had shown it to me first, in part because she wanted to get my approval, but also because she wanted to give me a warning of what to expect. Just reading through some of the notes she had put together made me feel dizzy with disbelief. My new cover story was as follows. My attendants had been assigned to me by my guardians, but I wanted to select my own. During this process, I learned of the orphanage and stealthily went to see what it was like. There, I realized what a terrible state it had fallen into following the exodus of the Blue Priests and Shrine Maidens and started fighting to save the suffering orphans. It was then that I had ordered the merchants I gave my exclusive business to, that is, those of the Gilberta Company, to establish the Rosemine Workshop. From there, the Gilberta Company had sent Letts and Tule to work in the newly established workshop, and so I was so moved by their passionate efforts to save the orphans that I gave them each a valuable piece of knowledge. Letts was taught how to make a printing press, while Tule was shown how to make hairpins. Benno, another merchant of the Gilberta Company, had then created a new type of paper and asked them to create a store specifically for books, so I granted him a name leading to the birth of the Planting Company. It's not entirely untrue, but, well, something about it doesn't sit right with me. In Wilma's tale, I was the quintessential saint, granting food and opportunity to the orphans, teaching them to work for themselves rather than rely on divine gifts, all while hearing the gods speak to me in my dreams, which led to me creating strange new inventions. Whatever happened to objectivity and storytelling? The subjective parts were so twisted that I had asked her to rewrite them, but that had only inspired her to put me on an even higher pedestal. She was apparently detailing the evident truths of the world, to use her own words, and those restrained expressions had ended up deeply moving Hartmut. I didn't even want to think about how this would affect his already intense desire to research me. Oh, dear Lord. Wilma, what did you do? During times when Tule accompanied the Gilberta Company, we held our meetings in the orphanage director's chambers. I didn't need any scholars to accompany for something as simple as the purchase and ordering us of hairpins, but Hartmut had insisted on coming nonetheless. He seemed to quite enjoy it here, since legends of my sainthood were supposedly around every corner. That reminded me. Hartmut would sometimes leave in the afternoon to visit Ferdinand's chambers, as if attending secret meetings behind my back. He was apparently taking on a veritable mountain of work in return for various stories about me, but he seemed satisfied enough, so I saw no reason to intervene. Oh, Ferdinand, what are you telling him? Soon enough, Otto, Theo, and Tule arrived from the Gilberta Company. We exchanged our long greetings, then I asked Tule to show me the hairpin. Now then, Tule, may I see the hairpin? I made this to match the winter outfit you ordered, Lady Rosemine, she noted. The hairpin was decorated with flowers, the divine color of winter, a majestic red on the outer edges of the petals that slowly transitioned into a deep crimson near the center, perfectly matching the gradient of the cloth Mom had dyed for me. A single glance was enough to confirm that the hairpin was indeed made to match the outfit. Mom must have dyed the threads, which meant they made it together. I could feel their love just looking at the hairpin, and my smile immediately softened. Splendid, you have gotten even better, Tule. I am honored to receive your praise, Tule replied with a pleased grin. I asked her to help me put it on, as always, before showing it to Feline. How does it look, Feline? I asked. It suits you perfectly, Lady Rosemine. There is no mistaking that it was made specially for you, she assured me. Having secured her praise, I can safely accept this as my winter hairpin and order a new one for spring. Tule, please make a hairpin that gives thoughts of sprouting leaves, I said. Remember that green is the divine color of spring. Have you decided upon the cloth for it yet, my lady? Tule asked. I will leave the colors and other such details to you. You have not disappointed me yet, I replied with a smile. A small part of me wanted to double check I wasn't asking too much of her, and the unfaltering smile she returned seemed to say, Here you go, putting a ton of pressure on me again. Despite her true thoughts, Tule offered a courteous response. I shall strive to meet your expectations, Lady Rosemine. Once the hairpin business was settled, Tule glanced over at Otto. He hesitated for a moment before addressing me. Lady Rosemine, we received an order of over 30 hairpins from one of your attendants. May I be so bold as to confirm this is correct? Certainly, it has been decided that every girl attending the Royal Academy shall wear a hairpin, and so I instructed my attendant to order enough for everyone, and in colors that will complement their hair. This order does indeed come from me, I said. It seemed that Brunhilde had remembered to place the order while I was away for the Harvest Festival. Upon hearing my response, Otto appeared to relax. I see, he said. In that case, we will deliver them to the castle alongside your winter clothing. Furthermore, we have the armbands you ordered, my lady. Are these what you wanted? He had out the differently colored armbands while giving me a look that seemed to question why anybody would ever want them. There were 4 in total, 2 for Hannelore and me, and another 2 for Schwartz and Weiss. Each one was embroidered with a library committee member and the kanji that only I could read. Beside them, Otto set down a tiny wooden box filled with safety pins. I had heard that Johann's disciple Danilo had made them, but Johann had overseen his work, so they were all flawless. Yes, these are exactly what I had in mind. They're perfect. I started wrapping one of the armbands around my left arm, giddy with excitement, and then instructed Feline to secure it in place with a safety pin. Seeing the embroidered words made me so overjoyed, partly because it was written in actual Japanese, much like it had been back on Earth. I'm officially a library committee member. I was extending and withdrawing my arm with an oppressed hum when Hartman leaned forward with a start and rested his hands on my shoulders. Lady Rosemine, please do calm down. Your ring, he said, gesturing with his eyes. Upon realizing that my ring had started to glow, I hurriedly contained my mind to avoid shooting at a blessing. Gilberta Company, this meeting is over, Hartman said. Hartman, I'm quite all right. No, it would be best not to risk it. He speedily gave out orders before concluding today's meeting. Tully shot a worried glance over her shoulder as she exited the room. Fran instructed Monica to fetch a divine instrument from the chapel, then picked me up and rushed me back to the High Bishop's chambers. Oh, good lord. It all seemed a bit unnecessary to me, since I was keeping my mana contained just fine, but I nonetheless offered up my mana to the divine instrument Monica brought me, albeit with a sigh. Still, Hartman, I'm impressed you noticed that, I said. Lord Ferdinand and Lord Justice have taught me much about you, Lady Rosemine. I'm glad their teachings have already proven useful. Wait, excuse me? What exactly are they teaching you? Hartman went on to describe everything he had learned. This will be necessary to contain your chaos within the Royal Academy, Lady Rosemine, he eventually concluded. I had no choice but to reflect on my own deeds and weep. Did you have to tell him everything? And in that much detail? Stupid Ferdinand. Stupid Justice. After getting the hairpins and my armbands from the Gilberta Company, we finished the temple and orphanage winter preparation. As for the dedication ritual, by this point we could entrust all the preparations to Camphor and Freetick without worry. I shall return for the dedication ritual, I said. Everything else I leave in your hands. Understood, we shall await your safe return. I put my ceremonial robes for the castle's winter baptism ceremony and such inside Leslie, and then headed off. Winter socializing was fast approaching, and it would be some time before I saw Fran and the others again. Our next reunion would be when I returned to the temple for the dedication ritual. A day after I returned to the castle, my winter outfit and the hairpins for the female students arrived from the Gilberta Company, speeding along preparations for winter socializing and my second year at the Royal Academy. In the midst of all this, Elvira informed me that Aurelia had asked what she was to do about the fish. That reminded me. She had said the time-stopping magic tool had required an exorbitant amount of mana to maintain, and she did not want to keep it running. Ferdinand, my fish are in danger of being thrown away, my precious fish. Even if we can't cook them right now, please let me look after them at the very least. You can at least let me have this, can't you? I wept into an ordonnance. His reply came swiftly. No, you cannot look after the fish yourself. I can imagine infinite scenarios where it would go wrong. Perhaps you contact Aurelia, or you stealthily attempt to cook the fish in secret, or Sylvester gets involved. No, I will not. I will contact Elvira and look after the fish myself. You are not to get involved. My fish were going to be given to Ferdinand, since he wanted to avoid any potential problems. Of course, it was exceptionally unwise for him to beat with and receive a gift from Aurelia, so it was instead gifted to Elvira, who would then give a portion of the rear goods to Ferdinand. Noble business was always a pain, but this saved my fish from getting tossed out, and Elvira was overjoyed to have Ferdinand contacting her, so... whatever. I received a report when the fish had arrived safely with Ferdinand, and by that time, nobles had started returning to the nobles' quarter for winter socializing. Winter socializing began with the winter baptism ceremonies and debuts, which then led into the gifting ceremony where new first years were given their capes and brooches, which in turn led into lunch. I was going to be performing the ceremonies as High Bishop this year, so I entered the Grand Hall with Ferdinand, who was naturally in attendance as the High Priest. I had no contact with any of the nobles, and would only be speaking with them in the afternoon. There's Geeb Ilgner and Bridget over there. Oh, Geeb Haldenzel and Geeb Groschel are talking. I can see Count Lasgang too, so that must be where all the Lasgang nobles gather. I could see plenty of nobles I recognized from the printing and papermaking industries as I stood on the stage where I would be performing the ceremonies. I must have accomplished a lot in a single year, huh? Incidentally, one person I recognized at a glance, despite never having seen their face before, was Aurelia, who was at the front with the archnobles. She was wearing a veil as always, but this particular one had been made using Ehrenfest dyeing methods, since it used the same cloth worn by Florencia and Charlotte on stage, alongside the archnoble wives of the Florencia faction. It was clear whose faction she was in. No longer could anyone claim she was making no attempt to adjust to Ehrenfest. She was certainly drawing extra attention due to her face being hidden, but there was no better way to market a new dyeing method. Lambert was accompanying Wilfred as his guard knight, while Aurelia was sticking with Elvira. I was generally forbidden from making contact with Aurelia, but perhaps I could at least greet her while she was with Elvira. Aurelia must really want to eat some familiar food. I only to apologize about the delay with the fish. Speaking of Aurelia, though, I wonder how the other bride is doing. I looked around the hall in search of the other Arnsbach bride, but she didn't seem to be wearing a veil, so I wasn't able to spot her. She was probably there and he didn't recognize her. The baptism ceremony and debut ended without incident. I wanted to watch Charlotte receive her cape during the gifting ceremony since she was now going to be a first year, but I needed to get changed for lunch. For that reason, Ferdinand and I exited the hall as soon as the debut was over. I climbed into Leslie and sped to my room where Audley was already waiting for me with Riarda and my guard knight speed walking to keep up. After we arrived, Audley and Riarda worked together to strip me out of my ceremonial robes and get me into winter socializing outfits. This particular outfit had been designed by Thule and was made from cloth that Mom had dyed for me. The torso was a pleasant shade of red that blended into a deep crimson for the skirt, which was decorated with floral print varying from light pink to purple. The long sleeves likewise grew darker the further they draped down my arms. To complement the divine color of winter, there was a circle of white flower ornaments around the circumference of my skirt, underneath which was a second white skirt, decorated with fancy lace that reached down to my shins. And then, of course, there was my new hairpin that Thule had made specifically to match my outfit. Everything was perfect. How does it look? I asked. Absolutely wonderful, Riarda replied with a satisfied smile. I was just as pleased with it as she was. After lunch, it was time for all the important socializing. Once again, Wilfred, Charlotte, and I went to the Grand Hall together. On the way, we talked about the same thing we had been discussing even over lunch, the Royal Academy. At last I'm going to be joining the two of you in the Royal Academy, Charlotte said. I simply cannot wait. I was ever so lonely in the castle last year. Charlotte had similarly used cloth from the dyeing competition for her outfit, and she was wearing a bubble skirt that looked much like my own. Despite these similarities, however, our clothes were still refreshingly unique. Perhaps it was because Charlotte had opted for a rose color that suited her better, or because we had different tastes. Sister, in the days before we leave for the Royal Academy, the new first years are going to be studying the textbooks you made last year, correct? Charlotte asked. I nodded a response which earned me a teasing look from Wilfred. He looked like he was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Rosemine, you're planning to do the whole Better Grades Committee during this year too, right? He asked. People are saying that giving the first years your textbooks is like helping the enemy. Oh my, but all those in their second year and above have had time to study for the coming year, what with them having finished their classes early. Is it not reasonable that the first year should have time to prepare also? There's no fun in a game that is not fair. First year written lessons didn't cover that much material, and the first years had already learned everything aside from geography and history in the playroom. Giving them a few days to get a head start on those subjects they hadn't yet covered would simply make them more worthy opponents. My apologies to you both, Lord Wilfred, Lady Rosemine, but the apprentice knights will be winning this year, Cornelia said with a smirk. Under our guidance, even Angelica was able to graduate. We all banded together to teach her the materials, and now I am extremely confident that we will demolish the written lessons. All those trying to help Angelica as part of the Raise Angelica's Grade Squadron had found themselves getting smarter too. This was because they needed to master the material before they could summarize it in a way that Angelica would understand. Oh, I thought I was just being dead weight, but I guess I was being useful to everyone too. This year's apprentices sure are going to be smart, Angelica said, puffing out her chest. She was completely fearless now that she had already graduated, and it was true that the knights seemed more capable than before. Hartmut shot Cornelius a taunting look. We may have struggled to raise the grades of our lay scholars last year since they lacked good textbooks and paper on which to write their notes. But plan paper is now being distributed and archnobles are actively teaching their schoolmates. In other words, everyone's grades are on the rise. This is not like last year when we had no time to prepare and only the knights had access to good textbooks, he concluded. As a representative for the scholars, he was now brimming with confidence. Brynhilda nodded her agreement. Likewise, we shared information in the Royal Academy last year and made our own textbooks out of study resources for each school year. We apprentice attendants shall emerge victorious. We must finish our classes with haste either way so that we may follow Lady Rosemine in her charge to the library, Lesletta said with a giggle. She certainly challenges one's skills as a retainer. I puffed out my chest with pride in the same way that Angelica had. I see. So my visits to the library have been helping all of your grades as well. Lady Rosemine, please do not copy my sister, Lesletta chastised me. I averted my eyes and changed the subject. Speaking of which, now that we Archduke candidates are all going to the Royal Academy together this year, how will the winter playroom fare, I asked. I mused aloud. Has Sylvester given you any information, Charlotte? Professor Moritz will be teaching the children, and Wilfred's Harshfield's teacher is remaining behind to hold music lessons, Charlotte replied. Unlike you two, I won't need to hold any tea parties. For practice and emergencies, I could just borrow one of your teachers, Wilfred said. It was clear to everyone that studying in the winter playroom had a significant impact on our duchy's grades, which was why lessons were going to continue even in our absence. Moritz had 4 years of experience by this point, so it seemed safe to leave things with him. There won't always be children of the Archduke in the playroom, and this is a good opportunity for them to figure out how to run things without us, I said. As we arrived at the Grand Hall, we found that there were already a ton of people gathered. Wilfried and Charlotte were involved in the printing and papermaking industries too, so we had a lot of nobles coming over to greet us. The first to come over were Brunhilde's parents, Count and Countess Groschel. Although they had re-established the printing and papermaking industries in their province, they were experiencing many difficulties and were fighting hard to get it on track. Guy Groschel, how fare the printing and papermaking industries, I asked. We have decided to buy paper and metal letter types for printing this year. The craftspeople are considering whether it would be best to abandon white paper and explore creating color paper instead. We are also exploring the possibility of an Entwicklung just for Groschel. Magic tools for purifying water required a ridiculous amount of mana, even from Ferdinand's perspective, so it would take Groschel quite some time to implement one. In the meantime, they had decided to try tackling the pollution by cleansing their lower city just as Ehrenfest had done. If you were to ask Ob Ehrenfest, I would suggest explaining that you wish to beautify the lower city not just for the papermaking industry, but also so that you might welcome merchants from other duchies, I said. How we appear to foreign visitors is an issue affecting the entirety of Ehrenfest. I had learned that the Entwicklung profound on the city of Ehrenfest had used less mana than planned, so that we had only altered the sewage pipes beneath the ground. I was sure we could use the mana we had to spare on Groschel instead. If the Geeb handles this well, Sylvester might even make an ally of him. Sylvester had few allies among the nobility after punishing his mother and distancing himself from the former Veronica faction. He certainly needed more archnobles on his side, and my hope was that Count Groschel would serve as a hook to draw in further support. Once the Archduke had one Lionsgang archnoble on his side, the rest would follow much more willingly. Of course, it was up to Sylvester whether he would use mana for the sake of Groschel, and I didn't know if they would actually end up as allies. Either way, this would prove an opportunity for Count Groschel and Sylvester to show off their socializing skills. How would Count Groschel make his request? How would Sylvester win his favor? And how would they both profit? Everything was in their hands. Your support will be quite encouraging indeed, Brunhilde said with a smile. I smiled back and gave her an understanding nod. Once Count Groschel departed, the next to come were Count and Countess Haldensdale. After we exchanged greetings, I asked how the province had coped with its early spring. Our harvest this year was exceptionally large due to being blessed with good weather and the snow melting early. I was rendered speechless. Never had it crossed my mind that Haldensdale might be capable of producing so much food, he said. The usual late melting of the snow meant summers were short in Haldensdale, and the harvests there were generally expected to be poor as a result. Since spring had come right after spring prayer this year, however, they had received a much longer warm season and a harvest that was nearly twice as large as they were used to. I assumed the early spring brought its own struggles as well, though, I said. Did anyone fall ill from the summer being too hot? I feared that the early melting of the snow would result in an especially hot summer, but it seemed that my worries were unnecessary. It was merely as though spring lasted much longer than one would expect. Haldensdale has no meadows so weak that they would collapse from a few hot days. They would not have survived this long. I mean, I would get sick. I'm super weak to weather changes like that. That said, the Geeb continued, perhaps due to the significant change in climate, some Fey plants grew unusually fast, and some Fey beasts appeared at different times than usual, which made hunting more problematic. There were mere trifles in the grand scheme of things, however. It is thanks to your becoming the High Bishop and teaching us of the Bible's ancient ways that we of Haldensdale can spend this winter in peace. Count Haldensdale knelt before me and took my hand, which caught the attention of almost every noble in Eyeshot. As I watched in surprise, he pressed his forehead to the back of my hand, the greatest display of gratitude a noble can make. I speak for all of Haldensdale when I thank you for everything that you have done, O Saint of Ehrenfest. A surge of people came to greet me after Haldensdale. I spoke to them all, one group after another, until eventually... "Oh my, Geeb Ilgner, how have things been?" I asked. I would have liked to visit Ilgner during the Harvest Festival, but I simply could not find the time. I had wanted to travel to Ilgner to see how the papermaking industry was doing and meet Volk's child, but Ferdinand had scolded me for trying to visit so many provinces all on my own. Nobody complained about how much work I did for spring prayer, since it was just giving mana and distributing chalices, but the Harvest Festival was responsible for a large portion of the Blue Priest's income, so they were very much against me going to too many places. In the end, I had given up on going to Ilgner alone, since visiting Groschel and the Gutenbergs had been my highest priority this year. "We know that you are always busy, Lady Rosemine," Bridget said, "but you are spreading the printing industry all across Ehrenfest. I imagine you are even busier now than when I served you. In that case, Bridget, will you tell me about Ilgner? I will be delighted to." Bridget and Victor, alongside Viscount and Viscountess Ilgner, told me about how they were striving to produce paper made from new resources and how they had sent craftspeople to the Gives of nearby provinces to teach them how to make paper. Ilgner was a region filled with mountains and trees, and the water there was clean, unlike in Groshel, so its neighbors were naturally suited to the paper-making industry. Lady Rosemont, please do allow me to greet you as well, came Elvira's voice during a break in my discussion with Bridget. I turned to see that she was standing with Aurelia, who was still wearing her veil. I see that your new veil arrived, Aurelia. It did. Wearing a veil dyed the same way as everyone else's clothes, as your suggestion, has softened the looks I received from others, Aurelia replied. She then lowered her voice to an embarrassed whisper. I am also glad to have used such cute cloth, which I have rarely had the opportunity to use before. If you are feeling even the slightest bit more comfortable here as a result, then I am pleased beyond words, I said. But I must also apologize. My plan to cook the fish you brought from Ahrensbach has been delayed due to orders from above. I am sorry for not keeping my promise to you. You must miss the food of your homeland, right? You probably want to eat some as soon as you can. Sorry about the wait. My lower city family had shown zero interest in fish since they didn't offer much meat, and it took forever to remove the stink of mud from them. The last time I had eaten some was when Les had fished some out for me, and we had cooked it with salt. Back then it had been too crusty to even pass as dried food, and he had rejected the idea of using it for broth. My lust for delicious seafood burned just as brightly now as it had back then, and Aurelia was no doubt feeling the same way. Any Japanese person in her situation would be dying for fish. I mean, I just miss seafood so much, I truly understand how she feels. I will ensure the fish is prepared and cooked as soon as I return from the Royal Academy. I only ask that you wait until then, I said. I truly appreciate how considerate you are, being for my sake, but you do not need to worry about me, Aurelia replied. I am quite enjoying Ehrenfest food, so there is no particular rush. Oh no! I had intended to use Aurelia's homesickness to convince Ferdinand and Sylvester to teach me the cooking method ASAP, but it seems she wasn't in so much of a hurry as I was. In fact, she seemed to be completely fine with taking things slowly. Strange. It feels like my chances at a fish dinner are getting even further away. I gave Aurelia a quizzical look, but Wilfrid tugged at my arm from behind and stepped forward. Rosemond, you should leave it at that. Their stares are starting to hurt, he said, discreetly gesturing to a group of nobles from the former Veronica faction. They are probably trying to find an opportunity to speak with Aurelia, but we're struggling due to Elvira. Aurelia, I've heard about you from Lampret, Wilfrid continued. Your life here might be a bit restrained given the circumstances, but I intend to do anything I can to make things more comfortable for you. I am honored, Lord Wilfrid. However, I do not feel particularly restrained. I have much more freedom here than I did in Ahrensbach, she replied. Aurelia was spending her days stuck in a side building, and her only visitors were people who had been carefully vetted by her husband's family. I couldn't see how that was freedom by any definition of the word, but I could tell from her voice that she really did mean it. Wow, what kind of life did she have? Yeah, gee, just how kind of a life did she live in Ahrensbach? Good question. Okay, that's going to take it here, and I'll see y'all next time. Okay, let's try this again. Part 7. Leaving for the Royal Academy. Once winter socializing began, the adults became busy with socializing, as one might expect. We spent the days leading up to our departure for the Royal Academy in the playroom, as per usual, where I was greeted by the children who had just been baptized. I then asked Hartmut to delegate the task of teaching them to play cards and such to the Royal Academy seniors. Had them tactfully lose at times so as to motivate the children, I said. The seniors will need to navigate working with crafty old nobles after they graduate, so I am sure they will manage to manipulate the feelings of newly baptized children with ease. Putting it like that will certainly stir their pride as seniors, Hartmut replied. As he went to carry out his new task, I asked Wilfrid to take charge of the second years and play games with those who already had some experience. Isn't Charlotte better suited for that? Wilfrid asked. She was here last year. I don't know a lot of these kids. Charlotte is busy studying with the other soon-to-be first years, I replied. Furthermore, you are much better than Charlotte when it comes to riling up the students and making the games more exciting. Once it was decided that he would focus on motivating the students with sweets and the like, I went to speak with Moritz. Professor Moritz, I said, I ask that you teach the first year's history and geography today. Here are the textbooks we compiled last year. I covered parts of these subjects last year, Moritz replied. It is important that we place an even greater focus on them this year so that the Better Grades Committee may remain fair and neutral. I had Charlotte gather the new first years, whereupon I explained to them what the Better Grades Committee was doing in the Royal Academy and encouraged them to try their hardest, since the older students were already making their moves. The playroom's population decreased by the day as the students gradually departed for the Royal Academy. I passed the time by speaking with Moritz about what the playroom's lesson plan should cover in our absence, organizing results for new teachers to cover topics that were lacking proper instructors, and reading news stories to the children. The book we had received from Dunkelfelger, which I had now translated into modern vernacular, proved surprisingly popular with boys aiming to be knights. Who would have guessed that a hot-blooded tale about knights fighting tirelessly until they wrenched victory from the jaws of defeat would end up being so well received? I should ask Lady Handler if she would mind me selling this book in Ehrenfest. I'd market it as being from Dunkelfelger, of course. The dinners I had during this brief period turned into meetings with all of my guardians, since Ferdinand and Bonifacius were also in attendance. There were a lot of things that Wilfred and Charlotte had discussed that I was still completely in the dark about, so I used this time to ask questions and make requests. Understood, I said. That will not be an issue, as I am once again bringing Ella and Hugo with me to serve as chefs. Hugo can be ready tomorrow, while Ella will travel with me, as she did last year. And incidentally, Sylvester, are there any court chefs who know how to cook fish? I've already heard about all this from Ferdinand, Sylvester replied. I don't mind having the court chefs teach your chefs how to prepare and cook fish, once we make sure the stuff you're getting from Aurelia isn't poisoned or anything. It's about time I pay you back for all the recipes your chefs taught mine last year. I could sense that he was urging me to teach his chefs even more recipes this year, which reminded me of all the dishes Ella and Hugo were coming up with themselves. There were no magic contracts restricting the distribution of all those recipes, so I saw no issue with giving them away. Some of them would spread regardless, as Ella and Hugo cooked in the Royal Academy kitchens with the other chefs. That said, though, this will need to wait until after you come back from the Royal Academy, Sylvester noted. Quite. Anyway, Sylvester said, moving the topic of conversation swiftly along. Thanks to all your hard work raising our duchy's grades and spreading trends last year, we have more of a budget to use at the Royal Academy. Good to know! Doing business with other duchies had increased the amount of wealth coming into Ehrenfest, which in turn meant we had more money to spend. Sylvester was taking the opportunity to reinvest in the Royal Academy, since our efforts there were the reason for the new business agreements being made in the first place. Use this wealth to continue improving the students' grades, spreading trends, and locking existing trends into place, Sylvester said. Or at least that's what I said to Wilfred and Charlotte. Rosamund, what's your plan? You're not going to use the whole budget on the Interduchy tournament, right? I plan to distribute ink and paper to the lay nobles, I replied. Just as Daniel had said, lay nobles would generally write on wooden boards during lectures, then shave away their notes so that the boards could be reused. The writing was sometimes lost for good, depending on how the students went about the shaving process, and as time passed, the boards became harder and harder to repair. I would like for them to have paper, such that the details of their lessons may be preserved, I said. To raise the grades of not just individual students, but all those from Ehrenfest, it is essential that we strengthen our weakest links. Archnobles were likely to secure good grades even without my assistance, since their pride was on the line. They were unlikely to slack off, and they could prepare plenty of parchment and ink for themselves. They also had the luxury of being able to preserve their writing material, so many archnobles were able to use lecture notes given to them by their parents or older siblings. The lay nobles need the most help precisely because they are less able to pass down records of their studies, I explained. Of course, I will continue personally paying for the transcriptions I am requesting of other duchies. It was important that I personally buy the transcriptions so that I could claim ownership of them. This was not something I was willing to budge on. The concept of spreading the increased budget to pick up our weakest members made Charlotte blink her indigo eyes curiously. Sister, what about aid for the archnobles, she asked. Would it not be unfair to assist only the lay nobles? I will provide aid equally. I fully intend to give paper to all those who ask, whether they be archnobles or lay nobles. It only comes across as unfair in practice because no archnoble would dare ask for help and give off the impression they are too poor to afford their own stationery. To be frank, I saw no need to waste any of our budget on archnobles. They were rich enough without our help. Furthermore, Sylvester, I continued, I intend to bring with me other printing goods, such as non-academic night stories, romance stories, sheet music, and the like. Is that acceptable? Won't next year's Archduke Conference be a mess if people learn about printing, Sylvester replied. We will only bring one copy of each outside of the Ehrenfest dormitory. To other duchies, they will seem to be neatly printed, very neatly written materials and nothing more. I don't believe knowledge of the printing industry will spread at all. As long as people keep their mouths shut, you should be good. There was also the fact that mimeograph printing had been used for some of the books. To an outsider, they looked entirely handwritten. I wish to casually introduce these materials as new styles of books made with Ehrenfest paper and use them to get more Bookworm allies, I said. I am investing in our future customer base. Now that we had more printing workshops at our disposal, there will be increasingly more printing goods within Ehrenfest. That was why I needed to start lending out books and making notes of who took the bait. By doing this, I could secure more potential consumers while encouraging prospective authors. If one wanted books for nobles, it was best to have nobles write them. I had learned that at the cost of sacrificing my own romance novel. Casually introduced, Ferdinand repeated. I find it hard to imagine you doing anything but raving about them until you turn blue in the face and drop unconscious. Perhaps someone else should introduce the books in your stead. I am with Uncle, Wolfried added with a nod, reinforcing the verbal attack on my suggestion. Nobody's going to take an interest in books if the person distributing them passes out in the process. You wouldn't want to make Lady Handler cry again, would you? The absolute last thing I wanted was for Handler to associate our book lending with something negative. I wanted her to be my friend forevermore. In that case, I will write introductions for the books and leave my involvement at that, I conceded. Charlotte, I ask you to do the rest. Excellent, Ferdinand said with a nod. Wilfrid and Charlotte exchanged glances before nodding as well. I couldn't help but purse my lips, which elicited a chuckle from Sylvester. Don't get so down, Rosamund, he said. I managed to look into your request and have approved a new bookcase for the dorm. Cheer up. A new bookcase, I asked. I suddenly feel so much better. I had said that it was unthinkable for a place of learning like the Royal Academy dormitory to be so utterly devoid of bookcases, and in that regard, I had asked for some to be made and a little reading corner to be established. As it turned out, my words had not fallen on deaf ears. We need to have textbooks in place where everyone can read them, and we'll also need to make sure we have copies of the books we've printed here in Ehrenfest, I said. In other words, we need to fill those shelves with as many books as we can. Because, the only people who can go into the Ehrenfest dormitory are those from Ehrenfest, so you guys should be good as long as nobody kind of blabs and talks about the printing industry and tries to give away the books. Someone tries to steal the books from someone or something. I'll have them add more and more bookcases until, before they know it, the reading corner has evolved into a full-on library. You can have your bookcase, but I'm refusing that request you made to put a Goddess of Wisdom statue in the castle's bookroom, Sylvester said. Professor Solange had told us that praying to the statue of Mestinora, the Goddess of Wisdom, would encourage books to gather there. There was supposedly a statue in the Royal Palace's library as well, so I had asked for one to be put in the castle's bookroom, thinking that daily prayer would help us to secure more reading material. Getting books matter more than the goddess statue, right? In that case, Sylvester, please dedicate a portion of our increased budget to the purchase of new books, I said. Sylvester grimaced. How much do you think a single book costs? We don't have that much to spare. Just have faith in your new legal deposit system, and the bookroom will fill up on its own in no time. Long live the legal deposit system! I'm a genius for making sure it was implemented. I'm so excited for them to be more printed books. Now that we have a reading corner, and with how hard everyone worked to make textbooks, I can believe you can expect great things from the Ehrenfest students, I said. Our grades will be even higher than they were last year. We're already especially because Angelica graduated. Hello, then your grades will shoot up big time because without her around. You were talking about all of Ehrenfest students, not just the first years. We were already acing our written lessons, and if we kept it up, we were bound to be in the highest ranks before long. Our plan now was to switch our focus to the practical lessons. It was true that we were already increasing the amount of mana we had available, but I had no idea how much the students were growing on an individual level. It was also the fact that having a lot of mana was entirely separate from being able to effectively use it, so I didn't really know how our grades were going to be impacted. Now, as for the other areas that still need some improvement, dinner is the main one that comes to mind. I wanted to know how the apprentice's training was holding up, so I turned my attention to Bonifacius. He was listening to our conversation with the Grand while he ate. Grandfather, have the apprentices grown any better at coordinating? Bonifacius instantly leaned forward as though he had been waiting for me to ask just that. I've trained the heck out of them, Rosamund, just like you asked. They've still got plenty of room to improve, but compared to last year, they're doing a little better. A little? Really? Only a little? Oh my, I exclaimed. I thank you ever so much. That should help us improve our dinner ranking. Last year, our apprentices had proven that they didn't even know what the word strategy meant, but now they could formulate and execute strategies straight from the start of the year. If they could get enough practice done and use the boosted mana of the Archducal Apprentice Guard Knights effectively, there was an excellent chance that we could reach a higher ranking. Has anyone in particular stood out to you, Grandfather? The Archducal family's Apprentice Guard Knights are getting more mana faster than anyone, so as you'd expect. And so are the others who learned your method. It's not making those from the other factions any happier, though. Of course. The children of the former Veronica faction were struggling to keep up no matter how hard they worked, and mana had a big impact on one's strength. Sylvester, I recall there being a discussion about rewarding a select few with the mana compression method, but what conclusion did you come to, I asked. I was still uncertain how the children of the former Veronica faction were going to be thanked for warning us about the ambush planned for Lampret and Aurelia's wedding. I needed to keep my question vague, since I wasn't sure how many people knew the exact details of the planned attack, but Sylvester understood nonetheless. I praised them for their deeds, compensated them for the intelligence, and told them that you wished to teach them the mana compression method, Sylvester said. He lowered his dark green eyes for a second, then looked up and faced me directly. I also gave them a condition for learning the method. And what might that condition be? Oh, here we go. This actually pops up. They must swear themselves to the Archducal family first. There came a gasp, and then a few heavy swallows. Everyone looked at Sylvester with wide eyes, while I alone blinked in confusion. This is where we're going to get the explanation, guys. I know what name swearing is. Because I was looking up something for Ascendance of a Bookworm, and I think it was about religion or something like that, and that kind of popped up in all, the lore of it. I was like, what the heck is this? So I looked it up, and, well, I know what name swearing is. I don't think I'm familiar with the term, I admitted. It's the process of sealing your name into a face stone and then offering it to someone, thereby giving them your life and swearing complete loyalty to them. In fact, there are people in this very room who are name sworn, Sylvester said, acknowledging my surprise. He gestured to Justice and Eckert, who were standing behind Ferdinand. These two pledged their allegiance to Ferdinand. That's why they were treated as his retainers, even when he joined the temple. Justice and Eckert had apparently been called fools for name-swearing themselves to a man so intensely scorned by Veronica while she was still in power. Apparently, by swearing your name to someone, you give them complete control over your very life. You lived or died according to their whims, and you could not serve another without first getting permission from them. So essentially, yeah, if they give you an order to do something, and you have to do it. And if you don't, you could die. So, yeah. That sounds a bit too extreme for me, but when Ferdinand was surrounded by enemies, I could see why he would value such indisputable loyalty. There certainly wouldn't be a problem with teaching my mana compression method to someone loyal enough to entrust their life to the Archducal family, but such a severe form of expressing loyalty would no doubt be hard on lay nobles and med nobles who generally survived by switching factions depending on who had more power. As thoughts of name-swearing swam through my mind, the day of my departure for the Royal Academy seemed to come overnight. We have clothes for Schwartz and Weiss, as well as our book from Dunkelfelger, I said, running through my mental checklist. There was also a book printed in Ehrenfest to lend to Lady Hannelore. I don't believe I'm forgetting anything. All of my retainers who were going to be attending school with me had gone to the academy on their respective days. Now only my adult retainers remained, Ottilie, Riarda, Daniel, and Angelica. Once again, it was decided that Riarda would accompany me as my one adult attendant. What will you do while I'm gone, Angelica, I asked. I imagine she'll be training. Yeah, train. Master was training the apprentices again this year, so I didn't get much time with him. I'm hoping to remedy that, she replied, a gleam in her blue eyes. Meanwhile, Daniel stared vacantly into the distance and muttered something about another year of short-term high-intensity training. Angelica, is there nothing else for you to do, I said. You are engaged now. Do you not need to socialize with Eckert? As his second wife, I would not be going to any social occasions with him. Aside from my training, I plan to embroider my cape and pour Mana into Stenlook. In short, she doesn't want to do anything but boost her battle capabilities. Of course, since it's Angelica we're talking about here. Of course she doesn't want to do anything else but that. An ordinance arrived when it was my turn to go to the Royal Academy, at which point I made my way to the teleportation room with my retainers. My belongings were going to be teleported first, so I said my farewells as the servants loaded my things onto the circle. Try to keep things peaceful this year, Sylvester said. I'll try. I can't help but think that essentially, whatever I do is going to be bad. My, Sylvester, I always strive for peace, I replied. He responded with a doubting look, but it wasn't like I spent my days trying to cause chaos. I wanted to hide away in the library and spend all of my time reading. Things just never seemed to go according to plan. Well, I mean, you don't have to worry about the whole royal family thing there because, I mean, Anastasius and Eglantine are going to be gone. They should be anyway, as far as I know, because I think they both graduated this year, correct? Well, I know Eglantine did, but I don't know about Prince Anastasius. I don't know what year he was in. Oh, yeah, he was, yeah, he should have graduated this year because I think she was only able to get 1 year around him before he was to graduate. So, you shouldn't have to worry about that. Rosemine, Ferdinand said, I have given Hartmut several books to tide you over in the interim period between you finishing your lessons and your retainers finishing most of their lives. Spend that time in the dormitory. Why, Hartmut? Shouldn't you give them to me at Riarde? Asked, my eyes wide. He scoffed. Were I to give you those books, You would not wait until you had finished your lessons and would instead spend many a sleepless night reading through them. Then you would no doubt charge to the library, desperate for more, thereby defeating the entire purpose. I elected to give them to Hartmut rather than Riarda because not even an Archduke candidate can break tradition and enter the boys' room on the second floor. Ha ha, ha ha. Yeah, they gave it to you essentially to keep you from going out of control. You're right about that, my boy. You know Milady well, Riarda interjected with a nod. He does know her well. Ah, my new books. I have given some empty face stones to Riarda, but face stones are limited and your enthusiasm is boundless, Ferdinand continued. Take care not to trouble Dunkelberger's Archduke candidate any further. But, I mean, it's only natural to get excited when books are involved, right? What exactly should I be taking care not to do? As I tilted my head curiously, Ferdinand gave me a thin smile. Do not cause any incidents that would force me to forbid you from ever entering the library again, he said. Your wish is my command. It's going to be hard for her to do since she still doesn't completely understand noble society yet. It seemed that all of my luggage had been prepared while Ferdinand was talking to me. Riarda urged me onto the circle. I will join you tomorrow, Sister, Charlotte called out. Indeed, I'm looking forward to your arrival, I replied. Farewell, everyone. With that, the magic circle began to shine, and my vision started to contort. Fealty and the dormitory. Oh, let's see what happens here. Light brimming with black and gold mana clashed in front of me. I instinctively shut my eyes, tight as my vision blurred, and a wave of nausea suddenly washed over me. Welcome to the Ehrenfest dormitory, Lady Rosemine, came a voice. I slowly opened my eyes to see two knights. As expected, I was in the dormitory's teleportation hall. I needed to hurry off the circle to make way for Wilfred, who was going to be arriving after me. Upon leaving the room with Riarda, I found my other retainers waiting in the hall outside. Only Feline was absent since she was in my grade and was in the process of preparing her room. Welcome, Lady Rosemine. Now then, milady, spend some time relaxing. I will go and prepare your room, Riarda said, directing my retainers with her eyes while watching the male servants carrying my luggage. I climbed into my high beast and made my way to the common room with my retainers while Riarda leaped right into action. It's been so long since I was last here, but I don't feel particularly nostalgic, I mused. That's because our dormitory was made to look just like the castle, Judith said with a smile. I don't really feel like we've gone anywhere special either. That's why first years are able to adjust to the dorm so fast. Judith's parents were knights who served Gabe Kernberger. She had been baptized in Kernberger and then entered the castle for the first time for her winter debut. It was so different from the Gabe's summer mansion and so much bigger, she continued. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was nervous enough already, and then there were many nobles I didn't recognize. But after going to the winter playroom every day, I started to feel a lot more comfortable. Excuse me. Those 3 winters in the winter playroom had made Judith feel more at ease, and by the time she was old enough to attend the Royal Academy, she could enter the castle without any worries. At first I was worried that I was going to have to conquer my fears all over again at the Royal Academy, but the dormitory here is so similar to the castle, and I already knew so many of the other children from the playroom. In the end, adjusting to the new environment was easy. Judith had only seen the seniors during the first days they spent in the playroom, but this meant she could at least recognize them when she came to the Royal Academy herself, which had done wonders to make her feel at ease. I was listening to her with great interest, having never realized that the playroom fulfilled such a role. I see the winter playroom plays an even more crucial role than I thought, I said. This is especially true now, Lady Rosemine. Ever since Lord Wilfred and you first came there have been games and sweets to look forward to, and instructors to help us with our studies, Judith said. I went to the common room, but unlike last year, there was basically nobody here. What caught my eye first was the new bookcase. There weren't any books in it yet, but it towered imposingly in the corner of the room, making its presence known. That is the new bookcase, I see. I ran over to it at once, my heart swelling with excitement. It was a stocky, ornately carved bookcase, fit for decorating an Archduke-owned building such as the Ehrenfest dormitory. A closer look revealed that it had a glossy finish and was polished to a sheen. It was so glossy, in fact, that I could actually see my face in the wood. I gazed up at the size of a bookcase with an awed sigh as a delighted tingle shot through my body. I still didn't have any books in it, though. We should fill these shelves as soon as possible, I said. There's nothing quite as wonderful as a bookcase packed from top to bottom with books, you know. In that case, I shall help Riarda unpack and then bring our books here, Lysetta said, entrusting tea to Brunhilde and quietly stepping out of the common room. Brunhilde could probably tell that I was on the verge of rubbing my face against the polished wood, so she called out that the bookcase could be admired just as well from the tables. I looked around the common room as I sipped my tea, although my attention was primarily focused on the bookcase. I could remember how busy things had been last year with all the seniors coming to welcome the first years, but now there was barely anyone here, as an eerie quiet still blanketed the room. What are the students of the other years doing, I asked. Preparing for their lectures, Brunhilde announced. Unlike first years, the older students have much to prepare. Now that you and Lord Wolfried have arrived, they must go gathering. What? The heck? They must gather the ingredients needed for their brewing lessons, Lenore explained. That should not take particularly long, though. Students would need to gather the herbs and face stones and such they would need for their practical lessons ahead of time, and the Royal Academy grounds were brimming with ingredients that were easy to use in brewing recipes. That were abundant in mana, and that contained numerous elements. Of course, the students also had the ingredients they had gathered in the castle's forest back in Ehrenfest, but they would be using those for purposes other than classroom brewing. The ingredients used in lectures were standardized for the sake of convenience during lessons. Up until now, apprentice knights of the higher years would gather together, then sell their harvested goods, but this year everyone is going together so the knights can practice fighting while protecting others. I've been gathering for days as a 6th year, Cornelia said. It seemed that the 3rd years had gone yesterday, and today was the 2nd year's turn. The 1st years didn't have brewing lessons and didn't need to gather, so the consecutive days of the knights going out to gather ended today. Lady Rosemont, it must be because of all my training with Lord Bonifacius, but my aim is much better than it used to be, Judith said, her violet eyes sparkling with excitement. It's so much fun getting face stones now. I'm so much stronger. It was wonderful to see you working so hard to beat Daniel, Lenore giggled. I'm hoping to find a way to incorporate all the strategies I've learned into future dinner games, but that seems easier said than done. The biggest challenge this year is going to be filling the power gap that Angelica has left in the wake of her graduation. She may have been dead weight for the written lessons, but she was the apprentice knight's powerhouse when it came to practical lessons. As we continued our conversations, Wolfried arrived in the common room. As he was being served tea by his retainers, I pointed to the new bookshelf. Behold, dear brother, the new bookcase that Sylvester had prepared for us. What books shall we put on its shelves? If you have any requests, I would be more than glad to hear them. Wolfried looked at me, then at our retainers, and then sighed. Nobody cares about that bookcase as much as you do, he said. Do whatever you want. I can't imagine anyone will try to stop you. The joy of getting free rein over the bookcase warmed my soul, which almost seemed to sparkle with heavenly light. In my eyes, even Wolfried seemed to sparkle, as if divine rays were raining down upon him from the heavens. He had never seemed so heroic and cool in his life. Thank goodness I was engaged with someone who would allow me to do what I wanted with books. Uh-oh. Wolfried, I thank you ever so much, I said, so overcome with emotion that my body started to tremble. Everyone inhaled sharply, and Hartman swiftly put his hands on my shoulders. Lady Rosemont, please calm down. You're getting too excited. My apologies. I am just so overjoyed. We moved on to discussing today's gathering. As we talked, a 2nd year wearing high-beast riding gear and some warm-looking clothes came into the common room. A short while later, another arrived as well. At the same time, an ordinance flew in from Riarda, informing me that my room was ready. All right, Rosemont, Wolfried said, go change into your riding gear. It's time to gather. By the time I got changed and returned to the common room, all the 2nd years and apprentice knights were gathered together. The 2nd years were dressed in layers upon layers of thick, fluffy clothing, while the apprentice knights wore only their full face-stone armor and their capes. Oh yeah, the armor knights wear protects them against the cold too or something. 2nd years prioritize gathering. We shall stay on the lookout for any Fabies, Cornelia said. The apprentice knights moved to his order and exited the common room with the 2nd years sandwiched between them. I was driving my single-person panda bus as usual. We passed the entrance leading to the hall of the central building and moved farther into the dormitory. Apparently there was another exit that we were going to use. Although I had used the meeting rooms in this part of the dormitory before, never had I gone this far inside. We proceeded along the hallway and turned a corner, and there was another entrance hall. 2 apprentice knights opened a set of double doors to reveal a snow-covered forest rather than being enchanted with teleportation magic. The door simply led outside the dorm. As the falling snow was swept into my face and the cold wind crickled my cheeks, I instinctively wrapped my arms around myself. Take out your high beasts in order, Cornelius instructed. We're moving. The apprentice knights took the lead, climbing onto their high beasts before flying up into the air. The 2nd years followed after them in order. Feline was only a lay noble, but she was used to bringing out and traveling by high beasts due to commuting between the temple and castle so often. She was something of a natural, especially when compared to Roderick, a men noble who wasn't used to using his. Experience always matters most, huh? Once we were high up in the air, I noticed a circular clearing among the trees near the dorm. I could see a faint pillar of yellow light, which should have been hidden among the snow had we been much further away. That is Ehrenfest's gathering point, Lenore said from her high beast beside mine, pointing at the glowing light. We started our descent, and for a moment the area contorted as if we were going through a magic mirror. For some reason, the faint yellow part now had a ton of plants growing throughout. Along the edge of the pillar were towering trees that bore fruit of some kind. It was like the season had changed in a heartbeat. Upon seeing the sudden change in scenery, the second years looked completely taken aback. "What's going on here?" one asked. "My brother Eckert told me this clearing was originally where one would put one's treasure during games of treasure-stealing dinner." Cornelius explained with a slight smile. "Snow has been blocked from falling here to prevent the games from being affected." So, as it turned out, every dorm had a good gathering spot where snow never fell. Fey beasts would come for the plants and fruit, which made them excellent places to hunt fey stones too. "Take care not to enter the gathering spots of other duchies, no matter what," Cornelius said. "There are measures in place, presumably from the days when those areas were used for treasure-stealing dinner, that will cut you down on sight like this." In an instant, he morphed his staff into a sword and sliced through a fey beast that had charged toward us. The fey beast started to melt until soon enough a gleaming fey stone dropped to the ground. "These plants are needed for rejuvenation potions. Also be sure to pick up these yellow fruits." The third-year guard knights taught us second years what we were going to need for our brewing lessons, all while looking out for any threats. We took our staffs, Chan and Messer, and then used our knives to start gathering. "Judith, eliminate the Zons on that branch. Tragat, there are 2 on the right. Be careful." Lenore said, having successfully learned to better her vision with enhancement magic. She kept a watchful eye on her surroundings, warning of any nearby fey beasts and giving instructions on who should hunt which fey beasts. It was thanks to the apprentice knights that we were able to gather peacefully, and upon our return to the dorm, they started selling the fey stones they had collected from defeated fey beasts to other students who would need them for their lessons. Apparently this was a valuable way for the apprentice knights to make money. "So the ingredients we gathered today used to be part of our income as well," I observed. "Yes," Cornelius replied, "but learning how to escort others is an important part of our training." Cornelius was evidently fine with the new system, but he was a rich archnoble. It was important for apprentice scholars in attendance to experience gathering for themselves, and for apprentice knights to get experience fighting while protecting others. But if our current approach was depriving students of an important source of income, it probably wouldn't last long. "Rosamund, how about we pay the apprentice knights as much as they would have earned from the gathering to cover their guard duty?" Wilfried asked. "This is important for everyone's grades, so surely the expanding budget can cover it." "That's a good idea, Wilfrid. I shall do the calculations," I said. He had made the suggestion before I could, and the faces of all the lay nobles and men nobles lit up at once. As expected, it was important to them. Not long after our return to the dormitory, it was time for dinner. I needed to get changed out of my high beast riding clothes as I returned to my room, where Riarda and the others helped me to get ready. Over dinner, we discussed how we would welcome the new students coming to the World Academy tomorrow. The plan was to prepare sweets for them and ensure that all the seniors were present for their arrival. But first and foremost, we needed to decide on the roles that Wilfrid and I would play. I believe that the Archduke candidate should remain seated, came a suggestion from Isidore, one of Wilfrid's apprentice attendants. "That does indeed seem wise," Brunhilde agreed. "Being served tea and sweets by Archduke candidates would only scare the first year stiff. Lady Rosamund, Lord Wilfrid, perhaps you could explain the rules of the dorm and the ways we spent our time last year." "The ways of the dorm, Maybe I should explain how the bookcase is meant to be used?" "No. Girl, I don't think anybody would really care. Not like you, anyway. In this world, books are valuable enough to be chained to bookshelves. Their value had gone down a little in Aranvest due to the continued expansion of our printing industry, but they were still expensive. I didn't want anyone taking and selling them without permission. So Hartmut, do you think I should make a list of rules and instructions for using the bookcase and its books?" I asked. "I would even go as far as to call it necessary," he replied. "The majority of the books are going to be your belongings, Lady Rosamund, so it's important that you explain how they are to be used. To me, the rules were obvious. Don't take the books out of the common room, put them back where you found them, take extra care not to damage them. Even so, I needed to take a few extra precautions to ensure that everyone was properly taught how to treat the bookcase, and normalizing my rules was the first step to making them a universal culture." I nodded to myself, certain that this was going to work. The next day, the first years teleported over with their respective attendant. The seniors accommodated them with aplomb, exchanged greetings with them, led them to their seats, and offered them sweets, all while explaining how to use the dormitory's facilities, what time meals were served, and so on. As an Archduke candidate, Charlotte was the last first year to arrive. She sipped from her teacup with her retainers surrounding her, and I used that opportunity to speedily explain the rules for using the bookcase and such. "Sister," Charlotte began, setting down her cup and shaking her head at me slightly. "When hosting another, you must start with idle small talk, not lectures. You abruptly began your conversation with Aurelia during the dyeing competition by asking about how many books were in Ahrensbach's library at some such no. That simply will not do. A normal person would not appreciate your sudden explanation of using a bookcase." It seemed that I should focus on my initial conversation with Aurelia on dyeing or fashion trends, and my conversation here in the Royal Academy on lectures of the dormitory. But Charlotte, the bookcase is part of the dormitory, and it is a discourse on books not equivalent to a friendly greeting? No. Charlotte shot me down in a heartbeat, but books were the ideal conversation starter. For me, asking what books the other person had read lately or talking about new finds in the local library had often immediately followed any greetings back on Earth, but that's Earth. That's not here. I've never heard of any greetings like that, Wilfried said. Who would you even say that to? I'll use them when I meet with my bookworm friends. Talk about weird, Wilfried remarked with a smirk. I pursed my lips, and seeing that my greetings were viewed as nonsensical to this world, since there were so few books here. I'll normalize these greetings one day, just you wait and see. Oh, that reminds me, Wilfried, Charlotte. I have asked Riarda to prepare a meeting room so that I may extend my gratitude to the children of the former Veronica faction who warned us of the ambush, I said. In an instant, the smiles on Wilfried's and Charlotte's faces turned into more serious expressions. I had intended to thank them on my own, as they attempted to inform me specifically. However, if we use this opportunity to work on absorbing the children into our faction, it would be best for the three of us to go collectively. What do you think? Naturally, I will attend, Charlotte said. Same here, Wilfried agreed. I glanced at the corner where the children of the former Veronica faction were gathered. Their situation was a lot better than it had been at the start of last year, but it felt as though faction politics had once again erected walls within the dormitory. Milady, everything is ready. Thank you, Riarda. As I stood up, Hartman called across the room. Matthias, Roderick, come with us to the meeting room so that we may discuss what we talked about before. Matthias and Roderick tensed up, their eyes scanning the crowd. The other kids nodded, as no doubt having deduced the context from Hartmut's ambiguous hinting alone. We three Archduke candidates left with our retainers, with all of the children following behind us being of the former Veronica faction. Those who were unaware of the circumstances merely watched us go with stunned looks on their faces. Once we were inside the meeting room, I gestured to the provided seats, and everyone started sitting down with hard expressions. There were over 10 children of the former Veronica faction, which was quite a lot. In the midst of them, I saw Roderick clenching his fists. There was so much intensity in his scorched brown eyes that I could tell he was dying to say something. Thanks to your courageous actions, an attempted ambush ended in failure, and the starbind ceremony between Ahrensbach and Ehrenfest ended peacefully, I said. You all have my gratitude. I thought it best to thank you here in the Royal Academy, as doing so back in Ehrenfest would have certainly caused problems with your families. Your gratitude honors us, Matthias replied. His dark purple hair swayed a little as he bowed his head. He was serving as a representative of the group, perhaps because he had inspired the others to act in the first place. Matthias was the youngest son of Viscount Gerlach, a central figure in the Veronica faction. He was an apprentice Med Knight, and much like Traugott, he was frustrated about falling behind due to not knowing my mana compression method. He was also bothered by the fact that he was unable to choose his own faction until he came of age. Ehrenfest informed us that you were even willing to teach us your mana compression method as a sign of your gratitude, Matthias said. He informed me that he requires a severe condition for that to happen, I replied. Giving one's name to a member of the Archducal family, thereby becoming name-sworn to them, was an extremely brutal demand. It was apparently rare for even the most loyal of retainers to name-swear themselves to their charge. Ferdinand was the weird one for having both Eckert and Justice. I apologize for not having the power to sway him. There's no need to apologize. Ehrenfest has graciously said that as time passes, the severity of the condition may soften. We are only required to give our names if we wish to learn the method. Now, during our growth period, Matthias said with a troubled smile. All of a sudden, Roderick stood, his fist now trembling even more than before. His cheeks were flushed, but his eyes carried unmistakable resolve. Everyone present instantly knew what he was about to say. Oh, here we go. I want to give my name to you, Lady Rosemine. Wow. Okay. Well, we got our first offering on that one. Roderick, please consider this carefully, I said. Becoming name-sworn is too grave of a decision to make on an impulse. Getting more mana was certainly important for nobles, but I didn't think it was worth literally giving someone else control of your life. Especially when that someone else was me. Yeah, I can kind of understand why on that one. Lady Rosemine is correct, Matthias said. This is not something to be decided so impulsively. Roderick, use your head a little. Lord Matthias, the moment we give our names to someone, we sever our ties with our parents for good. We've been in the Veronica faction our entire lives. Even if you give your name and end up as Lady Rosemine's retainer, everyone will treat you as a traitor. And who knows how the factions are going to look in a few years' time, Matthias said, furrowing his brows in a pained expression. There was a man once. He was starstruck by one set to become the next Ob, and his heart burned with a desire to serve them forever as a loyal Geeb once they took the Ob seat. But the situation changed. The person whom his heart was set on lost their running for the seat overnight. I'm assuming they're talking about the one who would have been the one in Gerlach, the one who had married Gabrielle. Someone in the crowd swallowed hard. That wasn't an impossible situation. Veronica had held power for decades, only to suddenly lose it all. Only a few years had passed since then, and it was entirely possible that the balance of power would flip out once again. Lady Rosemine attended the Royal Academy last year, and in the span of a single winter she formed connections with the royalty and many archduchesses from the top-ranking duchies. Magnus continued, considering that her influence will aid our duchy in ways that were once unthinkable, I can agree that becoming name-sworn to her is an honorable and worthwhile move, but... There's a but here. He paused. We still do not know whether that influence will ensure power. I would not be saying this if you were giving your name to Lord Sylvester or Lady Florencia, the archducal couple, but Lady Rosemine, Lord Wilfrid, and Lady Charlotte are all underage, and we do not know what the future might hold. Well, I mean, if things go as they planned, then Wilfrid will become the next Ob, and Lady Rosemine will become his first wife, which, it works out still. That is why we cannot afford to make such rash decisions, Roderick. We will lose our parents, and they're the only backing we have right now. Roderick paled. His eyes were uneasy and flitted from Matthias to me, but I said nothing. Think carefully, okay? Matthias concluded. His voice tinged with bitterness. He had no doubt repeated these words many times already, and they carried a weight that made it sound entirely as though he was actually speaking to himself. Okay. I can keep going. Herscher's visit and the advancement ceremony. After warning the children of the Veronica faction to think carefully before making any extreme decisions, I had them disperse. I did not know about name swearing until Ob Ehrenfest told me about it, so there is much I still wish to learn. Is it something one would generally want to do in return for securing more mana, I asked. No, girl, it's more than that. Looking over my retainers, the children would be able to pick their own faction freely once they came of age, and I didn't know whether my mana compression method was important enough to warrant risking one's life. Brunhilde shook her head. I do not intend to give my name to anyone, she said, with the dignified smile expected of a noble. I wish to make my own decisions and decide my own path through life. One can surely count the number of name-sworn nobles on one hand, and I believe that loyalty can be given even without making such a sacrifice. Lenore agreed with this assessment. I feel that name-swearing is best done not to show one's loyalty, but to express love to another, to give one's name to one's dearest and receive theirs in turn, thereby forming an external vow of everlasting love. However, that is hardly realistic. I do not believe it will ever happen for me. Oh, neat. So name-swearing can be used romantically too, huh? I can understand that in the context of mutual love, but I would hate for someone I didn't have feelings for to attempt to force it on me. Oh, yeah, definitely. I saw with my own eyes the joy our brother Eckert felt when he earned Lord Ferdinand's trust through giving his name, and the despair he felt when he sheltered in the temple, Cornelius said. I don't think I could give my name to someone after seeing how low he was. Right. He saw the consequences of someone giving their name up close. Hartman nodded in apparent agreement with Cornelius, but then he casually said, I would not mind giving my name to Lady Rosemine if she desired it. Of course he would. Of course he wouldn't mind doing that. This guy's nuts. Everyone seemed completely taken aback, at which point he smiled and added, but she does not, of course. Ferdinand may have needed such an extreme display of devotion, but that was because he had been surrounded by enemies and had lacked anyone he could trust. I had my adopted parents, my archnoble parents, and several guardians looking after me, on top of my retainers whom I got along with well. Lady Rosemine does not require such fanatic loyalty in the least, nor does she understand the value of receiving a name, Hartman continued. She also values the free will of others to such an extent that she allows even grey priests and shrine maidens to make their own decisions. It is hard to imagine that she would appreciate a display that stands for the complete opposite. Hartman was explaining my mindset to my other retainers in simple terms. He was eerily accurate, as though he had somehow managed to dissect my thoughts, but he was right. I wouldn't want anyone giving me their name. Wilfrid, Charlotte, would you have accepted the children's names, I asked, aware that they were in the same position as me at this time? Wilfrid nodded as though the correct response were obvious. Of course, he said, it is my duty as their lord. I'd consider it an honor to have people loyal enough to be willing to give their names to me, he said flatly, noting that he would even accept children of the former Veronica faction. I would as well, Charlotte added, also nodding in agreement. In fact, I find it more peculiar that you wouldn't, sister. You accepted Feline, and you hold the lives of the orphans on your shoulders as the orphanage director. Would it not be easier to accept loyalty bound by name swearing than loyalty based on words alone? It was as she said, I was protecting the lower city commoners and supporting the lives of all those in the orphanage. It was also true that Feline was close to being in the position of a name sworn already, considering that I was giving her such special treatment. She hadn't actually offered me her name, however. She had chosen to serve as my retainer, but I had stuck my nose into her family problems of my own accord. Thus, I thought it was simply my responsibility to look after her until she came of age and was able to be independent, or, if necessary, until she got married. That said, I barely knew any of the children from the former Veronica faction, since faction politics discouraged us from socializing. Part of me suspected that this was just equivalent to them falling out with their parents and wanting to leech off of me instead. I didn't see how they wouldn't just cause problems. To use an analogy, I was something of a company president while the commoners and orphanages were my employees. I was looking after Feline, the equivalent of a live-in employee who handled everything with her own wages. I needed to look after my employees equally so that everyone had jobs and nobody was being treated unfairly. Meanwhile, the children of the former Veronica faction were like employees of an entirely separate company. By offering their names to me, they were cutting ahead of my live-in employees and asking me to adopt them into my family and give them assistance. I was such that making such a request required a lot of resolve from their part, but there was much I would need to sacrifice to actually take them in. It's not quite so simple for me, I said in response to Charlotte's question. I think you'd find them a lot more trustworthy after giving their names than if they simply asked to change factions, Wolfried noted. I could only respond with a non-committal nod. I mean, he's got a point, because they can't go against you unless they want to die themselves. Because if someone name swears to you and they kill you, or somebody kills you, then they die too unless they get their name back in time. So, yeah, being name sworn to someone is a big, big deal. Because you could die at any time if your person you're name sworn to dies. So, yeah. Now that all the first years had moved in, and the students of every year were gathered together, dinner today was a little fancier than yesterday's. We of the Better Grades Committee divided everyone into teams and announced the reward for this year's competition, the recipe for tarts. I had randomly selected the dish that wasn't in the recipe book we were selling. Just how many recipes does Lady Rosemine have? One of the students exclaimed. We'll win this time for sure, said another. I can guarantee it. Upon seeing everyone getting as heated up about studying in the common hall as they had done last year, I gave a relieved sigh. The heavy atmosphere from a moment ago had faded somewhat, and even the children of the former Veronica faction were getting into it. Although I couldn't say for sure whether this was just another way that nobles masked their emotions. The next day, as everyone promptly gathered into teams and started to study, Hersher burst into the dormitory. Of course she did. Lady Rosemine, Lord Wolfried, the advancement ceremony and fellowship gathering are tomorrow, and yet I received no word that Ehrenfest students have all arrived, she said sharply. Was anyone told to let her know? I asked with a tilt of my head. Cordelia sighed. It's not an explicit rule, but it is, in past years, the most senior archnoble has always contacted Professor Hersher. The highest-ranking individual is expected to do this, so we agreed that Lord Wolfried this year. Did we not, Ignaz? He asked, glancing at an apprentice scholar standing behind Wolfried. Ignaz gave a troubled smile. I forgot to inform Lord Wolfried, he said. My apologies. Ignaz, Wolfried went on to speak, but then he paused. Forgive me, Professor Hersher. It seemed the fault lies of us today. Something about Wolfried apologizing made me feel weird. It certainly was important for us to keep track of proper procedure and to be accountable when we failed, but it didn't feel right for Hersher to be so critical when she hadn't been in the dormitory to begin with. I shot her a look just as she said we'd be more careful next time. Is the biggest problem not that our dormitory supervisor was not in the dormitory, I asked? Am I not right in saying that other supervisors remained in the dormitory from the moment the first students began to arrive? Oh, do you not know, Lady Rosemine? Flutrain and Hellschmier heal in their own ways, Hersher replied with a smile. It was a euphemism that essentially meant everyone has their own way of doing things. So I could deduce that she had zero intention of changing her ways. Unable to do much else, I merely shrugged. She certainly does resemble Lady Florencia, Hersher suddenly mattered, her eyes fixed on Charlotte. She then moved to the center of the common room and started to explain tomorrow's schedule and the new nature of the dormitory to the fresh students. It was all the same as last year. Furthermore, the advancement ceremony will be held at Third Bell tomorrow, and lunch will be served in the fellowship gatherings, Hersher noted, now coming to the end of her brisk speech. Lessons begin the very next day. Ehrenfest is ranked 10th now, so take care to use the appropriately marked doors and rooms. You have all already made a great deal of progress in your studies, and I do not expect any of you to have issues in class, but do not forget to report your results. Are there any questions? A student opened their mouth before they could even speak. Hersher continued, Lady Rosemite, I do have several questions for you. Would you care to accompany me? She asked with a smile. Her purple eyes gleamed intensely like those of a carnivore focused on its prey. Well, I know she probably wants to ask about Schwartz and Weiss's outfits and the research documents that Ferdinand gave me, but still... It was easy to guess what Hersher was going to say, or rather, it was hard to think of anything else she would want to know. And since I had some things from Ferdinand that I was meant to give her, I nodded. I do not mind, but please do keep it brief, I replied. Unlike Ferdinand, I cannot spend all night discussing these matters with you. My research would certainly suffice if I was as frail as you, Hersher said with a nod. I'm jealous, if anything. I wish I could spend all night absorbed in what interests me like you can. Well, I mean, once you get better, maybe. I gave Riarda an eye signal to fetch the documents that Ferdinand had told me to give to Hersher first, and she promptly moved to do just that. Incidentally, to have a large stack of resources with which to extract favors from Hersher, I had documents of lower urgency organized into 5 stacks, to be doled out one by one as we needed more favors for her. This was all thanks to Justice, who, upon learning of the dormitory situation, had asked Ferdinand for assistance in getting Hersher's help when necessary. Now then, I would like to know what magic circles we used in the outfits and how they were improved. Hersher wasted no time in beginning her interrogation, evidently too impatient to wait for the outfits to be brought to her. But I had left all of the research business to Ferdinand. In other words, there was very little that I could actually help her with. The only thing I could say in response to her deluge of questions was that she could accompany us when we went to change the female's clothes. Are you not interested in the research of magic circles, Lady Rosemite, Hersher asked? Are you not supposed to be Ferdinand's most prized disciple? Ferdinand is my guardian, and although he does at times serve as an instructor, I would not say we have a master-student relationship when it comes to research, I replied. Not wanting to be counted among the mad scientists of Ehrenfest, my interest was in reading rather than doing any actual research. Compilations of research documents and the like were certainly welcome, but I didn't feel any desire to produce such documents myself. I do intend to become a librarian, however, so I will pour my all into researching magic tools and circles that might play a crucial role in the operation of a library. Which reminds me, Professor Hersher, when shall we bring the clothes to the library? Why not simply ask by ordinance, Hersher suggested. And so I sent an ordinance to Solange, informing her that the new outfits were complete and that I wanted to supply the magic tools with mana. She replied that the library would open once classes began, noting that I would come any time after that point. My apologies for the wait, milady. Riarda soon returned with Schwartz and Weiss's outfits. Hersher picked them up at once and started closely examining their magic circles, tracing them with her fingers and referencing the accompanying documents with an expression like the one Ferdinand would make while doing his own research. Which means she's forgotten I exist. Riarda, may I organize the bookcase, I asked. Why not? I suppose I imagine she will take quite some time. Definitely. I elected to organize the bookcase with Riarda while waiting for Hersher to scratch her research itch. I dedicated several shelves to first years, second years, apprentice knights, apprentice scholars, and apprentice attendants, ensuring that each one contained textbooks relevant to their respective subjects. This seemed to be the best approach in my eyes, since these books were going to be used the most. After that, I organized my own books while assigning decimal classifications to them. Ehrenfest had a huge bias for specific decimals, due to most of the printed books being fiction, but my goal was to one day print copies of every book in Ehrenfest's bookroom. Not even fourth bell was enough to make Hersher budge. Even when I attempted to speak to her, she would immediately respond that she was busy, not even bothering to look up from her work. In the end, we let Hersher be and ate lunch. Some students were going to be gathering in the afternoon, while others would continue their studies, but I stayed in the common room and read so that someone would at least be there when she came back to reality. "Milady, milady," Riarda cried, tapping me on the shoulder and shutting my book. I glanced up at the start and saw Hersher peering down at my hands with curious eyes. "Lady Rosemine, what is that book?" she asked. "A new kind made with Ehrenfest paper," I replied. "May I see it?" "You may read it for as long as you like, so long as you read it here. It's property of the common room, and I will not be lending it to your laboratory," I said, explaining the rules of the bookcase while handing over my copy of Royal Academy Stories. She flipped through it, an amused smile forming on her face. My, I might say all these stories in this book are founded in fact. The years are disparate, but I can guess who told which fairly easily. They are written based on rumors discussed over tea parties, so I imagine a professor such as yourself would know them. Incidentally, which stories came from whom? The names of the people involved were changed, as were the names of the duchies, and so while someone who was present in the Royal Academy might recognize the stories, I had no way of knowing whose was whose. The only one I could identify was the one about Sylvester and Florencia. I would rather not say, as they chose anonymity for a reason, and these stories are not solely about Airfest, Herter said, cackling to herself as she set down the book. She then picked up the documents from Ferdinand and exited the room looking especially satisfied. Okay, now I'm curious. Is one of these stories about Ferdinand? I remember hearing that Eckert told Mother much about him. Once Herter was gone, it was time to prepare for the advancement ceremony and the fellowship gatherings. We gave hairpins to the girls, hoping to secure them as a trend, and spread them further. They were the hairpins that Brunhilde had selected and ordered from the Gilberta Company. For marketing purposes, I ask that you wear these hairpins without fail during this year's advancement ceremony, I announced. We will also be distributing Rinsham, so be certain to clean your hair the day before. Brunhilde's assessment had been sound. The multicolored hairpins in the box perfectly suited the hair colors and appearances of the girls. I was impressed she had such a firm grasp on the styles of so many students. I can understand knowing such information about those close to you, but anything more than that sounded impossible to me. Same here. Oh my, how adorable! To think you could prepare so many hairpins at once, Lady Rosemine. This is all Brunhilde's doing. She has quite a sharp eye when it comes to fashion, I replied. And now, Wilfried, we're going to be distributing some Rinsham to the boys as well. No need. I've secured some for them already, Wilfried said. Sylvester had apparently prepared Rinsham for all the boys after attending the Archduke conference. I'm not a fan of it myself, since it makes my hair smell all sweet, but there's no helping that. Oh, but not all kinds of Rinsham smell sweet, I explained. He must have just not picked the more restrained scents we had available for men. Wilfried grimaced a little. I was told to use one with a stronger scent so that others were more likely to notice it. I'm not smelling like a girl by choice, he replied, waving the bottle of Rinsham from side to side. I saw several other boys nodding in agreement. It was the day of the advancement ceremony and fellowship gatherings. We needed to be at the auditorium by third bell, so after breakfast, we got dressed and put on our capes that displayed our duchy's color. We also put on our identification brooches, which was important because we couldn't return to the dormitory without them. Lady Rosemine, Brunhilde said, Cornelius, Lenore, and Judith are going to be your guard knights for the fellowship gathering. I shall accompany you as an attendant and Hartman as a scholar. Is this acceptable? I nodded. The fellowship gathering was going to be attended by royalty and Archduke candidates, so my highest status retainers were prioritized. Judith, as the only men noble accompanying me, seemed to be a little nervous about this. Her smile was unusually stiff. I will do my best to fill the void that Angelica left, Judith said, her voice only a little shaky. There was nothing to worry about, I replied, trying to console her. It's not as if any incidents will occur during the fellowship gatherings. I hope not. I headed to the entrance hall to find everyone wearing mostly black outfits with their capes and brooches on. The girls were wearing different colored hairpins, and some were wearing two at once like I was. Everyone matches, Feline said, touching her own hairpin with a slight smile. As well as her apprentice wages, I was paying her to transcribe for her work, helping Ferdinand alongside the others in his chambers, but even then she struggled to support herself without any parents to depend on. She certainly didn't have the funds to buy accessories for herself, but I purchased these hairpins with my own money during the Harvest Festival. Apparently, Feline had even been able to pick the one she wanted. Although, in truth, I only picked one out of several that Brunhilde had selected for me. I never was allowed to buy accessories, even at home, so I don't know how to judge what would look good on me, Feline admitted, a hint of sadness clouding her smile. Good morning, sister, Charlotte said. She was likewise wearing her Airfest cape and brooch atop her black outfit. She was also wearing two hairpins, and as her hair was lighter than mine, the dark-colored flowers were quite visible against it. Those look lovely on you, Charlotte. You are just adorable, I said. Oh my, but you are much more adorable than I. Charlotte was growing at a faster rate than I, and the gap between us had possibly widened since last year. Well, it definitely had. I was simply in denial. She had to look down just to make eye contact with me, and if we walked side by side, everyone would think Charlotte was the big sister, no doubt about it. I could always stand up really straight. Maybe these people would think I'm the older sister. I don't think so. I tried to stand tall in a way that wouldn't seem too obvious, but it made my legs waver, and I soon struggled to keep myself steady. It became so bad that my retainer started to worry about my health, so I gave up and put my heels back on the ground again. Time to go, Wilfried announced, opening the door and guiding the Airfest students out. The number above our door certainly read 10 now, and we were closer to the auditorium than last year. Back then we had faced dark green capes, so it was weird for them to be behind us now. Even inside the auditorium, we were standing in a different place much further up than before. Airfest sure has gone up in the rankings, came a voice as we trudged into position. Seems like they're all using Rinsham. I sighed, some of them muttering spoke in tones that could hardly be considered friendly. Just as Sylvester had predicted, the jealousy and bitterness over our rank going up was going to be even worse than it had been last year, because you put a few people below you, of course. The advancement ceremony wasn't particularly different than last year. A bigwig talked for a while, then the professor spoke of their parts. Everything was pretty much the same as before, so I just stood quietly and waited for it to end. I would probably need to pay more attention next year when I became a third year and entered my specialty courses, but as a second year, I will be having practical lessons and lectures in the same places as last year, so I'll be fine not listening. The dreadfully boring advancement ceremony finally ended, which meant it was time for the much more stressful fellowship gathering, where no mistakes could be made whatsoever. I still didn't know how our change in rank would impact things in full. You will now be moved to gatherings according to your status, but take care to stay close to members of your own duchy, the speaker said. Seniors of all statuses, take care of your juniors. Juniors, you know little, so take care and obey the wisdom of your seniors. Cornelius was a 6th year, the oldest year of students, so he took a commanding position here. My retainers divided themselves into those who would be following the lay nobles, the med nobles, the arch nobles, and us archduke candidates. We exited the auditorium and moved to the same halls as we'd gone to last year. I started making my way to the room known as the small hall, and Charlotte stretched her back with a somewhat tense expression as we walked. Fear not, Charlotte, I am here with you. Feel free to rely on me as much as you need. I am your big sister after all. I took Charlotte by the hand and smiled. She blinked in surprise a few times, then smiled for a second. Quite. You are going to be attending this too, I said. She said, I need to stay alert. After making this remark, Charlotte stepped forward, a firm light in her indigo eyes. I was glad to see that my comment had eased her tension. Lord Wolfrey, Lady Rosemine, and Lady Charlotte from Ehrenfest X have arrived, a scholar standing by the door announced, and with that we were guided into the small hall. I noticed a small figure sitting at the large table at the end of the room where Anastasius had been last year. Is that Prince Anastasius' younger brother, maybe? Probably. Oh, great. Anyway, I will end this off here, and I'll see everybody in the next one. Okay, part 8. The second year fellowship gathering. Had the person sitting in the place of royalty at the end of the room been an sovereign archnoble, he would have been much older. It seemed safe to conclude that he was indeed a prince. Nobody told me a prince was going to be in attendance, though. Is that his little brother? I cocked my head. If my guardians had known about this, I was sure they would have warned me, or at least told me to be on guard. Rather than wearing black as the Academy standard, the small figure, the word small, came unbidden to mind every time I saw him, was dressed in red and white. The divine colors of winter. He was at least wearing a black cape to match that he was from the sovereignty, but he stuck out nonetheless. Even Anastasius had worn mostly black. So it hadn't occurred to me that royals were allowed to break the dress code. Here are your seats, the servant said. Just like last year, the small hall had 4-person tables arranged at equal distance apart. We were taken to the 3 tables for Ehrenfest, at which point Wolfried took a seat at the table to my left, and Charlotte took hers at the one to my right. Brunhilde pulled back my seat for me before resuming her position, standing behind me with my guard knights. Hartmut, meanwhile, was seated beside me as my scholar. Hartmut, did you know that a member of royalty was attending this year? I asked in a hushed whisper. He discreetly shook his head. I did not, and it seems we are not the only ones. Many of the other duchies seemed just as surprised, so we can assume that nobody was informed. It was nice to know I wasn't alone in my ignorance. I always had the feeling that I was missing out on important information since I didn't spend much time in the castle, but that wasn't the case here. However, Hartmut continued, I recall there being rumors in the Royal Academy last year that a royal was going to be baptized. Word said it was the son of the king's third wife, the half-brother of Prince Sigiswald and Anastasius. If these rumors were true, he would only have been baptized this autumn, so that means he's not even of age to come to the Royal Academy yet. He was baptized this year, I asked. Someone must know about him then. Nobles in Ehrenfest debuted during Winter Society, but royals are officially debuted during the Spring Archduke Conference. I expect that he has not had a formal debut yet. That explained why he was so tiny. I thought that maybe he just looked small because he was seated so far away, but this made a lot more sense. That said, why is there a newly baptized prince here in the first place? Yeah, because don't you have to be 10 to come to the Royal Academy? Hartmut had only confused me further. Thankfully, once the Archduke candidates from all the other duchies were seated, a sovereign scholar introduced the small prince and explained the circumstances. This is third Prince Hildebrand, the scholar said. He was baptized this autumn and welcomed into the royal family. Under normal circumstances, he would be attending the academy much later, but the king instructed him to attend this year as part of his royal duties. Huh? To summarize, there was a rule that there must always be at least one member of the royal family attending the Royal Academy. If there was no one of proper age, a graduated adult would be set instead. It would have been more proper for Anastasius to return, but it seemed that he was exceptionally busy with his duties as a second prince. He needed to fill with mana the land that he had been given for his marriage, and the royal magic tools that had fallen out of use. In other words, Prince Anastasius is so eager to marry Lady Eglantine that he's putting his all into getting his land ready, and refusing to return to the Royal Academy. That has to be it, right? I mean, reviving those old magic tools has to be a harder job than being stationed at the Academy. Now that he was an adult, Anastasius had chosen to work hard over the winter rather than stay at the Royal Academy. Hildebrand was being thrown into the deep end as a result, having to attend the Academy so soon after his baptism. He was merely here for political reasons, however. It wasn't as though he would actually be going to classes yet. He would presumably be spending most of his time in his own chambers. I wonder why this rule was put into place. Is it for emergencies or something? Maybe to ensure someone's always there to settle disputes? That's a possibility. Last year, when Dunkelfelger had made a fuss over my bringing Schwartz and Weiss out of the library, Anastasius had been contacted and arrived almost instantly to arbitrate the dispute. He had also spoken to Solange and me later on to learn more about the situation. There certainly are a lot of people here who know what kinds of problems might arise. Royals must always have their hands full with this stuff. And for the royal family to be sending a literal 7-year-old to the Royal Academy, they must be in dire straits. Once the scholars' announcement was over, everyone agreed to prepared to give their greetings, as they had done the year before. Again, Klassenberg was first. It seemed not to have any Archduke candidates now that Eglantine had graduated, so an older-looking boy stood up and went to greet the prince instead. The event continued as expected. The representatives of each duchy would stand up to greet the royal, and then go down the aisle to greet every duchy of a higher rank than theirs. Dunkelfelger was the next to go up, then Drawankel, whatever. Only after the 9th-place duchy had greeted the prince was it our turn. Wilfred and Charlotte stood up while I was helped down from my chair. Wilfred then looked at Charlotte and me. Rosemine, Charlotte, let's go. Wilfred escorted us to the prince's table at the far end of the hall, moving slow enough for me to keep up. When we reached Hildebrand, we knelt down and crossed our arms and bowed our heads. Prince Hildebrand made me pray for a blessing in appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Abeglabe, the god of life. You may, came a distinctly childlike voice. Up close, I could see that Hildebrand had bright purple eyes and a faint blue tinge to his silver hair. He also had a cute face. Perhaps a boy wouldn't much appreciate being called cute, but he looked especially young, as expected considering that he had been sent to the Royal Academy so early. Not to mention, unlike the arrogant expression of royal dignity that Anastasius had so often worn, Hildebrand was wearing a bright smile that actually put me at ease. He was far from the archetype of the exceptionally manly man. Well, he's 7. What do you expect? He looks adorable! Rosemine's right. He's cute. He's adorable. With the prince's permission, we poured mana into our rings and granted a blessing. I made sure to add just a sliver of mana, all the while eyeing Wilfred and Charlotte to make sure I didn't go overboard. Ferdinand had insisted that I not give in to my emotions and offer an excessive blessing like I had did the graduation ceremony. Okay, perfect. I nodded to myself, having successfully managed to give a blessing as small as my siblings. Hildebrand then asked for us to raise our heads, at which point Wilfred continued the greeting. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Hildebrand. We are Wilfried, Rosemine, and Charlotte of Ehrenfest, here to learn to become proper nobles fit to serve Jürgenschmidt. May the future be bright. Hildebrand looked at each of us in order, although he seemed to regard Charlotte with particular interest. Ooh, that could be interesting. I am told that Ehrenfest's Archduke candidates are exceptional, that one came first in class and another achieved the rank of honor student, all while aiding their classmates in raising the overall grades of their duchy, he said briskly in his higher-pitched voice. King Trargal has high hopes for all of you. Do continue your efforts. I can sense that he was completely focused on repeating the exact words the adults had instructed him to say, and as someone who had memorized all sorts of phrases for ceremonies, I knew just how hard he must have worked to reach this point. I wanted to tell him how well he was doing and to keep up the good work, but that seemed rude to say to a prince. I decided to settle on an expression of gratitude instead. We thank you. And so our first meeting with Hildebrand ended without incident, thank goodness. It admittedly caught me a little off guard since Anastasius had gotten all up in my face about being a fake saint the year before, but we headed to the next table nonetheless, the table belonging to Klassenberg. Once again, Dragoner, the goddess of time, has woven her threads together and blessed us with a meeting. This is Charlotte, my youngest sister. She was attending the Royal Academy as a first-year student, Wilfried said. May our futures be bright. Charlotte went on to give her first greetings. Wilfrid hadn't introduced himself, and I had been told not to introduce myself either, so I could only assume we had already introduced ourselves to this person the year before. Perhaps they were an archduke candidate rather than an archnoble. I can't exactly ask them which, so I'll just check with Hartmut later. According to Hartmut, they were not an archnoble, but rather the son of Ob Klausenberg's second wife. He explained that I had greeted the boy last year, but I couldn't remember him at all, so I responded only with a simple smile. I mean, how am I supposed to remember someone I've only ever greeted once? I know. Especially when I've never really expected to see them again. For Lady Eglantine to have not reintroduced you to him despite your friendly relationship, it may be the case she did not interact with him either. It is not unusual for a child of a second wife to rarely socialize. Oh right, that reminds me. I'm pretty much never spoken to Nicholas. Archnoble and archducal families generally took second wives to stabilize faction politics, compensate for a first wife unable to produce children, or simply increase their number of children. It wasn't uncommon for half-siblings to barely interact. That sucks. The next duchy for us to greet was Dunkelfelger. We headed over to Lestalot and Hannelor's table when Wilfrid spoke to them as our representative, and Charlotte performed the blessing given at first meetings. Lady Hannelor, I said, thank you ever so much for the splendid Dunkelfelger book you lent at me. Even the Ob asked me to express his thanks to you. I told her how stunned I had been to learn that Ob Dunkelfelger himself had delivered the book at the Archduke Conference, but at the same time, how grateful I was that it was being sent so early meant I had a lot of time to read it. Hannelor blinked several times. It must have been heart-stopping to have received a book from the Ob himself. Father loves to surprise people, and, I often find myself in a cold sweat after one of his tricks. I am relieved that he did not bother you, she said with a troubled smile, her light pink pigtails swinging as she shifted. Ob Dunkelfelger had apparently proclaimed that he would deliver the book personally to surprise me. He sounded like someone who loved mischief, but for him to have lent us a book that might as well be considered a treasure of their duchy, he was probably a really good person too. I would hope so. The offering of a book could never bother me, I replied. I had a splendid time with it, and as thanks, Lady Hannelor, I intend to let you borrow a book from Ehrenfest. I thought it would be nice for us to trade new books after returning the ones we have read. I thank you ever so much, Lady Rosamine. I am quite looking forward to it. Hannelor and I exchanged a smile, enjoying our fun conversation, at which point Lestalot gave me a doubtful look. Someone in Ehrenfest managed to read that book, he asked. Yes, I was awestruck by the depth of your duchy's past, I replied. The fact that so many of their stories involved battle maniacs who kept on fighting until they won more or less explained why Professor Rothman was so insistent on challenging us to dinner rematches. He had so much history at his back. Humph, as you should be, Lestalot snorted. We are completely unlike Ehrenfest, a pitiful duchy with only a mere 200 years of history. Brother, Hannelor exclaimed and gave him a reprimanding tug on his sleeve. She then looked at me, her cute red eyes washed with worry. She was no doubt concerned that Lestalot had offended me, but I just smiled at him and nodded. It is true our duchy's history pales in comparison to yours, and that our history books are thin in comparison, I said. That is why I so appreciated the book I was graciously lent, and I would certainly love to read more of Dunkelfelger's splendid books. My intention was to lead into a lengthy discussion, during which I could review Dunkelfelger's book and get even more books from them, but Wilfrid cut me off, and Charlotte gave a subtle pull on my sleeve. Perhaps this could be discussed when we come to lend Dunkelfelger a book, Wilfrid said. We should not tarry too long when others are waiting. Oh, right, we're in the middle of greeting the duchies. Yeah, you are. I was so excited about being reunited with Hannelor and so eager to speak with her that I had forgotten where I was. I promised to invite her to a tea party soon, and then made my way over to Drewonkel's tables. Lord Wilfrid, Lady Rosamine, I congratulate you on your engagement, Adolphine said. I did out of my ears when Father returned from the Archduke Conference with the news. Adolphine was speaking as the duchy's representative, but also were my classmate Ortwin and two other Archduke candidates. Her wine-red hair had flowed down to her chest in majestic waves, had a pleasant sheen, almost as if she had used Rensham. Oh. They made it. They made the Rensham. Great. A careful examination of the duchies as students revealed they all had glossy hair too. Upon seeing my eyes move, Adolphine stroked her hair and smiled. No, it couldn't be. I only gave them one bottle. They must have analyzed the Rensham I had given them at the tea party. The actual process for making it was simple, so I figured the production method would be exposed eventually. But this was much sooner than I expected. Drewonkel being a duchy of mad scientists might just make it a bit more terrifying than I expected. I looked up at Adolphine and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Wilfrid and Ortwin seemed to be having a much more positive conversation, talking about the games they played for socializing. Here's to another good year, Wilfrid? You can bet on it. I can show you how much better I got in Gwenin. For some reason, Adolphine was giving me a meaningful smile. Lady Rosemine, the scholars that we sent to the Archduke Conference returned with quite a excited frenzy, she said. It seems that Ehrenfest has magic tools that even commoners can use. Scraps of paper that move on their own, worming their way toward any larger pieces. Quite interesting. Even our scholars were taken aback by the concept. Oh, it is nothing that deserves so much attention, I replied with an evasive chuckle. I was starting to feel they would dissect anything they managed to get their hands on. They would. I did not observe any such paper in the Royal Academy, and it was not presented at the Introductory Tournament either, was it? Adolphine asked. Is there perhaps a reason for this? Perhaps it is because our op considered it unworthy of publicizing, I replied. It wasn't at the Introductory Tournament because commoners made it, and nobody at Ehrenfest really uses it as a magic tool. I can't say that, though. It is surprisingly difficult to grasp what is and isn't normal in one's duchy, Adolphine said. This is something I have learned well since coming to the Royal Academy. Lady Rosemine, I pray that we can spend much time together this year. You ain't getting a hand on my stuff. Or in other words, you want to wring information out of me. Okie dokie. Time to contact my guardians. That didn't take long. Great. Charlotte, don't you even try it. I share your prayers, I said with a smile, but I could feel my face stiffening. Adolphine's eyes turned to rest on Charlotte for a moment before looking comparatively at Ordwin. You are a first year, are you not, Lady Charlotte? Adolphine asked. I foresee us being close friends as well. I would be honored. It feels like someone extremely dangerous just targeted Charlotte for something. Ferdinand, help! I moved to the next table, hoping to protect Charlotte from Adolphine's gaze. Once we had finished greeting the 4th and 5th duchies, it was time for us to speak with Arensbach the 6th. Oh no. Only Detlinde was there as an Archduke candidate. The small girl we had seen at Lambert's wedding wasn't present. She was about as tiny as me, so as expected, she wasn't old enough to attend the academy this year. Too long has passed since our last reunion, Detlinde said. You all seem to be doing well. How has Aurelia been faring in Ehrenfest? We have been ever so worried that she may not be fitting in, haven't we, Martina? She turned her attention to a girl who looked a bit like Thule, her attendant, based on where she was standing. Lady Bettina seems to have been in contact, but we have heard nothing from my sister Aurelia. I've been so worried about her, Martina said, lowering her voice sadly. She was similar enough to Thule that just seeing her upset made my heart ache. Aurelia is enjoying her life in Ehrenfest, I said. She has prepared a new veil, and we have had tea party together. Isn't that right, Charlotte? Indeed, Charlotte agreed with a smile, having met Aurelia at the dyeing competition. She is a sweet and positively delightful person. Martina placed a hand on her chest in relief, while Detlinde blinked several times, her dark green eyes betraying her astonishment. Aurelia? Sweet? She muttered to herself. Why does that come as such a surprise? In what world is Aurelia not sweet? I guess they're just basing it on how she looks. I also blinked in confusion, sensing that the Aurelia we knew was somehow different from the one Detlinde was familiar with. On that note, Detlinde said, moving the conversation along swiftly, I realize I did not properly congratulate your engagement at the starbind ceremony. Please allow me to rectify that. Congratulations. She spoke with a soft smile, which was weird to say the least. It felt as though she was genuinely blessing our engagement, and she looked so friendly that I wanted to ask what all that nonsense last year was about. That she was even acknowledging me alongside Wolfried seemed incomprehensible, and in truth, it actually made me feel a little uncomfortable. All of you are my cousins in Ehrenfest, she continued. I hope we can get along well. I really don't like her. Just something about her. The 7th, 8th, and 9th duchies following Arensbach were visibly on guard against us, considering that our rank had risen so suddenly. They had scarcely even noticed us last year, but now they were shooting us warnings and insulting us through euphemisms. Hate to break it to you, but Wilfried won't pick up on those kinds of slides at all, and they won't make me shrink back either. We finished greeting the higher-ranking duchies, which meant it was time for the lower-ranking duchies to begin greeting us. This was annoying in its own sense. The 11th, 12th, and 13th duchies were especially hostile toward us and spoke with empty smiles since we had pushed them all down in our ascent. To translate a few of their insults, luck and chance do not last forever. Good times are but fragile illusions. They will shatter sooner or later. Do you intend to speed through your classes once again? I only hope that your grades do not suffer as they have before. How pleasant. Of course, we needed to protect our dignity and our reputation, so we offered responses that essentially meant our success is not an illusion. We will ensure the good times continue. We thank you for your encouragement, I said to one of the students greeting us. Please look forward to seeing our grades published. I believe you will find them quite impactful." After exchanging various other insults with smiles on our faces, it came time for us to speak with Fernbeltag. This was Charlotte's first time meeting Rudiger. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she glanced several times between him and Wilfried, presumably noticing how similar they looked. However, since Charlotte had the same indigo eyes as Rudiger, she seemed to resemble him even more than he resembled Wilfried, at least from a color perspective. I was sure she could easily pass herself off as his sister. Not me, though. I don't share their blood. Rudiger must have noticed the way Charlotte was looking at him because he offered a smile. He knelt down, crossed his arms, and then bowed his head. "Lord Wilfried, Lady Rosemine, once again, Dragonar, the goddess of time, has woven our dress together and blessed us with the meeting. And the same for you, Lady Charlotte. May I pray for a blessing and appreciation of this serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Evaglaive, the god of life." "You may." Rudiger gave Charlotte a blessing and exchanged greetings with her. Then once that was done, he looked at Wilfried. "I heard about your duchy's archduke candidates taking the lead in spring prayer for the sake of the people, and suggested we do the same in Fernbeltag. As a result, we were able to secure a larger harvest than usual," he said. "That's good." It had apparently taken Rudiger a lot of courage to tell his family that he wanted to go to the temple, but after hearing that Wilfried had done the same in Ehrenfesten with greater results, the archducal couple had decided to try it. Perhaps out of desperation, if nothing else. Rudiger's mom is Sylvester's older sister, after all. I can see the similarities between them at least a little. Thanks to these new efforts, Fernbeltag had apparently seen a larger harvest, and the increased tax revenue had made things easier for the duchy. "Hope has returned to the once bleak eyes of her nobles," Rudiger said with a slight pleased smile. "It brings me more joy than anything. Your advice is much appreciated. Mother was overjoyed as well." As a duchy on the losing side of the Civil War, I knew that their archduke had been executed, but their duchy surely must have suffered in other ways as well. As one example, I was aware of Aurelia being treated unreasonably harshly in Arensbach due to her mother being from Fernbeltag. This had no doubt made bringing wives and husbands into the duchy that much harder. In truth, it was impressive that they had managed to rein themselves into getting involved in religious ceremonies. Or resign themselves into getting involved in religious ceremonies. I had charged eagerly into the temple to get my hands on books, but they had scorned it their entire lives. Sir, their decision to work with the temple, despite their disdain, was probably because they were so desperate. Any port in a storm, as they say, but still. "I hope that our friendship with Ehrenfest can remain so firm," Rudiger said, carefully eyeing me for my response. He looked a lot like Wilfried when I had told him to test Fernbeltag at the tea party before teaching them our methods. "We are cousins and neighbors. A friendship is only natural," I replied, causing both Rudiger and Wilfried to exhale in relief. Once the greetings had finished, lunch began. The soup actually tasted good this year, perhaps because the chefs had adopted our recipes. But the sweets, well, once again, they were no better than clumps of sugar. Ooh, the epilogue. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, we get it from Hildebrand's point of view. Hildebrand stood in front of the teleportation door. Today he would be going to the Royal Academy. He looked up, quaking with excitement, only for his head attendant Arthur to brush aside the bangs that had fallen onto the young prince's forehead. "Do remember you are attending the academy as royalty," Arthur stressed. "I know. This is my first duty as prince, given to me by father," Hildebrand replied. He had tried to form a serious expression as he nodded his understanding, but he couldn't contain his curiosity for the new, unknown place he was heading to. Just what awaited him beyond that door? "Now we may go," Arthur said. The door opened before the prince's bright purple eyes. His retainers encouraged him forward, and when he took his first step, he found himself enveloped in silence. A hallway stretched into the distance, its walls lined equidistantly with doors with letters and numbers written above them. It was completely unlike anything he had seen in the villa where he and his mother had stayed prior to his baptism, or the villa he lived in now. But there were so many people when I first went to the royal palace. As a child of the king's third wife, Hildebrand had been raised in his mother's villa, and he had not ventured outside its walls prior to his baptism. His mother's family had on occasion come to visit, but he was used to little more attention than that. Thus he could remember the overwhelming crowds of people he had seen during his visit to the royal palace, as though it had only been yesterday. Hildebrand knew that the Royal Academy was a place for royal and noble children to learn from their 10th year to their coming of age, and he had implicitly assumed that everyone would greet him with enthusiasm. An empty hallway was completely unexpected. "There's nobody here," he muttered. "The advancement ceremony is underway, so the students and professors are all in the auditorium," the guard knight taking the lead replied, making the prince realize he had spoken aloud. "This is a welcome respite for us guard knights, as there is less danger to fear." It seemed that everyone was gathered elsewhere. It was only logical that Hildebrand wouldn't be attending the advancement ceremony, considering that he wasn't a new student, but it was like he was being left out. Feeling a little disappointed, Hildebrand walked down the murky hallway with the equally spaced doors until he reached into the hallway, this one with windows. There was a lot of snow outside, much more than he was used to seeing outside his own villa. He pressed his lips together. The piling snow was almost like a metaphor, signifying that he was going to have far more duties here in the Royal Academy. "Are you nervous?" Arthur asked, seeming worried for him. "You appear quite rigid." "I simply feel the weight of my responsibilities," Hildebrand replied with a nod. "I am here as my royalty even though I was only recently baptized." He thought back to when the king, his father, had instructed him to attend the Royal Academy. It had been near the middle of autumn. "It will be a heavy burden, but I ask that you oversee the Royal Academy as royalty." Hildebrand received this request from his parents, who were visiting the villa they had granted him. He knew not how to respond, so his head attendant Arthur spoke up in his place, albeit in a troubled tone. "Prince Hildebrand has just been baptized. He has not yet to even have his debut. After a child was baptized in the royal palace, it was standard procedure for them to be debuted as new royalty during the next Archduke Conference. There was no precedent for a royal carrying out public duties before their debut. In truth, I spent much time debating whether to send you or Anastasius," the king said to his son. "However, Anastasius has much more important work to do than standing in position at the Royal Academy. I would like you to do this job for me, Hildebrand." If this was the conclusion the king had come to after a lengthy internal debate, there was no way that mere retainers could protest. They could only accept the order in silence and support their charge as best they could. "Though, in the end, I will mainly be restricted to my villa." Hildebrand was told to avoid contact with the students as much as possible. He was too young to determine good or bad on his own, so it was possible the students would attempt to exploit him to some end or another. Royalty simply had that much authority to their name. Not that Hildebrand fully understood this. He had spent his life in his mother's villa and rarely interacted with this outside world, so he did not completely grasp the power he wielded. "It seems to me that Mother and my retainers have much more power than I do, but they say otherwise, so..." "This is the small hall," Arthur told Hildebrand as they entered the room where the fellowship gathering was going to be held. There were tables all around, and the prince was led to the one nearest the back, where royalty sat. "There are more tables than duchies," Hildebrand observed. "Indeed, that is because some duchies have more than one Archduke candidate," Arthur explained. "There was one table per candidate. It was not uncommon for half-siblings to oppose each other and wish to hide information from one another, and this allowed each candidate to sit at their own table with their retainers." "Will you be sitting beside me, Arthur?" Hildebrand asked his head attendant. Arthur shook his head. "Much like when you have your meals, Prince Hildebrand, I will remain standing behind you. From there, I can offer advice and serve you your food." The guard knights weren't going to be seated either, but perhaps the scholars would. Hildebrand looked up at his scholar Dankmar, who answered that he would indeed be seated, but underneath the table. "What?" Apparently this would allow him to discreetly provide information about the duchies and tell the prince what to say to the candidates. "Oh, okay. That explains it." "I already memorized the greetings and what to say to each duchy," Hildebrand said. He had been completely immersed in his studies ever since being baptized. He didn't need anyone hiding beneath the table telling him what to say. "I understand just how hard you have been working, Prince Hildebrand, but it is possible that your mind will go blank while you are actually carrying out your first public duty," Arthur said. "It would be best for the fellowship gathering to end without you needing Dankmar's assistance, but it is the job of retainers to formulate triple-layered plans to ensure that failure does not occur under any circumstances." "Very well, Arthur," the prince replied. "Still, I will ensure that we'll finish the fellowship gathering without Dankmar's help." Hildebrand steeled his resolve and started repeating his lines to himself until word eventually came that the advancement ceremony had concluded. Dankmar immediately got in position. He was an instructor who usually wore a strict frown, so seeing him hiding under the table was a source of great amusement. Hildebrand couldn't help but keep glancing down at him. "Prince Hildebrand, face forward, not down at Dankmar," Arthur warned. "You will only embarrass yourself should the students discover his presence." Hildebrand faced forward just as the door to the small hall opened. "Lord Hansford of Klassenberg I has arrived." People wearing black clothes and red capes entered the room. It was Klassenberg's Archduke candidate and his attendants. "Lord Lestelot and Lady Hannelore of Dunkelfelger II have arrived." After a brief moment, the blue-caped students from Dunkelfelger appeared. They had more people than the duchy they followed, likely because they had two Archduke candidates. The entering Archduke candidates all widened their eyes upon seeing Hildebrand. It was likely that few duchies even knew he existed, since he hadn't yet been debuted. The stir of surprise only intensified as more people entered the room, and it showed no signs of calming. Hildebrand adjusted his posture, feeling a little uncomfortable, only to have Arthur immediately whisper in his ear. As the attending royal, he was not to move, since all eyes were on him. "I've been scolded and the greetings haven't even started yet." Hildebrand was stricken by worry over whether he would actually be able to perform the greetings properly, but fleeing was not an option. He just had to sit with as much royal grace as possible. Once all the duchy's representatives were seated, Hildebrand was introduced to them. The prince's circumstances were explained, and once the Archduke candidates learned he was a royal who had not been debuted, their searching looks turned into ones of curiosity. Perhaps because they were young students, their gazes were much more direct and emotional than those of the sovereign nobles. Not that this made Hildebrand feel any less uncomfortable. And so the greetings began. The Archduke candidate from Klassenburg, the highest-ranking duchy, was the first to stand and approached Hildebrand's table with his retainers. Prince Hildebrand, may I pray for a blessing and appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Aeglid, the god of life? You may. As a third prince, Hildebrand was used to being the one to receive rather than give blessings during first meetings. His replies were short and impossible to mistake, but he couldn't help but smile in relief when he delivered one properly. You may raise your head. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Hildebrand. I am Hensfin of Klassenburg, here to learn to become a proper noble fit to serve Jürgen Schmidt. May the future be bright. Right, Klassenburg is Lady Eglantine's duchy. Hildebrand had no issue recalling who Lady Eglantine was. She was engaged to his half-brother, Anastasius, and had attended the third prince's baptism. She was kind, beautiful, and positively exuded grace. Lady Eglantine participated in my baptism ceremony, Hildebrand said. I anticipate that Klassenburg will do its part as family of royalty and act with the responsibility that the first-rank duchy must hold. I am honored. The group of red capes left, this time being replaced with blue capes. Hildebrand's mother had been born in Dunkelfelder II, and her family had at times visited the villa where he once lived, so the prince knew Lestalot and Hannelore. They had likewise attended his baptism ceremony. This was not a first meeting for them, so Lestalot said the words for an entirely unexpected but nonetheless pleasant encounter. I am overjoyed that our threads were woven together once again, despite Aeglid, the god of life, wielding with such power. I am surprised to see you in the Royal Academy, Prince Hildebrand, Lestalot continued. We had not been informed of this. I had not yet received father's orders at the time of my baptism ceremony, the prince replied. My mother has asked me to look first to my family for help should anything happen. Let us pray no such incidents occur. Hildebrand wasn't particularly close to Lestalot or Hannelore, but it came as somewhat of a relief to see people he had met before and could consider family. Next was Duronkel III, and a group of emerald green capes approached. This duchy had 4 Archduke candidates, but Hildebrand only knew one of their names. Dankmar and the others had said he only needed to remember Adolphine, the fiancée of his half-brother Sigiswald. Still, I might actually need Dankmar this time. Hildebrand swallowed nervously, but Adolphine was the one to step forward for the greeting. Dankmar did not need to provide any assistance. I am told we will meet quite regularly due to your engagement with my brother Sigiswald, Lady Adolphine, the prince said. I imagine I will be in your care on many an occasion. May our threads be woven together. Indeed, may our threads be woven together, Adolphine replied with a smile. She then headed to the side of the hall with the other Archduke candidates. Students of the other duchies came up in groups, one after another. Hildebrand greeted the greater duchies and higher-ranking middle duchies without much effort due to their closer relationships with royalty, but over time his knowledge became increasingly fuzzy. By the time the ninth duchy had come up, he needed Dankmar to provide some assistance from beneath the table, but he managed to give a royal greeting nonetheless. Oh, there's a child about as old as me here. No, she just looks that way. Jeez, why does everybody... Of course everybody's going to assume, but whatever. Hildebrand blinked in surprise when the Archduke candidates from Ehrenfest X stood up. One of their Archduke candidates was a girl who looked as though she had been baptized last season, like he had. It was heartwarming to see her older brother and sister slow down to match her walking speed. What were Ehrenfest's years again? Hildebrand asked. They have 2 second-year students and 1 first-year, Dankmar replied. The second-year female Archduke candidate is the Lady Rosemine we discussed. Oh, really? You discussed Lady Rosemine? Ooh, I wonder what they said. Hildebrand thought back to what he knew about Ehrenfest. It was a duchy notable for having Rosemine, known as a wild card figure of sorts. She had supposedly attacked a professor with her high beast, revived the heirlooms of royalty, thrown the royal palace into chaos by guiding Anastasius and Eglantine into a relationship, and missed both the interduchy tournament and the graduation ceremony due to her abnormally poor health. Anastasius, the only royal who had met her personally, had even described her as a dangerous individual who comes up with unthinkable ideas that cannot be dealt with normally. But underneath all that madness, she was extremely competent. She had come first in class the year before and was supposedly the source of all the trends coming from Ehrenfest. How bizarre. Hildebrand had struggled to know how much he needed to remember when he was learning about the duchies With Dankmar and the others, Anastasius had given detailed reports on the incidents this Rosemine had caused, but most of what he had written was in relation to his time with Eglantine, so the scholars hadn't known how trustworthy it really was. I think Lady Eglantine's hairpin was made in Ehrenfest too. Hildebrand recalled the unusual hairpin that Eglantine had worn at his baptism ceremony and looked over the Ehrenfest group. It was then that he realized all the girls were wearing hairpins, even the retainers. The 3 Archduke candidates knelt down, crossed their arms in front of their chest, and performed their first greeting. Hildebrand had been warned to stay on guard against Rosemine's blessings, but nothing in particular happened. His attendants were more drawn to how glossy the hair was. That's another of their duchy's trends, as I remember. Hildebrand recalled that prior to his baptism, his mother had wanted this Rinsham product and had instructed the sovereign merchants heading to Ehrenfest to return with some before the end of summer. He smiled at the memory and instructed the 3 Archduke candidates before him to raise their heads, after which the boy, Rosemine's brother, spoke as their representative. It is an honor to meet you, Prince Hildebrand. We are Wilfried, Rosemine, and Charlotte of Ehrenfest, here to learn to become proper nobles fit to serve Jurgensmith. May the future be bright. No, Rosemine is the one who's that's Charlotte. This light-haired, indigo-eyed girl must be Rosemine. Hildebrand looked at the 3 Ehrenfest Archduke candidates, deducing their names by order of their apparent ages. Both of his parents had advised him to take care of with the unusual influential Rosemine of Ehrenfest, and that Anastasius had warned him it was possible she would reply to him with blatant hostility at their first meeting. If she did that, Anastasius had said for him to settle things peacefully if possible. I wonder what I should say if she does seem hostile, though. Despite his fears, Hildebrand put on as peaceful of a smile as he could, all while taking care not to stare specifically at Rosemine. You were staring at Charlotte, you idiot. Oh, he's going to find that out. I am told that Ehrenfest Archduke candidates are exceptional, that one came first in class and another achieved the rank of honor student, all while aiding their classmates in raising the overall grades of their duchy, he said. King Tragar has high hopes for all of you. Do continue your efforts. In the end, the 3 candidates left without incident, much to the prince's relief. He noticed that he had tensed up without realizing it, so he let his body relax back into his chair. Well, that ended without anything serious happening. Thank goodness. Now that the lengthy greetings had been exchanged and everyone had eaten lunch, the fellowship gathering was finally over. Hildebrand was the first to rise from his seat and exit the small hall with his retainers. He started to relax once there were so many eyes on him, which of course earned him a quiet rebuke from Arthur. You must remain regal. Until you get back to your dang room, then you can relax all you want. Hildebrand straightened his back again, recalling that he had been told to maintain his royal demeanor without fail, even as he returned to his villa. He walked down the hall with the doors enchanted with teleportation magic, looking for the one that led to his own villa. It was easy to tell the doors to the duchies apart since they were numbered based on rank. The royal villa, however, was marked with the elements of the various gods, and the fair prince, young as he was, found himself unable to distinguish them. It wasn't that he couldn't read them, but rather that reading them took him some time. The words were also written above the door, so he had to keep looking up as he walked, which quickly made his neck ache. Arthur, Hildebrand said, seeking help, but Arthur shook his head. You must be able to return to your villa through your own power. I remember everything and I can read them, it just takes me a while, Hildebrand protested, clearly frustrated. He then returned to looking at the letters above the door. Darkness makes my father's villa, light marks his first wife, water marks his second wife, wind marks my mother's, fire marks Sigiswald's, life marks Anastasius, and earth marks the villa they gave me. Hildebrand was struck with the temptation to visit his mother in her villa to tell her how hard he had worked today, but now that he had been baptized and given his own place to live, he would no longer see her without requesting a meeting first. Soon enough, Hildebrand found the right door and returned to his villa. He let out a heavy sigh, unable to ignore the loneliness he felt. But Arthur didn't chastise him this time. Instead, he simply chuckled and prepared a glass of warm milk, into which he stirred a dollop of honey. The sweet taste made the prince feel as though he were back home. Did I handle the fellowship gathering okay? Hildebrand asked. Indeed, Arthur replied. You handled the greetings quite well. Hildebrand had worked hard to complete the first duty his father had ever given him, but at the same time he had been terrified that he might fail. Only after receiving approval from his head attendant did the prince allow the emotions stirring in his chest to file a surface. The small hall sure was filled with people, Hildebrand remarked. Only the Archduke candidates and their retainers were in attendance, Arthur replied. Arthur replied, so the turnout was actually quite small in comparison to the total number of students. It seemed that there were more men nobles and lay nobles than there were Archduke candidates and their retainers combined. Hildebrand couldn't even imagine that. Arthur, I should have been wearing black too. I was the odd one out, Hildebrand muttered, looking down at his clothes. Everyone in the small hall, students and teachers alike, had worn black, which made him feel exceptionally ostracized. You are not yet officially attending the Royal Academy, Prince Hildebrand, so you cannot wear black. You must be satisfied with the royal black cape. That reminds me, there was someone else who looked like me. If she hadn't been wearing black, she wouldn't have looked like a student at all, Hildebrand said, thinking back to the abnormally young-looking girl who had greeted him alongside her older brother and sister. She had hair like the night sky and eyes like the moon. Okay, so he was thinking of Rose. Okay, never mind. A very distinctive appearance, and she had worn a dark yellow cape from what he remembered. What duchy wears that cape again? Ehrenfest, was it? He then remembered that Rosamund had also been at the gathering. She hadn't seemed anywhere near as dangerous as Anastasius had said. But then again, lessons hadn't started yet. Who knew what would happen this winter? I wonder whether the young girl is as skilled as her older sister, Hildebrand muttered, unaware that he had mistaken Charlotte for Rosamund. Oh. He did. Okay, so he did. Alright. Okay, dang, it's only been 39 minutes. Wow. Or should I wait and do this one last one? Oh, stop it. Okay, guys, I'm sorry, but I've got to get this. I want to get this done. I want to get this done so I can get the next one started. So much. Excuse me. Because from what I've seen in the comment section of the Trash Tier Waifus video for that volume, holy shit. I want to see what the fuck happens. Staying home at the castle. Tomorrow's Starbind ceremony with Ehrenfest and Ehrensbach is going to be held at the border gate. Do not slacken your preparations, Riarda said. Now, the retainers who are accompanying Lady Rosamund will need to be up and about by the time first bell rings. But those who aren't may take it easier. That includes you, Feline. I nodded. We were in the retainers' room going over our plans at the end of the day. Aurelia and Lenore were going to be attending the ceremony since they were family of Count Lyesgang and could stay in his mansion, while I and a few others were remaining behind. Lady Rosamund was in the temple, which meant that there was no need for a night watch. Riarda locked the room once we had all stepped outside. I was awoken up the next morning by the bustle of moving retainers. Just as Riarda had instructed, those who would normally wake up a little before second bell were already moving around. I could not afford to be the only one getting up late. I picked up my apprentice scholar clothes and carried them to the dressing room. The dressing room was a shared space for lay nobles and men nobles who did not have any personal attendants in the castle. If one came to the room while everyone was getting ready for the day, there would usually be someone there to help one get dressed and such. In turn, one would aid others in getting dressed as well. If nobody was there, it was possible to pay for a servant with one's own funds. But now that I had left home, I didn't have the money to spare for something like that. Feline, over here, you can do me next. Of course, I replied. I had gotten quite good at dressing the castle attendants over the past season. I had spent here since Lady Rosamund gifted me a room in the northern building. After getting changed, I made my way to the room where attendants ate. Brunhilde had just finished her breakfast when I arrived and was preparing to leave in her high-waist riding clothes. Oh, Feline, she said upon noticing me, you could have slept a little longer. Hang on, how many pages is left? 54. Okay, hang on, let me just make sure. Okay, it's recording, okay. Just making sure. Brunhilde was an arch-noble, but she was very kind. She taught me the precise rules of the nobility and assisted me in more ways than I could count, maintaining that any retainer needed to know at least so much to avoid shaming their lady. I want to do what I can to help, I explained. I wish to see you all off as well. Court chefs made food for the attendants living in the castle, and while there was less variety than what the archducal family received, the flavor was still quite good. Castle servants handled the serving. Some of them carried themselves just like the temple's grey priests. Judith lived in the night dormitory, and she had been moaning about how she wanted a room in the northern building instead. It would have been nice for the knights to enjoy the same meals we were lucky enough to receive, but training new court chefs was apparently an arduous process. This excursion is a good opportunity to see how my lady fares outside of the castle, Riarda said. At the same time, you must keep in mind that she does not understand much about our lifestyle. Serve her well such that she does not blunder in Count Lyesgang's estate. Aurelie, Brunhilde, Hartmut, and Lenore all nodded before taking out their high beasts and getting ready to leave. Among the crowd surrounding us were the archducal family, their retainers, the families of the grooms, and a portion of the knights ordered to protect the party. Everyone was busy with their respective preparations, and ordinance had come from the temple informing us that Lady Rosamund was on her way. Ah, there she is. Wait. My eyes widened as Lady Rosemine arrived in her high beast, which was much, much bigger than I had ever seen it before. Its entrance stretched open once she landed, and Daniel hopped out with a large, wrapped item of some kind in his arms. I could see through the open doorway that there were many Grey Priests and much luggage packed inside. I was wondering how they were going to carry the divine instruments and Grey Priests in the border gate, I said aloud, to think she would make her high beast that large. Judith, who was looking at Lady Rosemine's high beast with a similarly stunned expression, nodded in agreement. She was here to see everyone off as well. All right, Sylvester said, time for us to go. May you return safely, Florencia replied. As the throng of mounted high beasts took flight, Daniel alone returned to the castle, where he was going to be staying with the others and me. Welcome back to the castle, Daniel, I said. It seems you will finally be able to relax today. Same to you, Feline. We won't need to go to the temple for a while, he replied. I had been going to the temple every day, aside from when I had meetings or lectures that I needed to attend as an apprentice scholar. There was Hörspiel practice, assessing the high priest, transcribing books, observing the orphanage and workshop, building, holding meetings with lower city merchants. I was much busier in the temple than in the castle, and I could feel my scholarly skills developing with each passing day. No other first year of the Royal Academy was entrusted with this much work in the castle. Not to mention, Daniel is there too, so... Does she like Daniel? Oh, that would be so cute if those two ended up get together. That would be great for Daniel. Especially if she's able to get her mana up enough. They're both lay nobles, which would be great. They wouldn't have to worry about the whole marrying up or marrying down thing. And he would be able to keep her safe. That would be great. And he wouldn't have to quit being Rosemine's, guard knight. That would be cute. I feel a bit uneasy in the castle since there is so little to do, I said. Fear not, I have a book from Dunkelfelger for you. Seems that Lady Rosemine wants you to keep transcribing it, Daniel replied. The wrapped item in his arms was no doubt the book in question. Lady Rosemine had not failed to provide me with plenty of work. Will you be returning to work in the temple as soon as Lady Rosemine returns, I asked. I would very much like to go as well. Nah, Lady Rosemine will probably end up bedridden once she gets back, so there's not much point in you going to the temple until she's better. Ah, I forgot to account for Lady Rosemine's poor health. Despite her having dissolved a bunch of that mana, she still seems to be bedridden a whole heck of a lot less than before, but she's still doing it. But I guess, that makes sense to get rid of it all. If she were bedridden, she would need knights to protect her, but no apprentice scholars at her side. In fact, it was likely that our presence would only cause more problems. Seeing us hard at work would almost certainly drive Lady Rosemine to start overexerting herself. It probably would. I slumped over sadly, which made Daniel shrug. I'll send you an ordonnance when Lady Rosemine recovers, he said with a wry grin. You'll just have to wait in the castle until then. Understood, I replied. Promise me you won't forget, though. You sure are serious about promises, huh? Daniel chuckled. After giving me his word, he passed the valuable wrapped book to Riarda, and Laisletta took out his high beast and then headed to the night dormitory. I got him to promise to send me an ordonnance. I can't wait. I watched as Daniel went, smiling to myself all the while. Only when Judith prodded my cheek was I drawn back to reality. You sure like Daniel, don't you? She said. I knew it. That is so cute. Daniel actually has someone who actually likes him. Wow. She said with a snicker. Was it showing on my face again, I asked, rubbing my cheek. Judith snickered again and nodded. You're like an open book, she said, having already sniffed out my feelings. Brunhilde and Laisletta were aware as well. How can I not like him, I asked. He's so wonderful. He certainly is the hero who saved you. I thought before working here that he was just a lucky lay noble making the most of going to the temple. But now I know he's having a hard time keeping up with Lady Rosemine's craziness. And, well, he may be a bit dense, but he's not a bad guy. You just keep working on him, Feline. I heard that not even Lady Elvira is going to be able to find him a marriage partner right away. I mean, all he has to do is wait until she comes of age, which is like 5 years, so, I mean, he doesn't have to wait that long. Judith went on to tell me about a conversation she had overheard between Daniel and Lady Rosemine. Lady Elvira had apparently said that she could not find him a partner in the near future, and it seemed that Daniel had gotten rather depressed as a result, even saying that marriage was impossible for him. I certainly felt bad that he was having to wait, but I also hoped that his misfortune would continue at least until my coming of age. Well, I mean, once you get at least 13, you could probably try and, get engaged to him, and then all you have to do is wait for the starbinding and you're coming of age, and boom, married. If you ask Lady Rosemine for her help, Feline, I'm sure you'll have Dragana, the goddess of time's divine protection, on your side. I would never do something so shameless, I replied. Daniel would only be disappointed. I just need to be close to my coming of age. I might have some hope then. Judith was cackling to herself while trying to taunt me into confessing. I shot her a glare, then turned and started for Lady Rosamond's chambers. Lady Rosamond spent most of her time in the temple anyway, so her absence wouldn't have too much of an impact on my usual duties. Lady Rosamond's attendants would usually sort through the letters she received requesting meetings and such in the morning after breakfast, but all the happenings today meant it had needed to be rescheduled. Riarda, do you not think the number of requests from the former Veronica faction has increased dramatically, Lazletta asked. There was a while when they were sending far fewer. Something must have happened, Riarda replied. I shall see what I can learn. I listened to their conversation while transcribing the book from Dunkelfelger. Progress was slow since they used a lot of old words and complicated terms of phrase. It was ridiculous that Lady Rosamond could read this so smoothly. By the time Riarda and Lazletta had finished sorting through the letters, Daniel had returned from the night dormitory. I shall now guard the door, she announced. Ah, Daniel, Riarda said. I must go to an associate's to discuss some matters. You may contact me by ordinance if anything happens, since I'll be staying in the castle nearby. Furthermore, Feline has an apprentice scholar lesson at Third Bell. There are many members of the former Veronica faction in the castle today, while most of the Florencia faction is absent, so please guard her. Just like that, Riarda had magnanimously assigned Daniel to me. My heart fluttered when he agreed to her request. Ooh, I hope that those two do end up getting together. That would be so cute! Whatever shall I do? I can hardly wait for my lesson now. Once the letters were sorted, the attendants needed to clean the chambers. This was usually when I would decide between going to study in my room or participating in training with the Knights Order. However, since most of the knights were now headed to the border gate and those remaining behind were largely on guard duty, there was no training to attend. I cleared away my pen and paper in preparation for going to my room, only for Lazletta to raise a hand to stop me. Stay here, Feline. We are going to clean after today's embroidering instead. There are always the occasional strands of thread that end up here and there, so I'm sure you can imagine. While Riarda was off gathering intelligence, Lazletta began preparing to embroider Schwartz and Weiss's outfits. Her embroidering truly was something to behold, and her stitches were ever so precise. Angelica's appearance certainly belied her true personality, but Lazletta was quite surprising as well. She was quite reserved and calm during work, but she became lively and talkative the very instant she was off duty. I still remembered the first time I had seen her switch modes. It had been so seamless and dramatic that I thought she had turned into someone else entirely. Because, Angelica doesn't change like that. Judith, why don't you join us, Lazletta asked invitingly. Daniel can handle the door. You want to embroider a cape one day, don't you? Judith's eyes flitted from Lazletta to Daniel. She wanted to carry out her duty as a guard properly, but it was clear on her face that she also wanted to learn embroidery. We probably won't have any visitors today, Daniel added. Why not practice some embroidery so that you can give a better gift to your future husband? No way, Judith eventually replied. I'm aiming to be like Angelica. I'll practice for my own sake, not because I want to please a man. She had started speaking very openly around Daniel to the extent that such casual exchanges were nothing rare. It was like they had grown close somehow, which did make me feel a little jealous. I always end up acting so reserved around Daniel. Maybe it's because I'm not a men noble like Judith and don't have status over him. She doesn't have any romantic feelings for him, I know. But he's such a wonderful man that she might fall for him at any moment. How could she not? Oh, dear Lord. It's so freaking obvious. Daniel is so dense. I bet even Rosamond could pick up on this. Daniel now had enough mana that he was capable of marrying even a men noble like Lady Bridget. I would need more mana to even earn his notice. So I was working hard to compress it as much as possible. I couldn't help but hate my lay noble body for its painfully limited mana capacity. At Third Bell, I cleared away my transcribing utensils and prepared to leave for my lesson, intended to teach apprentice scholars who had finished their first year in the Royal Academy the basics of castle work. I was Lady Rosamond's retainer, but I had been told to attend nonetheless since I was unfamiliar with the inner workings of the castle. The schedule for today was to observe the working scholars. Lady Rosamond was an Archduke candidate, but she had very much wanted to participate with us. It seemed that she planned to take the scholar course as well. I must work harder, else I will surely be called unfit to serve as the brilliant Lady Rosamond's retainer. You're going to be late if we don't leave soon, Feline, Daniel said. I'm ready, and so I made my way toward the main building with Daniel, savoring the joyous feeling that swept through me when he slowed down to match my pace. Unfortunately, the smile faded from my face when we left the northern building. I was happy to be spending time with him, but getting to the main building always made me feel a bit anxious. Even though we were Lady Rosamond's retainers, we were often insulted from the shadows for being lay nobles. It was preferable for adults to visit the temple, as so Lady Rosamond would always bring Daniel with her, leaving castle duty to the apprentices. This had resulted in castle nobles referring to Daniel as a temple-only guard knight. Whom Lady Rosamond kept around only because she could not bring archknights to the temple. Meanwhile, I was being called the lay noble who exploded the saint's compassion in reference to the fact that Lady Rosamond had saved Conrad and granted me a room. Hearing these insults had initially made me want to burst into tears, but over time I grew used to them. Such harsh words were never pleasant to hear, but Daniel would console me and teach me how to ignore them. They're just jealous because you get to be Lady Rosamond's retainer and they don't, he would say. Daniel is so kind and wonderful, isn't he? Yes, he is. He's dense, but he's awesome. There were only a few apprentice scholars coming to today's lesson. Roderick and I were the only first-year apprentice scholars, and we were joined by 2 second-years who hadn't been able to participate the year before. Lady Rosamond was an Archduke candidate, so even though she intended to be an apprentice scholar, she could hardly be counted alongside us. I had spent a winter in the Royal Academy with everyone who was due to attend. It was nice that I didn't need to feel tense around them. Roderick, I called. Aunt Fleen. Roderick was an apprentice scholar who put his all into writing stories. We had competed to see who could write more for Lady Rosamond during her long slumber, so I felt a little bad that only I had been chosen to serve her. Were his family not in the former Veronica faction, I was sure he would have been chosen in my place. He was a men noble after all, while I was only a lay noble. Good timing, nobody else is here yet, Roderick said. He glanced around, then pulled out a letter from his belongings. This is for you, Feline. I want you to read it as soon as you get back to your room, he exclaimed. I instinctively looked between the letter and Daniel, whom Roderick must not have counted, considering that he said nobody else was here yet. Roderick was so relieved by having delivered the letter that he muttered, I did it, to himself several times over, but I wanted to cradle my head and scream. If you're gonna do something like this, don't do it in front of Daniel of all people. I don't think this is a. I don't know if this is either a love letter or this is the letter that's supposed to warn of the ambush. Daniel looked down at the letter. A love letter, huh? Roderick's a men noble, so you shouldn't miss this chance to raise your status, he murmured, and then let out a heavy sigh. I sighed as well, doing my best to hide the letter. I had no doubt reminded Daniel of his lost love for Bridget, and the lack of romantic approaches he was receiving. The second-year apprentices soon arrived, and a scholar by the name of Contna, began his lecture on the castle. I walked through the main building feeling depressed, but I did not forget to write down the contents of the lesson for Lady Rosamond. Daniel and I returned to the northern building, and once the lesson was over. Upon our return, Judith immediately shot me a look of concern. You don't look so good, Feline, she said. What has Daniel done? Hold on, Daniel exclaimed. Why are you blaming me? I can't think of anybody else who might be responsible. Lisletta looked over at us as well. Oh, has Feline done something to Daniel, she asked. Do not tell me that you both get the wrong idea, Daniel hurriedly interjected, shaking his head. A first-year apprentice scholar named Roderick just gave her a love letter. That's probably the reason. I have nothing to do with it. I knew it was because of you, Judith muttered. Daniel, why did you not step in and stop him, Lisletta chided. Wait, why would I have stopped him, Daniel asked. I don't understand. It's because you don't understand these things that you were struggling to find a girl of your own, Lisletta said with a smirk. Oh, right in the heart. I turned away from the chattering trio and returned to my room, where I promptly opened Roderick's letter. It'd best to turn him down quickly. Wait, what? I knew it. I knew it. The blood drained from my face the moment I read the contents. It was no love letter. Roderick had given me this to inform me of a planned ambush. One sheet of paper was written in a hand that I didn't recognize and described a plan to attack the temple priest set ahead by carriage to prepare for the starbind ceremony. The writer had only overheard the plans for the ambush, so they had no actual evidence. All they knew was that the person their father served had wished for it. Even so, the writer advised that precautions be taken. The other sheet was in Roderick's handwriting and explained how this message had come into his possession. Viscount Gerlach's son, Matthias, had apparently learned of the planned ambush and sent several requests to meet with Lady Rosamond, but his status as a member of the former Veronica faction had resulted in each one being rejected. He had spoken with others, trying to determine who could get closest to Lady Rosamond, and concluded that his best option was to send a letter through Roderick, who would meet with me during our apprentice scholar lessons. It seemed they had made good on their promise to the Royal Academy to serve Lady Rosamond, even as members of the former Veronica faction. I gripped the letter and ran back into Lady Rosamond's chambers without the slightest hesitation. Daniel, Judith, I cried, holding up the papers. Please protect Lady Rosamond. Everyone's expression changed the instant they saw what was written. Daniel immediately sent an ordinance to Riarda, stating that there was an ambush planned, and that she needed to set up a meeting with Lord Bonifacius post-haste. He then sent an ordinance directly to Lord Bonifacius, breaking decorum due to the urgency of the situation. Lord Bonifacius sent a response before Riarda did. Come now. It was brief, but the message was clear. Daniel entrusted the chambers to Judith and sprinted out of the room with Roderick's letter before the ordinance could even repeat once. I pray that he makes it in time. Lady Rosemine. Together with Judith and Laysletta, I prayed that Lady Rosemine would not be put in harm's way once again. We were unable to do much else, and so we had our lunch. It was the same delicious food as usual, but my mind was so far away that it tasted almost like nothing at all. Riarda and Daniel eventually returned, both looking notably relieved. Is Lady Rosemine safe? Those of us who had remained behind exclaimed in unison. Yeah, Daniel replied. Sounds like they managed to block the ambush. Lord Bonifacius had used a magic tool for contacting Gibbs to inform Count Lyesgang of the planned ambush. The message had come just as they were finishing lunch, meaning Lady Rosemine had not yet departed. Based on the fact that Matthias had sent the letter, those in charge had deduced the most likely place for the ambushers to be sent and sent knights to guard them. This also made it clear to the would-be attackers that their plans had been discovered, and as a result, it seemed that Lady Rosemine's group had managed to reach the border gate safely. Lord Bonifacius is proud of the coordination that took place here today, Riarda said, her eyes crinkled in a smile. The bonds Lady Rosemine has formed at the Royal Academy by breaking down faction walls are proving their value. Soon the day may come when the unified power of children moves even us adults. I smiled in turn, pleased that Lady Rosemine was safe. My celebrations were short-lived, however, as Daniel stretched and shot me a grin. Still, he said, too bad for you. You didn't get the love letter you hoped for, huh? No, but not from him. She wanted one from you. His words struck me with such force that my vision spun. Lady Rosemine's safety had been all that occupied my thoughts, but Daniel seemed to think I had been fretting about a love letter. Was I really that much of a child in his eyes? I looked up at him, struggling to hold back my tears, which made him frantically wave his hands. Now, there's no need to cry, is there? He stammered. I mean, there's plenty of fish in the sea. He'll get another love letter or two for sure, no doubt about it. Dude, that's not the problem here. That's not what I'm upset about. Oh my god, someone smack him. Judith and Laysletta gave exasperated sighs. I knew deep down that Daniel was just showing concern for me since he didn't know how I really felt about him. He was a kind man, but he was doing the exact opposite of what I wanted from him. Is she going to say something, or... She actually does it! Should I just say it now? Should I stop holding back and confess everything? I balled my fist and glared up at Daniel, filled with determination. He was probably used to getting such stern looks from Judith, but evidently not from me. I could sense how taken aback he was from his expression alone. After eyeing him carefully for a moment, I took a deep breath and... Daniel, I hope you don't get a girlfriend or get married before I come of age. I mean, she did say it. She did say it because that's what she's hoping for. She's hoping to be with him, and thus she doesn't want him to find anybody before she comes of age and can try and get him. Hold on a moment, Daniel sputtered. That's just cruel, Feline. I'm dying here. It's only a wish. It can't be cruel. Yes, it can. Oh my god. Daniel, you are dense. Did you not understand what she said here? She likes you. Thus, she doesn't want anybody to steal you away before she comes of age. Duh. Dear Lord. Even nobles don't understand their euphemisms from time to time. Or their freaking... Ugh. Judith and Laysletta began cackling at how genuinely offended Daniel looked. I laughed alongside them, half relieved and half upset that he hadn't understood me at all. I wonder whether I should escalate things and go ask Lady Elvira for her help. Yes, go tell her. She'll help you. Reaching a crossroads. The time of which guard knights of the Archducal family were able to return home depended on the day. Sometimes they wouldn't finish work until 6 bell, while those on night watch wouldn't finish until the following morning. Oh, this is Aurelia's point of view. Okay. In most cases, my husband, Lord Lampret, would return before 7th bell after I had eaten dinner and bathed. Lady Aurelia, Lord Lampret has returned. Oh no. Don't tell me if we're going to get any kind of stuff. The announcement came from Riadina, the attendant who had accompanied me to Ehrenfest. I would go without my veil when she and I were the only two in my room, usually when I was lounging around after my bath, but I always put it back on when there was even the slightest chance of someone else seeing me. Girl, Lampret knows you. He knows how you are. You don't have to hide your face from him. It truly is a shame that you hide your perfect golden blonde hair, she continued. Your dark green eyes, too. A little sharp and raised, though they may be. I would not wear this veil so obstinately were I not married into a Lies Gang family, I replied. It would be unthinkable for me to remove it when Lady Elvira is already far from welcoming of me. I can hardly imagine how much her mood would worsen if she knew my face. I suppose the only people in this duchy who have seen beneath my veil are Lord Lampret and Riadina. Almost said Riarda. Lord Lampret and I had shared very little time together in the Royal Academy, owing to the fact he was a few years above my own, and nobody else from Ehrenfest had seen my face. Nothing good would have come from it. After all, my resting expression is identical to the one Lady Gabrielle would make following her marriage into Ehrenfest, when she would craft vicious plots. My face is going to be despised here. Isn't that your fault? Dude! Lady Gabrielle's appearance was preserved only in a few portraits in Ehrensbach. It had not been until Lady Georgine mentioned my likeness to her grandmother based on pictures her mother had that I was made aware of my plight. Ever since I was a little girl, people had told me that I looked as though I was scheming something awful and that my eyes carried the cruelness of some base villain. That was bad enough, but now I had married into a family who reviled and cursed my likeness, a fact that had only been revealed to me during the tea party before my wedding. How could the gods be so cruel, truly? There is no doubt that I would be subject to even more awful misunderstandings than before. I would never take the risk of removing my veil. That's making a misunderstanding in itself. There was a magic circle sewn into my veil which prevented the material from obstructing my vision, and only once Riadina had aided me in putting it on did I permit Lord Lampret and his attendants to enter the room. Lord Lampret sat down next to me, took out a letter of invitation, and then handed me a sound-blocking magic tool. Aurelia, this here is an invitation from Mother, he explained. Rosamund and Lady Florencia are holding a tea party at the beginning of autumn to advertise some newly dyed pieces of cloth. Seems like they want you to join. Riadina will need to stay behind, unfortunately. Mother is going to be selecting your attendant instead, so what do you think? He checked that I was holding the magic tool and then added, Mother's deeply involved with this event, what with Rosamund being her daughter. If you refuse to attend, it's going to be a lot harder for you to get into the Florencia faction. I was following my mother-in-law, Lady Elvira's instructions, and refusing any contact with the former Veronica faction, which held deep connections with Lady Georgine, but I had not yet socialized enough to enter her and Lady Rosamund's faction. It seems that Mother intends to give you some time to get used to living in Ehrenfest, and then invite you to tea parties and the like once you've taken your veil off. Are they taking their bath?
Why?
At least Wyatt's getting clean. But I could never, I interrupted, reaching to secure the fabric that covered my face. Lord Lampret smiled. I won't force you to remove it. Mother wants you in the faction no matter what, but if you don't think you can handle this, I don't mind if you decide not to participate. But my relationship with Lady Elvira would, I began, but my words failed me. It was a suggestion that felt as though it would destroy not only my relationship with Lady Elvira as her daughter-in-law, but Lampret's relationship with her as her son. Well, at the very least, I'm prepared to leave home, Lord Lampret said. You don't need to force yourself if you think you won't be able to handle entering Mother's faction. I'd rather hear your decision sooner rather than later, though. Find a new home for us. He spoke with a joking smile, but his light blue eyes were completely serious. He seemed genuinely prepared to leave his home. Lord Lampret, I mean it. Now that Lord Wolfried is engaged, he's in place to be the next Archduke, and with you being wed into the duchy, the nobles of the former Veronica faction are rising up. You saw how many letters of invitation you're getting, right? Even if we end up running from home, the former Veronica faction will welcome us with open arms. Oh, no. I'm not going to force you to live locked up like this, with your face hidden forever. But is Lady Elvira not on guard against the former Veronica faction because of all the dangerous people it contains, I asked? There are those who attack Lady Rosamund and the other Archduke candidates. Before my marriage into Ehrenfest, Lady Georgine and my father had made it sound as though the duchy resented Ehrensbach solely because of a wrong committed several generations ago. Lady Elvira had explained that there was much more to it than that, however, so I was hesitant to approach the former Veronica faction. Now that Lord Wolfried is guaranteed to be the next Archduke, the Archducal family will probably start trying to absorb the former Veronica faction again, Lord Lampret said. Lord Wolfried would lead the former Veronica faction while Lady Rosamund leads the Lies Gang faction, and when they are married, the two factions will fuse together. I kinda hope he's right. His eyes sparkled as he spoke of the future, but I remained skeptical. Perhaps it was due to me being fundamentally pessimistic or my own marriage situation having changed so many times. But I could not imagine the future Lord Lampret envisioned actually coming to pass. The future was always unexpected. If you're finding life hard right now, or you'd rather socialize with the former Veronica faction than with Rosamund and my mother, tell me. We can pick either faction right now. I don't want to disrespect my first wife like Father did, Lord Lampret said, eyeing me closely. His feelings were no doubt honest. He had always been a bit clumsy with personal matters, ever since the first time we met, but he was not one to lie or attempt to deceive others. I am not opposed to remaining here. I was exposed to such malice in Arensbach that I am quite used to staying within the confines of my home. However, Lord Lamprecht, if you are so strong in your faith, why did you agree with Lady Elvira's request for us to move here and avoid contact with the former Veronica faction? Mother's faction is in power right now. Rosemine's churning out one trend after another, and everyone in the Royal Academy knows it. I thought you'd find it easier living here if you joined her faction too, and if you can adjust to things here, I think that's for the best. But there are some things that just can't be forced. We have a choice, so I think it's best for you to make your own decision. I had spent my entire life following orders from Lady Georgine and my father, seldom making any decisions of my own, but now, whether I liked it or not, I was faced with an exceedingly important crossroads. I quaked as I realized that I would need to make a choice. I should mention, since Rosemine is heading this event, I'm sure it will be safe. Why not try socializing with Mother's faction and then making a decision after that? Lord Lamprecht asked. I was now quite grateful to have an opportunity to socialize before choosing a side, but it's still possible that attending would cause me great suffering. I am told that Lady Rosemine was once attacked by an Arensbach noble, I said. Is it not possible that she would vent her frustrations on me? No. Lord Lamprecht shook his head. Rosemine would never be mean to someone who's innocent. She's a really kind girl. She showed compassion to the temple's orphans, and she saved my lord when he was a breath away from being expelled from the archducal family. He had seized this opportunity to brag about his little sister, as he so often did, so I took a moment to recollect my thoughts. I recalled the small figure I had seen at the border gate, chastising her guard knights at the starbind ceremony and granting a wondrous blessing. I will think it over carefully, I said. I shan't keep you waiting for my response. This will be a big decision for you, Aurelia, so think about it as much as you need to. I'll see you later, Lord Emperor replied. He retrieved the sound-blocking magic tool he had given me, and then lifted my veil just enough to kiss me on the cheek near my lips. He held up his cape with a little such that his attendants would not see the slivers of my face he exposed to the process. Going that far will only make people even more curious about my appearance. I would normally scold him whenever he teased me like this, but I was so relieved and overjoyed that he would protect my wish to hide my face that my frustrations quickly washed away. Once again, I simply could not be angry at him. I watched Lord Lamprecht leave with his attendants and then let out a sigh. What do you think, Riadina? I asked from where I was seated. I was told I may choose a faction of my own, but as you know, I'm not well accustomed to making decisions. Riadina had lost her husband in the purge following the Civil War, and as a second wife, she had been unable to return to her family or stay in her current home. My mother had taken her as an attendant, saving her, and when my mother passed, Riadina was assigned to me instead. She had been with me ever since I was a child, so she knew me better than most. To think you were not even permitted to select your own course in the Royal Academy, Riadina reminisced. You had wanted to be a scholar or an attendant, but you were ordered to take the knight course, since Lady Alstead was lacking in apprentice guard knights. Indeed, I replied, it all worked out well in the end, though. Had I not taken the knight course, I would presumably not have met Lord Lamprecht. Fate truly does work in strange ways. Retainers of the archducal family were required to spend a great deal of time with the one they served, leaving their helms unattended. And this was especially true for guard knights. Lord Lamprecht had known that marrying someone from another duchy who could not understand this would only cause problems, so he had socialized specifically with apprentice knights from Arensbach. Around the same time, I was taking the knight course at my father's behest, all so that I could serve Lady Georgine's daughter, Lady Alstead. I still remembered how empty those days had made me feel. It had already been decided that Lady Alstead would marry an archnoble upon her graduation, I recalled. She would only remain a member of the archducal family for 2 years at most, regardless of whether I was in her service. It was upsetting beyond words to learn that Father had decided my future purely to make Lady Alstead's last couple of years in the Royal Academy as convenient as possible. By that time, the Archduke's first wife was already falling ill, and the Archduke was planning on raising Lady Georgine to be his second wife, Riadina said. Your father must have wanted to form as strong of a connection with her as possible before then. Father had been pleased to earn Lady Georgine's favor, even if only a little, but I had soon found there was no place for me in any of the friendship groups the other apprentice knights had already formed. I would often retreat to the knight building under the guise of training simply to evade them. It was there that I had found the opportunity to speak with Lord Lamprecht. At first he had simply asked me to introduce him to the other girls. I was 3 years his junior, and he had not been able to sense my modest, as he had not seen me as someone worth romancing. At the time, however, Lord Lamprey was already a 6th year. He was too late to begin socializing, and in contrast to his reputation today, Ehrenfest was viewed as a completely unattractive duchy. Nobody in a greater duchy like Arensbach would wish to marry into a bottom-ranking duchy like Ehrenfest. You will struggle to convince anyone who is not desperate to leave Arensbach, I said to him at this time. Indeed, anyone who does not wish to leave as I do. Well then, Lady Aurelia, would you come to Ehrenfest with me? Lord Lamprey had replied. Lady Veronica would rejoice to have you, and your presence will aid our house in getting closer with the Veronica faction. I had smiled and agreed, thinking of nothing but escaping my father. Of course, father refused the idea outright, stating that he would not permit me to marry into a bottom-ranking duchy like Ehrenfest, and to an archnoble with so little mana. He eventually agreed to allow Lord Lamprey to escort me as his graduation to serve as one last memory before our farewell. But even that required a great deal of negotiating. Yet, despite resolving to be separated from Lord Lamprey, we ended up married nonetheless, I mused. That, too, was in order, Redina said. How do you feel about your present lifestyle? I believe Lord Lamprey has placed this decision in your hands because he cannot imagine that someone on guard enough to wear a veil, even in her own room, is content. I pondered the question. I had always thought that I would rather stay inside forever than be exposed to the malice of the outside world, so the fact that I could not leave my home did not bother me in the slightest. What did bother me, however, was being kept under surveillance at all times by Lady Avara's servants. They were watching to ensure that nobles of the former Veronica faction could not contact me, but it was painfully exhausting. In a sense, it was like having hostile enemies all around. There is one thing I would change, I said with a sigh. I wish for Lady Avara to accept that I will not be removing my veil. That is all. There are still portraits of Lady Gabriel here, I am told, and the wizened old men of the Lasgan consider her visage ever one to be reviled. I could not live in peace as the object of their scorn, so I intend to keep my face obscured. I understood that entering Lady Rosemine and the Lady Avara's faction was the best move for me, but it was hard to imagine that those who had been abused by Lady Veronica and suffered from Lady Gabrielle being wed into the duchy would ever welcome me. The dying competition is no exception. I am going to be nervous on my own without you, Riadina, but as long as I may wear my veil, I am willing to participate. For the sake of bettering my own future. Then please inform Lord Lamprey, Riadina said. If you state your wish honestly, he will certainly move to accommodate it. So, how was the dying event? Lord Lamprey asked upon my return, his eyes tinged with concern. He had requested the afternoon off work to check up on me, and I had returned to my room while giggling about the events of the day, much to Riadina's surprise. Lady Rosemine is just one surprise after another, I said. I was struck with the urge to leave when I was asked to remove my veil, but when I expressed my resistance, Lady Rosemine suggested that I simply procure a new veil dyed using Ehrenfest's new method to prove my desire to assimilate into the duchy. Laura even said that under these new circumstances she would permit me to continue covering my face. It would take some time to redo the embroidery, but that was no issue. I had nothing but time on my hands, and to be permitted to continue wearing my veil, I would go to whatever lengths was necessary. The design on the new cloth is quite adorable, I continued. Lady Rosemine said that she will gift some to me. Quite adorable? Lord Lamprey repeated. Yes, I am very fond of adorable designs. It was not one I would have picked on my own, so I would have stood out in unflattering contrast to the cruelness in my eyes, but being able to hide my face means this matters not. It was Lady Rosemine who explained this to me, and although I may not have been the most appropriate thing to say to a woman agonizing over her appearance, I could tell that she had spoken for my sake. The contrast between her standing proud at her suggestion and her retainers floundering in an attempt to stop her from speaking was so amusing that I was barely able to contain my laughter. Oh my, that is quite something, Riadina said, likewise unable to contain her laughter. I returned my attention to Lord Lamprey, who was listening with a grin. However, she had most likely been told to make the suggestion so that she could then acquire information on Arensbach, I said. She asked me a great many questions. His expression hardened in an instant. Questions like... He prompted me, leaning forward defensively. She wanted to know about any famous knight stories in Arensbach, and she asked me how many books there are in the bookroom of Arensbach's castle, I explained, struggling to keep a straight face. Huh? How many books? Lamprey, you should know by now this is what she would do. Yes, she focused entirely on books, as though she were concerned with nothing else. Lady Florencia and Lady Avara did their best to dress things up and return to more normal topics of conversation, but nobody could stop Lady Rosemine. I was so swept up in her enthusiasm that I even told the story of a sea fae beast being slain. This manner of story is quite rare in Ehrenfest, it seems, as all those at the tea party, not just Lady Rosemine, listened with rapt attention. It was an exceedingly commonplace story told to me by my wet nurse, but Lady Rosemine had listened with sparkling eyes, and the air in the room had softened before I realized. The tea party had ended up inviting and peaceful, unlike any I had experienced in Ahrensbach. "Oh, Riadina, that reminds me. Lady Rosamund has asked for the fish we brought with us. She wishes to try developing new recipes," I said. "She desires the ingredients themselves, not the already cooked meals?" Riadina asked, sounding troubled. I nodded. She said that my desire for Ahrensbach cooking is only natural, and that she intends to couple our ingredients with Ehrenfest seasoning to create a new dish. She was also very grateful, since this is something that has only been made possible by my presence. I had thought of throwing away the fish due to the mana expenditure, but it seems they are going to be of more value than expected. It had been quite startling to see Lady Rosamund lean forward with such interest and passionately rant about creating a new trend using Ahrensbach ingredients. Her enthusiasm had served to heal my emotional wounds from when the meals I prepared were spitefully replaced with raw ingredients, which was my reason for having them in the first place. Lady Rosamund found the good in so many things that I could not, I continued. She embraced them with a smile, and it's thanks to her that I realized my mistake in thinking that Lady Elvira was not welcoming me. On the carriage journey home after the event, Lady Elvira had quietly said to me, "I see that you are in fact not unwilling to embrace Ehrenfest." Her tone was no different from usual, and yet she sounded so much kinder that I ended up blinking in surprise. "It seems that you were different from Lady Gabrielle, who looked down upon Ehrenfest and made no attempt to naturalize. Today's tea party has proven as such, much to my relief." Only then had I realized how my obstinate refusal to remove my veil had appeared to others. To Lady Elvira I had seemed exactly like Lady Georgine, Gabrielle, who had refused to adapt to Ehrenfest. It was exactly the opposite of what I wanted. After hurriedly rejecting the idea, I explained that I was almost identical in appearance to Lady Gabrielle, and that I wished to continue wearing my veil to avoid the disdain of the Liasgang old men. "Lampert said the same a few days ago, but I simply could not believe that you resemble her enough to warrant taking such drastic measures," Lady Elvira had said. "May I see your face, even just for a moment? I have seen portraits of Lady Gabrielle, so I can tell you how the elderly will respond." Now reassured that I meant no harm, Lady Elvira had insisted on seeing my face. I had obliged her. "And then?" Lord Lampert asked. "What did Mother say?" "She said that she will accept me into her faction once the new veil is complete and embroidered," I said. "In similar appearance to the clothing of those in her faction, will indicate to everyone the choice I have made. She will encircle me such that members of the former Veronica faction cannot easily approach, and she will provide assistance even when I am speaking with the elderly Liasgangs." Upon learning that I did indeed look identical to Lady Gabrielle, Lady Elvira had provided me with her full support. Never before had I felt so strong of heart. "Aurelia, does that mean—" "Yes, I have decided to join Lady Rosamund and Lady Elvira's faction, to live as a woman of Ehrenfest, not as a noble of Ahrensbach with the former Veronica faction. Lord Lampert, I hope for your support." I had chosen Ehrenfest over my homeland, thereby cementing my fate as a recluse. I was not entirely isolated, however. My newly strengthened relationship with Lady Elvira offered some opportunity to socialize, as she began inviting me for tea and meals in the main building, and to her meeting with merchants. In turn, the servants assigned to me seemed to grow warmer as well. Soon enough, the cloth from Lady Rosamund arrived. I poured my all into embroidering it, embracing the reclusive lifestyle I had always wanted. Oh, things are working out for her, and I'm surprised that she actually does resemble Lady Gabrielle quite a bit, apparently. The road to exclusive business. The incredible news came near the start of summer. It was hotter inside the dyeing workshops than outside, and the air was thick with the scent of fermenting plants. Crates packed with fresh white cloth from the weaving workshops were brought in and lined up according to their quality. Beside them, dyes that would sometimes bubble and pop were being stirred gently. "Come here, everyone, big news." Dilla had been busy unpacking one of the crates when the foreman rushed into the workshop and started gesturing everybody over. "What's the big idea?" she asked, tossing the piece of white cloth in her hands at Biek with a grimace. "Effa, do you know what he's on about?" "Ooh, Effa's story!" 27 pages left. "He had to see the dyeing guild this morning. Maybe something happened there," I replied as I set down my own piece of cloth and made my way over to the foreman. He was so excited that he began to explain before we were even all gathered around him. "Lady Rosamund, the Archduke's adopted daughter, apparently taught the guild a new dyeing method," the foreman said, speaking so eagerly that his voice was almost a shout. "She wants to revive an old forgotten technique. Then she's going to hold an event to decide which dyer gets her exclusive business. She wants a sample of cloth using the new method from every dyeing workshop, then she's going to pick her favorite, and whoever makes the one she picks is going to get a new title." "Seriously?" came a voice. "A fancy title like that would make getting a Baruch certification easy. Just doing business with the Archducal family is enough to branch off and start your own workshop." "Definitely." Excitement swelled all throughout the workshop as the details of the event were explained. Dilla, however, shook her head in frustration. Sure, that's good news for anyone who wants to be a foreman, she said, but it doesn't mean much to us. We don't want to learn new dyeing methods just because some fancy noble thought them up. I mean, what'll we do about the work we have now? Ain't that right, Effa? Nope. She was seeking my agreement, but her words passed through one ear and out the other. I wasn't interested in a Baroth certification, but the thought of being Lady Rosemine's exclusive dyer was exciting beyond words. Winning this would mean I get to see mine too, right? These days I had to rely on Lutz, Thule, and Gunter to tell me how mine was doing. I was jealous that their jobs allowed them to meet with and speak to her. I wanted to see her myself. I wanted to hear her voice, not to mention here in the lower city it was a mother's job to make clothes for her family. If she was wearing something I had dyed, I could rest assured that I was doing my job as her mother, even just a little bit more. I want this job. I need it. But do I have what it takes to use this completely new dyeing technique and make cloth that suits mine better than anyone else? The foreman continued as I fell into thought. The thing is, not everyone here can turn in cloth, he said. Only the best of each workshop will get seen by the Archducal family. This is the perfect chance to boost the highest... whatever workshop's name so everyone put their backs into it. In other words, I would need to pass the workshop's own selection process just to get my cloth into the castle. I looked around me at all the men desperate to get their Baroth certifications and establish their own workshops. Jorg was even asking others to let him win. He was an amazing dyer. He had always striven for independence over a Laharo contract, and he had spent such a long time honing his skills. I knew that, but I wasn't about to let him beat me. This is a new dyeing method. I should have a chance to win. I pumped myself up and spun on my heel, turning away from everyone asking about the new dyeing methods. The foreman explained that the dyeing guild would soon be receiving all the necessary documents. I had been in the middle of working with undyed white cloth before we were all interrupted, so I started sifting through it all, looking for pieces of a high enough quality that would for a member of the Archducal family. Leaving the noisy men alone and getting back to work, huh? Dilla said as she returned to emptying the crates. That's the spirit. I found a piece of cloth that looked perfect and hugged it to my chest. No, actually, I just thought that with the whole workshop competing for this, I should make sure that I get the best cloth. We don't have much here that would suit a member of the Archducal family, and the weaving workshops might not be able to complete any new orders in time, right? You're going to compete? I want that title. Now, if you'll excuse me, I turned to the foreman. I'm going to be participating with this cloth here. Also, I just remembered an important errand I need to run, so I'm turning in for the day. Time off was generally dealt with on a first-come, first-served basis. The men snapped back to reality at my announcement and then swarmed the crates of white cloth, fighting over scraps. Meanwhile, I hurried out of the workshop, the cloth I had chosen still pressed to my chest. I had succeeded in getting cloth for the competition, but I couldn't waste something so expensive on a first attempt. I needed to learn and practice the new method. I got home, carefully stashed away my high-quality cloth, then rushed to a cloth store to buy some much cheaper material. It's a good thing I bought this when I did. They're going to be out of stock in no time. My next step was the dyeing guild, but my time spent there was brief. They didn't have the documents for the new dyeing method yet, so I decided to look through dyes in the meantime. Hey, Effa, can you give me the cloth you took yesterday? Jorg asked as soon as I arrived at work the next morning. Heck no! Jorg was a man in his late 30s who desperately wanted to start his own workshop. He was particularly envious of Ingo, an especially young member of the Gutenbergs, who had used his title to bring huge success to his carpentry workshop. Jorg always grumbled that he could achieve just as much if dyeing craftspeople could receive titles too. You know I'm aiming for the Baroth certification, right? I really need this title and job to get it. He continued speaking with the utmost seriousness. He had a lot of supporters in the workshop thanks to his sincerity. Dilla looked between Jorg and me with concerned eyes. Effa, you don't care about the certification, do you? She asked. You don't need it like Jorg does. Just let him have this, okay? Hell no! I couldn't blame her for siding with him. From an outside perspective, my decision to participate had come completely out of nowhere. I wasn't about to back down, though. Really, I wanted him to let me win. Sorry, but I might not want the Baroth certification, but I need that title. Jorg can get his certification whenever, as long as he proves himself, but this is my only chance to get the Archducal family's exclusive business. He should be the one letting me win instead. Dilla backed in surprise. She hadn't expected me to argue back. Jorg was just as taken aback, and his face was scrunched up in displeasure. Huh? But what for? Jorg asked. You got a husband, so it's not like you need a title to support your family. If you think I'm going to let you win just because of that, you've got another thing coming. None of us here are working for fun, you know. We've got lives to live and families to provide for. Not to mention my husband is a soldier. Something can happen to him at any time. You're not the only one who wants to win for their family, Jorg. I was almost never given the chance to meet with Lady Rosemine, so I refused to believe I was wrong to strive for the one opportunity within my reach. I was going to do everything in my power to make it happen. Do you think you can beat me? Jorg asked. I definitely won't give up without a fight. Besides, I know more about what will suit Lady Rosemine than you do. I might not know the details of the competition since the documents aren't here yet, but if this is a new dyeing method, I think I have a chance. Why, you... Jorg's face began to twist in anger, but Dilla stepped between us. Okay, that's enough of that, she said. I was willing to back you up, Jorg, but that was before I realized that Effa is this determined. She said her piece, and she's not going to let you win, so quit needling her and get to work. The sooner you pick a cloth, the better. Thank you. The onlooking dyers grinned as Dilla started waving Jorg away. Yeah, exactly, one said. Jorg missed his chance because he was so busy droning on about how he was going to win. It's his own fault, really. He wants to start his own workshop, right? Another added, surely he's got connections with some weaving workshops. Jorg shook his head and walked away. I was just thinking I could save on costs by using cloth from here, he muttered. Even now, his posture pretty much oozed confidence. He had worked so hard and for so long he wouldn't be easy to beat. I needed to stay sharp. My only advantages are my knowledge and my love. I don't know how the new dyeing method works, so I decided to focus on selecting red dyes that would suit mine for the time being. I needed something that would complement her hair, skin, and eyes. Meanwhile, Jorg stuck some old wooden boards and some thread onto a nearby stand and started to attach some cheap white cloth, ready to practice. I hadn't seen anybody prepared to dye cloth like that before, and it was then that I realized he was using the new method. How do you know the new method already, Jorg? I asked. Not even the guild received the documents yet. Nah, this isn't the new one, it's the old one. There were two, remember? My old man's over 60, you see. He's been wafting around with one foot in the grave, but he sprang back to life the moment I mentioned the revival of some old techniques. He told me all about it, even pulled out his own tools. Can't say whether they'll still work, though. Yes! That is the new method! Jorg's father had worked hard in an attempt to secure a Baruch certification, but when some high-status noblewomen from a neighboring duchy had married into Ehrenfest, all the techniques he had mastered were rendered useless almost overnight. He was forced to start again from scratch, now focusing on a single-color dyeing method, but he simply couldn't keep up with the new apprentices. In the end, far from getting his Baruch certification, he had been forced to renew his Lahange contract time and time again. It was an unfortunate cycle that had snuffed out his hopes and dreams. Whoa. Using techniques from your dad is a pretty cheap move, Barno complained with a grimace. He was likewise looking to win the title. What's wrong with me using the tools I can get my hands on, Jorg replied. I need a Baruch certification, so I'm going to do whatever I can to get one. I will win this. He spoke so forcefully that I could practically feel Barno shrink back a little. My eyes flitted between them both. Everyone had their own motivations here, but this wasn't going to deter me. Tomorrow's Earth Day, which means Thule will return home tonight for sure. And sure enough, I'm home, Mom. Big news, Thule exclaimed as she rushed through the front door. It was long after 6 bell. Her green hair was tied in a braid that swayed ever so slightly behind her head, and her chest heaved with each breath. Yay, welcome home, Camille called out. He rushed out to greet his big sister, then started pouring her some water. The workshop is a mess right now with all the news, I said, but I'm guessing that you and the Gilberta Company know even more than we do. Probably. That's why I rushed home. I've never been this impatient for a weekend before, Thule said. She thanked Camille for the water and then moved to help with dinner as we continued our conversation. Okay, so this happened when I went to deliver a hairpin to the temple. Aw, talking about Lady Rosemine again? Camille complained. He puffed out his cheeks and glared at Thule. Making hairpins for Lady Rosemine is part of my job. If you're going to complain, I won't give you the book I brought from her workshop. Ooh, I want the book. Thanks, Lady Rosemine. Thule was able to silence Camille with a book printed in the temple. She's got a bookworm in him. I would normally have scolded him for not helping with dinner, but I decided that he was better preoccupied. So, I asked, what happened, Thule? This new dyeing method is actually something she gave to the Gilberta Company. I know how it works since she demonstrated it in the temple workshop. Let's work together so that you can get her exclusive business. The next day on Earth Day, Thule and I spread out some practice cloth and started thinking about how to dye it. My greatest weapon was all my knowledge of the Archduke's adopted daughter, of mine. I already knew what her hair and skin were like, and I could learn through Thule about the kinds of designs she tended to wear, so I was in a good position to produce something that would really suit her. I needed to use this advantage to its fullest. I know what colors will suit Lady Rosemine the most, but what about the design? I mused aloud. I've never drawn something to be dyed before, and I don't have much of an eye for art. My main area of expertise was dyeing cloth a single solid color, so this new method was entirely new to me. I also hadn't practiced any designs that would promptly complement a noble. Okay, I'll draw the outline then. I've been practicing art as part of my hairpin and embroidery research, Thule said casually. I widened my eyes at how much she had grown. At what point had she learned so many skills? She had always been a hard and dedicated worker, though, so it wasn't too much of a surprise. It had probably only seemed so strange because I wasn't seeing her anywhere near as often, what with her moving to live at the Gilberta Company and at Laharo. My daughter was growing even more than I had imagined, and now she shone like the sun to me. I see, you've learned to draw. I'll leave that part to you then, Tuli. I think Lady Rosemont will want a design like last year's for the coming winter, Tuli said. She went on to tell me about the outfits that mine was wearing now, including one that Tuli had based on the baptism clothes I altered so long ago. Noble fashion is really complicated. I studied a lot and put my all into the design, but even then, only a small part of what I gave them was actually used. There were a lot of really important things that I apparently hadn't included, and the final design ended up pretty different as a result. We had thought the altered clothing looked appropriate for a rich girl, but as it turned out, it wasn't even close to what actual nobles wore. But still, they used some of your design, didn't they, I asked? You just need to adapt a little more in preparation for next time. She told you what they changed, right? More or less. I messed up so much, though, I can't help but be a little mad at myself, Tuli grumbled. She was looking vexed, so I reached out and stroked her hair. As far as I was concerned, she was working harder than anyone could reasonably expect. It's thanks to your hard work that I'm able to know what kinds of clothes Lady Rosemont wears, I said. That's massively helpful in itself. Now, what sorts of patterns would suit these designs? Has she settled on one for her winter hairpin? You can draw them now, can't you? Please, I'm all ears. Leave it to me, Tuli replied. She took out a pen and some paper with a proud smile, and the sounds of scratching soon filled the air as she began drawing a Rizzini. Lizini, whatever. I was thinking of going with Lizinis this time. They'll be perfect for this competition, won't they? And with how tiny Lady Rosemont is, a bunch of small, scattered flowers will look cuter on her than a few big ones. That would be cute, but shape alone won't be enough to identify the Lizinis. I also think a deeper red would suit Lady Rosemont best, I said, envisioning the flowers in my head. Tuli chuckled, and what I said that I was welcome to choose the colors. Lizinis were naturally red, but I thought a darker color would complement mine even more. Mom, Tuli, why do you talk about such boring things all the time? Hurry up and finish work already, Camille whined. Sorry, Camille, this is something I can only talk about with Tuli here, so... But you've been saying the same things over and over, he moaned. He had a point, too. We had been talking about the dyeing competition ever since the evening before when Tuli came home. I understood why he was so fed up, but we needed to sort all these details out now. I couldn't afford to wait for the next Earth Day. As I struggled to think of something to say, Gunter walked in and flicked Camille on the forehead. Your mother's trying to get exclusive business with Lady Rosemont, so don't get in her way. A real man supports his family when they're working hard. He said with a laugh. He then looked at me. Good luck, Effa. Camille, how about we go grab something to eat? What do you want? We can go with the food stands. I want a butchlet. One with loads of sausage inside. Come on, I'm gonna need more than just a butchlet. Gunter and Camille eagerly headed out, chattering about what to eat for lunch all the while. As the door shut behind them, Tuli looked at me with a smirk. So, Mom, did you get the hots for Dad just now? I suppose I replied with a knowing smile. Just remember, Tuli, when you get married, make sure you do what I did. Pick someone who loves and supports your dreams. Jorg had successfully worked with his dad to revive an old technique, and I could see his dyeing getting better by the day. Still, I couldn't afford to lose. I spread out a piece of practice cloth, added some wax based on the Lizini illustration that Tuli had drawn, and then tried dyeing it in various ways. I ended up deciding on both the traditional red of a Lizini and a darker shade that would complement mine so well. I wonder whether I can make the cloth gradually change from one shade to the other. If possible, I wanted to change the shade by dyeing it several times, as mine had suggested. I hadn't seen a demonstration and was relying entirely on the explanation that Tuli had given me, however, so it wasn't going to be easy. Jorg grumbled, looking at my practice cloth. So that's why you said you'd be better at picking cloth for Lady Rosemont, huh? Your daughter makes her hairpins. You sure have an advantage here. Maybe, but there's nothing wrong with using every advantage one has, now is there? I mean, you're using your old man's stuff. This is well above anything my old man gave me, Jorg said. You had a huge advantage since before this contest even began. So? Barnum nodded along and shouted that it certainly was unfair. Then more and more people started expressing their agreement. I mean, how good of a job you do doesn't even matter, does it? Jorg continued. You're just going to stick your name on whatever piece of cloth is yours, and they'll pick it. That's exactly the kind of thing a noble would do. I struggled to hide my frustrations. I couldn't deny that my extra knowledge put me in a better position than the other dyers, but to say I would win based on nothing more than mine recognizing my name was outrageous. If my name alone wasn't enough, was enough, I wouldn't be working this hard, I shot back. That doesn't prove anything. You probably still need to make something half-decent on the chance she's... So the cheating's less obvious, Barno said. Jorg, Barno, that's enough. The foreman interjected. If all this cheating nonsense were true, Effa would have been picked from the start, and nobody else would have been given this new dyeing method. There wouldn't be any point in holding this big competition. Thank you. As much as I appreciated the assistance, everyone was still sure that I would win based on favoritism alone. My pride as a dyer wouldn't stand for that. The very thought that they believed I couldn't win on my own merits had me steaming with anger. I mean, mine would absolutely pick whatever piece of cloth had my name on it. There was no doubt about that. But that wasn't how I wanted to win. How about this? We label our pieces with numbers rather than names to keep things totally anonymous, I declared angrily. We'll even have people from the dyeing guild set everything up. That way the Gilberta Company merchants can't stealthily tell any of the nobles who made what. Will that stop all this whining, I said, placing my hands on my hips as though I were scolding some rebellious child. My tone was so forceful that Jorg and the others fearfully stepped back. What the... Do you really think you can win with a handicap like that, Jorg asked. Once we get the dyeing guild involved, there's no going back. You'll be stuck with these new rules no matter how much you cry about them. You're all going to be the ones crying. If you still can't win when my so-called advantage is gone, forget about the title. You'll never even get your Baruch certification, I said with a dismissive sniff. Jorg exchanged an awkward glance with Barno. Just you wait, he shouted. I've got my old man's tick here. I won't lose. See, Jorg, you're getting help from your family too, Dilla said with one eyebrow raised. Don't you have just as much of an advantage? Yeah, that's just as unfair, Barno said with a disgruntled nod. Once again, the others voiced their agreement as well. It doesn't bother me, I said with a wave of my hand. Lady Rosemine wants to revive the old techniques too, right? There's nothing she'll want more than for people who know the otherwise forgotten methods to start bringing them back. Dilla stared at me in wide-eyed shock while Jorg looked equally as surprised. Effa, Dilla muttered, you... Really, it's fine, I said. I know my cloth is going to suit Lady Rosemine better than anyone else's. And so, through the foreman, we petitioned the dyeing guild to implement the new rules. Our terms were accepted by the Gilberta Company, and we craftspeople could work knowing that we were going to be judged fairly. I ignored the loud goings-on around me and focused entirely on dyeing the zinnies a pleasant red. They were known to symbolize familial affections, and I dyed them again and again, hoping that mine would sense my love. As the dark reds turned to warm crimson, the cloth ended up with flowers of varying shades. That's good. Soon enough, everyone laid out their finished cloths, and the Hoose's workshop selected Jorg's and my work to be sent to the castle. Jorg was praised for reviving his father's old techniques, while I was praised for adopting this new technique, and for my having the courage to say that my cloth would suit Lady Rosemine the best. In the end, my cloth made it to the final selection process for Lady Rosemine, and it was ultimately chosen for her new winter outfit. I did not receive the title, however, nor was I given her exclusive business. It seemed that she hadn't been able to choose one from the final 3 participants, so she had said that she would make her decision next season. The foreman, who was rejoicing at the thought of the Archducal family asking for our business, patted me on the back and said, I knew you could do it, Effa. It was nice to know he had believed in me, but I was more frustrated that I hadn't dyed my cloth with enough love for mine to recognize it was from me. They're ordering from us, sure, but I didn't get her exclusive business, I muttered. You're looking at this all wrong, Jorg said with a grin. He gave me an encouraging slap on the back. I didn't think you'd get any work without your name to rely on, but here we are. You weren't all talk after all. Your dyeing technique was clever, and your reds really were something else. You'll just need to try a little harder next time, yeah? Thanks, Jorg, and you got the Baruch certification you wanted so much, right? Congratulations, I replied, unable to keep my frustration from showing in my eyes. Jorg looked down at me and cackled with amusement. What's with that expression, he said. You don't look at all happy for me. I mean, the Archducal family selected neither of us for the title, but you got what you were looking for anyway. It's not fair, I said. He had gotten his certification for receiving business orders from an archnoble and for his contribution to the revival of an old technique. No helping that. We were aiming for different things. Shouldn't you just be glad that nobody else was chosen? You get a second chance to make your dream come true. We'll see if you get it before I manage to set up my own workshop. He was right. Things weren't over yet. I was getting a second chance. Yeah, I said. Next time for sure. I won't miss this opportunity again. The next competition was going to be for spring, which meant the cloth would need to be green. I clenched my fist and turned to the future, wondering how I would go about dyeing this one. The second battle had already begun. Okay, let's see how this is. Daniel had once again failed to find a cute girlfriend, but that doesn't really matter too much. What do you mean it doesn't matter too much? This is serious. Right. Sorry, my bad. Lady Rosemine. Lambert, how in the world did you meet Aurelia? Over what matters did you bond? Did you ever, by chance, take her hand? And ask her to embroider your cape? No! Who first revealed their feelings to the other? Elvira? Come on! Leave the poor man alone. Mother, you have gone off topic. And you're being too forceful. Please tell me. And that's her aura. Please tell me. Aurelia, is the fish used for cooking red or white on the inside? White, I believe. Is the flavor subtle or really strong? It depends on the recipe, but it usually has a strong flavor that I guess I quite like. Strong means it'll make nice broth. Time for pot soup. Are there any other ingredients you gather from the ocean? What flavoring did you like? I'm so curious. Lady Rose's was quite the adorable girl. Seems more like she's obsessed with food. I can kind of see her face under the cloth a little bit. Yeah, like an outline of it. The moment someone attacks a library, they should be prepared to die. Oh, excuse me, I take that back. Has she realized that was not very saint-like? A curse would be so much better. One where the person has to read the books, 10 books a day. Otherwise, their entire body starts to itch like crazy, or everything they eat burns their mouth. You truly are a saint in name alone. I'm not a saint at all, remember? Oh, mine. Oh, she's silly. Anyway, I'll get to work on editing all this, and I'll see y'all in the next volume.